in the Dragon Nation's imperial capital inside the Latang Martial Hall. I'm almost off work and I still have to squeeze into the subway to get home. Even after crossing into another world, I still have to live like a beast of burden. Bai Feng finished a long day of work and sat down on the sofa, his gaze turning slightly dazed as he watched the stream of people in the hall. Indeed, Bai Feng was a transmigrator. 10 years ago, he had crossed over into this high martial world where the strong could soar through the skies and burrow through the earth. By diligently cultivating, he had successfully graduated from a martial arts university and found a job as an instructor at a martial hall in the imperial capital. In his parents' eyes, he was the pride of the family, earning over 10,000 a month and working in a great city. Yet only Bai Feng knew how harsh life in the imperial capital truly was. To strengthen a martial artist's chi and blood required purchasing pills and tonics. Coupled with rent and living expenses, he could hardly save a single coin throughout the year. Bai Feng also wished to become a martial powerhouse capable of crushing mountains and severing rivers with his fists, yet for now, he could only scrape by day to day. Change fate through effort. At 26, he no longer believed in such words. In this world that placed extreme emphasis on martial talent, someone as ordinary as him was destined to struggle to ever stand out. A chime suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, energy storage complete. One-Yuan flash sale system initializing binding. One-Yuan flash sale system bound successfully. All items in this system cost only 1 yuan. Cultivation methods, martial arts, treasure, herbs, pills, martial talent. Everything is available. The prompt sounded in his mind, and Bai Feng could not help being stunned before ecstasy surged into his eyes. A system? I've waited 10 whole years for this. At long last it had arrived. A 1 yuan flash sale. He understood that concept all too well. His mother loved holding her phone, waiting on shopping apps for flash sale opportunities, having snatched up a huge pile of toothbrushes and towels that way. Bai Feng let out a slow breath and turned his attention to the semi-transparent interface before him. The system's interface looked extremely simple. Item 1, a century of cultivation. Description: the culmination of 100 years of cultivation without eating or drinking, perfectly compatible with the host. Price 1 yuan. Item 2, perfection level dragon elephant fist. Description: a precious deer fist art. When a punch is thrown, it is like an ancient dragon, an elephant charging, its force incomparably fierce and domineering. After fusion, you will obtain the insights of a perfection-level fist art, no different from the fruits of many years of bitter training. Price 1 yuan. Item 3, 100-fold comprehension. Description: an SS grade talent. The host comprehension is 100 times that of an ordinary person. No martial art holds any secrets before your eyes. After fusion, you will become an unparalleled genius in the martial world. Even grandmasters of martial arts will have to address you as teacher. Price 1 yuan. Note: this system refreshes every 7 days, each refresh offering 3 items. All items are available for a limited 1-minute flash sale. Once the time is up, they are gone forever. Seeing these 3 heaven-defying items, Bai Feng's eyes shone with unrestrained excitement. A century of cultivation, perfection level dragon elephant fist, 100-fold comprehension. These were things he had never dared to even dream of, yet now he could acquire them for just 1 yuan each. This system was simply too incredible. Once the century of cultivation was fused, his strength would surely soar on the spot. Moreover, the perfection-level fist art would bolster his combat strength, while 100-fold comprehension would elevate his potential. All of them were priceless treasures. I have to grab them quickly. The system's items are only available for 1 minute. System, buy them all for me in the flash sale. Bai Feng spoke silently in his heart. Ding, binding with the host's bank card balance in progress. Bank card binding successful. Current balance, 53918 yuan. 3 yuan deducted. Congratulations to the host on a successful flash purchase. A century of cultivation, perfection level dragon elephant fist, and 100-fold comprehension have all been delivered to the system space. Please pay attention to fusion. Current bank card balance, 53915 yuan. As the prompts echoed one after another, Bai Feng sank his mind into the system space and saw 3 golden spheres of light. Each golden sphere radiated a vast and sacred aura that made his heart involuntarily tremble. System space, a century of cultivation, unfused perfection level dragon elephant fist, unfused 100-fold comprehension, unfused. The flash sale really succeeded. All 3 items cost only 3 yuan. What am I waiting for? I need to find a place and fuse them all. Heart pounding with excitement, Bai Feng rose from the rest area and headed toward a cultivation room. After closing the door and locking it, he sat cross-legged on the floor, instinctively intending to fuse the century of cultivation first. No joke, he had suffered for 10 long years. If he did not first fuse the century of cultivation to fiercely boost his strength, how could that possibly be worthy of his years of bitter training? Yet Bai Feng quickly reconsidered, forcibly suppressing the impulse in his heart. This SS-grade talent hundredfold comprehension could allow him to penetrate any martial art. One had to know that martial talent was awakened by only a tiny fraction of martial artists, each such individual a so-called child of heaven. Moreover, martial talent itself was divided from lowest to highest into EDC, BAS, SS, and SSS. As the highest tier SSS talent hundredfold comprehension would surely propel him into the ranks of top-tier prodigies. If he fused hundredfold comprehension, first his staking post foundation training might break through to a higher realm. A higher realm of foundation training would allow him to better fortify the chi and blood within his body. System fuse hundredfold comprehension for me. Ding, beginning fusion of hundredfold comprehension. Hundredfold comprehension fusion successful. From this day on, though many geniuses exist in this world, they will all willingly bow and call you father. In that instant, Bai Feng's mind became crystal clear. His brain began to operate at a blistering speed, his thoughts turning incomparably agile. All manner of strange new ideas rose in his mind, and the cultivation problems that had plagued him for years now yielded solutions in an instant. The Five Beasts Foundation stance that he had practiced arduously for years, yet progressed in only slowly, now seemed to hold no secrets at all before him. As he gradually adapted to the changes brought by hundredfold comprehension, Bai Feng's eyes brimmed with delight. Worthy indeed of being the highest level SSS martial talent. Hundredfold comprehension made him feel as though he had been reborn. After all, in the martial path, aptitude and comprehension were the most crucial traits. The better one's aptitude, the more effective foundation training would be in tempering the body and strengthening the chi and blood within. The higher one's comprehension, the more one's progress in cultivation methods and martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds, growing at breakneck speed. With hundredfold comprehension, all obstacles on his path of cultivating methods and martial arts would be swept aside. I practiced the Five Beasts Foundation stance for years and only reached the proficient realm. But now it's different. I'm done being just human. Recalling the 108 movements of the Five Beasts Foundation stance, he rapidly ran through them in his mind. This Five Beasts Foundation stance was a staking post method refined by a renowned martial elder from the ancient Five Animal Frolics. Its effect in tempering and strengthening chi and blood was exceptional, leading to its widespread adoption across the nation. Of its 108 movements, the more one could continuously perform in a single sequence, the better the tempering and strengthening effect on chi and blood would be. Limited by his own comprehension, Bai Feng had previously been able to complete only 32 movements in one go. Yet this time, as he performed the stance, Bai Feng's sensations were entirely different. All 108 movements flowed from him like drifting clouds and running water. At times he was as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain. At times he was as light as a wild deer in the forest. At times he was agile like a gibbon, and at others as steady as a great bear. In the end, he transformed into a celestial crane poised to spread its wings and take flight. When the complete set of the Five Beasts Foundation stance was finished, Bai Feng drew back his movements. The chi and blood within his body began to boil continuously, tempering his bones and muscles, his muscle fibers growing even thicker and more robust. Behind him, the air rippled as if stirred by waves. A mottled fierce tiger, a white-tailed deer, a golden spirit ape, a brown giant bear, and a crane spreading its wings appeared. The phantom spirits of the five beasts circled around Bai Feng as those subjects paying homage to their sovereign. The appearance of the five beasts phantoms was the mark of perfection in this foundation stance, signifying that it had been cultivated to its utmost limit. Its effect in strengthening chi and blood was a full 16 times that of the entry-level realm. In other words, when Bai Feng now performed the Five Beasts Foundation stance, his rate of improvement far surpassed anything in the past. Hundredfold comprehension truly is indescribably exhilarating. What was once a daunting problem in the Five Beasts Foundation stance is now as simple as single-digit addition and subtraction. Dispelling the Five Beasts phantoms, Bai Feng exhaled lightly, gradually calming his surging emotions. System fused the century of cultivation for me. As Bai Feng's thought fell, that golden sphere of centennial cultivation merged into his heart. A ceaseless torrent of blood and chi erupted from his bone marrow, surging forth to temper and strengthen his internal organs. In the first year of cultivation, you remained at the peak of the warrior realm without advancing even half a step. In the third year of cultivation, by sheer perseverance and effort, you finally stepped into second-rank martial master. The blood and chi within your body soared to the heavens, transforming into a 100-meter pillar of scarlet smoke, fierce and unrivaled. In the 10th year of cultivation, relying on your perfected stake training skill, honed over many years, you stepped into second-layer martial master. In the 50th year of cultivation, you let out a self-deprecating laugh, tormented by the thought that even exhausting your full strength, you still could not break through 7th-layer martial master. In the 54th year of cultivation, you finally stepped into 7th layer martial master. Unable to restrain yourself, you threw your head back in a long howl. Your blood and chi turned into rolling columns of smoke. Your martial power was now sufficient to become the teacher of hundreds. In the 93rd year of cultivation, you broke through to the Grandmaster realm atop a 10,000-meter peak. The blood-key smoke pouring from your body condensed into a dragon coiling through the sky, with a deafening roar forcing countless ferocious beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. At last you became a Grandmaster, your fists struck like dragons revered by 1,000,000 souls. In the 100th year of cultivation, you stepped into 3rd layer Grandmaster. A Grandmaster's power is unfathomable. The great tendons within your body coiled like horned dragons, and the brute force you possessed was enough to tear apart a 3rd-ranked beast with your bare hands. As the chime faded, the blood and chi within Bai Feng's body surged and expanded at an astonishing pace. His heart thundered like a war drum, pumping that endless torrent of vitality through every corner of his body. His entire musculature and skeleton became tougher and more powerful, the terrifying blood and chi within him surging like a great river in flood. Bai Feng opened his eyes, exhaled a stream of white vapor, and his gaze brimmed with delight. So this is 3rd layer Grandmaster. 100 years of cultivation is utterly unreasonable in its might. Let me try the strength I wield now. Bai Feng rose and stepped before the combat strength testing machine. Twisting his waist and hips, he drove his fist forward like a sudden torrential storm. The air was compressed and exploded outward in an instant, blasting out a vast wave of pressure. Bang, bang, bang. The numbers on the testing machine's screen refreshed again and again. Combat strength 139611. Combat strength 140374. Combat strength 139959. Withdrawing his fist and standing upright, Bai Feng could not help but feel a deep sense of shock in his heart. Every one of his punches carried 140,000 units of combat strength, truly terrifying. Before fusing the 100 years of cultivation, his peak warrior self had not even reached 5,000 in fist strength. His combat strength had increased by 28-fold. This was a full 140,000 gene of brute force. If such a punch landed on an ordinary warrior, it would undoubtedly smash them into living pulp. No wonder they say Grandmasters are humanoid violent dragons. It was no exaggeration at all. 100 years of cultivation has let me break through into Grandmaster, and I still haven't fused the perfected Dragon Elephant Fist. Continue. Ding, beginning fusion of perfected Dragon Elephant Fist. Dragon Elephant Fist fusion complete. When your fist is thrown, it is as though an ancient dragon elephant descends from the heavens, enraged and ferocious. As the chime faded, Bai Feng's mind roared. A vast ocean of insights into fist techniques flooded into his consciousness. It was as if he had practiced Dragon Elephant Fist for decades. He opened his stance. Power coursed from his calves through his thighs and spine into his arms. In the instant his fist was launched, the enemy's chest would cave in under the blow, blood spraying from their mouth as life left them on the spot. Within the span of a single breath, this perfected fist technique had been completely mastered by Bai Feng. Every nuance of power generation and killing intent was crystal clear in his heart. Every cultivation method and martial art must pass through 5 stages of proficiency: entry, proficient, minor attainment, great attainment, and perfection. I fused directly into perfected Dragon Elephant Fist, skipping several decades of detours. This kind of cheating defies all logic. Slightly clenching his fist, feeling the domineering force of Dragon Elephant Fist, Bai Feng could not hold back a smile. No, this is all the fruit of my perseverance and hard work. It is only natural I am this strong. The one cheating is me after all. Changing his line of thought, Bai Feng immediately corrected his earlier notion. He had waited for the system for 10 years, and after graduation had been battered by society for another 4. It was only right that his golden finger was this formidable. This was how it ought to be. Unable to suppress the urge to test Dragon Elephant Fist, Bai Feng stepped forward, fingers closing as he raised his guard. Each great tendon linked his entire network of blood and chi. With his heart hammering wildly, that roaring torrent was driven through his body. Gazing at the combat strength testing machine before him, he slammed out a punch that blasted open a vast expanse of white airwaves. His fist was like a steel locomotive venting steam, erupting with crushing weight in an instant. A resonant roar like an ancient dragon elephant shook the air as his fist crashed against the testing machine. The machine shuddered violently, emitting strained creaks under the unbearable load. Combat strength 210836. Seeing the blood-red number on the screen, Bai Feng's heart surged with excitement. 21,000 gene of brute force. His base fist strength had been 140,000. The perfected Dragon Elephant Fist had amplified his combat power by a full 50%. This Dragon Elephant Fist was actually a rare augmenting type martial art, and moreover a Zen-grade fist technique. Cultivation methods and martial arts are ranked from lowest to highest as mortal grade, Zen grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Even a mortal grade augmenting martial art that increased combat strength by only 10% would fetch a sky-high price of several million in the outside world. After all, when your punch is 100 gene heavier, your opponent is suppressed at once, and the scales of victory immediately tip in your favor. The dragon elephant fist in his hands was worth at least tens of millions. Moreover, judging from the memories now in his mind, when Dragon Elephant Fist is fully unleashed, one can condense the power of blood and chi into a colossal dragon elephant that rams into the enemy with truly terrifying might. 21,000 combat strength. Grandmaster peak is only around 30,000. Right now I'm confident I can defeat most Grandmasters hidden. This invincible power coursing through me is truly magnificent. A sharp light flared in Bai Feng's eyes as scorching waves of blood qi unconsciously radiated from his body. In less than 10 minutes, he had vaulted from the peak warrior realm to third-layer Grandmaster, shattering 2 major realms in succession. The self he had been 10 minutes ago could now be flicked to death with a single finger. Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help but chuckle. One must always look forward. Since he now possessed Grandmaster-level combat strength, he had to properly experience the splendid world of martial arts. He knew there were 7 realms in the domain of blood and chi: warrior, martial master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, town, general, martial king, and martial emperor. At present he was only a grandmaster, but martial king and martial emperor were realms he was destined to tread in the future. With these iron fists, he would become a martial titan whose punches could suppress mountains and rivers. Once his excitement gradually subsided, Bai Feng's gaze burned brighter. On this day, as the One-Yuan flash sale system arrived, his strength had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Even within the Thunder Martial Hall, where experts were numerous, a 26-year-old Grandmaster was considered extremely powerful. As one of the 2 great super martial halls in Longwa, Thunder Martial Hall housed countless disciples. Previously, he had only been a bronze coach with a base salary plus commission totaling 15,000. Now that he had stepped into Grandmaster, it was time to advance to silver coach. Silver coaches enjoyed an independent residence provided by the hall and a guaranteed monthly wage of 100,000. Moreover, they received discounts when purchasing martial arts and cultivation pills from the hall. Many Grandmasters were more than willing to join Thunder Martial Hall. Though Bai Feng's strength had greatly increased, he had no intention of leaving. In Longwa, aside from joining the military or the 2 super martial halls, martial artists either risked their lives hunting ferocious beasts in the wilderness for money or sold their service to great clans. On the martial path, resources, cultivation methods, and martial arts and talent, all 3 were indispensable. The cultivation resources and martial arts within Thunder Martial Hall were highly attractive to Bai Feng. The One-Yuan flash sale system was powerful, but there were things the hall possessed that the system might not provide. If he made good use of the system and combined it with the conditions and resources of the hall, only then could he gallop freely down the martial path. Ding, the host has been bound to the system for over 1 hour. Please choose whether to fix a flash sale item. From the last batch of refreshed items, you may select one to be fixed as a guaranteed item in the next refresh. Current options: 100 years of cultivation, perfected dragon elephant fist, 100-fold comprehension. As Bai Feng quietly contemplated his future, the prompt sounded. You can even fix a flash sale item. There's no question. It has to be 100 years of cultivation. System, can 100-fold comprehension stack? If I fuse another, will that be 200-fold comprehension? He asked in his heart. 100-fold comprehension as an SS grade talent cannot be stacked. Since fixing 100-fold comprehension won't allow stacking, then of course I should fix 100 years of cultivation. Only that will maximize long-term gains. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Feng immediately confirmed 100 years of cultivation as the fixed item. Host: Bai Feng. Martial Realm 3rd Layer Grandmaster. Cultivation Method: 5 Beast Stake Training Perfection. Martial Arts: Dragon Elephant Fist Perfection. Talent: 100-fold comprehension, SS grade. System: Space None. Current fixed item: 100 years of cultivation. The One-Yuan flash sale system will refresh in 7 days. Each refresh offers 3 items. The system eagerly awaits its next encounter with you. Gazing at the now truly luxurious interface panel, a surge of accomplishment rose unbidden in Bai Feng's heart. Since his transmigration, he had cultivated diligently for 10 years. Now all of this was the fruit of his persistence and effort. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, Bai Feng headed straight for the chief supervisor's office. As long as he passed the assessment there, he would become a silver-level coach and enjoy the privileges of a grandmaster. Just as he waited for the elevator to take him up to the 13th floor, a pot-bellied man, Lu Foran, approached him from the front. Lu Foran was Bai Feng's direct supervisor, possessing the strength of a martial master. Bai Feng's impression of this supervisor was extremely poor. Relying on the fact that his uncle was a grandmaster of the martial hall, Lu Foran had secured the position of supervisor. He was harsh toward the coaches under him, frequently docking their pay over trivial matters. More disgustingly, if they failed to offer him red envelopes, he would mark their monthly performance as unsatisfactory. An unsatisfactory performance rating meant losing more than half of one's salary. So many coaches endured in silence. Even Bai Feng had once been forced to give Lu Furen a red envelope every month. As for why Lu Furen had not been dismissed by the Leitang Martial Hall, that was entirely thanks to his grandmaster uncle, whose methods could reach the heavens. Bai Feng, the end-of-month assessment is about to begin. Your performance this month is utterly abysmal. If this continues, you'll be dismissed from the Martial Hall. You know as well as I do how hard it is to enter our Leitang Martial Hall. You should cherish this job opportunity. Lu Furen stepped closer, squinting as he spoke with a smile. The implication behind his words was nothing more than a demand for tribute. Bai Feng stared at him with icy eyes, a nameless fury surging in his heart. Back when he was merely at the peak of a martial artist, he had feared losing this means of livelihood and endured the nauseating rule of gift-giving. Now that he had become an invincible grandmaster, this man still dared speak to him in such a manner. He was simply courting death. Abysmal performance is it? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Feng swung his palm, striking Lu Furen's face with a resounding slap. With a crisp crack, Lu Furen's body was sent flying several meters, his teeth mixed with blood spraying from his mouth. In that instant, the area around the elevator fell into a dead silence. Members of the Martial Hall coming and going all froze in place. The supervisor Lu had been struck, and it had happened inside the Martial Hall itself. This man must not care whether he kept his job. Fighting within the Martial Hall was forbidden. Unless one was above the Grandmaster realm, one would be dismissed without exception. You dare hit me? Bai Feng, you're finished. Just wait to be dismissed. You won't receive a single cent in compensation, and you can forget about this month's salary. Lu Furen clutched his swollen cheek and staggered to his feet, staring at Bai Feng in disbelief. Was this still the Bai Feng he knew? The kid had gone mad. He had only wanted a bit of money, yet Bai Feng earned so much every month. What was wrong with offering a little tribute to his supervisor? Still the same disgusting face. Daring to threaten a grandmaster. Lu Furen, do you have any idea what consequences that carries? Bai Feng's expression remained cold as he slowly walked toward Lu Furen. Scorching vital essence surged from his body. Threads of mist-like blood qi seeped from his pores, converging into a straight pillar of vital smoke that shot toward the heavens. The column of smoke rolled and gathered above his head, transforming into a dragon of blood qi. Every scale on the blood dragon's body was clearly visible. Its ferocious head coiled above Bai Feng, releasing ringing dragon roars as an oppressive grandmaster aura swept in all directions. Blood qi transformed into a dragon. This man is a grandmaster. In that moment, countless faces turned ashen. Only then did they understand why Bai Feng dared to strike someone inside the Martial Hall. A grandmaster possessed the privilege to break the rules. Lu Furen's eyes bulged as he stood speechless in terror. A grandmaster? Bai Feng was actually a grandmaster. How could this be possible? Even if a grandmaster crippled him within the Martial Hall, no one would dare voice a single complaint. The martial world had always been strictly hierarchical. The weak who provoked the strong never met a good end. How had he dared it? How had he actually threatened a grandmaster? Bai Feng, no brother, just treat me like a fart and let me go. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I was wrong, utterly wrong. I'm willing to compensate you tenfold for your losses. Lu Furen's body trembled uncontrollably, sweat soaking his back. The arrogance he once displayed toward Bai Feng had vanished from his face. His eyes now held nothing but endless fear. Under the vast oppression of Bai Feng's blood qi, he felt as insignificant as an ant. It's too late now. Remember this. Grandmasters must never be insulted. Bai Feng stepped forward and unleashed a storm of punches. A rain of fist shadows drowned Lu Furen. Lu Furen's consciousness immediately sank into darkness, his entire body mottled in bruises of blue and purple, not a single patch of flesh left unscathed. With such injuries, even as a martial master, he would need 3 to 4 months in the hospital. I only broke a few of his bones. I truly am a good person. Gazing at Lu Furen lying unconscious like a dead pig, Bai Feng exhaled lightly, his mood significantly brightened. Now that he possessed invincible strength, anyone who dared threaten him in the future would have their bodies shattered by these iron fists. In this world where everyone revered martial prowess, strength was the only truth. The Ghost Blade Grandmaster is here. This will be a good show. The Ghost Blade Grandmaster is Lu Furen's uncle, and the two are as close as father and son. We might witness a clash between grandmasters today. Just as Bai Feng retracted his blood qi and the dragon above his head dispersed, cries of surprise erupted from the surrounding crowd. A middle-aged man with a livid expression shouldered through the people and strode over with a ferocious air. Was it you who beat my nephew? Ghost Blade Grandmaster Lu Jing looked at Bai Feng, his voice low. Indeed. Do you intend to seek justice for him? A glint of interest flashed in Bai Feng's eyes as his bones hummed. He had yet to cross hands with another grandmaster. Today was just the right time to test the fruits of his century of bitter cultivation. No, sir, you misunderstand. I mean to say that you did well. This brat deserved the beating. To offend a grandmaster, the fact that you left him breathing is already my nephew's good fortune. A flicker of apprehension crossed Ghost Blade Grandmaster Lu Jing's eyes as he spoke with complexity. The young man's blood key surpassed his own. He was at least a third-tier grandmaster. Moreover, Bai Feng's eyes brimmed with battle intent regarding him, as though he were prey to be torn apart. From his gaze alone, Lu Jing knew. This was someone he could not afford to provoke. Take your nephew away, and stop that practice of taking gifts. If I hear of it again, I'll beat him every time I see him. The battle intent faded from Bai Feng's eyes. Somewhat disappointed, he stepped into the elevator. His fists were already itching for a fight, yet the man had chosen to yield. What a useless excuse for a grandmaster. Such a grandmaster was not worth his effort. Rest assured, sir, I will discipline my nephew properly. As he watched the elevator doors close, the smile vanished from Ghost Blade Grandmaster Lu Jing's face. With a dark expression, he hoisted the unconscious Lu Furen and headed straight for the hospital. As for retaliating against Bai Feng, he would not dare, even if given 100 lives. He had only broken through to Grandmaster in his 40s and had reached the end of his path. Bai Feng, by contrast, appeared to be in his early 20s. Barring accidents, he would surely become a great Grandmaster in the future. To offend such a powerhouse would be nothing but seeking death. On the 13th floor of the Leitang Martial Hall, outside the office of the chief director, Bai Feng knocked on the door. A deep voice came from within. Come in. Bai Feng pushed the door open and entered, seeing the chief director Qin Songhai leaning back in his chair. Qin Songhai appeared to be around 40 years old, exuding an imposing aura that inspired awe without anger. He was a grandmaster responsible for personnel changes and promotions within the Martial Hall. Chief Director, I am here to apply for promotion to Silver Coach. Bai Feng stated his purpose directly. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed through Qin Songhai's eyes. A Silver Coach position could only be held by a grandmaster. This man's blood and chi indeed reached the level of a grandmaster, and his vital energy was frighteningly vast and powerful. Most astonishing of all, he appeared to be only in his early 20s, whereas the Martial Hall's grandmasters were typically around 40. Such a genius, and Qin Songhai had never seen him before. What is your name? Bai Feng. Not bad. With your strength, you are qualified to be promoted to Silver Coach. Qin Songhai directly omitted the usual strength assessment process. With the eyes of a grandmaster, he could see everything clearly. As for the procedures and the Silver Coach badge, I will have my secretary handle them for you later. Let me explain the benefits of being a Silver Coach. There is a base salary of 100,000 per month, and in the Tianfu Garden residential complex opposite the Martial Hall there is a 3-bedroom apartment designated as your dormitory. In addition, you will enjoy a 10% discount on all cultivation resources and martial manuals sold by the Martial Hall. However, you must teach at least one class each month, and whenever the hall assigns you a mission, you are required to take action. Do you have any questions? Qin Songhai introduced everything patiently. If the other Silver Coaches were to see this scene, their jaws would likely drop in shock. Silver Coaches were considered the public face of the Leitang Martial Hall. Not every Grandmaster could become a Silver Coach. They had to undergo a blood and chi assessment, martial proficiency assessment, and actual combat assessment. Any Grandmaster who failed even one of these would be ruthlessly dismissed by Qin Songhai. Yet Bai Feng had skipped all assessments and was directly made a Silver Coach. Such treatment was exceedingly rare. Cultivate diligently. With your talent, you have hope of becoming a Grandmaster of Grandmasters. In the future, if there is anything you do not understand in your cultivation, you may come directly to me. Qin Songhai released a trace of goodwill as he spoke. When it came to geniuses, he had always been willing to invest emotional capital. Thank you, Director. Bai Feng replied politely, vaguely guessing why the director's attitude toward him was so cordial. Next, Qin Songhai had his female secretary accompany Bai Feng to complete the formalities for becoming a Silver Coach. Bai Feng soon obtained the Silver Coach badge. This silver badge bore a lightning emblem at its center surrounded by thorn-like patterns, giving it a rather striking appearance. Wearing the Silver Coach badge on his chest and holding the key to his new apartment, Bai Feng walked out of the Martial Hall. Gazing at the setting sun of dusk, he felt for the first time truly relaxed and at ease. In the past, when he got off work at this hour, he would always be exhausted squeezing into the subway. Starting today, he no longer needed to do that. There was a place of his own right across from the company. Let me see what the new apartment is like first. There's still time today. Oh, I can easily move from the suburbs. Crossing the zebra crossing, Bai Feng was about to enter the Tianfu Garden complex to inspect his new home. Unexpectedly, shrill screams suddenly rang in his ears, accompanied by the sound of vehicles colliding. For the Supreme Beast God, kill all these heretics. The glory of the Beast God is about to descend upon the entire Longhua. We will all be able to enjoy a paradise where we no longer have to work. Why won't you heretics believe? Then just die for me. Only blood and death can make the beast god witness our devotion. For the beast god. On the street, more than a dozen martial artists with crazed expressions suddenly erupted into violence, madly slaughtering the pedestrians around them. At their head was a burly, thick-set man with bulging muscles. Grinning ferociously, he rushed into the crowd. With each swing of his great blade, someone was cleaved in two, their internal organs spilling onto the ground. Help! I don't want to die. Where is the Blood Dragon army? How could they let these beast god cult lunatics into the imperial capital? On my arm. Please spare me, spare me. Wails of agony echoed from the crowd as people frantically fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, Bai Feng's expression instantly turned dark and grim. A bunch of human traitors who worship ferocious beasts, and you dare run wild here. With a roar, Bai Feng's figure shot forward more than 10 meters, appearing before the burly brute. Immediately after, his fist came crashing down. Seeing Bai Feng charging toward him, the burly brute let out a cruel, savage laugh. Using your fist against my great blade, courting death. The brute swung his great blade, slicing down toward Bai Feng's fist with a terrifying whistle of air. Yet at the very instant blade and fist met, the great blade exploded into fragments. Bai Feng's fist, wrapped in a terrifying force, crashed into the brute's chest, punching clean through and bursting out from his back. Life rapidly faded from the man's eyes as he stared at Bai Feng in utter disbelief. In his final moment, he could not comprehend how a mere human body could be so terrifying. Bai Feng drew out his blood-soaked arm, and the brute's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. All together, surround and kill him. There are 12 of us left, and only one of him. Kill him. The beast god cultists surged forward, hurling themselves at Bai Feng from all directions. A suffocating killing intent swept out, locking firmly onto Bai Feng. With a thunderous boom, his blood and chi roared within, and the terrifying pressure of a grandmaster flooded the entire scene. A 10-meter-long dragon of blood and chi coalesced vividly above Bai Feng's head, coiling and circling as a deafening dragon's roar echoed in all directions. Not good, he's a grandmaster. Run, run. The faces of the beast god cultists changed drastically, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Without the slightest hesitation, they turned and fled, bursting out with the greatest speed of their lives. They would not dare face a grandmaster, even if they were given 10 times their courage. Out of a million martial artists, only one might become a grandmaster. The value of a grandmaster was immeasurably high. Even the notorious Mad Blade within their cult had been slain by a single punch from this grandmaster. Charging forward would be nothing but suicide. Do you think you can escape? Killing intent flashed across Bai Feng's face as he stepped out, and in an instant shot forward tens of meters, closing in on the fleeing cultists. With each punch he delivered, a cultist had exploded. In just a few breaths, every beast god cultist had become a headless corpse, collapsing onto the ground. The reeking blood stained the street crimson, and a thick metallic stench filled the air. Standing amid the corpses, Bai Feng's posture was as straight as a spear, his white martial uniform soaked with the blood of his enemies. Exhilarating. Bai Feng shook off the bits of viscera clinging to his arm, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This unfettered slaughter brought him a fierce, visceral sense of release. Everyone in Longwan knew that members of the beast god cult were human traitors who could be killed without mercy. This was his first time experiencing the thrill of annihilating everything in his path. It was only a pity that the strongest among them had merely reached the 7th level of martial warrior, not even enough to make him truly unleash his dragon elephant fist. However, Bai Feng did not notice this. The surrounding people were looking at him with eyes full of reverence and gratitude. If this grandmaster had not acted, many of them would likely have been slaughtered by those cultists. To them, this grandmaster was like a demon god descended to the mortal world, every punch and kick embodying the ultimate beauty of violence. Thank you, grandmaster, for saving our lives. Many thanks for your life-saving grace, grandmaster. Voices of gratitude rose one after another from the crowd. Bai Feng simply waved a hand toward them and turned to walk toward his new apartment. Possessing such invincible strength, he did not mind helping others within the scope of his abilities. Of course, if he learned where those damned beast god cult vermin were hiding, he would definitely slaughter them to his heart's content. After all, these vermin were innately evil, choosing to become the lackeys of ferocious beasts instead of living as decent human beings. Grandmaster, please wait. A military officer clad in a blood-red scale armor uniform hurried over from the distance, calling out to Bai Feng. Behind him, dozens of fully armed soldiers of the Blood Dragon army followed in formation. Upon learning that beast god cultists were killing people in broad daylight, they had rushed over at once, only to discover the situation already resolved. Major Sun Weiguo looked at Bai Feng with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for helping us deal with that beast god cult trash. May I ask your name? Bai Feng of the Leitang Martial Hall. Is there something you need? Bai Feng replied calmly. He was eager to return and wash off the filth and blood on his body. You saved many lives this time. According to the rules of the Blood Dragon Army, you are entitled to receive 1 million as a reward. Hearing there was money to be had, Bai Feng's eyes lit up and his attitude instantly became much more amiable. Will it be deposited to my card or transferred through Jushin? After a brief discussion with Major Sun Weigwa, the latter immediately transferred 1 million to his card, killing a few pieces of trash at random and even getting paid for it. Not bad at all. With the 1 million credited, Bai Feng was in a rather good mood, casually chatting with Sun Weigwa. What's going on lately? Even the Imperial capital has Beast God cult members sneaking in. Bai Feng asked offhandedly. In the Imperial capital, the Blood Dragon Army, the 2 great super martial halls, and the 3 top-tier clans all maintained their headquarters. It could be said that the city was filled with experts, including no small number of transcendents at or above the 7th realm of blood and chi. He could not fathom why the Beast God cult would come here just to die. Sun Weigwa's expression turned somewhat grim. Lately, the Beast God cult seems to have gone mad and has begun a large-scale counterattack. Not only in the Imperial capital, of Beast God cultists are committing assaults across the entire country. Our Blood Dragon Army units everywhere have had no time to rest, monitoring around the clock. Hearing this, an unease surged in Bai Feng's heart. You mean this is not an isolated incident, but occurring widely? What about my hometown Dajang City? Of course it is no exception. From what I've heard, yesterday in Dajang City, someone detonated a bomb in the street, killing hundreds on the spot. Who knows how long this Beast God cult counterattack will last? With our Blood Dragon Army transcendents stationed here, the Imperial capital is still the safest place in the country. Hearing Sun Weigwa's answer, Bai Feng's face grew frighteningly dark. His parents and younger sister were all living and working back home. With the situation so turbulent, he had to confirm his family's safety. It would be best to bring his family to live in the Imperial capital for a period of time. Taking his leave of Sun Weigwa, Bai Feng entered Tianfu Garden and arrived at his new apartment. The spacious 3-bedroom apartment was elegantly and tastefully decorated. With no time to wash the blood from his body, Bai Feng's heart, filled with unease, called his mother. The call went through. Hello Xiaofeng, how are things in the Imperial capital lately? Pretty good. With that single conversation, Bai Feng learned everything that had recently happened back home. In the wake of several attacks by the Beast God cult, everyone in Dajang City was living in constant fear. Not long ago, there had even been a vicious incident where a chemical plant was blown up. After hanging up, Bai Feng made a decision. He would return to his hometown and bring his parents and younger sister to the Imperial capital to live there for a while. In Tianfu Garden, where he lived, martial artists from the Leitang Martial Hall patrolled around the clock, making it exceedingly secure. With his family by his side, he could cultivate with a much calmer heart. He unlocked his phone and booked a high-speed rail ticket back home for that very evening. After rinsing the bloodstains from his body, he went out, bought a clean set of clothes, and changed into them before hurrying toward the high-speed rail station. An hour later, Bai Feng boarded the train, which sped off in the direction of his hometown. Although he carried a fortune of 1 million, he still could not bring himself to buy a business-class seat, and only booked first class for himself. Leaning back against the seat, bored out of his mind, he turned his gaze to the scenery racing past the window. Suddenly, the high-speed train slammed into an emergency brake. The violent inertia nearly sent his head crashing into the seat in front of him. What's going on? Why has the train stopped? I'm dying here, my freshly done makeup is ruined. Complaints erupted all throughout the carriage. Bai Feng's ears twitched slightly as he caught the dense chorus of beastly roars in the distance. Something's wrong. Attention passengers. Attention passengers, the tracks ahead have been destroyed by vicious beasts. Blood Dragon Army soldiers accompanying the train are currently clearing them away. Please remain inside your carriages and wait calmly. At that moment, the broadcast voice rang out through the entire carriage. Vicious beasts, this is the end for us. How can I be this unlucky, going on a simple trip and running into a beast attack? One passenger after another turned pale, many crying out in terror. No one noticed that Bai Feng had already left his seat. Outside the carriage, hundreds of second-tier giant wolves were howling as they charged toward the high-speed train, drawn by the promise of delicious flesh and blood. The earth rumbled under the pounding of the wolf pack. Each giant wolf stood over 3 meters tall, its fur pure white, and its ice-blue eyes brimming with cruelty and bloodlust. Directly ahead of the pack, several dozen Blood Dragon Army soldiers formed a square formation, faces set with steely resolve. The hot weapons in their hands poured out a storm of firepower. With each burst of flame, any giant wolf too slow to evade was shot dead on the spot. Yet the wolves were terrifyingly fast, leaping and sprinting to slip past one specially made bullet after another. As the pack forced its way ever closer, every soldier stood as if facing a mortal enemy, drawing their war blades one by one. Their hot weapons could no longer hold the beasts back. Only close combat with flesh and steel remained. These brutes even know to sabotage the train tracks. This is definitely premeditated. Kill every last one of these beasts. We must not let them break through. Just as the Blood Dragon army soldiers steeled themselves for a life-and-death battle, the sealed carriage door suddenly swung open, and a young man with a chilling aura stepped out. The instant he appeared, the white-clad youth blurred into a streak of white light. In a heartbeat, he crossed several hundred meters, flashed past the Blood Dragon army, and hurled himself straight toward the charging giant wolf pack. The newcomer was Bai Feng. Sensing the commotion outside, he had revealed his status as a grandmaster and ordered the trained staff to open the door for him. Who is that man? Is he insane? His speed is incredible. He must be a grandmaster-level powerhouse. We're safe. Those are over 100 second-tier mountain wolves. Even a grandmaster would die surrounded by that pack. First and second squads maintain formation. Third and fourth squads follow me in to support. The Blood Dragon army major in command gritted his teeth and led about 20 men in a charge toward the wolves. With the grandmaster standing in front of them, they finally had a chance to hold back the pack. They absolutely refused to let the grandmaster battle alone amidst the wolves. Yet there was something they did not know. For an ordinary grandmaster, charging heat-in into a second-tier wolf pack was no different from suicide. But if that grandmaster was Bai Feng in flowing white robes, a gleefully cruel smile on his lips, then the wolves were nothing worth fearing. Hundreds of white, giant wolves swept forward like an avalanche of snow, their momentum earth-shaking. Vicious beasts are innately evil. They must be slain. Bloodlust flared in Bai Feng's gaze as his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from the string, accelerating straight into the pack. Perfected Dragon Elephant Fist. Bai Feng's 5 fingers clenched together as his entire vital blood surged along his great meridians into his right arm. From his elbow burst a jet of blood-colored chi, and his fist drove forward. Boom. Terrifying brute force wrapped in the power of vital blood coalesced into a blood-red giant elephant 10 meters tall that roared like thunder and smashed straight into the wolf pack. At the moment of collision, one white wolf after another was crushed from head to tail by the blood-red giant elephant and blasted into misty blood. The earth erupted into billowing dust. Along the straight path of his fist, the ground split open into a trench more than 10 meters wide and stretching for hundreds of meters. When the dust finally dispersed, the ground was littered with white bone fragments and shredded flesh. Near the perimeter where the wolves had tried to encircle the formation, several white giant wolves lay, with only half their bodies remaining, life long since extinguished. This single punch carries a full 100 years of cultivation. What could you possibly use to withstand it? Lowering his fist, Bai Feng stood in his white robes, fabric snapping in the wind, a trace of pleasure flashing through his eyes. Previously limited by the environment, he had never been able to test a full-strength dragon elephant fist. Now he had finally indulged himself. One punch, just one punch, and the entire second-tier wolf pack has been wiped out. How is that possible? In that instant, Major Wu Guangming felt as if struck by lightning. His mind buzzed blankly. That had been over 100 second-tier giant wolves, yet they were erased by a single punch as though they had never existed. He had seen many grandmasters before, but never one whose fist was this ferocious. What origin did this grandmaster have? Could he be a direct heir of one of the 3 top-tier aristocratic clans? Damn, what kind of fist technique is that? It's insanely powerful and domineering. So that's a grandmaster striking with full strength. It's terrifying. That punch nearly scared the life out of me. If I'm not mistaken, that grandmaster's punch carried a natural, flawless intent. That's definitely a perfected level fist technique. A perfected level fist technique. Impossible. How could such a young grandmaster have had enough time to polish a fist art to perfection? Dozens of Blood Dragon army soldiers swallowed hard in fear, the shock in their eyes utterly indelible. A heartbeat earlier, they had still been wondering whether they would die in the wolf's jaws. A heartbeat later, this grandmaster descended like a god and saved them all. They had never seen a transcendent-level powerhouse, but surely such power in youth was nothing less than what a transcendent would possess. Thank you for your intervention, Grandmaster. Major Wu Guangming stepped forward, first looking at Bai Feng with sincere gratitude. Thank you for your intervention, Grandmaster. The dozens of Blood Dragon army soldiers chorused their voices, shaking the sky. Can the train tracks be repaired? Bai Feng waved his hand, then asked the question weighing on his mind. The wolves didn't cause severe damage to the tracks. An hour will be enough to repair them. Please return to the carriage and rest. We will get you to your destination as soon as possible, Wu Guangming said after a moment's thought. Bai Feng nodded and headed back into the carriage. Around midnight, the high-speed train pulled into Dajang City. Under the watchful gaze of dozens of Blood Dragon army soldiers, Bai Feng stepped off the train. Master Bai, I have already contacted the Blood Dragon army stationed in Dajang City. This is the dedicated driver assigned to pick you up. Wherever you wish to go, just tell him. Major Wu Guangming spoke respectfully. Beside him stood a sharp, capable young man in military uniform, the driver Xiao Lu. Bai Feng nodded, quite satisfied with how thorough Wu Guangming was in handling matters. With Xiao Lu driving, Bai Feng was soon taken back to the entrance of his residential compound. He walked up to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of his home. His father, Bai Mingyuan, opened it. When he saw Bai Feng, a flash of delight appeared in his eyes. "You're back, coming quickly. Are you hungry? If you are, I'll make you something. Your mother is already asleep." "I'll do it myself," Bai Feng replied. The corner of Bai Feng's mouth twitched. He did not have much faith in his father's cooking. Just after he stepped inside, he saw his mother Su Ro emerge from the bedroom. She had clearly been roused by the sound of him talking with his father. "Xiaofeng, it's so good you're back. You haven't come home for a whole year. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Seeing that the gray in his mother Su Ro's hair had increased, Bai Feng felt a pang of tenderness. "Just a bowl of noodles is fine with 3 eggs added," he said. Leaning back on the living room sofa, Bai Feng felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation wash over him. After finishing a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, he was thoroughly satisfied. His parents tacitly avoided asking why he had returned so late at night, instead simply chatting idly with him. Yet when their gazes met, a faint worry surfaced in their eyes. Layoffs had become commonplace recently. Seeing Xiaofeng come home at such an hour, they could only assume he had been dismissed. "Dad, Mom, there's something I want to tell you," Bai Feng said. He smiled as he looked at his parents. Bai Mingyuan and Su Ro both felt their hearts sink. Exchanging a glance, they braced themselves mentally. They reminded themselves not to say anything that might hurt their son. If he had lost his job, then so be it. The savings of their lifetime would still be enough for him to marry and buy a new home. "This time I came back because I want to bring our whole family to live in the imperial capital for a while," Bai Feng said. "Recently, Dajiang City hasn't been very safe. If you stay with me in the imperial capital, I'll be much more at ease," he added. His words left his parents stunned. So their guess had been wrong. Xiaofeng had not lost his job, but coming home in the middle of the night still felt extremely abrupt. Though not good with words, Bai Mingyuan nonetheless spoke in a deep voice. "Xiaofeng, I know you're filial, but the expenses in the imperial capital are enormous. We can't become a burden to you." Su Ro also spoke, a trace of aching tenderness flickering in her eyes as she looked at Bai Feng. "It's quite safe here. We don't need to go to the imperial capital. And your younger sister will take the college entrance examinations next year. Transferring schools to the imperial capital now would be inconvenient." Bai Feng smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about any of that. Your son is now a grandmaster. Leitang Martial Hall has allocated me a spacious residence, and I have a guaranteed monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. I can also solve Bai Ling's schooling issue." Hearing this, Bai Mingyuan and Su Ro were utterly unconvinced. "A grandmaster? The governor of Dajiang City is a grandmaster," they replied. "Xiaofeng, your mother and I know you have ambitions, and we believe that one day you can become a grandmaster," they added. "But let's not talk about going to the imperial capital anymore." Bai Mingyuan's tone was firm and decisive. Seeing this, Bai Feng could only give a helpless smile. Wisps of mist-like blood and chi seeped from his pores, converging above his head into a blood-red dragon of energy 3 meters long. Under the overwhelming pressure of a grandmaster's aura, the chandelier on the ceiling swayed violently. Bai Feng then took out the silver instructor's badge of Leitang Martial Hall and placed it on the coffee table. The distinctive blood Danqi dragon exclusive to grandmasters had manifested. His parents stood frozen where they were, then excitement surged into their eyes. "A grandmaster? My son is a grandmaster. We have raised a grandmaster son, a powerhouse of the same rank as the governor." Their faces were radiant with wild joy. Their laughter rang out utterly unrestrained. Father Bai Mingyuan unconsciously straightened his back. He tried hard to suppress the grin tugging at his lips and maintain the dignity of a father, but it was impossible. After a lifetime as a factory worker, he had never been this happy. "What grandmaster or not grandmaster?" a voice suddenly interrupted. "Dad, Mom, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" Their younger daughter Bai Ling emerged from the bedroom, yawning, eyes bleary as she complained. The instant she saw Bai Feng on the sofa, she snapped fully awake, her face lighting up with delight. "Brother, how come you're back?" After Bai Feng and their parents explained everything, Bai Ling quickly understood. She became so excited she nearly bounced off the sofa. Her brother was a grandmaster. One grandmaster born out of 1,000,000 martial artists. From now on, wouldn't she have nothing but good food and comfort? She could cling to her brother's thigh and lie back for the rest of her life. "Brother, when are we going to the imperial capital? I've never been there." "We'll leave tomorrow afternoon. Pack the luggage you want to bring in the morning. Eat anything else we can buy later," Bai Feng replied. The next afternoon, Bai Feng carried a pile of luggage and led his parents and sister to the gate of their residential compound. Under the astonished stares of the neighbors of business, Ben pulled up and respectfully took the Bai family away. "The Bai family has really made it. Going out with a business van, picking them up, how extravagant," one neighbor exclaimed. "You don't know, do you?" another replied. "Bai Feng is now a grandmaster of Leitang Martial Hall. He has a big residence, even in a place like the imperial capital. This time he's come back just to take his family there. A single home in the imperial capital costs tens of millions, even the cheaper ones are several million. The Bai family has a fine son. If only my son were that promising, another lamented. Who wouldn't say so? Thinking of that no-good brat of mine who only knows how to chase girls. When I get home today, I'm going to give him a good lesson with my leather belt, someone declared. Word spread from neighbor to neighbor, 10 people to 100. Soon the entire residential compound knew that the Bai family had produced a grandmaster. That night, more than a few parents nearly snapped their belts from use. Many high school students yelped in pain, grimacing and baring their teeth, utterly confused as to why their fathers had suddenly decided they needed a harsh lesson. Inside the business, then everything was novel to the Bai family as they looked around. It was their first time riding in such a vehicle. Seeing that the driver picking them up was Xiao Lu, Bai Feng's parents were completely puzzled. Wasn't their son a member of Leitang Martial Hall? How could someone from the Blood Dragon Army be serving as his driver? Xiao Lu, thank you for making this trip, Bai Feng said, looking toward the driver's seat. Hearing this, Xiao Lu was overwhelmed, hastily responding. Master Bai, this is only my duty. You are the one who saved Major Wu's life. Major Wu specifically instructed me to fulfill your every need. A thoughtful glint appeared in Bai Feng's eyes. It seemed that Wu Guangming, whom he had casually rescued on the high-speed train, was not simple at all. He was merely a major at the martial master realm, yet a single sentence from him could sway the Blood Dragon Army in other districts. Moreover, Wu Guangming had deliberately added Bai Feng's contact information. Perhaps their paths would cross again in the future. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Bai Feng and his family arrived in the capital via high-speed train. They took a taxi from the station, and before long they reached their new home at Tianfu Garden. Is this the house you live in by yourself, brother? It's so spacious, at least 130 square meters. Bai Ling exclaimed as she entered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm a master now, so I'll have to get used to this gradually, Bai Feng replied with a faint smile. The Thunder Martial Arts School had assigned him this apartment as accommodation, and he hadn't had the chance to look inside it yet. Mom and Dad will take the largest master bedroom, and the second largest bedroom is mine, Bai Ling declared as she eagerly dropped her luggage and claimed the spacious room for herself. Bai Mingyuan and Su Ro could only shake their heads helplessly. Bai Feng paid it no mind, after all he only had this one sister. Once the family settled their belongings, they went out for dinner. Upon returning home, Bai Feng immediately transferred 300,000 yuan to his parents for their daily expenses in the capital. He also sent 50,000 yuan for his sister's living expenses. Bai Ling immediately became obedient and attentive, proactively serving tea and water to Bai Feng, though her enthusiasm lasted less than an hour. The next day, Bai Feng went out to complete her school transfer procedures. The high school Bai Ling currently attends is affiliated with the Thunder Martial Arts School and ranks among the best in the capital. As a master of the Thunder Martial Arts School, Bai Feng had no trouble with the transfer procedures after presenting his silver coach badge. After settling his family, Bai Feng practiced the 5-animal stance diligently every day. He also took blood-enhancing pills to refine his own qi and blood. The 7 realms of qi and blood represented a continuous process of strengthening and purifying one's vital energy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a week had passed. At the Thunder Martial Arts School in the training arena, hundreds of martial arts students formed a circle, their eyes fixed intently on Bai Feng's movements at the center. Bai Feng's figure practicing the 5-animal stance was elusive and unpredictable. The might of the descending tiger, the grace of the deer in the woods, the agility of the monkey, the steadiness of the giant bear, and the elegance of the crane were all displayed. Every aspect of the stance could be seen in Bai Feng. After completing a full set of the 5-animal stance, he ceased his movements. Ethereal shadows of the 5 animals surrounded him, showcasing the demeanor of a master. I've never seen anyone perform the 5-animal stance as well as Master Bai, truly deserving of the title of master. A perfect level stance, something 9 out of 10 masters can't achieve. So handsome and powerful it makes one feel envious, dreaming of being personally guided by Master Bai in their sleep. Not good, someone here is burning up in broad daylight. Students looked at Bai Feng with various expressions, and one after another they stepped forward to ask him questions. They had paid quite a bit to attend Master Bai's class. The 2-hour class ended. Bai Feng left under the respectful gazes of the students just as he was about to head to the lounge for a drink. Ding, One-Yuan flash sale system goods are starting to refresh. Please host seize the flash sale items promptly. The pleasant notification tone made Bai Feng feel a surge of joy. Yes, he had finally waited for this day. Now he could fuse his 100 years of cultivation. Item 1 fixed item 100 years of cultivation description. The results of 100 years of cultivation without eating or drinking can be perfectly fused. Price 1 yuan. Item 2 titanium battle body description. Grade martial talent, exceptionally strong physique comparable to the hardest titanium, unmatched defense. Price 1 yuan. Item 3 10 bottles of advanced blood enhancing pills description. After consumption, it can continuously strengthen the qi and blood within with minimal impurities. Price 1 yuan. Note, this system refreshes once every 7 days with 3 items each time. All items are limited to 1 minute for flash sale and will not wait for latecomers. This time inscribed martial talent appeared in the refresh. I can charge forward on the path of the steel muscle man. Grab them all for the flash sale. Looking at the system shop, Bai Feng did not hesitate at all, silently thinking to himself. The system's flash sale is limited to 1 minute. He didn't want to miss out. A mere 3 yuan was nothing to him. Recently, after killing the beast god sect's followers, the Blood Dragon army had rewarded him with 1 million, and he still had more than 500,000 left. Ding, 3 yuan deducted. Congratulations to the host for the successful flash sale. The 100 years of cultivation titanium battle body and 10 bottles of advanced blood-enhancing pills have been issued to the system space. Please remember to collect them. Current balance in bank card 538164 yuan. The 100 years of cultivation is the foundation of my explosive strength. The titanium battle body will turn me into a physically powerful steel muscle man, just to my taste. Only the advanced blood-enhancing pills are slightly lacking. Relying on pills for breakthroughs is too slow. But speaking of which, 1 yuan for 10 bottles of advanced blood-enhancing pills, what else is there to complain about? Looking at the golden light cluster in the system space, Bai Feng couldn't help but shine with excitement. He couldn't wait to fuse the 100 years of cultivation and the titanium battle body. Finding a training room, Bai Feng locked the door and took a deep breath. System, fused the 100 years of cultivation for me. As soon as Bai Feng finished speaking, a golden light cluster flew out from the system space and merged into his heart. Bai Feng's heartbeat quickened, producing a thunderous sound as vast qi and blood surged from his heart to his limbs and bones. In your first year of cultivation, you were full of ambition, vowing to elevate your qi and blood to the next level, but your ordinary talent made your breakthroughs as slow as a snail. In your third year of cultivation, you calmed your mind and practiced the 5 animal stance day in and day out. Under the daily refinement of the perfect stance, you finally broke through to the 4th level of master. In your 4th year of cultivation, you fought fierce tigers in the mountains, chased wild deer in the woods, befriended agile monkeys, and competed in strength with giant bears, while also observing the graceful flight of cranes. Your proficiency in the 5 animal stance greatly improved, increasing the efficiency of refining qi and blood by 30%. In your 7th year of cultivation, your qi and blood flowed like a raging flood, surging and overwhelming, breaking through to the 5th level of master. In your 15th year of cultivation, you were troubled by the slow growth of your qi and blood. A sudden inspiration struck. Since the stance's enhancement of qi and blood was slow, why not use the dragon elephant fist to temper yourself? You ventured deep into the mountains, smashing a 3rd-tier ferocious beast to pieces with your iron fist, destroying several mountain peaks. The beasts in the mountains trembled at your approach. After defeating a peak 3rd-tier beast with a single punch, your stagnant qi and blood suddenly soared, successfully breaking through to the 6th level of master. As the notification sound rang in his ears, Bai Feng felt an unprecedented power within him, his face deep in thought. It seemed that this 100 years of cultivation did not simply enhance the strength of his qi and blood. Rather, it utilized all the advantages he already possessed to maximize his strength. Both the 5 animal stance and the dragon elephant fist could aid in his breakthroughs. Moreover, being at the 5th level of master, he could already slay peak 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. This level of strength already placed him at the pinnacle of masters, a high position indeed. In your 30th year of cultivation, you were not content with ordinary stance training and began to venture deeper into the mountains, relying solely on your iron fists to battle against 4th-tier ferocious beasts. You fought against a giant elephant multiple times, with each side having victories and defeats. In your 32nd year of cultivation, through countless punches, you comprehended the essence of transforming qi and blood into an ancient dragon elephant. With a single punch, your longtime rival, the 4th-tier giant elephant, was blown apart on one side of its body. With a broad-minded heart, you broke through to the 7th level of master. In your 51st year of cultivation, you broke through to the 9th level of master. In your 70th year of cultivation, you reached the peak of master, just one step away from the Grand Master of the Flame Realm. In your 80th year of cultivation, you threw a punch, and the wind howled. The 4th-tier 5th-level beast wailed in terror beneath your iron fist, yet you believed that ferocious beasts were inherently evil, and you killed it with a single punch. In your 90th year of cultivation, you comprehended the heavens and the earth, tempering yourself beneath a 1,000-meter waterfall, practicing the stance at the bottom of the sea. Finally, your qi and blood transformed into blazing sun, successfully breaking through to Grand Master. Now just releasing the pressure of your qi and blood can incinerate a martial artist. You have become a Grand Master capable of establishing a sect and founding a family. In your first 100 years of cultivation, benefiting from the perfect stance and fist techniques, the richness of your qi and blood has become epic-making. 4th-tier 7th-level ferocious beasts are mere toys in your hands. 9 out of 10 grandmasters will either be injured or killed when facing you. You now possess invincible power, and it's time to let this world feel fear. As the notification tones rang out continuously, an unprecedented force surged through Bai Feng's entire body. The powerful qi and blood converged into a torrent flowing throughout him. Every muscle fiber became stronger and more powerful. The strength of his bones soared, and his tendons became more resilient as they tightened and stretched. Even more terrifying wisps of misty qi and blood rose into the sky, from Bai Feng gathering behind him to form a blood-red sun. This was the blazing sun of qi and blood, a unique phenomenon of the Grandmaster. The qi and blood-blazing sun released scorching waves of heat sweeping in all directions. Weapons in the corner of the training room melted into molten iron. Even the half-meter-thick alloy wall began to drip with molten iron, and the glass windows evaporated instantly. Now I am a walking human-shaped natural disaster. Bai Feng smiled with delight as he dissipated the qi and blood-blazing sun behind him. With the explosive increase in qi and blood, his strength, speed, and reflexes had reached a new level. Using qi and blood to propel the dragon elephant fist, both the starting speed and the explosive power were vastly enhanced. In just one day, he broke through 8 small realms, advancing from the 3rd level of Master to the 1st level of Grandmaster. Such speed was enough to crush those so-called geniuses. In the face of his century-long persistence and effort, they were insignificant. It's time to fuse the titanium battle body with strength and speed already acquired. It's time to enhance my defense. System fuse the titanium gold battle body. Bai Feng murmured silently in his heart. Ding, commencing fusion of the titanium gold battle body. Titanium gold battle body fusion successful. Your body is now a peerless divine weapon, indestructible and invincible. Your physical defense is unmatched among those of the same rank. Standing still, you are a walking suit of flesh and blood armor. Even a peak Grandmaster's full-force assault cannot harm you. As the chime faded, a fierce and domineering aura surged from Bai Feng, golden waves of air sweeping in all directions. Every muscle on his body became more compact, shimmering with a faint metallic luster. On his back, muscles bulged and twisted into a ferocious ghost face pattern. Across the surface of his skin, delicate pale golden lines emerged. Seated cross-legged, he resembled an ancient statue of a pale golden deity, noble and unshakable. Bai Feng opened his eyes, their sharpness too dazzling to meet. He clenched his fist, slightly feeling the increased power. With a casual punch, a deep dent appeared on the alloy wall several meters away. Let me test the defense of this titanium gold battle body. Bai Feng picked up an alloy war blade from the corner and slashed it against his arm. Sparks flew as the blade shattered into countless fragments. Bai Feng held the remaining hilt, gently crushed it in his palm, and molded it into a metal ball the size of a walnut. With physical defense rivaling titanium gold, who among the Grandmasters can stop me? I need no weapon, and my fists and feet are the ultimate armaments. Bai Feng casually tossed the metal ball into the trash bin, his smile wild and arrogant. Host Bai Feng, martial rank Grandmaster, first layer technique, 5 animal stance, perfected martial art, dragon elephant fist, perfected talents, 100-fold comprehension, SS grade, titanium gold battle body, grade system space, 10 bottles of advanced blood enriching pills, current fixed item, century of cultivation. The One-Yuan flash sale system refreshes in 7 days, offering 3 new items each time. The system looks forward to meeting you again. Just became a Grandmaster, yet already unrivaled at the same rank. Life is truly lonely and empty. Only greater power and fiercer enemies can excite me. Bai Feng glanced at the panel and walked out of the cultivation room with a cheerful mood. As he exited the cultivation room, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. The beautiful female attendant in charge of the room cautiously peered inside and looked on the verge of tears. The entire cultivation room's walls were melted, a dreadful sight, and all the windows were shattered. All of this was caused by Bai Feng's breakthrough. The surge of blood energy from Bai Feng's breakthrough had made many hearts pound. Grandmaster, by what? What happened? The beautiful attendant swallowed hard and asked timidly. If a cultivation room was damaged, a good-tempered Grandmaster might offer compensation. Some ill-tempered Grandmasters might even scold or strike her. Then the repair costs would be deducted from her salary. I just broke through during cultivation and accidentally destroyed the room. They'll cover all the repair costs. Bai Feng said with amusement, seeing the young woman on the verge of tears. He had started as a low-level coach at the martial arts hall. He knew well how heartbreaking it was for junior staff in this rigidly hierarchical hall, and he didn't want to bully others. But if anyone dared to provoke him, they would taste his invincible power. Thank you, Grandmaster Bai. The beautiful attendant expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Grandmaster Bai was truly a kind person, willing to pay willingly. In similar situations, many Grandmasters ignored small fries like her, or even complained and cursed at her. No need for you to pay, it's just normal wear and tear of the hall. A hearty voice came from afar. Bai Feng looked up and saw Chief Manager Qin Songhai striding over like a dragon. As one of the 4 chief managers of Thunder Martial Hall, Qin Songhai commanded great authority. Along the way, many greeted him respectfully. Bai Feng, what rank have you broken through to? Qin Songhai looked at Bai Feng with some uncertainty. From this genius he had discovered a week ago, he sensed an extremely strong threat. How could this be? He himself was a Grandmaster of the 5th layer. It must be because he didn't rest well last night. It must be. Grandmaster 1st layer. Bai Feng stated calmly. He had no intention of hiding his strength. Only by showcasing greater potential and talent could the hall offer him better treatment. In this world there were all sorts of incredible martial talents. A faster cultivation breakthrough could be attributed to one's own talent. He'll come clean. I'm an SS grade martial talent awakener. You broke through to Grandmaster. How is that possible? You were only at Master 3rd layer last week. Qin Kanghai's face was full of disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply. When he carefully sensed the blood energy fluctuations on Bai Feng, a wave of immense disappointment nearly drowned him. Bai Feng's blood energy was even more vigorous than his own. Was this a newly broken through Grandmaster? What a joke. Damn heavens, would it kill you to have one more genius in the world? He had labored for over 50 years to reach the proud Grandmaster 5th layer. Bai Feng had surpassed his 50 years of hard work in just 1 week. At that moment, Grandmaster Qin Songhai felt a profound weariness and said in a low voice, "You've awakened your martial talent, haven't you?" Awakened not long ago, Cultivation suddenly lost its worries. This surge in blood energy, unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. Bai Feng said with a light laugh, his tone filled with emotion. Out in the world one must show off when necessary, do it enough, and it becomes reality. You rascal. Listening to Bai Feng's casual words, Qin Songhai couldn't help but feel a toothache. Effort could never match talent after all. Since Bai Feng had Grandmaster level strength, why not take him along to explore the Blood Essence ruins and do him a favor? As far as he knew, many forces from the Imperial capital would be competing for precious herbs at the Blood Essence ruins. He didn't press further about Bai Feng's martial talent. Martial talent was a warrior's own secret, asking too much would only annoy others. No one wanted to reveal all their trump cards. Afterward, Qin Songhai took Bai Feng to his office. The secretary poured tea for both. Sipping tea, Qin Songhai began to speak of the Blood Essence ruins. The Blood Essence ruins were the remnants of an ancient sect from Blue Star's ancient era. During that time, Blue Star's martial civilization flourished and sects were immensely powerful. By the present day, sect power had long waned. Few were willing to join sects and sacrifice for so-called. The Blood Essence ruins were located in a small space near the Imperial capital recently discovered. Looking into the ruins from the entrance, there was not a single living person. Only herbs that had grown and withered over long ages, along with some rare beasts unseen in the outside world. The spatial entrance to the Blood Essence ruins would stabilize fully by noon tomorrow. Then one could enter the ruins and harvest the herbs. Thank you, Chief, for thinking of me. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Bai Feng promised solemnly. Herbs born of heaven and earth were excellent for strengthening blood energy. But even a common 3rd-grade herb was unavailable on the market, already divided among major powers. Chief Qin's willingness to take him to the ruins was already a great favor. He never hesitated to help his good. From now on, don't call me Chief. You're a Grandmaster too, just call me Brother Qin. In this Thunder Martial Hall we help each other to go further. You may not know, but the hall has deep waters. Qin Songhai was pleasantly surprised by Bai Feng's promise. A 26-year-old Grandmaster. He had never seen such talent in the entire Thunder Martial Hall. He dared not imagine how strong Bai Feng would become. With a friend of such terrifying talent and strength, who would dare to vie for his chief manager position? The martial world's rigid hierarchy was no empty talk. Hearing Qin Kanghai's words, Bai Feng smiled faintly and said nothing. Deep waters in the hall. Let that be measured against his invincible power. In 7 days, he would flash sail another century of cultivation, his strength surging. This feeling could only be described in one word: loneliness and emptiness. The next noon, Bai Feng and the 5 Grandmasters from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall departed from the Imperial capital and arrived at the deep mountains to the north. Under the terrifying aura of the 6 Grandmasters, the fierce beasts in the mountains fled far away. Soon they passed through the forest and reached their destination. Bai Feng looked up, observing a massive silver vortex suspended above the azure lake, resembling a giant eye. This silver vortex was the entrance to the ancient sect's ruins. At that moment, over 100 individuals stood steadily on the lake's surface, chatting in small groups, waiting for the secret realm's entrance to stabilize completely. The spatial power at the entrance was quite turbulent. Even a Grandmaster would be shredded if they attempted to force their way in. Only masters could come here as the weakest among them. Is this your first time in the secret realm? Qin Songhai asked with a smile. Bai Feng nodded. This secret realm is quite interesting. Qin Songhai agreed, saying, there is a separate space within the secret realm. This is truly a celestial technique. With that, the blood energy surged from his feet, and using the vibrations of his energy, he walked across the lake towards the center. Bai Feng followed suit, his blood energy also surging as he strode confidently across the lake. The arrival of the 6 members of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall immediately stirred the crowd. That's the Tsang Hai sword from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Gu Xin of the Gu family, Yi Yun of the Yi family, and Lu Zhun of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, all top families and super martial arts halls, have sent people here. Each one is a grandmaster with impressive achievements. Obtaining treasures in this secret realm might prove quite challenging. Bai Feng and his group arrived near the secret realm entrance and quietly awaited its opening. Soon the massive silver vortex on the lake's surface began to slowly rotate. An astonishing force of suction emanated from the vortex, drawing the lake water in like a raging water dragon. The secret realm has opened. A voice in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Instantly the figures of everyone on the lake shot forth, rushing through the entrance into the secret realm. In this secret realm, there was no sun in the sky. The entire sky was a shade of blood red. The trees appeared exceptionally thick and tall, and occasional mournful beast roars echoed through the mountains. Bai Feng, this secret realm is vast. Let's split up to search. After the 6 members of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall rushed into the secret realm, Tsang Hai turned to Bai Feng. Bai Feng had no objections. Parting ways with everyone, he chose a direction and began to search for the traces of the treasures. With the One-Yuan Instant Kill System, he could annihilate a century of cultivation in just 6 days. However, he did not plan to rely entirely on the system. His own cultivation should not fall behind. In this secret realm, he aimed to gather treasures as much as possible, using them to enhance his blood energy and strive for a breakthrough. Roar! As Bai Feng navigated through the forest, a third-tier black tiger spotted him. The tiger's eyes were filled with madness as it leaped over 10 meters, pouncing towards Bai Feng with a gust of foul wind. Bai Feng remained calm, slapping out a hand, instantly obliterating the black tiger's head, its body crashing down before him. Under the terrifying power of a grandmaster, not even a third-tier beast could withstand a single slap from Bai Feng. The essence of the fierce beast's blood is in that drop of treasure blood from its heart. Ordinary beast blood is nearly useless to me, but I expect some effect from a third-tier beast. Bai Feng approached the black tiger's corpse, brutally tearing open its hide to extract that drop of golden treasure blood from its heart. Looking at the pure blood energy fluctuations emanating from the golden blood, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. He immediately drank the treasure blood. As the golden blood flowed into him, he felt a wave of heat surging within, and his overall blood energy slightly increased. This treasure blood is powerful. Bai Feng smiled with satisfaction. His total blood energy and purity were now terrifying among grandmasters. The treasure blood from a third-tier beast could actually enhance his blood energy. This was even better than practicing for half an hour. Focus on collecting treasures, and make killing third-tier beasts for blood a secondary goal. Bai Feng thought silently, then transformed into a white streak, charging deeper into the forest. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched third- and fourth-tier beasts, consuming all their blood. However, to Bai Feng's disappointment, it felt as if the treasures had vanished. He encountered not a single one. Reflecting on this, he concluded that he knew too little about the treasures. Many treasures were indistinguishable from wild grasses or flowers by mere appearance to an outsider. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sound came from nearby, and Bai Feng couldn't help but grin, his eyes flashing with excitement. According to his perception, several grandmasters with notable blood energy were approaching him. Since I can't tell what the treasures look like, I might as well just rob them. Anyone not from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall must hand over their treasures. Bai Feng devised the most suitable plan for himself to collect the treasures. He stood in place, stretching his muscles, and spotted 3 unsuspecting fools rushing toward him. All 3 were extraordinarily burly grandmasters dressed in the attire of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. Aren't those the people from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall? Seeing Bai Feng alone, they exchanged glances, all revealing greedy expressions. A fat piece of meat delivered right to them, they were eager to snatch it. Bai Feng stepped forward, looking at the 3 with an undeniable tone. You from the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, hand over my treasures. At those words, Zhao Xiong and the other 2 from the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall were taken aback. What did he say? What does it mean to hand over his treasures? Does he think he can rob us 3 by himself? This was simply going against the heavens. Let's take him down together. Zhao Xiong sneered, his fist swirling with blood energy, violently smashing through the air, aiming for Bai Feng's chest. That punch, with 30 years of cultivation, a grandmaster at the first level could not possibly withstand it. The 2 grandmasters behind Zhao Xiong charged at Bai Feng from the left and right, their momentum extremely formidable. But Bai Feng merely slapped forward and a wild wind surged. At the moment their fists collided, Zhao Xiong let out a miserable howl as his entire fist exploded, revealing pale bones. Bai Feng's palm struck Zhao Xiong's chest. Zhao Xiong instantly spewed blood, crashing backward like a broken sandbag, flying several dozen meters, crashing through multiple large trees and fainting. At that moment, the other two grandmasters reached Bai Feng. Celestial Eagle Claw of the rare grade martial arts. Their hands akin to eagle claws aimed directly at Bai Feng's shoulder joints, intending to restrain him. Bai Feng did not even dodge, allowing their celestial eagle claws to grasp his shoulders. After a thunderous clash of metal, Bai Feng remained unscathed. The two grandmasters wore expressions of disbelief. Their celestial eagle claw could crush even steel forged 100 times, yet it failed to even break the skin of the person before them. What kind of body refinement technique is this? It's simply too powerful. But they were unaware that against the defense of its grade titanium body, not even the peak of grandmasters could break through. As the two grandmasters were shocked, Bai Feng's hands like a dragon's claws seized their arms. Using his waist strength, he swung their bodies into the air and slammed them down onto the ground. No, spare us. We are willing to hand over the treasures. Too late. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was crushed into massive pits as the two grandmasters were knocked unconscious amidst their pleas and screams. Bai Feng tossed the unconscious duo aside and began to rummage through their spoils. Not bad, 3 treasures. Bai Feng chuckled, transferring the treasures from the 3 onto his backpack. Indeed, his approach was correct. It was more effective to rob treasures than to search for them. With a light step, Bai Feng continued deeper into the forest, executing his strategy. Upon encountering the second wave of warriors, he knocked them out with a few slaps. In the third wave, he punched out, and under the charge of the blood-colored dragon elephant, all were severely injured. In the fourth wave, he grabbed one person's leg and used their body as a weapon to knock out all the others. Thanks to his efficient treasure collection method, Bai Feng's backpack continued to swell. The number of treasures had reached 20. According to those he robbed, more than half were third-tier treasures, and there was even a fourth-tier treasure. Along the way, Bai Feng also took down many third- and fourth-tier beasts. All the blood was consumed by him, transforming into his own blood energy, which continuously increased. After a long while, Bai Feng emerged from the forest, and before him, the horizon opened up. In the valley ahead, there was a high platform with a golden seal placed upon it. A dense array of black alloy puppets stood guard around the platform, each wielding blades, and the air was thick with a murderous aura. That golden seal must be the legendary martial seal. Only those of considerable martial prowess can be recorded by it. It's astonishing that so many of us are intimidated by a group of puppets. Let's unite and dismantle them. Everyone looked at the golden martial seal on the platform, their faces filled with longing. The journey through the ferocious beasts to reach this secret realm had been arduous. This martial seal is likely the most precious treasure in the secret realm. However, the presence of those puppets made them dare not take action. This feeling of being so close yet so far was exceedingly frustrating. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man named Gu Xian from the Gu family broke the silence. Everyone, there are too many puppets. If any one of us rushes in, we will suffer heavy losses. Why not join forces to break through the puppet formation, and then we can compete for the martial seal based on our abilities. Gu Xian, being one of the strongest among the crowd and hailing from a top-tier family, spoke with authority. The leaders of various factions, including Qin Songhai from the Thunder Martial Hall, the white-haired youth Yi Yun from the Yi family, and the burly Lu Jin from the Violent Bear Martial Hall, all agreed. No one wanted to waste time, and they voiced their agreement. All right, let's destroy this puppet formation together. Gu Xian led the way, charging into the valley with the masters from the Gu family. Kill all these puppets and seize the martial seal. Kill. Everyone gripped their weapons and surged towards the puppet formation. Dozens of grandmasters unleashed their blood energy, causing the very walls of the valley to begin melting. Da-da-da. At this moment, the eyes of all the alloy puppets lit up with a red glow. Hundreds of alloy puppets stepped forward, shaking the ground. With a terrifying aura, they surged towards the crowd like a tide of darkness. The grandmasters attacked with all their might. Sword energies that spanned over 10 meters, chilling sword lights, and massive blood energy palm prints. A series of terrifying attacks slammed into the alloy puppets, yet they only pushed the puppets back a few steps. Puppets shot forward, swinging their blades in deadly arcs. The sheer force sent many grandmasters reeling, and some were even disemboweled on the spot. Damn it, these guys have such monstrous defenses that my blade can't even penetrate. These puppets have no weaknesses in power or defense. We can't possibly break through. Who will help me on? Under the terrifying assault of the hundreds of puppets, every step forward was a struggle. Even the grandmasters from the Gu family's forces were being held back by the puppets. What shocked everyone was that behind the alloy puppet formation, a whole line of peak 4th-tier puppets lit up, their red eyes emanating a terrifying murderous aura, as unmovable as an iron wall. We can't hold on any longer, let's retreat. We can gather more people outside the secret realm. There are too many puppets. Qin Songhai from the Thunder Martial Hall swung his sword, slicing an alloy puppet in half, his face dark as he looked at Gu Xian. Ordinary puppets are manageable, but those 10-peak 4th-tier puppets are too much for us grandmasters. Gu Xian struggled to sever the head of a puppet, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with helplessness and frustration. They were less than 100 meters away from the martial seal atop that platform. Yet with the puppets obstructing their path, that 100-meter distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Continuing to fight these puppets would be akin to walking into a death trap. Just as Gu Xian was preparing to lead the retreat, a figure in white appeared on the distant horizon, darting towards them. It was Bai Feng. What a lively scene! It seems I've arrived just in time. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Feng leaped over 10 meters in one bound, adopting a stance as he charged towards the puppet formation with ferocity. A mere first-tier grandmaster, does he intend to charge in and seek death? What do you know? That precious elixir of mine was snatched by this freak. He's a monster. Damn you too. I painstakingly collected a 4th-tier elixir, and he just claimed it as his knocking me out cold. Among the grandmaster's many victims recognized Bai Feng, their teeth grinding in anger. Ignoring the various gazes from the crowd, Bai Feng's blood energy surged, his right arm's muscles bulging as he unleashed a thunderous punch towards the puppet blocking his path. The alloy puppet raised its battle blade, cutting through the air with a whoosh, swinging down at Bai Feng. Bai Feng's fist struck the blade with a resounding impact, shattering it into pieces and sending shockwaves in all directions. As the punch stirred up a fierce wind, the head of the 4th-tier alloy puppet was obliterated, its headless body collapsing to the ground. At that moment, another alloy puppet swung its blade at Bai Feng's waist, only to spark harmlessly. Still daring to sneak attack, Bai Feng spun around and delivered a whipping kick, severing the alloy puppet's body in half. Ever since he fused with the Shrank talent, his titanium battle body, his physique, had become the strongest weapon among mortals. Bang! 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 The deafening sounds of collisions echoed through the valley. Bai Feng's fists rained down like an unstoppable storm, obliterating the bodies of the 4th-tier puppets. Witnessing this shocking spectacle, the grandmasters present found it hard to swallow, their faces filled with disbelief. I can't even cut through a 4th-tier puppet, yet he obliterates them with a single punch. Is he even human? Is the body-tempering martial art truly this terrifying? The problem is he's only a 1st-tier grandmaster. When did the Thunder Martial Hall produce such a monster? I've never seen a grandmaster this violent before. He spared me when he took my precious elixir. Had he fought like this, I would have been obliterated. The crowd erupted in shock, with some victims filled with terror. This is Bai Feng. Qin Songhai from the Thunder Martial Hall's pupils suddenly constricted, his face filled with astonishment. He knew Bai Feng was strong, but how did he possess such a terrifying physique? It was one thing to cultivate quickly, but his physique was so abnormal, shattering his understanding of 1st-tier grandmasters. At this moment, Gu Xian, Yi Yun, and Lu Zhen all wore grave expressions. A 1st-tier grandmaster with such an abnormal physique surely had awakened a martial talent. The Thunder Martial Hall had hidden its strengths too deeply. However, obtaining the martial seal would still be challenging. Even a real peak grandmaster would be cut down under the combined assault of that whole row of peak 4th-tier puppets. Kill! Bai Feng charged in like a tiger in a flock of sheep, smashing through the puppets, blocking his path, his sights set on the row of peak 4th-tier puppets ahead. Da-da-da! All the peak 4th-tier puppets drew their battle blades, stepping forward in unison as a terrifying aura pressed down on Bai Feng. The ground trembled, and the air in the void seemed to be compressed. Even from over 100 meters away, some grandmasters felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Facing such murderous weapons, even if this individual's physique was strong, breaking through would be quite difficult. The methods of the ancient sects are somewhat interesting, but they are still not strong enough. Bai Feng's fighting spirit surged to its peak. He closed his 5 fingers together, his sinews bulging like dragon veins as he unleashed a punch. Roar! The vast power of his blood energy transformed into a massive blood-colored elephant, emitting a thunderous roar as it charged forward towards the puppets. All the peak 4th-tier puppets swung their massive strikes, which exploded against the blood-colored giant like fireworks. As the blood-colored giant rampaged, the ground shattered, and the peak 4th-tier puppets were smashed into pieces. Dust and debris filled the air, and the stone platform behind the puppets was knocked down by the blood-colored giant. A golden martial seal fell from the sky, and Bai Feng leaped up to catch it steadily. At that moment, the world fell into a deathly silence. All the alloy puppets ceased their attacks. The grandmasters were left in a daze, their pupils filled with shock. What was happening? A whole row of 10 peak 4th-tier puppets had been obliterated by a single punch. The reality before them was simply too surreal to believe. Moreover, what level of martial art was that blood-colored giant technique? Its power was simply exaggerated. With one punch, he shattered 10 peak 4th-tier puppets. Bai Feng is an invincible grandmaster. Our invincible grandmaster from the Thunder Martial Hall. Qin Songhai shouted, somewhat excited. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. An invincible grandmaster is a title that can only be earned by suppressing countless grandmasters. Bai Feng probably doesn't qualify. Shut up, a first-tier grandmaster can obliterate peak fourth-tier puppets with a single punch. Who else can do that? An excessively monstrous physique, terrifying martial arts. Bai Feng deserves the title of Invincible Grandmaster. Each Invincible Grandmaster is a candidate to become an extraordinary powerhouse, and today we witnessed a prodigy. One by one the Grandmasters looked at Bai Feng with excitement, admiration, and awe. They had witnessed the birth of an Invincible Grandmaster. Under Bai Feng's brilliance, all these Grandmasters appeared overshadowed. Looking at the golden martial seal in his hand, Bai Feng showed no hesitation and pressed the golden martial seal against his forehead. The martial arts inscribed within the golden martial seal immediately transformed into a torrent of immense information that surged into his mind. His consciousness arrived at an ancient battlefield. All around him were thousands of armored alien creatures charging towards a figure clad in black. Each of these armored beings stood 100 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura. However, the figure in black simply pointed forward. Instantly, a colossal blood-colored finger of light appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying presence. The earth began to collapse under the pressure of this blood-colored finger of light. As the huge blood-colored finger struck down, countless towering armored beings were instantly crushed into clouds of blood mist. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. Blood Tribulation Finger, an earth-tier martial art. With a single finger strike, mountains and rivers shattered, and rivers ran red with blood. Bai Feng opened his eyes, a hint of shock flashing in his gaze. If he was not mistaken, those armored beings that had been crushed were likely all extraordinary powerhouses above the 7th level of blood chi. The power of this Blood Tribulation Finger was astonishingly overwhelming. This trip to the secret realm was well worth it. Just this earth-tier martial art alone was enough to elevate his combat prowess to a whole new level. Recalling the information about Blood Tribulation Finger in his mind, Bai Feng initially thought that as an earth-tier martial art, comprehending it would be immensely challenging. To his surprise, the various details of how to perform Blood Tribulation Finger posed no secrets to him. How to compress blood chi to its utmost limit. How to spiral the blood chi through his fingertips to enhance the explosive power. Exactly how much blood chi needed to be output to unleash the strongest force of this Blood Tribulation Finger. All the difficulties were easily resolved in his mind, and not just with one solution. Martial Arts 5 Animals Stance Perfection, Dragon Elephant Fist Perfection, Blood Tribulation Finger Perfection. Is this already perfected? When his consciousness swept over the panel, Bai Feng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This 100-fold comprehension as an SS-grade talent is truly terrifying. An earth-tier martial art, and he had comprehended it to perfection in less than 5 seconds, giving himself no space to exert effort. Looking at the golden martial seal that had completely split in two in his hand, a thoughtful light flashed in Bai Feng's eyes. As a vessel for transmitting martial arts, each passing of the martial seal brought it to the brink of collapse. He should be the last person to receive the inheritance from this martial seal. Crushing the broken martial seal in his hand into golden powder that flowed through his fingers and dissipated in the wind, Bai Feng walked towards the Thunder Martial Academy's team, facing the awed gazes of the crowd. Qinggu, I have gained something from today's journey into the secret realm and plan to break through here. I would trouble you all to protect me for a while. No trouble at all. Brother Bai Feng, rest assured to break through. With me here, no one will disturb you. Qin Songhai assured, patting his chest. It's our honor to protect Grandmaster Bai. Besides, I felt a strong connection the first time we met. As fellow Grandmasters of the Thunder Martial Academy, mutual assistance is only right. The other 4 Grandmasters of the Thunder Martial Academy all promised with smiles. The warmth in their gazes towards Bai Feng was palpable. Such an invincible Grandmaster, if not befriended now, would soon be an opportunity lost. It should be noted that while the Thunder Martial Academy has many strong practitioners, there had not been an invincible Grandmaster before Bai Feng. An Invincible Grandmaster is a prestigious title that can only be earned through the recognition of many Grandmasters. Each Grandmaster is a proud individual, and their worth is evident. Seeing the Thunder Martial Academy members so enthusiastic, a smile appeared on Bai Feng's face. He truly liked this place. Everyone was kind, and their words were pleasant. He was very satisfied. Everyone, I hope I am not late. Just then a hearty laugh broke the tranquility of the valley. A young Grandmaster clad in golden battle attire with an arrogant expression walked into the valley. Behind him, 5 powerful Grandmasters closely followed, their terrifying blood chi spilling out uncontrollably. Zhao Hong from the Zhao family of the imperial capital. Coming so late, I fear we'll miss even the soup. Be careful in your words. The Zhao family is the most domineering among the 3 top families. Angering them leads to dire consequences. Someone in the crowd recognized the identity of the newcomer and whispered, Zhao Hong glanced at the collapsed high platform, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. I heard there was a martial seal appearing here. May I ask which Grandmaster acquired it? I, Zhao Hong, am willing to exchange a 4th-tier precious herb for it. As long as I can inherit the martial arts within the martial seal once, I will promptly deliver the 4th-tier precious herb upon returning to the imperial capital. Zhao Hong spoke to himself. You think you can inherit the martial seal with just one 4th-tier precious herb? Are you trying to beggars? Before I get angry, hurry and roll out. Bai Feng's eyes turned cold as he glared at Zhao Hong, eager to break through. A terrifying aura of blood qi surged forth, sending countless boulders flying. Seeing this, Zhao Hong's expression darkened instantly. In the imperial capital, the Zhao family was known for its domineering and aggressive nature. But he never expected that someone would dare to reject his terms today. It was akin to courting death. Since you are unwilling to negotiate properly, I shall take it by force. Zhao Hong chuckled coldly, suddenly stepping forward, charging at Bai Feng. The 5 grandmasters of the Zhao family erupted in unison, wielding swords and knives surrounding Bai Feng. Their terrifying killing intent locked onto Bai Feng, making the air feel exceptionally oppressive. However, the Zhao family members were completely unaware. The gaze of the surrounding crowd was filled with strange looks. To attempt to seize something from an invincible grandmaster, were they not afraid of dying too slowly? Even if the Zhao family is one of the 3 top families, Bai Feng dares not kill Zhao Hong, but Zhao Hong would likely not escape a severe beating. To try and seize my martial arts must be beaten to death, absolutely must be killed. Seeing the 6 approaching, Bai Feng felt a surge of indignation. He had just learned an earth-tier martial art, and had no idea how strong he was now, yet he was still scared. A mere 6 grandmasters dared to rob him. They must be killed. Bai Feng stepped forward, gathering blood qi in his right hand's index finger. Blood tribulation finger. Bai Feng pointed out a surging blood qi roaring forth from his fingertip. Instantly, a gigantic blood-colored finger of light over 5 meters in diameter formed, crashing towards Zhao Hong and the 6. Boom! The huge blood-colored finger of light pierced through the air, wielding unparalleled immense power, colliding with the 6 terrified Zhao Hong. In the face of this finger of light, Zhao Hong and his companions felt the threat of death, and their hair stood on end. The 6 with ashen faces unleashed their strongest attacks. Brilliant martial art attacks collided with the enormous blood-colored finger of light, only to be crushed as if withered. The blood-colored finger thundered down the air, lamenting the earth trembling. The ground exploded into a massive pit, clouds of dust soaring. The 5 grandmasters of the Zhao family were instantly crushed to blood mist. Only Zhao Hong survived, relying on his protective treasure to release a blood qi barrier. Lying at the bottom of the pit, his bones completely shattered, fear filled his eyes. Why did this kid provoke someone? Daring to provoke an invincible grandmaster. Now look, all of Zhao family's people are dead. This move is too terrifying. I feel it could even compete with the generals. This is at least an earth-tier martial art. There's no way a treasure-tier martial art could possess such power. Not just that I see a sense of perfection in this move, it is very likely a perfected level martial art. Hiss, a terrifying physical body and mastering a perfected level earth-tier finger technique. Grandmaster Bai Feng is simply a monster. The grandmasters debated fervently, many voices trembling slightly. The power of that finger just now had even startled them. Wide-reaching and so domineering. Just how many hidden methods does Grandmaster Bai Feng possess that they do not know? No one dared to think that the finger technique used by Grandmaster Bai Feng came from the recently inherited martial seal. This was too shocking. One finger, and it was crushed, truly worthy of Brother Bai Feng. At this moment, the Grandmasters of the Thunder Martial Academy, led by Qin Song Hai, all wore expressions of admiration. You think you can rob the martial seal from me? Bai Feng walked slowly to the edge of the pit, looking down coldly at Zhao Hong, who was at the bottom. Zhao Hong swallowed, nervously, already terrified out of his wits. He was merely a pampered second-generation martial artist, relying on countless precious blood and herbs to achieve grandmaster strength. Bai Feng's earlier move had shattered all his pride and self-respect. At this moment, he recalled the earnest words of his elders back home. What top-tier family, what immense wealth, it's all nonsense. In this world, only absolute martial power is the only unchanging truth. Thinking this, Zhao Hong squeezed out a smile, looking at Bai Feng. This was all a misunderstanding. I acted impulsively earlier, and I apologize to you. Since you vented your anger and killed some of my underlings, I hope you can spare me. The Zhao family in the imperial capital will always be your eternal friends. This self-righteous talk genuinely amused Bai Feng. An apology and plea for mercy could not change the arrogance ingrained in his bones. Just moments ago, he was clamoring to rob his things. Such a person must be killed to completely eliminate future troubles. Bai Feng leaped down into the pit, and in Zhao Hong's fearful and desperate gaze, he stepped on Zhao Hong's head. Young Master Zhao, someone like you is not worthy to be my friend. Bai Feng gradually increased the pressure under his foot, causing Zhao Hong to emit a miserable wail, tears and snot flowing. No, spare me all. I don't want to die. Oh, I am from the Zhao family. If you kill me, you will be doomed. Spare me. As Zhao Hong's cries echoed, his head was crushed like a watermelon. Now that I possess invincible power, why did you provoke me? Who can you blame for your death? Bai Feng looked at Zhao Hong's headless corpse, feeling a sudden clarity in his thoughts. With a slight bend of his knees, Bai Feng leapt up and out of the pit. Outside the pit, all the grandmasters wore fascinating expressions. Although Zhao Hong was not considered a direct descendant of the Zhao family was notoriously domineering and vain. With Bai Feng directly killing Zhao Hong, the Zhao family would likely not let this go easily. Behind this matter, a struggle between the Thunder Martial Academy and the Zhao family would soon unfold. This invincible grandmaster with unlimited potential would surely be protected fiercely by the Thunder Martial Academy. The martial seal fell into Bai Feng's hands, and Zhao Hong was killed, prompting the grandmasters present to gradually leave. The members of the Thunder Martial Hall held their ground in the valley. Not far away, Bai Feng took out a fourth-tier treasure herb, the blood origin fruit, biting into it and swallowing it. This blood origin fruit was snatched from a grandmaster of the Yi family and tasted exceptionally sweet. As the blood origin fruit entered his belly, it transformed into a surging energy that impacted his internal organs. Refine it for me. Bai Feng executed the 5-animal stance. The 108 movements flowed smoothly from him. The might of the tiger, the lightness of the deer, the agility of the monkey, the steadiness of the bear, and the elegance of the crane. Each movement honed his physical body. As his body slightly heated up, he greedily absorbed the medicinal power of the blood origin fruit, transforming it into his own vitality. After a short while, Bai Feng's vitality surged dramatically, and his physique became even stronger. A burst of energy erupted around Bai Feng, and the terrifying vitality slammed into the surrounding cliffs, creating deep craters and causing rocks to collapse. The energy of vitality surged behind him, forming a great sun of vitality. Waves of heat swept through the area, instantly withering and vaporizing countless plants in the valley. Martial arts level Grandmaster second layer finally broke through. This 4th-tier treasure herb is indeed a good item. Bai Feng exhaled lightly, clearly feeling that his mind had become sharper. After the transformation of his vitality, his 5 senses grew stronger once again. He could see the patterns on the feathers of fierce beasts flying thousands of meters in the air. Now facing those peak 4th-tier puppets, he wouldn't even need to use the dragon elephant fist. He could shatter them with just his physical body. He casually threw a punch infused with mighty strength, and the rock wall 100 meters away was instantly smashed into a deep pit of several dozen meters. Cracks like spider webs spread across the rock wall, and the entire wall seemed unsteady, hinting at a collapse. Congratulations, brother Bai Feng, on your successful breakthrough. Qin Songhai was the first to walk over with a smile to congratulate him. Congratulations, Grandmaster Bai. The Grandmasters of the Thunder Martial Hall also offered their congratulations. Thank you, everyone. It's time to return to the Thunder Martial Hall, Bai Feng said with a smile. Under his lead, the group retraced their steps and headed toward the entrance of the secret realm. The next morning, Bai Feng and his group emerged from the secret realm and returned to the Thunder Martial Hall. As Bai Feng stepped into the hall, countless gazes turned towards him. Curiosity, admiration, envy, and jealousy filled the atmosphere. Is he really Grandmaster Bai Feng? He doesn't look at all like the violent person described in the rumors, just an intellectual. Grandmaster Bai actually snatched. No took the treasure herbs from many grandmasters. This news has spread wildly in the imperial capital. One person alone broke through the puppet battle array and shattered peak 4th-tier puppets, recognized as the invincible grandmaster by dozens of grandmasters. Our Thunder Martial Hall finally has its own invincible grandmaster. Did you hear? Just over 10 days ago, Grandmaster Bai was still at the peak of martial artists. Can you believe that? What nonsense are you talking about? Breaking through from the peak of martial artists to invincible grandmaster in just over 10 days is absolutely impossible. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their voices rising to a crescendo, causing the windows in the hall to hum. Bai Feng, it seems you've become a big name in the hall. Qin Songhai chuckled, teasing him. Fame is merely a byproduct of strength. Bai Feng smiled faintly. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, the power to shatter everything is what he truly desires. Hearing Bai Feng's words, Qin Kanghai's eyes were filled with admiration. Bai Feng was not swayed by fame, nor did he lose his rationality. This was truly commendable. Come with me to meet the Hall Master. He specifically wants to see you. It's not easy for a grandmaster like me to meet the Hall Master. Qin Songhai chuckled lightly. His phone had nearly been bombarded with messages along the way. Since the grandmasters of various forces left the secret realm and returned to the imperial capital, everything that happened inside the secret realm was spread. Many grandmasters in the martial halls, even the town guardians, reached out to him. Upon learning that he had a good relationship with Bai Feng, they sent messages asking him to introduce them to Bai Feng. An invincible grandmaster, as long as he does not meet an early demise, is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. No one in the martial arts community denies this. The Hall Master wants to see me. Bai Feng was slightly surprised. The Hall Master Qin Lai was said to have been a martial emperor in his youth, and had been in closed-door cultivation to break through to the extraordinary. Such a prominent figure, he didn't expect to meet him in person. It seems that the potential he displayed was already enough to catch the attention of the martial hall's higher-ups. Bai Feng and Qin Songhai took the elevator all the way to the top floor of the martial hall. As soon as they exited the elevator, a powerful town guardian approached with a smile. "This is Grandmaster Bai Feng, right? The Hall Master is waiting for you. Follow me." Under the guidance of this town guardian, Bai Feng and Qin Songhai walked into the Hall Master's office. The Hall Master Qin Lai appeared to be in his 40s, not particularly tall, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He simply stood there resembling a terrifying ancient beast exuding an invisible pressure. This instinctive reaction was due to the vast difference in life levels, prompting both Bai Feng and Qin Songhai to subconsciously feel an urge to flee. Qin Kenghai's back was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with fear. However, Bai Feng quickly shook off the feeling of helpless fear. He feared no strong opponent. With the 1-second kill system, as long as he didn't seek death, he was destined to become a martial emperor and even step into the extraordinary realm. Bai Feng, you are quite impressive. Seeing Bai Feng quickly adapt to the slight pressure he exuded, Qin Lai praised him with a light smile. Your performance in the secret realm has brought great honor to our Thunder Martial Hall. You single-handedly suppressed the 3 top families and the violent Bear Martial Hall. Oh, I am inferior to you in the Grandmaster realm. Upon hearing this, Qin Songhai couldn't help but swallow hard. The Hall Master was a martial emperor hailed as a rare genius of the Thunder Martial Hall in a century, just one step away from the extraordinary. That such a prominent figure would admit to being inferior to Bai Feng was like holding onto a pillar that could support the heavens. The Hall Master overpraises me. I am still just a Grandmaster. Bai Feng said humbly. When a martial emperor speaks politely, he should show humility and not lose sight of himself. At the very least, the Hall Master Qin Lai could suppress him with a single hand. I've heard about your killing of Zhao Hong. The Zhao family has already contacted our Thunder Martial Hall asking us to give them an explanation. However, our extraordinary powerhouses have already turned them away. Nevertheless, the Zhao family is known for their tyranny and ruthless methods. You should have heard their family declaration, right? Qin Lai looked into Bai Feng's eyes and spoke. There is no enmity that is not avenged, no end without death. Bai Feng replied lightly. Having worked in the imperial capital for 4 years, he understood the styles of the major families quite well. Exactly, the martial gods in the extraordinary realm have jointly established rules that prohibit extraordinary powers from attacking Qi martial artists. However, for the honor of the family, the Zhao family will definitely find a way to assassinate you. For your safety, I have applied for you to attend the Genius Training Camp as an instructor. During this time, you should avoid the spotlight until you break through to the town guardian level before leaving. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng furrowed his brows. According to what the Hall Master said, staying in the imperial capital could expose him to the Zhao family's assassination. However, his family was still in the imperial capital, weren't they in more danger? As for breaking through to the town guardian level within 2 weeks, at most after integrating 200 years of cultivation, he would certainly break through. Qin Lai took a sip of tea and continued. Once you break through to the town guardian level, the Zhao family will have to weigh the costs before trying to act against you. Town guardians are strategic resources against fierce beasts for Long Nation. The extraordinary members of the Blood Dragon Army are most opposed to any actions that harm national interests. Hall Master, I'm not afraid of the Zhao family's assassination, it's just that I worry about my family's safety. Bai Feng did not hide his concerns. Rest assured, I've dispatched 3 town guardians to your family, providing 24-hour covert protection. You can be fully assured of your sisters' and parents' safety. Qin Lai had arranged everything. Thank you, Hall Master. If the Martial Hall ever needs me, I will definitely do my best. Bai Feng said earnestly. He understood that the Martial Hall valued his potential, and he should also express his sincerity. Good, once you break through to the town guardian level, you'll have plenty to do. Assisting the Blood Dragon Army in suppressing fierce beasts, exploring ancient ruins, and representing the Thunder Martial Hall in competing for treasure herbs in secret realms all require manpower. Qin Lai smiled with satisfaction. For the next half hour, Bai Feng and the Hall Master discussed matters related to the training camp and quickly grasped everything. The Genius Training Camp is located in a secret realm belonging to the Thunder Martial Hall, and its sole purpose is to cultivate capable talents. All the geniuses in the camp start as martial masters. Moreover, they are all under 20 years old with terrifying talent. Similarly, their personalities are rebellious and often conflict with instructors. Bai Feng's task during this time is to teach these talented individuals in practical combat as an instructor. Thinking of the rebellious nature of these talented individuals, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He loved nothing more than to discipline talented individuals. He hoped these geniuses would be tough enough. In the imperial capital at the Zhao family residence, numerous powerful Zhao family members gathered in the hall, many of whom looked grim. The Thunder Martial Hall is determined to protect that beast Bai Feng, but our Zhao family cannot be insulted. Zhao Heng, it's been half a year since you broke through to the town guardian level. Bring me Bai Feng's head. The head of the Zhao family spoke harshly. As he finished speaking, a black-haired youth stood up from the crowd. This person was tall, wielding a blue combat knife at his waist with sharp eyes. Standing there, he resembled a peerless, fierce blade that was ready to unsheathe at any moment. Rest assured, family head, I will slowly execute Bai Feng, letting him die in agony. Do whatever you like with him, but you know the consequences if you fail the mission. The Zhao family head's words immediately caused Zhao Heng to break into a cold sweat, hastily assuring him repeatedly. The Zhao family ascended to a top family step by step, relying on their ruthless methods. Not only were they ruthless to outsiders, but even more so to their own people. Leaving the curator's office, Bai Feng returned home to the residential complex across from the martial arts school. As expected, he sensed two formidable auras nearby. These two individuals were the guardians sent by the curator responsible for protecting his parents. Bai Feng had obtained over 50 third-grade medicinal herbs from the secret realm. He left 10 third-grade medicinal herbs at home and instructed his parents and sister to consume them during their cultivation. Afterwards, Bai Feng departed the imperial capital under the guidance of a guardian from the Thunder Martial Arts School, heading towards the Genius Training Camp. The Genius Training Camp was located deep in the wilderness to the north of the imperial capital, an independent secret realm. The guardian Su Dong, who brought Bai Feng to the training camp, took out a token and infused it with blood and qi. In an instant, the token erupted with a red beam of light, striking the void, whereupon a blue vortex materialized. Master Bai Feng, this is the Genius Training Camp. Before you reach the strength of a guardian, it's better to stay in the training camp. The Zhao family cannot enter the secret realm without a token, Su Dong said solemnly. Bai Feng nodded, bidding farewell to Su Dong before stepping into the blue vortex before him, his figure vanishing from sight. The invincible Grandmaster, truly enviable. A Grandmaster of the second rank is already recognized as an invincible Grandmaster. Bai Feng, who has broken through to the rank of Guardian, is likely to be even more formidable than me at the third rank. Su Dong watched the vortex at the entrance of the secret realm dissipate, his heart filled with emotion. Shaking his head, Su Dong turned and left the wilderness where the secret realm was located, heading towards the imperial capital. Within the secret realm of the Genius Training Camp, towering buildings stood tall. The martial arts building, gravity tower, training field, and blood and qi pool were all present, designed to cultivate genuine talents for the Thunder Martial Arts School. The Genius Training Camp opened once a year for a duration of 3 months. It was limited to 30 participants, all of whom were geniuses under 20 years of age, all young grandmasters. It is known that most people become grandmasters in their 40s, so the value of an 18 or 19-year-old grandmaster is evident. At this moment, in the center of the spacious training field, a group of young geniuses formed a circle, gazing in admiration at a silver-haired youth. This silver-haired youth had deep-set eyes and a silver longsword hanging at his waist, emanating an aura as cold as eternal ice. He was none other than the first genius of the training camp, an 18-year-old peak grandmaster, the swordsmanship prodigy Yi Chongkong. In the crowd, Sherdali scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Yi Chongkong. Brother Yi, your strength is at the pinnacle among the younger generation in Long Country. I want to ask, what does it feel like to be the strongest among your peers since childhood? Isn't it exhilarating? My father says my talent is poor, and I must learn from you more. Sherdali's words represented the sentiments of most present, and many listened intently. The more they practiced, the more they felt the immense gap between themselves and the silver-haired youth before them. Before coming to the Genius Training Camp, they were all top geniuses in their locality, admired and revered by countless people. Yet with just one sword strike, Yi Chongkong shattered their pride. Hearing Sherdali's words, Yi Chongkong smiled faintly, tilting his head to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle. You think being invincible among your peers is enjoyable? No, it is actually quite painful. That feeling of having no rivals is in fact very empty and lonely. I have been waiting to be defeated by my peers, but no one in Long Country can do it. As Yi Chongkong said this, the infatuated girls in the crowd suddenly had stars in their eyes. Handsome and powerful and born into one of the 3 major top-tier families. Yes, family. Wasn't he just the Prince Charming of their dreams? Just as a slight smile tugged at the corner of Yi Chongkong's mouth, awaiting the admiration and praise from those around him, a light laugh echoed from not far away. Invincible among your peers. I want to see if you deserve that title. The group of genius students turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see a figure in white darting over like a shadow. The newcomer was Bai Feng. With his grandmaster-level hearing, he had heard Yi Changkong bragging from a distance. Words like invincible among peers and feelings of emptiness and loneliness. According to the information he received, Yi Changkong was the biggest troublemaker among these students. There was a precedent where he clashed with an instructor, injuring a grandmaster-level teacher. In their first meeting, he had to assert some authority over these geniuses. Who are you to dare speak to Brother Yi like that? Before Yi Changkong could respond, his loyal supporter Shin Dali glared angrily at Bai Feng. Many other geniuses curiously sized up Bai Feng, puzzled about his identity. Yi Changkong shot a cold glance at Bai Feng, seemingly demanding an explanation. If this young man in white did not clarify his intentions, he would have to take action to uphold the reputation of the #1 genius of the training camp. My name is Bai Feng, your new practical training instructor. This is the appointment letter from the Thunder Martial Arts School. Now everyone stand up. I want to personally assess your practical abilities. Bai Feng took out the appointment letter signed by the curator, releasing a magnificent aura of blood and qi. A blazing sun of qi hovered behind him. Instantly, the temperature in the entire training field soared the ground, becoming scorching hot. The students stood up one after another, looking at Bai Feng with trepidation. This newly arrived instructor seemed very powerful. Yi Changkong, however, maintained a look of indifference, seemingly not taking Bai Feng seriously. All grandmasters, your strength is quite decent. Now let's all come at me together. I will suppress my blood and qi to the first rank of grandmaster. As long as you can defeat me, you won't have to attend practical training classes in the future. Bai Feng said, lightly looking at the crowd before him. To establish his authority as an instructor in front of these proud geniuses, he must impress them with his strength. As for failing, that was absolutely out of the question. S-level titanium body activated for 24 hours. Suppressing his blood and qi to the grandmaster level, his physique remained at the grandmaster standard. You said not to attend practical classes. That's what you said. Brothers, grab your weapons. Instructor, you think you can defeat all of us with just the first rank of grandmaster? You're boasting too much. Let's teach the instructor a lesson today and show him what true genius is. One by one, the geniuses were filled with flowing blood and qi, releasing terrifying auras, their gazes fixed intently on Bai Feng. Yi Changkong stepped forward, standing at the forefront of the crowd. He drew his silver longsword, surrounded by sharp, tiny sword energies, looking like a young sword god. Bai Feng remained calm. After suppressing his blood and qi to the first rank of grandmaster, he looked at the 30 or so people before him and spoke lightly. Let's all come at me. Come and entertain me. Come at me all at once and amuse me to your heart's content. Bai Feng's words instantly ignited the fury of the 30 prodigies present. 30 of them joining forces against an instructor who had suppressed his own qi and blood to the first level of grandmaster, yet they were being belittled. Bastard, don't underestimate the worth of the prodigy training camp. Remnant flame slash. Mountain crushing, earth shattering fist. Light chasing sword art, startling swan slash. The prodigies unleashed their full power from the very start, each formidable attack coalescing into a tide of blood that surged overwhelmingly toward Bai Feng. Yi Changkong, standing at the forefront, activated his great talent, fearless sword heart, and swung his blade in a single slash. In an instant, a colossal golden-red sword aura swept backward, tearing up countless patches of earth and rumbling ferociously toward Bai Feng. Bai Feng took a single step and casually threw a punch. Boom. His fist, wrapped in terrifying kinetic energy, blasted the air into massive waves of vapor and collided with the combined assault of the group. The fist charged in like a high-speed steel train, shattering the immense golden-red sword aura into countless fragments in an instant. The tide of blood formed by their joint strike was blasted into a hole over 10 meters in diameter in the blink of an eye, collapsing on the spot. Witnessing this, the prodigy's pupils dilated in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. How could a mere first-level grandmaster's qi and blood fluctuation produce such terrifying power with a casual punch? What in the world was this guy's origin? Yi Changkong's expression turned grim, sensing immense danger emanating from Bai Feng. It was as if the figure in white before him was a primordial beast. If it bared its fangs, it could swallow him whole in a single gulp. Hold nothing back, unleash your qi and blood to the fullest, and take him down. Yi Changkong gave the order coldly, and the prodigies erupted in unison, their vast qi and blood converging onto their fists and blades. Heaven-severing sword. Yi Changkong's form surged forward with the wind, unleashing the most powerful sword strike of his life. A colossal golden-red sword tore through the air at breakneck speed, carrying the fearsome force to slay a great grandmaster, and drove straight toward Bai Feng. Under this strike, the earth itself was gouged into a deep trench. Time's almost up, this needs to end. Bai Feng said, sounding somewhat bored. To be honest, the strength of these prodigies deeply disappointed him. They were far too weak. Bai Feng took a step and the ground exploded into a deep crater as he shot forward over 10 meters. He drew his fists into a stance, the muscles on his back coiling into a demonic visage, veins bulging on his right arm as his body arched like a great bow and suddenly unleashed its power. A single punch hammered down and the prodigy's multicolored attacks burst apart like fireworks. Bai Feng flickered and appeared before a stunned Yi Changkong, slamming a heavy fist into his stomach. Yi Changkong was sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing violently into the stone platform at the edge of the training ground, spitting blood with a look of utter disbelief. Then Bai Feng, like a tiger among sheep, plunged into the midst of the prodigies. "No, instructor, I was wrong. Don't hit my face." Thump, thump, thump. Bai Feng's fists shot out like bullets. One by one the prodigies were sent flying, scattering like flowers across the training ground, writhing in pain. Bai Feng lowered his stance and looked at the terrified prodigies around him. "Your punches are as slow as a stroke-stricken old lady, and your sword speed can't even match a butcher's. You can't even put force into your strikes, and you still call yourselves prodigies, eh? You've let me down." At these words, all the prodigies' faces turned ashen, their hearts seething with humiliation. They wanted to retort, but found no excuse. The man before them was simply too powerful. He hadn't even activated his chi and blood or used any martial techniques. With nothing but his iron fists, he had utterly crushed them, leaving them bruised and battered. In that moment, the prodigies' martial hearts shattered once more. How is he so strong? Yi Changkong forced himself upright from the ground, his eyes defiantly fixed on Bai Feng. Yi Changkong was the foremost of the younger generation in the Yi family. Having no rivals in his own clan, he had come to the Thunder Martial Hall's prodigy training camp. Yet even here he was seen as a peerless prodigy, having defeated more than one great grandmaster instructor. Today marked the worst defeat of his life. Even his vaunted sword techniques crumbled before Bai Feng. The instructor appeared to be in his 20s, but he himself was a 19-year-old grandmaster. His potential surely surpassed the instructor's. Within 3 years, he would become a great grandmaster, or even a town guardian, and personally defeat Bai Feng. Yi Changkong, right? I hear you're the top prodigy here. But in my eyes, you still have a long way to go. Don't ever claim to be invincible at the same level again. Your instructor here has also been invincible at the same level for a long time. You probably can't grasp that feeling of emptiness and solitude. Bai Feng smirked, a hint of mischief in his eyes as he observed the silver-haired youth's reaction. Sure enough, Yi Changkong's face flushed, so red it seemed ready to bleed. His so-called peerless dominance was as fragile as paper before Bai Feng. That's enough for today. Everyone be at the training ground by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They'll teach you the most practical killing techniques. Anyone who's late gets a 10-minute sparring session with me. With that, Bai Feng strode lightly out of the training ground and headed to the head instructor's office to check in. Someone wake me up early. I don't want to be late and end up in a 10-minute spar with instructor Bai Uid, be crippled. Since when did Thunder Martial Hall have a great grandmaster like this? Those fists were so brutal, I nearly wet myself. Tell me about it. I'm a girl, and instructor Bai punched me right in the face. I almost got disfigured. Really? You look prettier to me. Get lost. The usually proud prodigies erupted into a chorus of groans. I remember now, the instructor's name is Bai Feng. If I'm not mistaken, our hall recently gained an invincible great grandmaster also named Bai Feng. A prodigy suddenly recalled the buzzing rumors in the capital and couldn't help exclaiming. So the instructor is an invincible great grandmaster. No wonder we couldn't stand a chance even when he suppressed his chi and blood to the first level of grandmaster. Holy crap, we've got an invincible great grandmaster as our combat instructor. My combat skills are about to skyrocket. An invincible great grandmaster, once he grows, is a big shot, even more formidable than my dad. How formidable is your dad? More formidable than me. My dad's nothing special. Just a humble 6th-rank martial king who can punch you into scrap metal. My bad, bro, just kidding. The crowd buzzed again with endless chatter. Even Yi Changkong's eyes flickered with thought. Losing to an invincible great grandmaster didn't seem so shameful after all. That was a massive potential asset destined to become a transcendent powerhouse. He wondered how much tomorrow morning's practical lesson would yield for him. As far as he knew, many great grandmasters, despite their own strength, were mediocre at teaching students. In a pleasant mood, Bai Feng left the training ground and arrived at the office building of the chief instructor. At this time, Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang and 5 other middle-aged instructors were waiting for Bai Feng's arrival after receiving notice from the Martial Arts Academy. Master Bai has arrived, please take a seat. Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang looked at Bai Feng with enthusiasm. Wang Junjiang, I will trouble you during this period. Bai Feng smiled politely and greeted each instructor. There were a total of 6 instructors in the training camp, all grandmasters. One instructor had recently left the training camp for personal reasons. Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang was a formidable warrior at the 4th level of the town general rank. I just saw Bai instructor teach that group of little brats a lesson through the window. It truly brings joy to the heart. Instructor Su Hanyuan spoke with a smile, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Unfortunately, he was one of the instructors who had been defeated by Yi Changkong. He had been holding this grudge for a long time, and fortunately Bai Feng helped him relieve it. This batch of talented individuals has outstanding gifts. The Grandmaster at 19 years old has a bright future ahead. Bai Feng spoke honestly. At 19 he had struggled at the 5th and 6th levels as a martial artist, while they had already surpassed him by 2 major realms. For tomorrow's practical combat class, should we give you a demonstration? The practical combat class also involves a QA session for the students. This group of geniuses learns a variety of martial arts, and there are some questions I can't even answer myself. Instructor Ren Huanhuan blinked her big eyes and said enthusiastically, "Thank you all for your kindness, if I am confident." Bai Feng smiled and declined. As a holder of SS-level talent with 100-fold comprehension, the martial arts difficulties of mere Master Realm students were incredibly simple in his eyes. After getting familiar with the instructors, Bai Feng arrived at the independent villa assigned to him in the training camp. Here both students and instructors had their own villas complete with a training room and indoor hot springs. After enjoying a comfortable soak in the hot spring, Bai Feng practiced the 5-animal stance for 4 hours before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Bai Feng arrived at the entrance of the training ground. At this time 30 students led by Yi Changkong stood neatly in the training ground. Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang and 5 other instructors had come to the training ground as they had no classes that morning. They were worried that Bai Feng might be put in a difficult position by the students during his first class, and they would stand up to help him out. The friendship with an invincible Grandmaster was worth their efforts. Do you think Instructor Bai knows how to teach us martial arts? He is strong in practical combat, but in terms of martial arts I feel he is just a brute who only knows how to smash people with his fists. I also think Instructor Bai knows nothing about martial arts. If he were strong enough, he could have easily used martial arts to resolve our issues during yesterday's sparring session, right? Stop guessing. Even if Instructor Bai is not skilled with weapons, he is definitely not lacking in fist techniques. The title of Invincible Grandmaster is not something anyone can earn. In practical combat we will surely get beaten, but I happen to have a few martial arts questions that I would like to ask Instructor Bai. Are you trying to ask questions, or do you simply want to see Instructor Bai make a fool of himself? You clearly want to see Instructor Bai embarrassed. Don't you want to? What a coincidence, I feel the same way. As Bai Feng approached from afar, the students couldn't help but whisper to each other. Many of them had eager looks in their eyes. Good, everyone is here today. In the 2-hour practical combat class, I will fight you using only one hand, while guiding you through your practical combat issues. After each person's practical combat, you can freely ask me questions. Bai Feng finished explaining the content of the class, and called out a small chubby boy whose gaze was evasive from the crowd. Yes, you over there, come out, and fight me first. Bai Feng's deadly call startled Sun Shuai, who stood up with a grimace. Sun Shuai was also proficient in fist techniques, having mastered the rare-grade Stormy Wave's fist to a small level. Facing the fearsome Bai Feng, Sun Shuai gritted his teeth and charged forward, unleashing his strongest move. In an instant, countless blood-red fist shadows the size of human heads surged towards Bai Feng like a tsunami. Bai Feng kept one hand behind his back, and with his right hand, he slapped down, creating a vacuum channel in the air before him. This slap, imbued with unparalleled strength, violently shattered the incoming blood-red fist shadows, causing them to explode like fireworks. Immediately after, Bai Feng kicked out, sweeping the air and forming a massive transparent slash that shot out in an instant. Sun Shuai didn't have time to dodge and could only brace himself with his arms as his 200-plus-pound body was sent flying over 100 meters. Thank you, Instructor, for showing mercy. Looking at the bloodstains on his arms, Sun Shuai struggled to get up, swallowing. He could sense that the power of the previous slash had merely pushed him back, indicating that the instructor had deliberately controlled the force. Do you know what the issue with your fist technique is, eh? Bai Feng looked at Sun Shuai, who had approached him, and said lightly, I hope you can guide me, Instructor. Sun Shuai shook his head, looking confused. He believed that in terms of punching movement force and even blood energy output, he couldn't find a single issue with his Stormy Wave's fist. The punch just now was already his peak level. Watch closely, this is the true form of your fist technique. Bai Feng assumed the stance for the Stormy Wave's fist and unexpectedly executed Sun Shuai's technique. Before everyone's eyes, Bai Feng's fists moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, with countless transparent fist shadows appearing in the training ground. These fist shadows merged and produced a sound reminiscent of waves crashing. Bai Feng's fists suddenly surged with power, and the multitude of fist shadows burst forth like a tsunami. A boulder taller than a person 100 meters away was instantly reduced to powder, with dust flying everywhere. Punches accompanied by the sound of tsunamis. This is the perfected Stormy Wave's fist. How is this possible? Instructor Bai, have you practiced the Stormy Waves fist? Sun Shuai's eyes widened in terror, and he spoke incredulously. He had spent 3 years mastering the Stormy Waves fist to reach a small level. He had never dared to hope for perfection in his fist techniques. Perfected martial arts are usually only achievable by the creators of those techniques, or a few top geniuses, through sudden enlightenment. Today he witnessed the perfected Stormy Waves fist, and the impact on him was unimaginable. It's just a fist technique, oh, does it still need practice? Can't you learn it just by looking at it? Bai Feng said indifferently. In the face of his SS-level talent of hundredfold comprehension, he quickly understood all the operational details of this fist technique. He even improved the technique a bit, making it even more powerful. Learned it just by looking at it. Sun Shuai's mouth twitched, and he was greatly shocked. He suspected that Instructor Bai was showing off, but he had no evidence. If Instructor Bai truly learned his rare-grade fist technique at a glance and perfected it in an instant, such an extraordinary comprehension ability was akin to that of a living deity. Instructor, I want to learn you, please guide me. Sun Shuai looked at Bai Feng with eager eyes. Bai Feng said nothing. He simply had Sun Shuai demonstrate the Stormy Waves fist again, personally correcting his punching movements, muscle power continuity, and blood energy output issues. 3 minutes later, Sun Shuai executed the Stormy Waves fist again. The blood-red fist shadows became even more ferocious, giving off a vague feeling of waves crashing against rocks. The Stormy Waves fist reached great perfection. Instructor, I've made it. My fist technique is perfected from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to fight Yi Changkong, I will never hit Sherdali. Sun Shuai said excitedly, looking at Bai Feng with admiration, resembling a devoted apprentice. At this moment, all the students were dumbfounded, unable to speak for a long time. What is happening? Instructor Bai just gave a few pointers, and a rare-grade fist technique has reached perfection. Sun Shuai can't be a mere extra, right? Is this to help establish Instructor Bai's reputation? However, the power behind Sun Shuai's punches was evidently much stronger. It would be unlikely for him to be acting. They were all students of the training camp and often sparred with one another. They clearly understood the level of Sun Shuai's previous fist techniques. Could it be that Instructor Bai is truly a martial arts expert? Learning perfection in martial arts just by looking at it, and being able to guide others to a breakthrough with ease. I want to confirm this personally. Instructor Bai, please guide me next to I am eager to improve. Instructor, guide me please. This group of geniuses were all smart individuals eagerly scrambling for Bai Feng's guidance in martial arts. Instructor Bai has completely reshaped my understanding of genius. The Stormy Waves fist is a family heirloom of Sun Shuai's. He learned it at a glance and directly executed a perfected version. I am utterly convinced. Instructor Su Hongyuan slowly exhaled, speaking with some shock. This invincible grandmaster Bai Feng not only possesses formidable strength, but also has an extraordinary comprehension of martial arts. It won't be long before our Thunder Martial Arts Academy produces a 7th-grade Golden Body Martial Emperor, or even something extraordinary. The chief instructor also spoke with a complex tone. They initially thought they would need to help Bai Feng out when he encountered difficulties in martial arts instruction. Unexpectedly, Bai Feng's accomplishments in martial arts were far beyond what they could compare. 2 hours later, Bai Feng's first practical class at the training camp was about to conclude. 30 talented students, including Yi Changkong, looked at Bai Feng with admiration in their eyes. Be it marksmanship, swordplay, or mastery of blades, as well as body techniques and body-tempering martial arts, as soon as Instructor Bai observed their demonstrations, he instantly comprehended them, achieving perfection in an instant. Under Instructor Bai's guidance, their martial arts had made tremendous progress. He was not merely an instructor. He was clearly their most revered martial arts master. And this was just the first day of class. If they continued to have Instructor Bai's guidance, achieving perfection in their martial arts would not be impossible. They were eager to improve. This class is over. Go practice diligently. Bai Feng said, lightly gazing at the talented group before him. Thank you, instructor, for your guidance. My father previously hired a 6th-tier martial king to teach me swordplay, but it pales in comparison to just one of your classes. Don't compare a 6th-tier martial king to Instructor Bai. What level is he at? Does he even qualify? Instructor Bai is simply the perfect ideal in my heart. I wish he could personally guide my body techniques. The attitudes of the students changed dramatically, and many started to flatter Bai Feng. I am inferior to Instructor Bai in talent. Even Yi Changkong, the top genius, wore a complex expression and lowered his proud head. Who could understand that when Instructor Bai just gave him a couple of pointers, his swordplay's power increased by 30%. 2 sentences equated to the results of a year or 2 of hard training. Instructor Bai became the target he would strive to catch up to in this lifetime. As the students expressed their respect, Bai Feng left the training ground, a light chuckle escaping his lips. The rebellious geniuses simply could not resist the temptation of enhanced strength. To be honest, he preferred the rebellious demeanor of these geniuses when they had just met yesterday. For the next 5 days, Bai Feng spent each day instructing the students in martial arts and practical training while diligently practicing the 5 animals stance. He consumed all over 40 third-tier precious herbs he had seized from ancient ruins. His vitality was subtly reaching the brink of a breakthrough. On the 5th day at the back mountain of the training camp, Bai Feng had just completed a set of 5 animals stance. Ding, the One-Yuan Instant Kill System goods are refreshing. Please host promptly initiate the instant kill on the goods. The prompt sounded, and a smile couldn't help but appear on Bai Feng's face. It was finally time for the pleasurable instant kill again. He wondered what good items would be available today. Item 1, fixed item, 100 years of cultivation. Description: the results of 100 years of cultivation without eating or drinking can be perfectly integrated. Price: 1 yuan. Item 2, beast fruit. Description: a 4th-tier precious herb that grows in the burial grounds of fierce beasts, absorbing the blood of countless fierce beasts to thrive, with excellent effects for enhancing vitality. Effective for 5th-tier generals. Hosts are advised to consume it while integrating the 100 years of cultivation to enhance their cultivation speed. Price: 1 yuan. Item 3, Qingjiao ring. Description: a spatial ring with a volume of 1,000 cubic meters sufficient to hold daily necessities. Price: 1 yuan. Note: this system refreshes every 7 days, with 3 items each time. All items are available for 1 minute to instant kill, and once the time passes they are gone. Glancing at the refreshed items, Bai Feng felt an overwhelming excitement. The 100 years of cultivation needed no further explanation. It was the crystallization of his persistence and effort. The 4th-tier precious herb beast fruit would cost him millions to purchase at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall as a grandmaster. Today he could instant kill it for just 1 yuan. The system was simply amazing. As for the Qingjiao ring, he had only heard of such treasures being possessed by 7th-tier gold body martial emperor. Moreover, this one had a full 1,000 cubic meters of space. Even many gold body martial emperors might not have such conditions. The system's space could only store system goods. Now he finally possessed his own spatial ring. The system's generosity and his own joy. System instant kill all for me. Ding, deducted 3 yuan. Congratulations, host, for the successful instant kill. 100 years of cultivation beast fruit and Qingjiao ring have all been transferred to the system space. Please be sure to collect them. Current balance on the bank card: 537219 yuan. The prompt sound ended, and 3 golden light orbs instantly entered the system space. With a thought, Bai Feng took out the crimson beast fruit from the system space. The beast fruit appeared to be only the size of a cherry, but emanated a captivating fruity aroma. The surface of the fruit glimmered with light, looking extraordinarily remarkable. Just seeing this fruit, he felt an irresistible impulse to consume it. Calm down. Since the system has stated that the beast fruit should be consumed while integrating the 100 years of cultivation to enhance cultivation speed, then he'll eat it later. Bai Feng silently calmed his emotions and then took out the Qingjiao ring from the system space. This was a blue ring etched with azure dragon patterns on its surface. Bai Feng donned the Qingjiao ring, probing his consciousness inside. Instantly, he saw a space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, which was utterly empty. A spatial ring of 1,000 cubic meters is enough for me to store many items. Bai Feng looked at the Qingjiao ring in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Next, it's time to integrate the 100 years of cultivation. Bai Feng sat cross-legged on the back mountain, feeling a subtle anticipation. He wondered how much his strength would break through with this integration of 100 years of cultivation. System: integrate the 100 years of cultivation. Bai Feng bit into the beast fruit, and an immense energy surged violently within his body. Ding, beginning the integration of 100 years of cultivation for the host. In the 1st year of cultivation, under the vibrant medicinal power of the beast fruit, your cultivation speed increases by 300, easily breaking through to the 3rd level of Grandmaster. In the 2nd year of cultivation, the latent medicinal power of the beast fruit within you begins to take effect. You surge forward on the path of cultivation. Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th level of Grandmaster. In the 5th year of cultivation, as you diligently practice the 5 animals stance, each set of stances generates increasing warmth throughout your body. The medicinal power of the precious herbs you previously consumed erupts from your bones, transforming into vast vitality that you can command. The vitality within you flows like a torrential flood, continuously tempering your muscles and internal organs. In the 6th year of cultivation, you break through to the 5th level of Grandmaster. The explosive power in your body is sufficient to easily destroy a small city within 10 minutes, and a typical town general would need to find a good grave for themselves after taking a punch from you quietly waiting for death. In the 10th year of cultivation, you find yourself troubled by stagnation in the growth of your vitality. To break the bottleneck, you dive into the sea, battling fierce sea creatures in the depths, tearing apart devil octopuses, and smashing the skulls of sawtooth sharks with your fists. Finally, under the immense pressure of the deep sea and through repeated battles, your vitality begins to grow. In the 15th year of cultivation, you practice the 5-animal stance at the seabed, creating massive whirlpools that slaughter countless fish and shrimp, finally breaking through to the 6th level of Grandmaster. In the 30th year of cultivation, the pressure of the vitality you release is sufficient to make Grandmasters kneel on the ground. A casual punch could easily crush a 3rd-level town general, and the term Invincible Grandmaster is no longer enough to describe your immense power. Your martial arts foundation ranks among the very best in the history of martial arts on Blue Star. The prompt sounds continuously rang out, and a smile appeared in Bai Feng's eyes. Crushing a 3rd-level town general with the 6th level of Grandmaster is quite impressive. Now he could feel the immense power lying dormant beneath his skin, awakening like a mighty dragon. He had increased the total amount of his vitality by more than 5 times. In the 40th year of cultivation, you break through to the 7th level of Grandmaster. The explosive vitality behind you generates a scorching power sufficient to instantly vaporize a hill. In the 60th year of cultivation, you realize the limits of your potential. After browsing through numerous martial arts techniques, you create the Nirvana technique, which seals all your vitality. You will walk a path no one else has tread, using your physical body to nourish your vitality, thus achieving rapid growth of your vitality. In the 73rd year of cultivation, you practice fist techniques against a giant mountain capable of turning 5th-tier fierce beasts into blood mist with your physique. Even 5th-tier amethyst violent apes that battle you in close combat are smashed to pieces. In the 75th year of cultivation, your body becomes indestructible. Even a 6th-level town general striking you with a fist would result in shattered bones and broken arms. Your physique has reached its peak, and it begins to nourish your own vitality. In the 76th year of cultivation, your vitality surges rapidly, soaring into the clouds, and you successfully break through to the 8th level of Grandmaster. In the 80th year of cultivation, your vitality, akin to a high-speed train, shatters the bottleneck as you break through to the 9th level of Grandmaster. In the 91st year of cultivation, you use your self-created Nirvana technique, feeding vitality back into your body. Your 5 internal organs reach a new level. Congratulations on breaking through to the peak of Grandmaster, reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Throughout the history of martial arts on Blue Star, there has been no Grandmaster whose vitality is as robust as yours, nor a Grandmaster with a physique as formidable as yours. In the 95th year of cultivation, you gather all your vitality into one force, continuously tempering your heart. Your heart becomes stronger and more powerful, birthing the first drop of golden precious blood, causing your strength to surge once again. Once all the blood in your body transforms into golden precious blood, it will mark your breakthrough to the 5th tier of precious blood the day you become a town general. In the 100th year of cultivation, 2/3 of your blood transforms into golden precious blood. As long as you activate the precious blood, your body will erupt with white steam, significantly enhancing your strength and defense. It is no exaggeration to say that you are now capable of battling a true peak town general. With one major realm, you could twist off an enemy's head and use it as a football to kick. You are the future extraordinary powerhouse, walking among mortals, a tyrant, conquering all with your fists. As the prompt sound faded, brilliant golden light erupted from Bai Feng's eyes, the precious blood circulating within him. A surging violent force swept around him, transforming into rippling waves that crushed countless boulders into dust. Peak Grandmaster, breaking through 8 realms. Indeed, the effect of consuming the beast fruit while integrating 100 years of cultivation is remarkable. Bai Feng chuckled softly, very satisfied with the results of this cultivation. He stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble, shooting forward over 100 meters and punched forward. The power of his fist unleashed an unparalleled, terrifying force, creating a ring-shaped shockwave in the atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. A series of 100-meter-high stone mountains were violently shattered, and debris flew everywhere. Bai Feng stood with his fist withdrawn, a wild smile on his face. With the power to trample peak town generals, it was time to leave the training camp. The threats and assassinations from the Zhao family in the imperial capital were utterly powerless against the peak town general's combat strength. The One-Yuan Instant Kill on 100 years of cultivation is precisely the foundation to crush all enemies. Bai Feng silently practiced on the training camp's back mountain. At the entrance of the secret realm where the training camp was located, a group of uninvited guests arrived. A group of cold-faced figures stepped into this wild area. The scarred-faced man at the forefront took out a token. The token faintly glowed red at this moment, indicating that the entrance to the secret realm was nearby. Finally found the entrance to the Thunder Martial Arts Academy's baby training camp. It took me 3 days to find it. The scarred-faced man chuckled, a hint of brutality flashing in his eyes. It's a pity that the instructor of this genius training camp is a tough guy. Oh, we tortured him for a whole day and night. This fellow hasn't said a word, otherwise we would have squeezed the entrance to the secret realm out of him by now. A burly man beside him wielding a large knife spoke with some frustration. Not long ago they had captured a Grandmaster instructor, but the other party had left the genius training camp for a matter. They intended to pressure the other party into revealing how many strong individuals were in the training camp and the specifics of their strength. They planned to launch an assault on the camp with minimal cost. Unfortunately, they couldn't extract a single word from him. However, they did manage to obtain a token to enter the training camp from that stubborn instructor. The higher-ups of the Beast God sect waved their hands, directly dispatching 3 generals along with a terrifying formation of 10 Grandmasters solely to completely destroy this training camp, which was extremely important to the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Let's go and wipe out this group of geniuses from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy today. They've killed many of our disciples recently. They must pay in blood. The scarred-faced man coldly snorted, injecting his vital energy into the token in his hand. An azure vortex suddenly appeared in the void before him, and the group from the Beast God sect rushed into the vortex together. Upon entering the secret realm of the training camp, the sound of blades unsheathing rang out simultaneously. The scarred-faced leader of the Beast God sect rushed out with his companions, charging towards the training camp's martial arts arena, the place where the vital energy was most abundant. At this moment on the martial arts arena, Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang was instructing the students on weapon martial arts. Many students appeared indifferent. Although Chief Instructor Wang was a general, his level of teaching martial arts was far inferior to that of Bai Feng. Wang Dajiang noticed the students were somewhat disdainful of him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Suddenly, Wang Dajiang sharply looked towards the northwest. He could sense 3 extremely terrifying auras approaching the martial arts arena at a terrifying speed. These 3 auras were unmistakably from generals. Only those holding tokens could enter this secret realm. The Thunder Martial Arts Academy would never send 3 generals here for any reason. That leaves only one possibility: these people are enemies. He could never withstand 3 generals alone. Enemy attack. Everyone fall back to defend. Wang Dajiang shouted fiercely, immediately rushing to the stone pillar at the edge of the martial arts arena and activating the defensive barrier. Boom. Instantly, a massive blood-red shield appeared above the entire martial arts arena. The blood-red shield was inverted, resembling a giant bowl that firmly protected the entire arena, exuding an indestructible aura. What happened to the chief instructor? Enemy attack. Where did the enemy come from? The 30 students all turned pale, having never seen the chief instructor's face look so grim. The instructor has activated the defensive barrier. This time, it seems dire. Yi Changkong tightly gripped the long sword in his hand, his gaze fixed on the northwest direction of the martial arts arena. As the number 1 genius of the training camp at 19 years old, he was at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura approaching, causing his heart to tremble uncontrollably. Their reaction is quite swift, but unfortunately this turtle shell won't hold for long. As the members of the Beast God sect charged towards the martial arts arena, the scarred-faced general sneered upon seeing the blood-colored shield. "Watch me break it." The scarred-faced general raised a large golden ring knife and violently slashed downwards. The blood-colored shield trembled violently, revealing a crack. "Old God, you're mighty." A few more slashes to shatter this turtle shell, and it will be time for us to kill off this group of geniuses. That sword-wielding guy is mine. He looks too pretentious, and I despise such people. He'll handle that good-looking girl. Oh, I love to watch girls cry and plead for mercy. The members of the Beast God sect laughed wildly, many of them eyeing the female students inside the shield with greedy looks. 1 general at the 7th level, 2 generals at the 4th level, and 10 grandmasters. This time the entire training camp is surely doomed. Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang's face turned pale, filled with despair. He was only at the 5th level of generals, and he was no match for the scarred-faced general of the Beast God sect. Clang, clang, clang. The scarred-faced general gripped his knife with both hands, his arm muscles bulging, as he repeatedly struck the blood-colored shield with ferocious force. The blood-colored shield protecting the training camp's people shook violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing as if it was about to shatter completely at any moment. The barrier is about to break. I don't want to be violated by these beasts. Oh, let's fight them. The students of the training camp all turned pale, but they gripped their weapons tightly. Chief Instructor Wang Dajiang unleashed a terrifying aura, gripping his battle knife with a glint of determination in his eyes. To harm these students, they would have to kill him first. Crack. With a powerful slash, the scarred-faced general shattered the entire blood-colored shield in an instant. The members of the Beast God sect revealed bloodthirsty smiles, their gazes fixed on the geniuses of the training camp. Kill. The members of the Beast God sect surged forward, the terrifying killing intent locking onto the geniuses. "What do you want to do to my students?" At that moment, a furious shout echoed through the heavens and earth, accompanied by the sound of thunder. A figure enveloped in white steam surged forward. It was Bai Feng who was activating his blood power. Having just broken through not long ago, he sensed several auras approaching the martial arts arena, so he rushed over to check the situation immediately. Bai Feng's vast aura of vital energy enveloped the entire area, causing the ground to crack. The Grandmasters of the Beast God sect felt an overwhelming sense of danger and swallowed hard. This terrifying aura of vital energy was undoubtedly from a high-level general. Moreover, it was a high-level general even stronger than their leader. They couldn't see the newcomer clearly. All they saw was a white shadow rushing in an instant. Waves of white fists surged like a tsunami. The terrifying white fists roared, growing larger and larger in their pupils. One by one, the Grandmasters of the Beast God sect were engulfed by the fist shadows, their bodies violently exploding into a mist of blood. Bathed in the blood mist, Bai Feng swiftly reached a bald general, striking out with his fist. You are at the peak of generals. Old man, run for your life. The bald general was directly pierced through the chest by this punch, and before dying he screamed in despair. The scarred-faced general and another fourth-level general were both shaken. Damn it, how could there be a peak general in this training camp? In the face of this terrifying aura of vital energy, they couldn't even entertain the thought of resistance. Without a moment's hesitation, the two generals of the Beast God sect turned to flee, bursting forth with unprecedented speed. Since we're here, let's leave no one behind. Bai Feng's eyes turned cold as he surged forward several dozen meters, catching up with the fourth-level general and delivering a punch. The man's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body fell to the ground, maintaining the momentum of his frantic run. Seeing the scarred-faced general fleeing further away, Bai Feng stood in place and pointed a finger. Blood Calamity Finger. In an instant, a massive golden-red beam of light appeared in the sky. Boom! The enormous golden-red finger beam dragged a trail of flames through the air, crashing down towards the rushing scar-faced general. Under the terrifying force, the ground shattered in an instant. As he watched the golden-red finger beam descend with fierce wind pressure, the scar-faced general felt as insignificant as an ant. Driven by survival instinct, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Stormy 10 slashes. The scar-faced general frantically swung his blade at the enormous finger beam falling from the sky. Bloody sword energy tore through the air, charging towards the massive finger beam, but it was all in vain. No. The scar-faced general let out a cry of unwillingness as he was crushed into the ground by the gigantic finger beam. Boom! A massive pit with a 100-meter diameter exploded on the ground, yellow mud and gravel flying everywhere. The body of the scar-faced general had long been reduced to minced meat and bones, becoming fertilizer in the pit. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. Both the chief instructor Wang Dajian and the trainees stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had thought they were going to die here today. To their surprise, Instructor Bai appeared enveloped in white steam. In less than a minute, 3 generals and 10 grandmasters were all killed by Instructor Bai's fists. Among them was a terrifying 7th-level general. Who can tell me what's going on? Isn't Instructor Bai an invincible grandmaster? How could he be this strong? Instructor Bai is too powerful, like a martial god descending to the world, able to crush generals with a single finger. I feel he's even more impressive than my dad. Earlier, the Beast God sect's general said Instructor Bai is at the peak of general rank. What's going on? Wasn't Instructor Bai just a grandmaster days ago? So handsome and strong, I really want to have a passionate romance with the instructor. You bold disciple, you actually want to challenge the master. The group of geniuses eagerly exclaimed, their gazes towards Bai Feng, filled with admiration and reverence. They were all talents, yet they could only look up to Bai Feng. Such terrifying vitality, this is Instructor Bai's true strength. Can I catch up to a monster like this? Yi Changkong looked at Bai Feng's figure, his pupils constricting sharply as a sense of helplessness gradually intensified in his heart. As a top talent of the younger generation, he had never bowed to anyone. Even the extraordinary powerhouses of the Yi family praised his talent as a rare occurrence in a century, estimating that he would achieve extraordinary status before turning 50. But he understood that his talent was far less than 1/10 of Instructor Bai's. Dominant power, a monstrous physique, despairingly high comprehension, and this terrifying vitality. Instructor Bai was a true peerless genius in every dimension. At this moment, Bai Feng had dealt with the invading enemies, calming the turbulent blood within him, no longer emitting white steam. He walked towards the trainees and spoke softly. While done facing strong enemies, no one shied away. All chose to fight to the death. You all deserve the title of genius. With those words, Bai Feng instantly brought radiant smiles to the faces of this group of geniuses, overflowing with excitement. Instructor Bai actually praised them. This was the first time. Instructor Bai, may I ask if you have broken through to the peak of general rank? Chief Instructor Wang Dajian asked cautiously. The power Instructor Bai displayed earlier was definitely at the peak of general rank, and not just any ordinary peak. Clearly just 5 days ago Instructor Bai was only a second-level Grandmaster. How did he suddenly reach the peak of general rank? This breakthrough in power was almost like a rocket launch, leaving everyone astounded. I am just one step away from being a general, only at the peak of Grandmaster. Bai Feng's light remark left everyone present in a daze. What? What did you say? Peak Grandmaster. Which peak Grandmaster could have the battle power of a peak general? It must be known that once one steps into the Master Realm, it is nearly impossible to fight across realms. The quality and total amount of vitality between each major realm are completely different, like the contrast between the ocean and a lake. How did Instructor Bai manage to achieve this? Is he even human? He really is at the peak of Grandmaster. Wang Dajian, as a general, confirmed Bai Feng's realm repeatedly, unable to suppress his fear as he swallowed hard. The Thunder Martial Arts School welcomed not just an invincible Grandmaster. They welcomed a Buddha. To his knowledge, even those extraordinary powerhouses above the 7th level of vitality. In the past, they couldn't reach the peak of Grandmaster and possess the battle power of a peak general. Instructor Bai is likely to soar towards the extraordinary in the future, becoming an absolute powerhouse even among the extraordinary. General Wang, I am preparing to leave the training camp. As Wang Dajian was somewhat dazed, Bai Feng's voice rang out. Having achieved the battle power of a peak general, staying in the training camp was nothing but a waste of time. Leaving the training camp, he aimed to collect various rare herbs and blood to transform all of his blood into golden blood. This was his primary goal now. Although possessing a one-shot kill system that could obliterate a century's worth of cultivation in 7 days, he would not give up on his own training. What? Instructor, you are leaving? Who will guide us in martial arts in the future? My Stormy Wave's fist is about to reach perfection under your guidance. I don't want you to go. Instructor, please guide us for a little longer. Without you I can't even eat, and I don't have the strength to practice my sword. The once proud geniuses all spoke up in unison to retain him. Work hard, the future belongs to you. After saying this, Bai Feng turned and walked towards his residence, preparing to change into clean clothes before leaving. After having just killed the members of the Beast God sect, his white clothes were stained red with blood, which was quite unsightly. When Bai Feng finished changing clothes and was ready to leave, he saw 30 trainees led by Yi Chongkong and 6 instructors led by Wang Dajian all gathered at the training camp's exit. Safe travels, Instructor Bai. Wishing Instructor Bai a prosperous martial path. The crowd's farewell echoed loudly, and every person's gaze towards Bai Feng was filled with reverence. Seeing this scene, Bai Feng felt a deep sense of comfort. This group of trainees was impressive. His days of teaching them had not been in vain. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai Feng produced a token from his hand, and a vortex appeared before him. He stepped into the vortex, leaving the training camp's secret realm. And Bai Feng was unaware that the Thunder Martial Arts School's genius training camp was attacked, and this matter was reported to the higher-ups by Chief Instructor Wang Dajian. The higher-ups of the martial school were enraged, and the extraordinary powerhouses issued orders for a large-scale cleansing of the Beast God sect. It must be known that many extraordinary powerhouses who were staunchly loyal to the martial school had graduated from the genius training camp in earlier years and had received significant benefits from the Thunder Martial Arts School. One could say the Genius Training Camp was the foundation of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Attacking the Genius Training Camp was akin to digging up the ancestral grave of the Thunder Martial Arts School. The Beast God sect must be cleansed in blood. Centered around the imperial capital, members of the Thunder Martial Arts School from all over the country received orders to commence a large-scale cleansing of the Beast God sect. The name Bai Feng had truly entered the sight of the extraordinary powerhouses at the higher level for the first time. Being at the peak of Grandmaster, he could unleash the battle power of a peak general, and in the future, he would undoubtedly be one of them. Ordinary affairs of the Thunder Martial Arts School did not involve extraordinary powerhouses. They aspired to break through to a higher level of life. However, in this fiercely competitive world for resources, extraordinary powerhouses also had to band together to survive. Bai Feng would be a significant asset for them in the future. Leaving the secret realm, Bai Feng stepped out of the Azure Vortex and arrived in the wilderness region. It's time to return to the capital, though I wonder how my parents and sister are doing lately. As Bai Feng set off, he hurried towards the capital. Whoosh! As he passed through a forest, a sharp sound of cutting air rang out, and a cold, long knife swung toward Bai Feng's neck. The strike was as swift as lightning, carrying the full force of the 5th level of the general's realm. Zhao Heng wore a sinister smile, seemingly envisioning the moment Bai Feng's head would roll. In order to complete the assassination task assigned by the family head, he searched the entire capital, but could not find Bai Feng's trace. These past few days had been agonizing for him. If he failed to complete the task, the family head would undoubtedly execute him, as the Zhao family was notoriously ruthless towards its own. Fortunately, he used a bit of technology to track Bai Feng's phone signal and finally located him. Die for me. Just as the cold blade was about to strike Bai Feng's neck, Bai Feng's icy gaze locked onto Zhao Heng, and one hand reached out to seize Zhao Heng's sword. The alloy battle knife struck Bai Feng's hand instantly, causing sparks to fly. How is it possible to catch a blade with bare hands? Zhao Heng's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly tried to retract the sword, only to find Bai Feng's large hand firmly gripping the blade. The might of this glass titanium battle body was unmistakable. Bai Feng's hand tightened, and the fifth-tier alloy battle knife was instantly deformed, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Who sent you to kill me? Bai Feng's voice was cold, radiating a terrifying aura. A powerful force surged from him, causing large trees to snap in half. Zhao Heng was greatly horrified at this sight. What kind of monster was this? To catch a full-force strike with bare hands, and possess an overwhelming presence that made even him tremble. How dare that waste Zhao Heng provoke someone like this? How many leopard hearts had he eaten? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Heng abandoned the sword and retreated while tossing a black bomb at Bai Feng. With a bang, a purple smoke exploded, engulfing Bai Feng completely, allowing Zhao Heng to create distance. The poison of the Black King snake will cause your chi and blood to decline the moment it touches you, even for a peak general. Bai Feng, you are too careless. Zhao Heng laughed maniacally. Bai Feng was indeed stronger than him, but he had always taken the path of underhanded combat. As the renowned killer of the Zhao family, he had never failed in his career. Boom. Under Zhao Heng's intense gaze, a great sun of qi and blood rose amidst the purple smoke. The golden-red sun of qi and blood trembled slightly, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that evaporated the purple toxic fog instantly. The sun of qi and blood hung behind Bai Feng, its vast pressure covering the surrounding forest. Not bad for a little trick. Bai Feng spoke indifferently, then turned into a white shadow that shot forth, arriving in front of Zhao Heng in the blink of an eye. Zhao Heng turned to escape into the distant forest, but Bai Feng's hand clutched his throat, slamming him hard into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Heng's head struck the ground repeatedly, creating a pit in the earth with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outwards. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Bai Feng gripped Zhao Heng's hair, lifting him up as he spoke coldly. At this moment, Zhao Heng was like a flickering candle, his face a sight of horror with most of his teeth shattered. You will never get anything out of me. Zhao Heng's swollen eyelids narrowed as he glared viciously at Bai Feng. The first lesson for the Zhao family's assassins is to never betray the family. Such tough bones. Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with interest as if he had found a new toy. He seized Zhao Heng's right arm and yanked hard to the side, blood spraying everywhere, and Zhao Heng instantly became one-armed. On my arm, ah. Zhao Heng screamed in agony, fear and rage filling his eyes. He had always been the one to torment enemies. No one had ever tormented him before. Not very pleasing to the eye. Let me adjust you again. Bai Feng's eyes were icy as he tore off Zhao Heng's left arm, once more blood bursting from his shoulder. You devil, I will kill you, ah. Zhao Heng's screams echoed throughout the forest, startling countless birds and beasts. In pain from his severed limbs, he was a mess of snot and tears, his teeth chattering. You have spirit, I like that. Just as Bai Feng was about to continue his torment, Zhao Heng spat out a few words. I was sent by the Zhao family. You killed Zhao Heng in the secret realm, and the family head sent me to kill you. Please give me a quick death. A cold glint flashed in Bai Feng's eyes. The Zhao family, this gigantic entity, truly harbored intentions to kill him. As one of the 3 top families of the Dragon Kingdom, their financial power was the strongest among martial families. Moreover, they boasted numerous powerful individuals on par with the Thunder Martial Arts School. He was far from being their match now. But one day he would make this colossal entity understand the price of sending assassins after him. Bai Feng stepped down, and Zhao Heng's head was crushed. Continuing to torture, Zhao Heng no longer held much significance. Wiping the blood off his hands, Bai Feng made his way towards the capital. After a short while, he returned to the Thunder Martial Arts School. As the invincible Grandmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts School, Bai Feng's appearance stirred a wave of excitement among the school. Bai Feng, how did he come back? Didn't the master ask him to go into hiding? After a few days, Grandmaster Bai seems even stronger, not just by a little. The martial arts school members couldn't help but discuss with some even greeting Bai Feng. Bai Feng nodded slightly, then headed straight for the office of Master Qin Lai. He wanted to inform Qin Lai that he could now take on various martial arts school tasks in exchange for various pressure. Bai Feng, you're back. Take a seat. Qin Lai appeared calm on the surface, but internally, he was in turmoil. He had long since learned of Bai Feng's current strength from the chief instructor of the training camp, Wang Dajian. At the peak of the Grandmaster level, he possessed terrifying qi and blood comparable to that of a peak general. Seeing him today, it was indeed true. Bai Feng's talent was simply astounding. Bai Feng explained his intention to take on tasks, and Qin Lai handed him a list of assignments. After reviewing it, Bai Feng found that most were low-contribution tasks. Only the capture and assassination tasks related to the Beast God cult offered substantial contribution points. This is the one. Bai Feng's eyes lit up as he focused on a task. Capture General Wu Shan of the Flame Fist with a task reward of 2,000 contribution points. In the outside world, 2,000 contribution points from the Thunder Martial Arts School equated to 20 million. This reward was not particularly high for a general. After all, a general could earn quite a bit just by hunting fifth-tier ferocious beasts. Hunting ferocious beasts was merely time-consuming. As for why the capture of General Wu Shan was necessary, it was because this old general whose qi and blood had been declining had been acting strangely lately. He had been at his physical limit due to previous injuries, but had inexplicably broken through 2 levels. Moreover, he had become younger and married a top-tier technician from a club enjoying nightly revelries. According to the martial arts school's intelligence, this old general had joined the Beast God cult utilizing their dark arts to break through. The task is straightforward: bring back either the person or the corpse. But you must personally confirm whether General Wu Shan has joined the Beast God cult. Bai Feng immediately decided to accept this task. Just as he was preparing to execute the task and earn contribution points, Master Qin Lai called out to him. The task can wait. The martial arts school needs you for something. Bai Feng was puzzled upon hearing this. Qin Lai explained in a low voice. In the next few days, the general from the Platinum Federation will come to the Thunder Martial Arts School for an exchange match. In fact, it's just a show of strength to showcase their capabilities to the Dragon Kingdom. According to intelligence, the Platinum Federation's team has 2 peak generals and the other 8 are high-level generals. Many forces in the entire capital are paying attention to this match, and our Thunder Martial Arts School must not lose. I plan to have you lead the team on the field. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. In today's Blue Star, there were only 2 superpowers, the Dragon Kingdom and the Platinum Federation. The Platinum Federation was a large alliance led by the beautiful country with immense strength. Is there any incentive for the exchange match? Just playing a match sounds rather boring. Bai Feng did not refuse and asked. Of course there is. If our Thunder Martial Arts School wins, the school will reward you with a 6th-tier precious herb. Hearing Bai Feng agree, Qin Lai smiled and said, a 6th-tier precious herb is quite beneficial even for a 6th-tier martial king. He'll take that good stuff. Bai Feng was instantly invigorated. No matter who the general from the Platinum Federation was, he would not let anyone stop him from obtaining the 6th-tier precious herb. A 6th-tier precious herb would cost tens of thousands of contribution points in the martial arts school, and it was nearly impossible to acquire normally. Only this exchange match with the Platinum Federation was crucial, affecting the Thunder Martial Arts School's reputation for the school to be willing to put it up. After bidding farewell to Master Qin Lai, Bai Feng returned home. During his time in the training camp, he hadn't thought about how his parents and sister were doing lately and whether they were adapting to life in the capital. As Bai Feng stepped through the entrance of the community, he spotted his father Bai Ming-Yuan playing chess with an elderly man from the neighborhood, both of them engaged in a fierce match. Bai Feng did not disturb them and instead returned home. At that moment, his mother Su Ro was playing mahjong with the neighbors, appearing to be in good spirits. Is that our little Feng back? Have you eaten? He'll make you something to eat. Seeing Bai Feng enter, Su Ro put down her mahjong tiles and prepared to get up, but Bai Feng smiled and stopped her. Mom, you carry on, I've already eaten. This must be Bai Dezongxi, indeed a handsome figure upon our first meeting. My husband often praises you in front of me. A middle-aged aunt looked at Bai Feng, her eyes filled with curiosity and even more reverence. Her husband was a grandmaster at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. But Bai Feng was an invincible grandmaster destined to be a significant figure at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall in the future. You all go about your business. Bai Feng did not disturb his mother and the neighbors playing mahjong and returned to his bedroom for a brief rest. Having rushed back to the capital from the training camp's secret realm, even he felt a bit fatigued. In the evening, his younger sister Bai Ling returned home from school. Bai Feng inquired about Bai Ling's studies, asking if anyone had bullied her at the new high school. He found out that this little girl was quite the tyrant at school, taking advantage of her name. The school Bai Ling attended was a private high school under the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, where every student was the child of a member of the hall. These children had learned about Bai Ling's brother from their parents. Naturally, no one wanted to risk getting into trouble with their parents by picking on Bai Ling. However, Bai Ling was not very aware of this, as Bai Feng had never mentioned his martial arts hall affairs in front of her. Having strength is good. Wherever you go, there are good people around you. Seeing his sister's situation at school, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. That night, he fell into a deep sleep at home. There was no rush to capture the Flame Fist Marshal for the time being. The Marshal was still unaware that he was being targeted by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. The next day at noon, at the Wu family manor in the capital. Today was the 150th birthday celebration of the Flame Fist Marshal Wu Shan. The manor was filled with a festive atmosphere. Many families who were on good terms with the Flame Fist Marshal sent people to attend the birthday banquet. Every guest exuded an extraordinary aura, holding wine glasses and engaging in cheerful conversations. The air was thick with the intoxicating scent of wine and the laughter of women. May Marshal Wu have blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and a flourishing martial path. The guests raised their glasses in unison, all looking at the flame-fist Marshal Wu Shan. This burly old man with graying hair and a rosy complexion sat at the head of the table, enjoying the honor that was solely his. Beside him sat a beautiful woman with a charming face and ample figure, his recently married young wife. I am very happy to have you all here today. The flame-fist Marshal Wu Shan raised his wine glass and was in the midst of speaking pleasantries when suddenly an unexpected guest arrived at the door. Bai Feng from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, wishing the flame-fist marshal a flourishing martial path and longevity. Bai Feng walked into the banquet with a smile. Bai Feng, isn't he the invincible Grandmaster from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall? He's here to wish the flame-fist marshal a happy birthday. The marshal must be quite influential. I didn't know the flame-fist marshal had such strong connections at the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. The surrounding guests all gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the flame-fist Marshal Wu Shan was utterly baffled. He did not know this invincible Grandmaster Bai Feng at all. However, since he had come, he felt a sense of pride. Grandmaster Bai, please take a seat. The flame-fist marshal smiled and had someone clear a spot for Bai Feng. Marshal, how can a birthday banquet be without some entertaining performances? I propose that I demonstrate some martial arts and you guide this junior of yours. I too practice martial arts. Bai Feng smiled brightly. Today he intended to test the strength of the flame-fist marshal at the birthday banquet. With close combat, he would instantly discern if the marshal was from the beast god cult. The martial artist of the beast god cult possessed a more tainted chi and blood compared to ordinary people, always exuding a faint foul odor. At the birthday banquet, I won't make a move, old man. Let my useless son entertain Grandmaster Bai. Before the flame-fist marshal could finish his sentence, Bai Feng stepped forward, charging dozens of meters in an instant and arriving in front of the flame-fist marshal. Flame-fist marshal, please enlighten me. Bai Feng activated the precious blood within him, his entire body emitting white steam as his fist fiercely smashed towards the flame-fist marshal's face. Bai Feng, you've gone too far. The intense wind pressure hit his face, and the flame-fist marshal, filled with anger, immediately stood up and retaliated with a powerful punch. He did not expect that Bai Feng would have no regard for etiquette, attacking him right away. It was as if he did not take this elder seriously at all. He was a 6th-level marshal, and a mere invincible grandmaster dared to act so arrogantly before him. Bang! As their fists collided, a wave of energy surged. Bai Feng remained unmoved. The flame-fist marshal was as if he had been struck by a heavy truck, flying backward over 100 meters and crashing through multiple walls. Boom! Enraged, the flame-fist marshal burst out of the rubble, activating his precious blood, his body exuding scorching white steam. Bai Feng, today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Even if you are an invincible grandmaster, the marshal is not someone you can offend. With a dark expression, the flame-fist marshal's right arm muscles bulged, his fist enveloped in terrifying chi and blood crashing down. Flame-fist Lion King Fury. Suddenly, a golden-red giant lion condensed into form, roaring with the might of the king of beasts as it charged towards Bai Feng. Wherever it passed, the air ignited, and the golden-red giant lion left a trail of flames in its wake. At this moment, Bai Feng stood still, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. This tainted chi and blood could only belong to the martial artists of the beast god cult. Confirming his suspicions, the flame-fist marshal could be eliminated. Bai Feng is too reckless. He clearly came to cause trouble at the birthday banquet. Angering the flame-fist marshal, he might get seriously injured. No matter how strong and invincible grandmaster is, he is no match for the marshal. The marshal is filled with precious blood, and his strength and defense completely overpower the grandmaster. The young man still does not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. If Bai Feng continues to overestimate himself, this incident will surely spread throughout the capital and become part of his dark history. The expressions of the guests varied, with many looking at Bai Feng with mockery and disdain. In their perception, grandmasters and marshals were simply not on the same level. The last time a grandmaster defeated a marshal was over 100 years ago. The golden-red giant lion shook the earth as it swiped its claws at Bai Feng, the terrifying heat hitting him like a wave. The immense force wrapped around the giant lion's paw could crush a mountain. Flame-fist marshal, it is time for you to depart. Remember, do not join the beast god cult in your next life. Bai Feng set his stance, surging power coursing through his spine and into his arms. His fist, carrying an unmatched might, slammed mercilessly into the golden-red giant lion, causing it to explode instantly. Bai Feng's fist did not lose momentum, accompanied by a sonic boom, as it brutally struck the flame-fist marshal's chest, piercing through his back. You monster! With his heart shattered by the blow, the flame-fist marshal's face turned pale, his eyes filled with despair as he looked at Bai Feng. Before long, his eyes completely lost their luster, turning into a lifeless corpse. In his final moments, the Flame Fist Marshal could not comprehend why he had been exposed. He could not fathom why a peaked Grandmaster possessed such terrifying strength capable of overwhelming him. A single punch creating a sonic boom. How could this possibly be a Grandmaster? The Flame Fist Marshal is dead. Dead. I must be seeing things. Bai Feng killed the Flame Fist Marshal. How is that possible? He is a marshal. Insane, killing someone at a birthday banquet. How dare Bai Feng do that? The laws of the capital will not let him go. Earlier, Bai Feng seemed to say that the Flame Fist Marshal was from the Beast God cult. Could it be true? Guests swallowed, nervously, unable to restrain their widened eyes. Witnessing the fall of a marshal had an unimaginable impact on them. In an instant, many people fled towards the banquet exit. They did not want to get caught up in the turmoil of the Flame Fist Marshal's murder. Did you not see the eyes of the marshal's children all reddened? You killed my father, oh, I will kill you. At that moment, a middle-aged Grandmaster raised a metal combat knife and charged towards Bai Feng. However, he was kicked away by his own older brother, the head of the Wu family. The head of the Wu family with red eyes looked at Bai Feng and said, Grandmaster, by regarding my father's association with the Beast God cult, you have already killed him. I am the only one in the entire Wu family aware of this. I am willing to take all responsibility. Please do not make things difficult for the others. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was somewhat impressed by the head of the Wu family. He had initially thought that these people would rush over to avenge their father, at which point he would easily deal with them with a single punch. Unexpectedly, this head of the Wu family would sacrifice himself to protect his family. Your Wu family is finished. Collusion with the Beast God cult is a grave crime against the state. Bai Feng spoke lightly, then punched towards the sky, instantly exploding a burst of blood-chi fireworks in the air. Hundreds of Blood Dragon Army soldiers lying in ambush outside the Wu family received the signal and rushed in to surround everyone in the Wu family. The faces of the Wu family members turned pale. They understood their fate. Grandmaster Bai, thank you for your assistance this time. The Grandmaster Colonel of the Blood Dragon Army sincerely said. Bai Feng nodded lightly, then stored the body of the Flame Fist Marshal into his spatial ring and walked towards the exit. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall would deal with the troublesome Beast God cult members. How to handle the Wu family was the matter of the Blood Dragon Army, the official force that was always at the forefront of eliminating the Beast God cult. At the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the Mission Settlement area, Bai Feng took out the corpse of the Yin Fist commander from his spatial ring and threw it on the ground. Please verify the mission. Bai Feng looked at the beautiful staff member who stared at the corpse on the ground, swallowing hard in terror. The terrifying aura of blood and chi after death indicated that this was definitely a powerful commander who had been pierced through the chest by Master Bai Feng. Master, Bai, 2,000 contribution points have been credited to your account. Do you have any other missions to submit? The beautiful staff member spoke respectfully. No, that's all. Bai Feng glanced at the notification on his phone app about the contribution points and left the mission settlement area, heading straight for the resource building. After some purchases, he spent 1,700 contribution points to exchange for a 5th-grade precious herb, the blue flame grass. The blue flame grass grows on rocky cliffs at mountaintops, possessing an incredibly tenacious life force resembling a flickering blue flame. This precious herb takes 50 years to mature each time and is excellent for enhancing blood and chi. Seeing he still had 300 contribution points left, Bai Feng bought some cultivation resources for his family, including chi blood pills, 2nd and 3rd grade precious herbs for medicinal baths, as well as some Hisho Wu and ginseng. His parents and sister were all 1st grade martial artists. The energy in these items would not be too violent, making them more suitable for their absorption. Returning home, Bai Feng gave the purchased resources to his parents and sister. He then went to the back mountain of the martial arts hall to begin consuming the blue flame grass. After biting into the blue flame grass and swallowing it, Bai Feng started practicing the 5-animal stance. Each completed set of the stance caused his body to heat up, allowing him to better absorb the medicinal power of the blue flame grass. 3 hours later, the blood within Bai Feng transformed entirely into golden precious blood. The golden precious blood flowed through his veins, producing the sound of a mighty river rushing, circulating throughout his body, refining his muscles and bones. Boom! Centered around Bai Feng, a circular wave of energy swept outwards, lifting countless patches of earth. At this moment, Bai Feng smoothly stepped into the 5th grade commander realm. From now on, even if he did not cultivate, he would possess a lifespan of 200 years. As a commander, he could govern a region and would be a significant figure in some 2nd and 3rd-tier cities. Even in the Blood Dragon Army, every commander could hold the rank of a junior general, earning respect from others. Feeling the surging power within him, Bai Feng did not feel overly joyful. Having long been accustomed to the surge in power from a century of cultivation, breaking through to the commander realm was merely a matter of time for him. He looked at the towering stone mountain in the distance and kicked out with lightning speed. The overwhelming force from his foot stirred the air, instantly forming a 30-meter-long slashing strike, effortlessly splitting the 100-meter-high stone mountain in two. Host Bai Feng Martial Arts Level First Stage Commander Technique 5 Animal Stance Perfected Martial Arts Dragon Elephant Fist Perfected Blood Catastrophe Finger Perfected Talent 100-fold Insight SSS Grade Titanium Battle Body S Grade System Space None Current Fixed Item Century of Cultivation. The One-Yuan Flash Sale System will refresh in 6 days, offering 3 items each time, and the system looks forward to meeting you again. After glancing at the panel, Bai Feng couldn't help but secretly anticipate what good items he might obtain in the next flash sale. Currently, the seemingly invincible power of the Commander realm appeared quite formidable. However, above the Commander realm were the Martial Kings, Martial Emperors, and even extraordinary beings. His current strength was still insufficient. He needed to collect as many precious herbs as possible so that when he fused the century of cultivation next time, he could break through to a higher realm. Precious herbs could enhance the speed of cultivation, and he had considerable experience in this area. After finishing a day of training, Bai Feng returned home to spend time with his family and offered guidance on his sister's martial arts cultivation issues. Watching his family steadily improve in strength with the cultivation resources he provided, he felt quite gratified. If only there were pills that could rapidly enhance strength without side effects. Then my parents could break through to martial masters earlier and have better health. I hope that during the next system flash sale I can encounter such items. Bai Feng pondered quietly as he lay on his bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, just as he was preparing to head to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to see if there were any suitable missions available, the Hall Master Qin Lai informed him that the representatives from the Platinum Federation would arrive at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall this afternoon to begin the exchange match. Bai Feng immediately became excited. As long as he defeated the commander sent by the Platinum Federation, he would receive a 6th-grade precious herb. Taking it during the fusion of a century of cultivation would surely maximize the value of this 6th-grade herb. In the outdoor arena of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall around 2 in the afternoon, the entire arena could accommodate up to 100,000 spectators. Despite the blazing sun today, the stands were filled with people, with waves of cheers echoing. Besides the people from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, many were citizens from the imperial capital. In the center of the main stage, the Hall Master of Thunder Martial Arts Hall 7th Stage Golden Body, Martial Emperor Qin Lai, took his seat first. On his left and right, the 2 Martial Emperor powerhouses from the Blood Dragon Army and the Violent Bear Martial Hall took their seats one by one. Master Qin, I wonder who you plan to have as your final representative. As far as I know, the Platinum Federation has been preparing for this exchange match for over a year. They come with ill intentions. The Hall Master of the Violent Bear Martial Hall, Wang Man, said curiously. Although the 2 martial halls were in competition, he did not wish to see the Thunder Martial Arts Hall defeated in the face of the Platinum Federation. Rest assured, my final representative is considered the greatest talent our Thunder Martial Arts Hall has seen in a century. In terms of blood martial arts and combat awareness, he has no weaknesses. No matter how strong the commander from the Platinum Federation is, he won't be able to stir up any waves. Qin Lai took a sip of tea, speaking with full confidence. Upon hearing this, the 2 martial emperors beside him became even more intrigued. I hope so. As far as I know, the Platinum Federation has more than one peak commander. These people come with great momentum. Recently, they have defeated the top commanders of multiple countries, leaving the Kingdom of the Stick and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in disarray. Let's wait and see. Our Thunder Martial Arts Hall will surely make them leave in disgrace. We're about to see my brother in action. I've never seen him fight before. The audience member Bai Ling was so excited that she could hardly sit still. Today she learned from Bai Feng that he would be representing the Thunder Martial Arts School in battle. Thus, she decisively took leave and brought her best friend Han Miao Miao to watch Bai Feng's match. Upon hearing Bai Feng's name, Han Miao Miao's eyes sparkled. Her father was also a grandmaster at the Thunder Martial Arts School. Every time her father mentioned Bai Feng, it was with a sense of nostalgia. Such extraordinary talent, reincarnation of a martial god, a combat monster without weaknesses. Influenced by her father's words, she felt a sense of admiration for Bai Feng, whom she had never met. I believe in brother Bai Feng. He will definitely win. He is the #1 genius of our Thunder Martial Arts School. Han Miao Miao clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the entrance. It's about to start. I took leave to come here. The Thunder Martial Arts School must win. Although the Platinum Federation is strong, this is the imperial capital, and the Thunder Martial Arts School will definitely send top-tier generals. It's a guaranteed win. Not necessarily. The Platinum Federation's elite team has an impressive record, and there's a general known as the Earth Knight who has never lost. The audience members engaged in enthusiastic discussions. Amidst the discussions, a formidable team of white-clad warriors entered through the entrance. The leader was a muscular blond man appearing to be in his 30s and towering at nearly 2 meters tall. He was clad in golden armor that enveloped his entire body, exuding an overwhelming presence. He was William, the captain of the Platinum Federation and the Earth Knight at the pinnacle of generals. Behind him, each general radiated a powerful aura as they chatted amiably while walking to the arena. William, you must not lose this time. The honor of the Federation rests on your shoulders. Remember, give the Thunder Martial Arts School a painful lesson. Ideally, leave their generals completely incapacitated. The leading sixth-stage martial king Lucius spoke, with fervor, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. Rest assured, I will ensure they are carried off the arena. The Earth Knight William spoke with a tone that was not loud but brimmed with astonishing confidence. With me and William working together, only a martial king could possibly defeat us. A voluptuous blonde woman, Lilith, scoffed disdainfully. In her eyes, the martial arts of the Dragon Nation were far behind those of the Platinum Federation. She believed that even without William's assistance, she alone could take down most of the Thunder Martial Arts School's generals. As a peak general, she had rarely faced defeat, only losing to William. As the members of the Platinum Federation spoke, the Thunder Martial Arts School's team made their entrance. The audience erupted into a deafening cheer. Thunder Martial Arts School will win. The Dragon Nation will prevail. Amidst the cheers, 10 generals, led by Bai Feng, entered the stadium. The entire team's strength was indeed formidable. Apart from Bai Feng, who was at the peak of the generals, the other 8 were all at least 7th-tier generals. However, at that moment, the faces of the Thunder Martial Arts School members did not look good. Each person looked at Bai Feng with a hint of fear. With his might, he made sure that those who disobeyed his strategies understood his authority through sheer force. Bai Feng led his team to the arena, glancing at the opposing Platinum Federation team, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Their vigor was robust, and their fighting spirit was high. They were excellent targets for domination. Both teams are now present. I hereby announce the rules of the match. The referee stood on the arena, his voice booming and resonating throughout the stadium with the vibrancy of their energies. Bai Feng was already well aware of the rules. Each side had a team of 10, sending fighters onto the arena to battle. Each person could only enter once. The loser would leave the arena, and the last team standing would win. The rules were exceedingly simple, so Bai Feng's strategy was for him to go up alone and finish the match quickly. Now I invite the competitors from both sides to take the stage. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Bai Feng leapt onto the arena with a single powerful step. He fixed his gaze directly on the Platinum Federation team, showing no intention of concealing his strength. Boom! Bai Feng activated his precious blood, releasing scorching white steam from his body. A torrent of blood energy hundreds of meters high surged skyward from him, painting the entire stadium's sky in a golden red hue. The overwhelming pressure of his blood energy descended like a towering peak. The iron railings at the edge of the arena were instantly crushed, turning into heaps of scrap metal. The arena's surface cracked extensively. In that moment, the entire stadium fell silent. Countless people stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Moments later, the stadium erupted into a frenzy. Wow, is this the power of the Thunder Martial Arts School? This pressure is almost making me wet my pants. A torrent of blood energy soaring hundreds of meters high, the might of a general, is simply terrifying. This is our Thunder Martial Arts School's Bai Feng, so powerful. Countless voices echoed in shock as they gazed at the white-clad figure on the arena, their eyes filled with fervor. My brother is the first to take the stage. I've never realized how handsome he looks today. Bai Ling sat in the audience, her face flushed with excitement, her heart brimming with pride. This was her brother, a powerful general. Oh, my husband, that's my husband. So handsome, so handsome. Han Miao Miao, sitting next to Bai Ling, frantically took pictures with her phone, her mouth watering. This display instantly darkened Bai Ling's expression. What the heck, I want to be your best friend, and you want to be my sister? Such strong blood energy, is this really just a first-tier general? Lucius, the leader of the Platinum Federation, changed his expression dramatically and couldn't help but curse. Such terrifying blood energy was barely inferior to his martial king prowess. The Platinum Federation's general team was equally stunned at that moment. They had never encountered a general with such formidable blood energy. Wasn't the Dragon Nation said to be significantly behind in martial arts? With such strength, can you still call it backward? Damn it, those damn news media causing so much trouble. This kind of opponent is worth a fight. The Earth Knight William felt his battle spirit surging, gripping his golden dragon spear with slightly trembling hands. As the most outstanding genius of the Platinum Federation in recent years, he reached the pinnacle of generals by 30 and became a peak general by 34, already a symbol of pride for the Platinum Federation. Since he started practicing martial arts, he had never encountered an opponent worth using all his strength against. Today, this white-clad general from the Dragon Nation actually excited him. Qin Lai, where did you find such a genius? a first-tier general with blood energy comparable to a martial king. Is this guy raised on the blood of fierce beasts, eh? The master of the Savage Bear Martial Arts School Wong Man couldn't help but voice his shock. You Thunder Martial Arts School have hidden too deeply. I would believe you if you said he was a martial king. The martial emperor Wei Bian and others from the Blood Dragon army laughed out loud. Who would have thought that Bai Feng would give them such a huge surprise? A first-tier general with such power. Bai Feng at the peak of the generals might genuinely challenge a martial king across realms. At this moment, Bai Feng stood on the arena looking down with disdain at the general of the Platinum Federation. I'm in a hurry so you all can come at me together. Bai Feng's words echoed in the stadium, igniting the excitement of the spectators who were closely watching the arena. Others come to the stage to fight, but Bai Feng seems to be thinking of a quick pass. Bai Feng is impressive. Oh my, I'm getting excited. Is Bai Feng too arrogant? The opposing general has more than one peak expert. Countless voices were shocked as the atmosphere in the stadium reached a new peak. In a hurry. Such arrogance. I want to test your strength. The Earth Knight William brandished his golden dragon spear, charging up to the arena with a cold gleam in his eyes. With his peak general strength, he had dominated the Platinum Federation for years, even able to briefly contend against a sixth-tier martial king. He never expected to be underestimated by a first-tier general. If he didn't break every bone in Bai Feng's body, he feared he would be mocked upon returning to the Platinum Federation. You're not enough. Let your teammates come at me together. Ew, I don't want to waste time. Bai Feng calmly looked at William across from him. His tone indicated that he didn't regard William as a threat at all. A fierce tiger facing the challenge of wild dogs naturally would show no fear. I'm going to kill you. William, enraged by Bai Feng's contemptuous words, charged at him with his golden dragon spear. With each step he took, the alloy arena sank under his weight. The golden dragon spear swung around sharply, creating a deafening sonic boom as it struck towards Bai Feng's head with immense force. Bai Feng merely extended his fist. Instantly, the fist peak, wielding a flood of force, slammed heavily against the swinging golden dragon spear. The sound of violent metal clashing rang out, creating a massive shockwave. Many spectators close to the arena turned pale. Looking at the arena, Bai Feng remained completely still, while William's expression changed drastically. He felt an unimaginable force transmit from his dragon spear, causing his body to uncontrollably fly back hundreds of meters, leaving clear skid marks on the ground. If the arena hadn't been 1,000 meters long and wide, he would have been knocked off the stage by that punch. The pressure Bai Feng exerted on him was no less than that of a sixth-tier martial king. Seeing this scene, the generals of the Platinum Federation looked utterly incredulous. The Earth Knight William, who was considered invincible in their eyes, was particularly adept at body tempering. His strength was comparable to that of fierce beasts of the same tier, yet he was knocked away by a single punch. Was the general of the Dragon Kingdom even human? This guy is too strong. Ordinary probing is meaningless. I must use that move. William's expression turned serious as he pointed his golden dragon spear at Bai Feng. Judgment Spear Technique, Dragon Kill. William's blood surged, and his chi poured wildly into his dragon spear. His figure shot forth like a golden cannonball, thrusting with all his might. In an instant, a giant blood dragon with wings appeared. This blood dragon's wingspan exceeded 100 meters, its body shimmering in gold and red, with a fierce dragon head reminiscent of a western dragon, unleashing an overwhelming dragon's might throughout the arena. The blood dragon's wings trembled, carrying immense power as it lunged towards Bai Feng like a golden red meteor. Even a sixth-tier martial king would be injured taking this hit. This spear technique is quite interesting. It can even summon a giant lizard to bite. A glimmer of battle intent rose in Bai Feng's eyes. His entire body trembled, muscles rippling as they transformed into a demonic form. The vast power lurking beneath his skin surged through his calves, thighs, and spine, transmitting to his arms. Instantly, his right arm's muscles bulged, tightening with visible veins. Dragon Elephant Fist. The fist peak crashed down like a high-speed train onto the fierce dragon head of the blood dragon. Under the collision of the two forces, the ground beneath Bai Feng's feet cracked inch by inch. Boom, boom, boom. The blood dragon was shattered inch by inch from its head to its tail by that golden fist peak, transforming into red fireworks that burst forth on the arena. In an instant, Bai Feng leaped into the sky, reaching a height of 100 meters. His fist descended from above, accompanied by a raging wind, crashing heavily onto William's helmet, which was filled with astonishment. William's armored body, protected by full armor, was smashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters. William lay at the bottom of the pit, his armor shattered, face filled with inexplicable horror, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Had it not been for the sixth-tier battle armor absorbing some of the force, Bai Feng's punch would have turned him into a cloud of blood. What a ferocious punch! In that instant, he felt the same helplessness he experienced as a child when encountering a tsunami while swimming. How on earth did this man cultivate such a terrifying physique? No wonder Bai Feng, the white-clad general, dared to take them on together. He truly wasn't boasting. William lost. Below the arena, the people of the Platinum Federation looked on in disbelief. Just 3 punches and a powerful peak general was defeated. Facing such a monster one by one, they would step onto the stage, and the outcome would likely be even worse than William's. At best, they would have broken bones. At worst, they could be killed on the spot. In an instant, the atmosphere of the Platinum Federation team became heavy. Bai Feng is incredible. That last punch made me kneel in admiration. With a casual punch, he knocked that big guy away. The second punch directly shattered the martial arts attack, and the third punch sent him into the ground. Bai Feng's bravery is truly unprecedented. What does invincibility mean? This is invincibility. The defeat of the Platinum Federation is a foregone conclusion. The rest will be Bai Feng's brutal victory over 9 opponents. In the audience, countless people were ecstatic, their gazes towards Bai Feng filled with fervor and admiration. Before coming to the exchange match today, they had expected evenly matched battles. They never expected that Bai Feng would dominate the fight, making it impossible to see even a hint of operation from the Platinum Federation. Now the generals of the Platinum Federation looked as dark as a pot bottom. Ling Ling, I want to be your sister-in-law. Oh, my husband is too handsome. Han Miao Miao excitedly shook Bai Ling's arm, her face filled with infatuation. Seeing her best friend like this, Bai Ling felt a bit speechless. However, when she looked at her brother on the arena, she couldn't help but feel radiant. Her brother's image seemed to have grown much taller. I told you our Thunder Martial Arts Hall is bound to win. On the podium, Qin Lai said with a smug smile. He had met Bai Feng earlier that morning and was well aware of his strength. You guys from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, without Bai Feng, your team wouldn't stand a chance against the Platinum Federation. The master of the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall, Wang Man, snorted coldly, his voice filled with envy. Master Qin, you have great talent to discover someone like Bai Feng. In the future, our Blood Dragon Army must communicate more with your Thunder Martial Arts Hall in cultivating warriors. Of course, Bai Feng's current strength is all thanks to his hard work. And of course, my role as the master cannot be overlooked. Qin Lai said without blushing, feeling quite pleased. Not to mention whether Bai Feng's strength was cultivated by the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, or not, just the fact that Bai Feng came from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall brought him face. On the other side, in the resting area of the Platinum Federation, a loud voice resonated throughout the arena. It seems we underestimated the strength of Bai Feng, the general. Since Bai Feng has allowed us from the Platinum Federation to join him, Lilith, you all come at once and experience the strength of Bai Feng. Lucius, leading the Platinum Federation, said with a smile. As his words fell, the 9 generals of the Platinum Federation rushed onto the arena, confronting Bai Feng. The combined might of the 9 men formed a terrifying pressure that left countless spectators trembling. Isn't this shameless? If you can't win, you all come together. Earlier, Bai Feng was the one who initiated. I wonder if he can handle it. I believe in Bai Feng. Since he dared to speak, he must have confidence. The audience discussed incessantly. Since you're all up here, you must satisfy me. Otherwise, I'll have to kill you. On the arena, Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. His blood surged, and he leaped dozens of meters forward, enveloped in a fierce wind, charging towards the Platinum Federation team. The terrifying momentum of Bai Feng charging forward was palpable. The members of the Platinum Federation all wore serious expressions. Bai Feng was undoubtedly the strongest general they had ever faced. For the glory of the Federation, they had to win this battle. The golden-haired woman Lilith had a cold glint in her eyes as she let out a delicate shout. Raging aura. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from Lilith, enveloping the members of the Platinum Federation. The generals of the Platinum Federation felt their blood and energy surge rapidly, their pupils reddening. Streams of blood and energy rose into the sky like towering waves, making the air scorching hot. The strength talent Raging Aura could push allies into a berserk state, enhancing their power by 30% for an hour. This was precisely Lilith's martial arts talent, the very reason they dared to confront Bai Feng. William, how long do you plan to stay at the bottom of the pit? Lilith scolded sharply. With a loud boom, a 2-meter-tall muscular figure burst forth from the giant pit, wielding a dragon spear. At this moment, the Earth Knight William's muscles bulged, veins popping like steel cables. Under the enhancement of Lilith's Raging Aura, he felt no pain, and his blood and energy surged by 30%. Since his personal strength was no match for Bai Feng, as long as the entire team's power was focused on him, they would surely defeat Bai Feng. With that thought, William wasted no time, pointing his dragon spear at Bai Feng hundreds of meters away. Form the battle formation. I will take charge of this fight. As soon as the captain's command was given, the 9 generals led by Lilith immediately dispersed. Captain William's figure stood at the forefront, acting as the blade of the spear. The other 9 generals spread out to form a diagonal line behind William, creating a spear-shaped battle formation. The collective aura of the 10 generals resonated, their hearts beating in perfect rhythm. The blood and energy of the 9 behind William surged forth, transforming into 9 crimson pillars of light that rushed into William's body. In an instant, William's aura skyrocketed. Peak of the general. First level of Martial King. Second level of Martial King. Third level of Martial King. In that moment, William's golden hair danced wildly, resembling a lion king surveying all beasts. A circular wave of energy hundreds of meters in diameter erupted from him, causing the arena to collapse by half a meter under the immense pressure. This overwhelming aura left countless spectators pale. In the audience, Bai Ling's eyes were filled with concern for her brother. Below the arena, Lucius, the leading martial king of the Platinum Federation, wore a smug expression. On the podium, the expressions of the Dragon Kingdom's martial emperors turned grim. Qin Lai, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts School, suddenly stood up, ready to intervene. He never expected that this Earth Knight William could withstand such terrifying blood and energy. His physical prowess was truly monstrous. Facing an opponent at the 3rd level of Martial King Bai Feng, with only the 1st level of general, his survival was uncertain. The total amount of blood and energy along with physical strength was worlds apart between a general and a Martial King. At this moment, feeling the unparalleled strength within him, William's eyes sparkled with golden light and his confidence soared. Bai Feng, you are the first to force me to use a battle formation. Taste my dragon kill. William's arms with veins like steel cables twisted as he raised the golden dragon spear above his head. The dragon scale patterns on the golden dragon spear gleamed, erupting with an unprecedented golden red light. With a furious shout, William swung the dragon spear downwards. In an instant, a vast stream of blood and energy surged from the dragon spear, transforming into a colossal dragon engulfed in golden flames. This dragon's blood-red vertical pupils radiated brutality and murderous intent. Its wings spread over 300 meters, its mountainous body seemed to have magma flowing through it, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The golden dragon flapped its wings and roared like thunder, soaring towards Bai Feng like a golden meteor. Under the golden dragon's flames, the entire arena was directly melted, forming a massive chasm. The golden dragon charged forward with the might of destruction, roaring towards Bai Feng, its gaping maw ready to bite down. This scene instantly captured the attention of countless spectators, many trembling in fear. This was a strike capable of altering the terrain, easily shattering a mountain hundreds of meters high. Such a terrifying blow could even challenge a martial king. Could it be that Bai Feng the general would truly be defeated by the Platinum Federation? If the Platinum Federation won this battle, who in the Thunder Martial Arts School would be their match? The entire Dragon Kingdom would be ridiculed internationally for being inferior to the Platinum Federation. This thought was unbearable for countless people. They fixed their eyes on the arena, not daring to breathe, just to witness the outcome of this battle. Not bad for momentum. I didn't waste my time slowing down to let you gather your strength. Bai Feng chuckled lightly as vast energy surged into his palm, pointing forward with his right hand. Earth-level martial art blood catastrophe finger. In an instant, a massive blood-colored finger slammed down from the sky, covering most of the arena, as colossal as a mountain. Countless waves of energy exploded beneath the fingertip, causing the arena to collapse inch by inch under the terrifying pressure. With a single point, mountains and rivers shattered, blood flowed like a river. Facing this terrifying finger descending from above, the golden dragon roared repeatedly, its wings flapping rapidly, colliding with the blood-colored finger with a desperate momentum. In just one encounter, the golden dragon's body shattered like glass, bursting into a massive golden firework display. The residual might of the blood-colored finger descended upon the astonished members of the Platinum Federation. No. We concede, The generals of the Platinum Federation, led by William, were filled with helplessness and fear as they were instantly smashed into the depths of the ground by that finger. The entire arena shattered with a deafening crash, dust swirling and debris flying. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground, and the arena vanished without a trace. A golden dragon spear lay at the edge of the pit, the bottom filled only with a mixture of blood and dirt. Bai Feng was surrounded by white steam, dispersing the swirling dust. He stood like an immortal, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Is this the strength of the Platinum Federation? To be honest, I am very disappointed. Even in death, you didn't let me enjoy myself. Bai Feng spoke calmly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire stadium. At this moment, the stadium fell into a deathly silence. Countless spectators were dumbfounded, their minds haunted by that blood-colored finger descending from the sky. After a moment, the stadium erupted as countless eyes fervently turned towards Bai Feng. With just one finger, all 10 generals of the Platinum Federation were annihilated. General Bai Feng is simply like a deity descending to the mortal realm. With a single finger, he flattened the arena. This is my Dragon Kingdom's general, the invincible General Bai Feng. No matter how flashy the Platinum Federation is, General Bai Feng only needed one finger to send them to the ground. General Bai Feng hasn't even exerted his full strength, yet the Platinum Federation was crushed by a single finger. General Bai Feng is invincible, and so is the Dragon Kingdom. General Bai Feng is invincible. In an instant, 100,000 spectators stood up together, their cheers deafening. Among the many were generals and grandmasters from various powerful factions. They all wholeheartedly admired Bai Feng's strength, collectively paying tribute to the birth of an invincible general. This is my brother, an invincible general capable of defeating martial kings. In that moment, Bai Ling felt it was somewhat unreal, her hands trembling with excitement. An invincible general praised by 10,000 people, single-handedly destroying the Platinum Federation's team. Her brother was even more formidable than she had imagined. No wonder she had such good friends around her in high school at the Thunder Martial Arts School. Even the Grandmaster-level teachers treated her kindly. Now she understood all of this was because of her brother. With a lethality far beyond that of a general, Bai Feng actually mastered an Earth-level martial art. Moreover, it's a perfected Earth-level martial art. Master Qin, your Thunder Martial Arts School has been hiding too deeply. The Martial Emperor Wei Bian from the Blood Dragon Army spoke in shock. With his Martial Emperor's insight, he recognized the martial art level of Bai Feng's finger at a glance. Only perfected Earth-level martial arts could allow a general to confront a third-level martial king. Though Earth-level martial arts are powerful, the difficulty in training is extraordinarily high. Many generals and martial kings invest a significant amount of time in an Earth-level martial art, yet progress is exceedingly slow. Even if he practiced diligently for 100 years, his Earth-level martial art would only be at a minor level, falling behind Bai Feng by 2 tiers. What a terrifying martial arts talent this is! Simply a peerless prodigy. With terrifying blood and energy comparable to a martial king possessing a perfected Earth-level martial art in hand, the Thunder Martial Arts School has struck gold. The head of the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, Wang Man, looked enviously readied. The Thunder Martial Arts School was already in competition with their Violent Bear Martial Arts School, clashing over various resources. Now, with the emergence of a prodigy like Bai Feng, it would be said that not only the younger generation of the Violent Bear Martial Arts School would face immense pressure from Bai Feng, but even the older generation of strong fighters would have to contend with it. Haha, with Bai Feng bringing such honor to my Thunder Martial Arts School, I, as the head, don't even know how to reward him anymore. Such a onsen 100 years talent has been caught by my Thunder Martial Arts School. How infuriating. Qin Lai wore a proud expression, his demeanor exuberant. To be honest, he didn't even know that Bai Feng had mastered a perfected Earth-level finger technique. Just moments ago, he was ready to intervene and save Bai Feng, but unexpectedly Bai Feng had given him a great surprise. Upon returning to the Thunder Martial Arts School, the rewards must be significantly increased. Among the 6th-tier precious medicines, the best must be brought out, allowing Bai Feng to choose at will. General Bai Feng, you are too much. This exchange match was supposed to be a simple affair. You killing all our Platinum Federation members. Are you declaring war on us? At that moment, while Qin Lai was feeling extremely pleased, Lucius, the leading martial king of the Platinum Federation, spoke angrily. You have killed all of our people from the Platinum Federation. Is this a declaration of war against us? Lucius glared angrily at Bai Feng. This exchange competition was originally prepared by the Platinum Federation for many years to showcase their military strength to the Dragon Kingdom. They did not expect to encounter such a monster as Bai Feng. William and Lilith, 2 peak commanders, joined forces with 8 high-ranking commanders to deal with Bai Feng, only to be crushed by a single finger. Not only was William immensely powerful, but his grandfather was also an extraordinary powerhouse. If this matter were to return to the Platinum Federation, he would be the prime culprit. Extraordinary powerhouses would personally intervene to judge him, and his future would be utterly ruined. For now, he must ensure that the Thunder Martial Arts School compensates for their losses. Only then can he return to the Platinum Federation and lessen his punishment. Trash that cannot match others should just die. What do you also want to fight me? Bai Feng's gaze was icy, his voice sharp. This battle helped him understand his own strength. He could easily defeat a 3rd-level martial king, so naturally he was not afraid of Lucius, who was only a 2nd-level martial king. You? Lucius' eyes were filled with rage, yet he did not dare to accept Bai Feng's challenge. After all, Bai Feng had effortlessly obliterated William, a 3rd-level Earth Knight. How could he possibly compete? Bai Feng is right. If you cannot match others, who can you blame for your deaths? Once you step onto the stage, life and death are predestined. If you cannot afford to lose, then roll out. Is the Platinum Federation filled with such incapable trash? With this kind of attitude, don't bother participating in any future exchange competitions. Exactly, go back to the Platinum Federation and play your baby games. A real arena is so ruthless, it is not suited for you. The audience, overwhelmingly supported Bai Feng, continuously mocking and humiliating Lucius. Lucius' face turned various shades of blue and red from the crowd's words. He could only look towards the podium at Qin Lai, hoping that the Thunder Martial Arts School would provide an explanation. Director Qin, the losses of our Platinum Federation must be compensated by your Thunder Martial Arts School. Qin Lai was infuriated, his eyes cold as ice. A mere 6th-level martial king dares to offend him, a peak martial emperor who has half a foot in the extraordinary realm. Are all the martial kings of the Platinum Federation this arrogant? This is the explanation I give you. Qin Lai's expression was frigid as he struck down from a distance of over 1,000 meters, causing the heavens and earth to change color. A vast surge of blood energy transformed into a massive blood-colored hand, crashing down with the might of the heavens, sending Lucius flying thousands of meters away. His body slammed heavily against the wall with most of his bones broken. Spitting out blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs, he looked terrified. You? Lucius wanted to say something, but was frightened into silence by a single glance from Qin Lai. Get out of the stadium within 10 seconds, or die. Qin Lai's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, causing the air to tremble. The terrifying pressure of a peak martial emperor loomed over everyone like a mountain. Countless spectators, including Bai Feng, felt a chill run down their spines. Lucius gritted his teeth, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. The humiliation he faced today would be remembered, but he could not provoke Qin Lai. Once he returned to the Platinum Federation to report this extraordinary event, Bai Feng would undoubtedly face endless assassination attempts from the Platinum Federation. A monster like Bai Feng must die. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, the Dragon Kingdom would gain another extraordinary powerhouse, severely threatening the interests of the Platinum Federation. Lucius scowled as he walked towards the edge of the giant pit. He intended to take William's belongings, that 6th-level Golden Dawn Dragon Spear. Returning to the Platinum Federation with this, he could barely explain himself to William's extraordinary grandfather. Just as Lucius' hand reached for the Golden Dawn Dragon Spear, Bai Feng moved ahead of him. Bai Feng stepped towards the ground, and the spear was propelled upward by a massive recoil, landing steadily in his hand. This is my trophy, what do you want to do? Bai Feng looked at Lucius with a half-smile, gripping the Golden Dawn Dragon Spear, pointing it directly at him. Lucius had intended to argue, but felt the murderous intent from Qin Lai on the podium locking onto him. He said nothing, leaving the stadium in utter embarrassment. Bai Feng is invincible. Bai Feng is amazing. After Lucius left, the audience erupted in cheers, 100,000 voices applauding Bai Feng. Enjoying the unique honor that belonged solely to him, Bai Feng smiled, feeling quite pleased. Facing the fervent adoration of the crowd, he slowly walked toward the audience with the Golden Dragon Spear in hand. Bai Feng is coming our way. No way does Bai Feng have his eyes on this lattice unmatched beauty. Amid the curious gazes of many, Bai Feng approached Bai Ling and handed her the 6th-level Golden Dawn Dragon Spear. Isn't this the weapon you love the most? Here, take this great spear. Bai Feng spoke with a smile. In his memory, his sister was different from other girls. Her favorite weapon was not a sword, but a spear. At that moment, countless people looked at Bai Ling, curious about her identity. Bai Ling basked in the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, feeling very excited. The 6th-level Golden Dawn Dragon Spear was a weapon worth millions. Her brother just gave it to her, making her feel incredibly lucky. She could hardly wait to tell the whole world that Bai Feng was the best brother. Brother, thank you. Bai Ling received the 6th-level Golden Dawn Dragon Spear, her face flushed with excitement. So she is Bai Feng's sister. She will probably never have to struggle in her life. How enviable. A 6th-level weapon can be given away just like that. Bai Feng is so good to his sister. Many voices echoed from the audience. As the exchange competition concluded, the spectators gradually left. Bai Feng then followed the director Qin Lai back to the Thunder Martial Arts School. The two arrived at the underground treasury of the Thunder Martial Arts School. These cabinets contain 6th-level precious medicines. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Additionally, you can also select an extra 5th-level precious medicine, and the contribution points for this 5th-level medicine will be counted under my name. Qin Lai said with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Thank you, director. Bai Feng did not hold back and began to choose earnestly. He did not expect the director to gift him an additional 5th-level precious medicine, which was quite a pleasant surprise. The 6th-level precious medicine, blood-sucking vine, a main vine produced from countless 6th-level ferocious beasts. It strengthens meridians and purifies and enhances the warrior's blood, priced at 4/0 contribution points. The 6th-level precious medicine, flying dragon grass. When crushed into a paste and applied all over the body, it can heal internal injuries. It also strengthens the resilience of the skin and muscles, enhancing the warrior's explosive power, priced at 5 contribution points. The 6th level precious medicine, Earthly Cold Milk, which grows deep within extremely cold caves. After consumption, it can greatly enhance physical strength and total blood volume, effective for those below the 7th level Martial Emperor, priced at 9 contribution points. Bai Feng circled around, pondering carefully before selecting this bottle of Earthly Cold Milk. As the most expensive 6th level precious medicine, its value was evident at 9 contribution points. To put it into perspective, capturing a commander of the Beast God cult only earns him 2 contribution points. This bottle of Earthly Cold Milk would require him to capture 45 commanders to earn enough contribution points. This Earthly Cold Milk enhances physical strength and total blood volume. If consumed while merging with a century's worth of cultivation, it would maximize the medicinal effects, allowing him to break through to a higher realm. With the Earthly Cold Milk and a chosen 5th level precious medicine, Century Vermilion Fruit, Bai Feng left the underground treasury feeling quite satisfied. After the exchange competition, he acquired a 6th level precious medicine and a 5th level precious medicine, which was a bountiful harvest. He planned to directly consume the 5th level Century Vermilion Fruit, using its effects to strengthen and refine his golden blood and enhance his realm. It would be a pity to consume the 6th level Earthly Cold Milk now, relying solely on his stance and body to absorb. It would waste a significant amount of its medicinal power. He intended to wait until the next system instant kill time arrived to consume it, while merging with a century's worth of cultivation. Only then could he perfectly absorb the medicinal power without wasting a single bit of it. The day after the exchange competition, Bai Feng consumed a 5th grade 100-year-old Zhu fruit, causing the precious blood within him to grow stronger. At the back mountain of the martial arts school, he finished a set of stances and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Now, although he was only at the 1st level of the town general, he could slay William, a 3rd level Earth Knight. All of this was thanks to the Earth level martial arts blood catastrophe finger. He was quite satisfied with the power of the Earth level martial arts. However, he preferred the thrill of smashing everything with his fists. Now, the dragon elephant fist in his hands was a bit unable to keep up with his speed of breakthrough. For a town general of his level, it didn't significantly enhance his combat power. He urgently needed an Earth level fist technique. However, at the Thunder Martial Arts School, the contribution points required for exchange were at least 100,000. Letting him slowly complete tasks to accumulate contribution points for exchange, he didn't know how long it would take. After all, high contribution tasks were few and far between. Suddenly, Bai Feng's eyes lit up. With his SS level talent and 100-fold comprehension, as long as he had enough martial arts accumulation, he could completely deduce an Earth level fist technique. He could use the vast collection of Earth-level fist techniques from the martial arts school and combine it with his dragon elephant fist to create his own unique technique. Without hesitation, Bai Feng headed to the 1st floor of the martial arts building of the Thunder Martial Arts School. The 1st floor had over 100 bookshelves filled with Earth-level martial arts techniques. As long as they were members of the school, they could borrow freely without needing contribution points. Town General Bai Feng, you've arrived. Is there anything I can assist you with? As soon as he arrived on the 1st floor, the supervisor Chen greeted him with a warm smile, showing great enthusiasm. The fact that Town General Bai Feng single-handedly penetrated the Platinum Federation yesterday had spread throughout the imperial capital. The supervisor held great admiration for him. I want to take a look at the Earth-level fist techniques here, Bai Feng said. That's easy. They'll have someone bring all the Earth-level fist techniques over to you immediately. Please follow me. They'll take you to the reception room to have some tea while you wait a few minutes. Supervisor Chen intentionally wanted to leave a good impression on Bai Feng. Bai Feng did not refuse and followed Supervisor Chen to the reception room. Soon hundreds of Earth-level fist techniques were delivered to him, neatly stacked in piles. You may go out now, until I come out. Please do not let anyone disturb me, Bai Feng requested, asking for paper and a pen as he spoke to Supervisor Chen. Supervisor Chen respectfully left and specifically stood guard at the door of the reception room to prevent anyone from disturbing Bai Feng. Watching Bai Feng's actions, he couldn't help but have some guesses. Town General Bai Feng borrowing so many martial arts techniques likely meant he was going to perfect his own fist technique. This Town General Bai Feng was simply a prodigy. After all, generally only a few martial kings would begin to refine their martial arts to seek an increase in power. For powerful individuals below the martial king realm, it was very difficult to cultivate a martial art to perfection. In the martial arts building within the reception room, Bai Feng flipped through hundreds of fist techniques one by one. Under the influence of his 100-fold comprehension from the SSS talent, it was commonplace for him to remember everything at a glance. All the contents of the fist techniques were etched in his mind. The hundreds of fist techniques and the thoughts on the rare-grade dragon elephant fist were all dissected in his mind. These hundreds of fist techniques were basically divided into two main categories: ancient martial arts and new martial arts. Ancient martial techniques focused on imitating natural forces and the methods of combat against ferocious beasts. For example, wave stacking, fist, wind, fury, fist, fierce tiger, fist, five animals, fist, mantis fist, and Bai Feng's dragon elephant fist. New martial techniques advocated the combination of fist techniques and modern firearms. Using the warrior's vitality as fuel, the warrior's body as a firearm, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Representative techniques include rocket cannon fist, hydraulic penetrating fist, and grenade shock fist. Bai Feng had no preference between ancient and new martial arts. He was a pragmatist. With the knowledge reserved from hundreds of fist techniques, he began to write down ideas on paper. He started to merge the natural essence of ancient martial arts with the concept of using oneself as a firearm in new martial arts. Page after page was filled with his deduced chi and blood operation lines and the details of muscle exertion movements. Thunder cannon fist, before the sound even appeared, the fist had already struck the enemy's face. However, with only a twofold increase in power, Bai Feng crumpled the draft of this fist technique into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. Ninefold mountain crushing fist, the punch descends like a landslide, the force of the fist continuously accumulating. It provided a fivefold increase in power, but required a period of charge, and Bai Feng was still not very satisfied. In this era, everyone used lethal moves. The one who charged would be seeking death. Thinking about how he was still charging, while the enemy's ultimate move was crashing down on him, Bai Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The white paper was filled with dense writing and numbers. Bai Feng's eyes were filled with focus. This state of deducing his own martial arts excited him greatly. Looking at the martial arts written on the paper as the theoretical power continually increased, a sense of accomplishment surged within him. In Bai Feng's tireless deduction, a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. Kingly Dominance Fist, it is finally completed. He picked up a sheet of paper filled with the thoughts of the fist technique, feeling a sense of pride. Kingly Dominance Fist, this was the fruit of his day and night efforts. This fist technique advocated for the vitality to actively collide and explode during the run to the fist. The explosive force combined with the vitality condensed into a black dragon-shaped chi. The black dragon-shaped chi could coil around his arms, increasing his physical combat power by tenfold. Likewise, it could release the black dragon-shaped chi for long-range attacks on enemies. No charging was needed, it erupted instantly, unstoppable and immensely powerful. All the theoretical problems have been resolved by me. Now it's time to test this fist technique to see its power in actual combat. Bai Feng's eyes were bright. The operation of chi and blood, the exertion of his body, and all the details were clear to him. As the creator of this fist technique, he had already reached the perfection level. All of this was thanks to that terrifying hundredfold comprehension. He could achieve perfection with just a glance at any technique. Bai Feng opened the door to the reception room. He thanked Supervisor Chun, who had been guarding outside for a day and night, and left the martial arts building, heading toward the back mountain of the Thunder Martial Arts School. After Bai Feng left, Supervisor Chun wore a smile on his face. It was worth his effort to guard at the door for a day and night, ensuring that no one disturbed Town General Bai Feng. Now Town General Bai Feng should remember him. If he performs well in the future, perhaps he can latch onto this powerful figure Bai Feng. An invincible Town General, he couldn't even imagine how strong he would become in the future. At the Thunder Martial Arts School, in the back mountain training area, many were practicing their martial arts to enhance their strength. Bai Feng found an empty space and was preparing to demonstrate his fist technique. Not far away, the school master Qin Lai approached. Have you encountered any problems in your training recently? Qin Lai smiled at Bai Feng, his eyes filled with admiration. He had been feeling frustrated in the training room, so he also came to the back mountain to warm up his fists and feet. I haven't encountered any problems in my training. I came here to try out the newly deduced fist technique, Bai Feng replied. Oh, you deduced a fist technique? That's great. I also thought of integrating my strength and deducing a martial art suitable for myself when I was breaking through to the martial emperor, he said. You can punch with all your strength at me, and it'll test the power of your fist technique. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai was somewhat surprised. With his formidable combat power, he could also deduce martial arts. Bai Feng was truly a polymath. Bai Feng did not refuse and accepted Qin Lai's goodwill. The two stood hundreds of meters apart. Bai Feng stepped forward with his left foot, his 5 fingers gathering into a fist shape. In an instant, his precious blood surged, and his right arm's muscles bulged with blue veins coiling tightly like steel cables. His entire being's heart pounded violently, emitting a sound like a drum. Threads of black chi surged from his right arm, transforming into a lifelike black dragon coiling around his right arm. Kingly Dominance Fist. Bai Feng shouted lowly, his elbows spitting out a black tail flame over 10 meters long, and his fist slammed down. Boom. The black dragon on his right arm roared and surged forward, instantly transforming into a black giant dragon, exuding overwhelming ferocity. This black, giant dragon swung its tail across the sky, emitting a thunderous dragon roar carrying unimaginable force as it crashed into Qin Lai. A destructive aura surged toward him. Is this an Earth-level fist technique? Facing the aura of the black, giant dragon, Qin Lai's expression changed dramatically, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He thrust out a palm, and the peak force of the martial emperor surged forth like a flood, shattering the black, giant dragon with one palm. Looking at Bai Feng not far away, Qin Lai realized he had underestimated Bai Feng's talent. The strength of this punch was enough to severely injure someone at the 8th level of the martial king. It's worth noting that Bai Feng was currently only at the 1st level of the town general. This punch crossed a full 17 minor realms, which was unprecedented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts. Most importantly, what Bai Feng created was an Earth-level fist technique. When he broke through to the martial emperor back, then he only created a rare-grade fist technique. To become the master of the Thunder Martial Arts School after breaking through the peak of the martial emperor Qin Lai could be considered a genius among geniuses. Yet in front of Bai Feng, he felt an overwhelming gap in talent. Within 10 years, Bai Feng would surely be able to surpass the martial king and martial emperor, stepping into the extraordinary realm. As for himself, he seemed only a step away from the extraordinary, but the hope of breaking through was slim. This fist technique is quite powerful enough to threaten the 8th level of the martial king. This is an Earth-level fist technique, Qin Lai spoke with a complex tone. Even he couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Bai Feng's talent. An Earth-level fist technique. I created an Earth-level fist technique. A smile spread across Bai Feng's face, and he felt extremely pleased. With a tenfold increase in power, he could threaten someone at the 8th level of the martial king, while only being at the 1st level of the town general. Such a fist technique is top tier in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, aside from Blood Catastrophe Finger, he finally had a fist technique that suited him. Bai Feng, do not tell anyone that this martial art was derived by you in the future. Otherwise, you will be in great danger. Earth-level martial arts can be treasures that allow a family to inherit for centuries. Qin Lai approached Bai Feng with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's eyes flickered with contemplation, vaguely guessing some of the reasons. Earth-level martial arts are quite rare, even in a super martial arts hall, like the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. If extraordinary powerhouses and martial emperors knew that a town general could create Earth-level martial arts, it would be a significant matter. The better outcome would be being drawn into the other side's faction. If he refused to join, it was highly likely he would be captured. They might force him to derive more Earth-level martial arts for them, becoming a tool. I understand. I won't tell anyone about deriving Earth-level martial arts. Bai Feng said seriously. Train diligently. Your talent is the most exceptional I have ever seen. But you must not be content with your current strength. The 7th stage of vitality and blood is just the beginning. Only by becoming extraordinary can one truly step into the martial world that is the realm of the divine, Qin Lai said earnestly. He had seen many prodigies who possessed strong talent and power at a young age. However, once they became complacent and missed the most suitable age for cultivation, they often fell behind some persistent geniuses. The path of martial arts is a marathon. Talent is merely the qualification to enter. It is not about who has a higher starting point, but who can laugh last. Bai Feng naturally understood the master's intentions, a glimmer of longing flashing in his eyes. The extraordinary realm would take him at most a month or two. In 7 days, he could kill with a single strike someone with a century's worth of cultivation. In a month, that would amount to 400 years of cultivation. Even if his talent were average with 400 or even 800 years of cultivation, he could undoubtedly break through from a town general to extraordinary. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell to the master and left the back mountain. In the following days, he practiced his stance every day. Whenever suitable tasks appeared at the martial hall, he would go out to earn some contribution points to exchange for precious medicines. With the continuous influx of precious medicines, his vitality and blood increased daily. On the morning of the 5th day, Bai Feng as usual arrived at the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, ready to find a training room to practice his stance and refine his vitality. He immediately saw a group of town generals walking towards him. Town General Bai, may I disturb you for a moment? The leader, Town General Ji Yue, asked somewhat awkwardly. The 10 or so town generals behind him were all listening intently, looking at Bai Feng cautiously. Speak, what is it? Bai Feng replied indifferently. I heard from my son in the genius training camp that you are quite outstanding in martial arts guidance. We have some issues in martial arts training and would like you to give us some guidance. Ji Yu, Town General, asked with a red face. He was nearly 70, but looked like he was in his 40s. He never expected that one day he would seek advice from a young man in his 20s. What troubled him further was that the town generals behind him all wanted Bai Feng's guidance in martial arts, yet none dared to speak up. Bai Feng, upon hearing this, initially wanted to refuse. Suddenly, he felt that this Gu Town General seemed somewhat familiar. Did you protect my family secretly when I went to the genius training camp? That's correct, it was the master who asked me to protect your family, Gu Town General said with some joy. He never expected that Town General Bai would still remember this matter. In gratitude for your protection of my family, I can guide you for an hour. Follow me to the training ground, Bai Feng said calmly. Gu Town General had protected his family 24 hours a day. When he returned to his residential area, Bai Feng had a deep impression of him. He was a very responsible town general. Guiding them in martial arts wouldn't waste much of his time. Thank you, Town General Bai. We are very grateful. The 10 or so town generals who were led by Gu were all excited surrounding Bai Feng as they headed to the training ground. Your Gu palm has the shape of a giant mountain but lacks momentum, and the circulation of vitality and blood is not fast enough. Watch closely, this is the true Gu palm. Bai Feng struck out with a palm and a vast amount of vitality surged from his palm. A black giant peak 100 meters high crashed down with overwhelming presence. The ground was instantly smashed into a massive pit. With 100-fold comprehension, Bai Feng only needed a glance at Gu Town General's palm technique to execute the perfected Gu palm. The scene left the town generals dumbfounded. Gu Town General gulped in terror. He had practiced this precious level Gu palm for more than 50 years, and only then had he barely achieved great success. Yet Bai Feng had perfected it with a single glance. Oh, what kind of monster is this, eh? Stop standing there, let me tell you how to break through to perfection in this palm technique. Under Bai Feng's guidance, 5 minutes later, Gu Town General struck out with a palm. The black giant peak formed by the condensation of vitality and blood emanated an aura of weight and immovability. My Gu palm is perfected, and my strength has increased by at least 20%. Thank you so much, Town General Bai. If you ever need help in the future, just call me, I will be there. Gu Town General was ecstatic, looking at Bai Feng with eyes full of gratitude. The other town generals all looked envious. After only a brief guidance, Gu Town General had perfected his palm technique. Town General Bai was simply a reincarnation of a martial god. His talent in martial arts was at least several hundred levels higher. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Under Bai Feng's guidance, each town general made significant breakthroughs in martial arts. All were smiling broadly, eagerly expressing their willingness to go to great lengths for Bai Feng in the future. On one hand, it was sincere, on the other, they wanted to cling to Bai Feng's coattails. A town general capable of killing a triple martial king was destined to become extraordinary. Key decisions at the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, and even the allocation of some high-level resources, were at the discretion of extraordinary powerhouses. With the 10 or so town generals seeing him off, Bai Feng left the training ground and found a training room. Not long after starting his stance practice, a familiar prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, the One-Yuan Kill System products begin to refresh. Please host kill the products in a timely manner. As the prompt sounded, Bai Feng ceased his stance practice, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He could once again fuse a century of cultivation and kill products. He immediately looked at the product list in his mind. Product 1, Fixed Product Century of Cultivation Introduction. The results of the host's century of cultivation without eating or drinking can be perfectly fused. Price 1 yuan. Product 2, Corpse Explosion Introduction. Class Martial Arts Talent can explode surrounding corpses with a thought. You are a killing machine on the battlefield. Price 1 yuan. Product 3, Silver Scaled Flood Dragon's Blood Introduction. Blood of the 6th tier Fierce Beast. Silver Scaled Flood Dragon contains a hint of ancient dragon bloodline, which can stimulate cellular evolution to a certain extent, allowing life to evolve to a higher level. Price 1 yuan. Note, this system refreshes once every 7 days, with 3 products each time, and all products are available for a limited time of 1 minute for killing. Once the time is up, they are gone. Class Martial Arts Talent 6th tier Flood Dragon's Blood. The system is really generous this time. Kill all of it, kill it for me. Bai Feng's heart raced, his eyes filled with excitement. With this class talent of Corpse Explosion, he would no longer fear being besieged on the battlefield. As long as there were corpses nearby, he would let his enemies know what infinite firepower truly meant. As for the 6th tier Flood Dragon's Blood, it was a fierce beast comparable to a martial king. Furthermore, it contained the ancient dragon bloodline of the starry sky. It was undoubtedly the finest among 6th tier bloods. He still had a bottle of 6th tier precious medicine Earth Heart Cold Milk. With this Flood Dragon's Blood combined with his century of cultivation, his strength would experience another explosive increase. Ding. 3 yuan has been deducted. Congratulations to the host for successfully executing a quick kill. Current balance on the bank card, 503791 yuan. System space, 100 years of cultivation, not yet integrated. Corpse Explosion, not yet integrated. Blood of the Silver-Scaled Flood Dragon. As the prompt sound faded, Bai Feng gazed intently at the golden light cluster in the system space. There's no rush to integrate the 100 years of cultivation for now. Only by combining it with the blood of the Silver-Scaled Flood Dragon and the Earth Heart Cold Milk can the 100 years of cultivation be utilized to its fullest potential. System, integrate the corpse explosion talent for me. Bai Feng pondered for a moment and silently spoke to the system. Ding. Starting to integrate the corpse explosion talent. The integration of the corpse explosion talent was successful. In the blink of an eye, Bai Feng's consciousness entered a ravaged battlefield. In the center of the battlefield stood a figure in black, drenched in blood. Surrounding the figure in black were the bodies of gigantic insects. A swarm of menacing giant insects rushed in from the sky and land, encircling the black figure completely. Despite the figure's weak aura, his eyes were filled with tranquility. Explode. The black figure spoke softly. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the giant insects surrounding the black figure exploded one after another. Massive blood-red mushroom clouds rose into the air. Countless ferocious giant insects were instantly shattered by the shockwaves produced by the exploding corpses. In the sky and on the ground, the bodies of the ferocious giant insects burst apart into masses of flesh and blood splattering in all directions. However, as the shockwave from the explosion passed by the black figure, it curiously vanished. In a moment, millions of giant insects on the entire battlefield were wiped out. The black figure soared into the sky and swiftly disappeared into the horizon. As his consciousness returned to reality, Bai Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Through the shockwaves generated by the corpse explosion, he could inflict massive damage on surrounding enemies. Moreover, the shockwaves from the explosion would not harm the talent user at all. The potential of this strength talent corpse explosion far exceeded his imagination. Now with just a thought, he could detonate corpses, playing a symphony of explosions. However, being at the martial arts school, he couldn't find any corpses to test the power of this corpse explosion. Now it's time to integrate the 100 years of cultivation. I wonder how many realms I can break through. Stepping into the town general stage relying on basic training is too slow. Bai Feng calmed his emotions and took out the 6th grade blood of the silver-scaled flood dragon from the system space. At the same time, he retrieved the bottle of 6th grade Earth Heart cold milk from the Qingjiao ring. As soon as the bottle of silver-scaled flood dragon blood was opened, an ancient and noble dragon might instantly spread out. This was a trace of aura from the ancient dragon bloodline of the starry sky. Bai Feng drank the golden blood in one gulp. Instantly, his skin turned a bright red and heat radiated from his entire body. The energy of the golden blood surged through him, causing his skin to crack and burst into a mist of blood. System, integrate the 100 years of cultivation for me. Bai Feng remained calm, having anticipated everything. The system's attribute boost was the very reason he could break through his limits. Ding. Starting to integrate the 100 years of cultivation. Detected a large amount of flood dragon blood potency within the host's body, increasing cultivation speed by 500. In the first year of cultivation, relying on the tremendous energy from the flood dragon blood, the impurities in the precious blood within his body were continuously expelled, making the precious blood more refined. He rapidly broke through 2 minor realms, reaching the town general 3rd level. In the second year of cultivation, he madly absorbed the energy from the flood dragon blood, causing the precious blood in his body to boil. The resulting high temperature constantly tempered his physique, enhancing the toughness of his skin and the strength of his bones, allowing him to easily step into the town general 4th level. In the 5th year of cultivation, he completely refined and absorbed the flood dragon blood. His spine began slowly transforming into golden glazed bones, significantly enhancing his physical explosiveness. As the potency of the flood dragon blood was exhausted, his cultivation speed returned to normal. The prompt sound continued ringing, and Bai Feng's muscle fibers became more robust, with his bones cracking in harmony. His heart thumped like a drum, the entire cultivation room shrouded in blood mist emanating from the impurities in his qi and blood. A torrent of power erupted from deep within his body, and 2 golden rays shone in Bai Feng's eyes. With a bottle of flood dragon blood assisting me, I've broken through 3 minor realms. Cultivating truly requires a willingness to invest resources. Bai Feng sighed and decisively drank the bottle of Earth Heart cold milk. As the Earth Heart cold milk entered his stomach, a chilling sensation spread throughout his body from his stomach. A thin layer of ice covered Bai Feng's brows and face. In the 6th year of cultivation, after consuming the Earth Heart cold milk, an unparalleled treasure born from the earth, your cultivation speed increases by 700. The cold energy from the Earth Heart cold milk tempered his body, eliminating aging cells within him, and the new cells became even more vibrant. Your martial arts foundation has become solid again, and the bottleneck that countless town generals struggle with was kicked open by you, allowing you to break through to the town general 5th level. Now, if a drop of your precious blood were to fall into a lake, it would instantly dye a lake over 1,000 meters in diameter, a golden red color sparking, an evolutionary feast for countless fish and shrimp. In the 7th year of cultivation, you actively release the cold energy from the Earth Heart cold milk, repeatedly tempering your body in ice. When the cold energy weakened, you began to stimulate your precious blood, releasing heavy heat to refine your physical body. Your body, tempered by ice and fire, has become incredibly powerful. A giant dragon of the same rank is like a big spicy strip in your hands. Even a martial king at the 5th level would be annihilated by a single punch from you. In the 8th year of cultivation, relying on the ample energy provided by the earth heart cold milk, you compressed and refined your precious blood again. Your body underwent a new round of blood purification, and your newly born precious blood became even more refined and filled with vibrant life force, allowing you to break through to the town general 6th level. In the 11th year of cultivation, the veins in your body began to rupture, and your muscles were constantly torn and reborn. You completely refined the earth heart cold milk, breaking through to the town general 7th level. As the energy of the earth heart cold milk was exhausted, your cultivation speed returned to normal. In the 20th year of cultivation, the chi and blood in your body surged like a great river. The precious blood contained boundless vitality. Your chi and blood growth was stagnant for a full 9 years, reaching the limits of your body. You calmed your mind, no longer pursuing chi and blood growth, but observing all things and honing your heart state. You witnessed the fall of whales, countless ocean beasts tearing apart the whales to strengthen themselves. You saw caterpillars breaking out of their cocoons, evolving into a new life form. You witnessed wildfires sweeping through as resilient grass pierced through the scorched earth. Finally, you understood the principle of rebirth amidst destruction. You entered the mountains and fought to the death against a 6th-grade tiger king, battled barehanded with the monkey king, and fought underwater against flood dragons, surrounded by hordes of 6th-grade ferocious beasts. After experiencing life-and-death battles again and again, you broke through to the town general 8th level, and the torrent of chi and blood released from your body could reach thousands of meters, enough to tear apart the clouds. Now you are an unprecedented monster at the town general level. You can effortlessly kill a martial king at the 8th level with a single slap. Bai Feng chuckled, nodding in agreement. Feeling the explosive growth of his chi and blood within, he was astonished. His chi and blood were like an ocean capable of shaking the earth and dominating the seas. If he were to make a move in the city, the aftermath would easily destroy entire blocks of buildings, bringing disaster to countless lives. In the 30th year of cultivation, you broke through to the 9th level of the general of the town. In the 40th year of cultivation, you have slain over 1 million fierce beasts, and the killing intent radiating from your body was enough to frighten a grand master into unconsciousness. You broke through to the peak of the general of the town like a hot knife through butter. In the 57th year of cultivation, you mobilized all your precious blood and finally refined your entire spinal column into golden glazed bones. With the support of this powerful spine akin to a rampaging dragon, when you stepped down, the ground for 1,000 meters cracked open. In the 70th year of cultivation, you successfully refined your arm bones, leg bones, and skull bones, transforming all your bones into golden glazed bones. Congratulations on breaking through to the martial king. Your current strength is sufficient to split mountains and sever rivers, overwhelming other martial kings and contending with powerful martial emperors. Wherever your gaze lands, enemies bow in submission. This is the might of a king. In the 85th year of cultivation, you battled ancient sea beasts in the dark depths of the ocean, consuming their precious blood and scavenging for medicinal herbs from the seabed. Congratulations on breaking through to the 2nd level of martial king. In the 100th year of cultivation, you killed a 7th-tier deep-sea dragon and drained its precious blood, breaking through to the 3rd level of martial king at a depth of 10,000 meters underwater. The blood energy you released caused the seawater within 1,000 meters to boil instantly, cooking countless sea beasts alive. Upon seeing your figure, 7th-tier sea beasts trembled in fear and fled at the mere sight of you, a suppression born from the level of life itself. Now, as you gaze across the entire dragon kingdom, you have entered the ranks of the powerful, revered by millions. You are capable of guarding a major city of millions, extraordinary and unparalleled. You are like a deity walking among mortals. The moment the hint sounded, Bai Feng felt a tremendous rumble resonate in his mind. His muscles stirred and rubbed against each other like steel cables filled with even more terrifying explosions. The golden glazed bones trembled slightly, causing the entire building of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to shake violently, leaving countless people in a state of panic. The terrifying pressure emanating from Bai Feng's body was akin to the awakening of an ancient barbaric. A vast aura of malevolence swept through the entire Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the tangible pressure making countless people feel suffocated. Instantly, the alarm system of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall sounded simultaneously. Experts among the strong of the town rushed out of their training rooms, their faces filled with shock. What is happening? Why did it suddenly tremble? The alarms are sounding. Could it be an invasion by a king-tier fierce beast? Members of the Martial Arts Hall turned pale, ceasing their actions, all wearing expressions of alarm. Meanwhile, in the training room where Bai Feng was located, Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes filled with joy. Sensing the immense power within him that could shake mountains, he couldn't help but smile. From breaking through the first level of the general of the town to the third level of martial king, you have broken through 12 small realms. This is the simplicity of a cheat. Moreover, he experienced every step of the cultivation process himself. The results of 100 years of cultivation are not merely from perseverance and effort. The fact that he possesses this invincible power is entirely a natural outcome. Let's go out and test my current strength. Now is not the right time to make a move in the martial arts hall. A careless move could destroy the hall. Bai Feng chuckled, lightly walked out of the training room, and arrived outside the martial arts hall. He released a torrent of blood energy that rose thousands of meters high, and his figure shot into the sky. In the astonished and terrified gazes of countless people, Bai Feng's figure turned into a black dot, vanishing into the clouds. Flying through the air, this is the exclusive ability of a martial emperor. Bai Feng has become a martial. I understand now the earlier earthquake was due to Bai Feng's breakthrough to martial emperor. This is amazing. Our Thunder Martial Arts Hall finally has a martial emperor. A martial emperor that's a figure whose mere stomp can shake the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Feng is only in his 20s. Members of the Martial Arts Hall were filled with shock and disbelief. Soon the news of Bai Feng becoming a martial emperor swept through the entire Martial Arts Hall like a whirlwind. Countless people were left dumbfounded, exclaiming that this world is simply insane. At this moment, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Bai Feng's figure swiftly penetrated through the clouds, relishing the thrill of his first flight. His speed broke the sound barrier, producing intense sonic booms in the air. The heavy clouds were torn apart, creating white passages. Minutes later, Bai Feng hovered in the air, smiling. The life magnetic field he emitted was so powerful that it could escape the gravitational pull of Blue Star, allowing him to fly freely. This was something only a martial emperor could achieve. However, his physical body and blood energy were not inferior to a martial emperor. Flying through the air was instinctive for him. Bai Feng took a fighting stance, releasing terrifying blood energy. Thunder rumbled as countless ferocious beasts surged forth, causing the earth to tremble violently. The terrifying blood energy of the beasts merged into one, staining the sky with a dark red hue, a manifestation of their overwhelming vitality. The soldiers of the Blood Dragon Army were all elite. Facing the encroaching beasts, though some trembled, they each held their ground. Fire the cannons. Thousands of massive shells were fired simultaneously, trailing long plumes of smoke as they bombarded the tide of beasts relentlessly. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the bodies of the beasts were blown to pieces and the ground shattered in an instant. However, the leading commander here, Major General Su Guowei of the Blood Dragon Army, wore a grave expression, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. Relay my orders, request support from headquarters. However, the leading commander here, Major General Su Guowei of the Blood Dragon Army, wore a grave expression, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. Relay my orders, request support from headquarters. Yes. At his command, many high-ranking military officials felt a jolt of apprehension. Major General Su was at the peak of the Martial King realm, having guarded the northern defense line for over 20 years, suppressing countless beast tides. Even he was uncertain about how to handle this beast tide. It was likely that this tide was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Roar. At that moment, a tremendous roar came from behind the tide of beasts. A massive black bear with wings detached from the horde, speeding towards the Blood Dragon Army's defense line. A terrifying blood energy surged from the black flying bear, transforming into a blood-red giant peak over 300 meters high. The black flying bear's gaze was icy, and its gigantic paw struck down towards the blood-red peak. In an instant, the blood-red giant peak, propelled by an overwhelming force, slammed towards the Blood Dragon Army. If this strike landed, at least 1,000 soldiers would be crushed to death. Impudent. Su Guowei roared, his feet stomping the ground fiercely as he leaped into the sky, thrusting his spear with all his might. The black spear, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, struck the descending blood-red giant peak. As two immense forces collided, a massive circular shockwave erupted in the sky, cleaving countless trees in half. Break for me. The spear in his hand radiated boundless power as Su Guowei roared, veins bulged. With a series of cracking sounds, fissures appeared on the blood-red giant peak above. Su Guowei pierced through the peak, which shattered into countless tiny fragments, greatly diminishing its lethality. Just as Su Guowei breathed a sigh of relief, he clearly saw the mocking glint in the black flying bear's eyes. Screech. A piercing shriek sounded as a massive green eagle dove from the sky, reaching a terrifying speed of 3 times the speed of sound. In an instant, the green eagle descended upon Su Guowei, its glimmering talons striking down violently. Su Guowei's expression changed drastically as he quickly twisted his body to counter, but the talons slammed him into the ground, fracturing most of his bones. Countless soldiers of the Blood Dragon army watched in horror as their beloved Major General was grievously injured. All martial kings come to rescue Commander Su. Form battle formations, slaughter these beasts. With a colonel's command, several martial kings shot out from the ranks. Blood-red giants rose from the Blood Dragon army wielding various weapons and charging angrily into the tide of beasts. These were blood chi giants formed by hundreds of warriors, each possessing the strength to rival a grandmaster. Even larger shells surged up into the sky from the rear of the Blood Dragon army, bombarding the concentrated areas of the beast tide furiously. In an instant, the northern part of the imperial capital was filled with the sounds of cannon fire, beast roars, and war cries. At the same time, in the depths of the mountains to the west and east of the imperial capital, an endless tide of beasts surged forth, launching a fierce battle against the Blood Dragon army stationed there. Urgent requests for assistance were sent towards the headquarters of the Blood Dragon army in the imperial capital. The imperial capital was surrounded by mountains on three sides except for the south, but it was the first time that beast tides erupted simultaneously from all three directions. Above the imperial capital, urgent and mournful alarms rang out continuously. Countless people changed their expressions. This was the alarm signaling the arrival of the beast tide. In this city teeming with powerful beings, such alarms had never sounded in decades. What on earth was happening? In the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall, Bai Feng felt his heart tremble at the sound of the alarm. The beast tide, have they gone mad? This is the imperial capital, the headquarters of the major extraordinary forces. Bai Feng immediately stood up from the sofa. Bai Feng, the Blood Dragon army headquarters, is requesting support from our Thunderbolt Marshal Hall. In less than half an hour, over 100,000 soldiers from the three defensive lines of the Blood Dragon army have been killed or injured, and even 3 martial kings have fallen. We, the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall, have the responsibility to assist in suppressing the beast tide. I will take people to the western defensive line, and you will handle the support for the northern defensive line. Hall Master Qin Lai hung up the phone, his eyes blazing with fury. The Blood Dragon army, as the strongest official force of the Dragon Kingdom, had recruited only the best. Without their constant defense against the ferocious beasts, there would be no peace in the imperial capital for decades. Yet today, over 100,000 had died or been injured. This number was simply shocking. The Blood Dragon army rarely sought assistance from other forces, but this time they had actually requested support from the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall, the Violent Bear Marshal Hall, and even the 3 major top families to help suppress the beast tide. It was unimaginable how severe this beast tide was. Rest assured, Hall Master, I will take care of the northern defensive line. Bai Feng's eyes glimmered coldly, his golden blood roaring and surging within him. Over 100,000 dead and wounded, this casualty was too heavy. Each of them was a compatriot who diligently protected their homeland. This time, if he didn't make the ferocious beasts pay a bloody price, he wouldn't be able to justify his own strength. Leaving the Hall Master's office, Bai Feng quickly summoned a group of strong warriors from the Marshal Hall and headed towards the northern defensive line. Among them were 7 martial kings, 52 generals, over 100 grandmasters, and over 200 masters. Warriors below the master level numbered over 1,000. The terrifying foundation of the Thunderbolt Marshal Hall was almost fully mobilized. Every warrior bore a murderous intent. Ferocious beasts were humanity's greatest enemies. They must be killed until these beasts trembled in fear. Bai Feng did not follow the main force, but soared high into the sky, tearing through the clouds as he rapidly flew towards the northern defensive line. His speed was fast, moving with the main force was not quick enough. Reaching the battlefield as soon as possible was the optimal choice. In the imperial capital, at the northern defensive line, countless artillery boomed as a dense hail of shells rained down upon the ferocious beasts. But there were too many beasts continuously pouring out from the deep mountains. As far as the eye could see, it resembled an endless black sea with no end in sight. This terrifying number caused many soldiers to reveal expressions of despair and resignation. Under the assault of higher-tier beasts, the blood chi giants formed by battle formations were shattered, leaving countless soldiers pale with fear. Even the martial kings of the Blood Dragon army were entangled in fierce battles with the beast kings, each bearing ghastly wounds. But no one chose to retreat. Despite their fears, they charged forward, using their flesh and blood to block the advance of the beast tide. To defend the people at all costs was the duty of the Blood Dragon army. Kill. A new soldier of the Blood Dragon army with only one arm left gripped an alloy combat knife and staggered towards a third-tier ferocious beast. His eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, radiating an extreme sense of desperation. The third-tier giant wolf's eyes held cruelty and bloodlust, its massive claws aimed at the chest of the one-armed soldier. An ordinary martial master human was nothing more than food. Facing the claw that carried violent wind pressure, the one-armed soldier felt no fear, only boundless rage and murderous intent. His squad leader was dead, all his comrades were dead, and he was the only one left alive. He had to kill this beast that had devoured his comrades. Even if he had to die, he would drive this knife into the beast's head. Just as the wolf's claw was about to strike the one-armed soldier, a rapid sonic boom echoed through the sky. A white meteor carrying a terrifying intent to kill suddenly descended from the heavens. Beast dare to harm my compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom, die. Bai Feng's face revealed a chilling intent as he unleashed his blood chi in overwhelming and violent pressure, crashing down from the sky. At this moment, within a few thousand meters of the surrounding sky, it was as if an invisible towering mountain had smashed down. The atmosphere exploded with white waves, and the ground cracked in layers. The immense pressure terrified countless ferocious beasts, causing them to lose control of their bowels. Beasts below the 5th tier could only emit a wail before being instantly crushed from head to toe, their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. Within the battlefield of a few thousand meters, all the ferocious beasts vanished, leaving only the acrid scent of blood in the air. The soldiers of the Blood Dragon army stood and placed their eyes shocked as they gazed at the white-robed figure in the sky. The martial emperor, our martial emperor of the Dragon Kingdom, has arrived. The doomsday for you beasts has come. At this moment, the one-armed soldier could not help but cry out, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. His comrades had been devoured before him, and he had fought alone. Now this immense pressure finally had an outlet. The 3rd-tier giant wolf was crushed into a pulp before him. This was the martial emperor, the invincible ruler of humanity. As long as there was a ruler to guard, no matter how many ferocious beasts there were, they all had to die. The emperor with a single strike annihilated tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. This is the might of the golden body martial emperor. We are saved. Follow the emperor and eradicate these beasts. What we should fear are these beasts. Clenching their battle blades, the warriors charged fearlessly toward the ferocious beasts. The white-clad martial emperor in the sky was their greatest source of confidence. What terrifying vitality! How come I have never heard of this martial emperor before? The martial emperor is the backbone of a nation, a towering pillar in the eyes of billions. Wherever the emperor resides, peace will endure for centuries. Interesting, a mere human of the 3rd level of martial king possesses such profound vitality. After consuming you, I will be close to breaking through to the 7th tier. The black flying bear, as large as a small mountain, revealed a greedy glint in its eyes, its voice echoing across the battlefield. With a flap of its wings, it charged toward Bai Feng with an aura of ferocity. Driven by its wings, its speed reached a terrifying 10 times the speed of sound, creating a deafening sonic boom in the air. The terrifying physique at the pinnacle of the 6th tier granted the black flying bear the power to shake mountains. It swung its massive paw down toward Bai Feng with great force. In an instant, the air was compressed into a vacuum zone, and a violent wind howled. The enormous paw descended upon Bai Feng with an oppressive might. The terrifying ferocity of this strike caused countless faces to pale, their hearts gripped by dread. Watching Bai Feng make no move to evade the martial kings of the Blood Dragon army were filled with anxiety and fury. From the black flying bear's mouth, they realized that it was a martial king coming to their aid, a monster-level martial king, capable of unleashing vitality comparable to that of a martial emperor, yet the true strength of an emperor lies in their vital golden body. Even a peak martial king would be severely injured from taking a direct hit from the black flying bear. As the massive paw fell from the sky, Bai Feng's expression turned cold, and he even saw a sinister smile on the bear's face. Without uttering a single word, he felt the golden glazed bones within him tremble, slightly channeling a mountain-splitting force throughout his body. He struck out fiercely, delivering an incredibly powerful punch in an instant. In that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as the golden fist collided with the descending paw of the black flying bear. Seeking death, you dare to clash fists with me? The black flying bear's face twisted into a cruel grin as it intensified the force of its paw. Boom. In an instant, the expression on the black flying bear's face froze. It felt an unmovable force emanating from that tiny fist, and its massive paw was instantly shattered. This is impossible. As it looked at its paw exploded into a mist of blood, the black flying bear let out a cry, disbelief etched on its face. It was a winged flying bear, a royal beast among bears known for its formidable physique. How could a mere human possess greater strength? This was nothing short of a nightmare for it. However, the black flying bear had no time to retaliate as a golden fist came crashing down upon its body. The black flying bear felt a surge of excruciating pain as half of its body exploded under the force of the punch. You cannot be human. As it faced its demise, the black flying bear's eyes fixed on Bai Feng, filled with unwillingness and rage. Bai Feng retracted his fist, ignoring the bear's frenzied words. He let the half-destroyed corpse of the black flying bear fall heavily from the sky, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Now it's your turn. His eyes flickered as he transformed into a white meteor diving from the sky toward a beast king. The terrifying aura made countless ferocious beasts tremble. One punch. The winged flying bear has been killed. The martial kings of the Blood Dragon army had their pupils suddenly constrict, disbelief written across their faces. That was a winged flying bear. Many martial kings from their Blood Dragon army had previously joined forces to hunt it down, but had failed to capture it. Such a beast king could destroy several cities, leaving rivers of blood in its wake. Yet before this white-clad martial king, it could not withstand a single blow. Even more terrifying was the fact that the white-clad martial king had not used any martial arts, relying solely on his overpowering physique. This was truly the battle power of an emperor. The Bear King is dead. The Beast Kings were horrified, deep-seated fear rising within them. A peak sixth-tier ferocious beast that ruled over 100 miles of mountains. With a single punch, that human had exploded half of the Bear King's body. How could the Dragon Kingdom have such a powerful emperor? This was clearly an emperor who could suppress all. We must flee. They are no match for such an emperor. As for their 10 Beast Kings surrounding Bai Feng, that was utterly unrealistic. Without a moment's hesitation, the 10 sixth-tier giants turned and fled toward the deep mountains. Forget the orders of the so-called beast god cult, forget breaking into the imperial city. Nothing is more important than their own lives. In a moment, the Beast Kings recklessly smashed through the ferocious beasts blocking their path, frantically escaping towards the mountains. Kingly domineering fist. Bai Feng's eyes shimmered with cold light as he assumed a boxing stance, the veins on his arms twisting like steel cables. Terrifying power surged through his golden, glazed bones to his entire body. Streams of black energy erupted from his right arm, coiling around it like a black dragon as he smashed his fist down. In an instant, the black dragon on his right arm roared out, swelling against the wind. Within moments, a massive black dragon radiating terrifying ferocity took shape. The black dragon stretched a full 300 meters long, its body as thick as a heavenly pillar, exuding a savage and violent aura. The black dragon swung its tail through the air, unleashing a thunderous roar, and crashed down upon the fleeing Beast King with an overwhelming force. Boom! The ground shattered in an instant, and a massive black mushroom cloud rose from the tide of beasts. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were instantly vaporized by the shockwave of the explosion. At that moment, the earth bore a massive pit 1,000 meters in diameter, bottomless. 10 sixth-tier Beast Kings had been reduced to flesh and bone, scattered across the pit's floor. At this moment, the entire northern defensive line battlefield fell into silence. Countless ferocious beasts were filled with terror, their bodies trembling. With just one punch, their king had been killed. This human is too ruthless. The only option is to escape deep into the mountains for safety. Without any warning, countless ferocious beasts turned and fled, rushing towards the deep mountains. At this time, the soldiers of the Blood Dragon army stood dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief. Countless gazes were filled with fervor and excitement as their hearts raced. Emperor, this is the might of an emperor. With a single punch, 10 Beast Kings were killed and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts were wiped out. Our Dragon Kingdom's emperor is invincible. The strongest Beast King of the Beast Tide has been dealt with. Follow the emperor and kill these beasts. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers of the Blood Dragon army were filled with passion, wildly pursuing and slaughtering the ferocious beasts. The martial kings of the Blood Dragon army exchanged glances, shock apparent on their faces. What a terrifying punch that could change the battlefield's terrain and slay 10 Beast Kings in a single blow. Even more frightening was how a single person controlled the victory of a war, scaring the Beast Tide into retreat. The saying, an emperor is a god among men, is truly not false. The entire army ceased pursuit. Bai Feng's voice echoed through the skies like thunder. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Blood Dragon army halted their steps, awaiting the emperor's command. No one questioned or opposed. All gazes were fervently fixed on Bai Feng. He offered no explanation, transforming into a white meteor as he pursued the Beast Tide. At this moment, the dense Beast Tide surged, powerful ferocious beasts desperately rushing toward the deep mountains, trampling many of their own kind. Bai Feng surveyed the countless ferocious beast corpses strewn about, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Explode! Bai Feng shouted, lowly releasing an invisible ripple from his body. The Scrade Talent Corpse explosion activated. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of explosive roars erupted across the battlefield. The corpses of ferocious beasts within a 10-kilometer radius were detonated, sending those fleeing ferocious beasts soaring into the sky. Trash hiding and revealing itself, get out here. Bai Feng shouted with fury, his booming voice crashing through the depths of the forest. In his perception, a cold intent to kill was locking onto him from deep within the woods. That terrifying aura of blood and energy unmistakably belonged to a martial emperor-level powerhouse. A figure cloaked in black emerged with a grim expression, filled with a chilling, killing intent directed at Bai Feng. The moment he appeared, a substantial pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. At that moment, the black-cloaked figure was filled with rage. He was ordered to oversee the beast tide from the rear, directing the assault on the imperial capital. He thought he could easily complete the beast god sect's task this time. Unexpectedly, this Bai Martial King made his move, directly annihilating 100,000 ferocious beasts. Such a colossal loss meant that if he did not kill this Bai Martial King, the higher-ups in the sect would surely devour him alive. With this thought, the black-cloaked figure's icy killing intent firmly locked onto Bai Feng. Bai Feng was unaware of the identity of the newcomer, but a martial king from the Blood Dragon army recognized him. Upon seeing the face of the black-cloaked figure, many martial kings from the Blood Dragon army turned pale, a wave of cold dread surging from their feet up to their heads. They thought of a forbidden name deep down, that of a traitor among the human race who held the lives of millions. Tun Yuchan, one of the 10 fiends of the Beast God sect, had a terrifying record of devouring several martial emperors alive. His infamous title of the 10 fiends was built upon the corpses of his fellow humans. Your Majesty, flee quickly. This is a golden body martial emperor Tun Yuchan of the Beast God sect. A martial king from the Blood Dragon army suppressed his fear and shouted loudly at Bai Feng in the sky. Golden body martial emperor. Countless Blood Dragon soldiers turned pale, feeling as if an invisible mountain rested heavily upon their heads. They had just witnessed the awe-inspiring might of the Bai Emperor's attack, regarded as a miracle. Now another martial emperor from the Beast God sect had appeared. Moreover, the aura of the Beast God sect's martial emperor was evidently more terrifying than that of the Bai Emperor. Having lost 100,000 ferocious beasts trading for such a dragon kingdom ruler, this deal isn't a loss. The black-cloaked Tun Yuchan looked at Bai Feng with a chilling smile. In the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, instantly tearing through the black cloak. In the heavens and earth, a 15-meter-tall golden giant suddenly appeared. The golden giant's skin was marked with flowing golden patterns, standing as if it were an ancient god or demon treading upon the world. Surging energy erupted from him, snapping countless trees in the forest in half. This was the unique aura of a golden body martial emperor, indestructible and immensely powerful. Die! The Tun Yuchan transformed into a 15-meter golden giant, roared, causing thunder to echo across the heavens. The golden body giant surged into the sky, its fist enveloped in overwhelming divine power, crashing down towards Bai Feng. Under that massive fist, Bai Feng's figure appeared exceptionally small. Yet he felt no fear at all. 2 golden beams of divine light surged in his eyes. A palpable battle intent soared into the skies, instantly tearing apart the heavy clouds above. The golden body martial emperor was merely a larger version of a humanoid beast. With his scrayed martial talent, the titanium battle body, his physique was not at all inferior to that of the golden body emperor. Kill! Bai Feng unleashed the kingly overlord fist, his entire body bursting with energy. His fist, infused with immense power, struck towards Tun Yuchan's gigantic fist. The 2 figures, one large and one small, commenced the most primal and wild collision of fists. In the sky, the 2 figures began to clash furiously, sending waves of energy surging. Bang! 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 Bai Feng's arms were wrapped in black dragon energy, his long black hair swirling wildly as his punches fell like a torrential storm capable of shattering mountains. His overwhelming strength forced Tun Yuchan to stagger back repeatedly. The golden fist shadows rained down, and Tun Yuchan was instantly struck, flying backward for over 1,000 meters. In midair, stabilizing his form, Tun Yuchan, the golden giant, wore an expression full of rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not believe that he, a dignified golden body martial emperor, was being suppressed in strength by a mere martial king. In a fit of rage, the patterns on Tun Yuchan's 15-meter golden body began to glow, brilliant golden light surging forth. Divine tablet suppressing C fist. Tun Yuchan's voice resonated through the heavens and earth as his right fist struck out with a thunderous sound. In an instant, an ancient blood-colored stone tablet 100 meters high burst forth from his fist, carrying the momentum to suppress the 4 Cs as it smashed down towards Bai Feng. The ancient blood-colored stone tablet shimmered with runes, filling the entire world with a terrifying pressure. Now that's powerful. Faced with the ancient stone tablet crashing down, Bai Feng's momentum surged, the black dragon roaring at his arms, instantaneously delivering an immensely powerful punch. In an instant, the ancient stone tablet was shattered into pieces by the fist, creating a vacuum channel thousands of meters wide in the sky. Bai Feng's aura completely suppressed Tun Yuchan, the golden body martial emperor. Countless blood dragon soldiers witnessed this scene and erupted in thunderous cheers. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The fervent shouts of tens of thousands merged into one, shaking the heavens. A martial king suppressing a martial emperor. Is this Bai martial king the reincarnation of a martial god? The martial kings of the Blood Dragon army were utterly shocked, their hearts racing. They understood better than ordinary soldiers the realm of Bai Feng. He was not merely an emperor, but an extraordinarily monstrous king. It was unimaginable what kind of formidable stance this king would possess if he were to condense the golden body. A divine being of the extraordinary realm could potentially contend. With this thought, each martial king's emotions were restless. They were regarded as unbeatable rulers in the eyes of countless people dominating a territory. Yet before this, by martial king, they felt as powerless as children beneath the feet of giants. No, this is impossible. You must be disguising your realm, it must be. Daring to mock me, Tun-Yu-Chan, I shall eat you alive. The 15-meter golden giant roared continuously, his face filled with a ferocious killing intent. Activating the high-grade ferocious beast blood within him, his massive body suddenly bulged with muscles, transforming into a golden giant toad. This golden giant toad stood 100 meters tall, its skin rough and covered in dense golden bumps. An overwhelming ferocity radiated from it, tearing apart the heavy clouds. The giant toad's eyes were blood red, and it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of purple toxic mist like a flood reeking foully. This was the toxic breath of Tun-Yu-Chan, possessing corrosive and paralyzing effects capable of melting and eroding a 1,000-meter-tall peak. Another stage of transformation. This is interesting. But you're too ugly, but it's better to just kill you. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he spoke casually. His right hand, surrounded by dazzling blood light, pointed forward. Blood calamity, finger of the earth, tribulation, martial arts. In an instant, a gigantic blood-colored finger as massive as a mountain surged with the might to crush everything charging towards Tun-Yu-Chan. The torrent of purple toxic mist collided with the blood-colored giant finger, but it was like waves crashing against a 10-centimeter giant peak, merely splashing a bit of mist before being shattered instantly. The blood-colored giant finger descended towards Tun-Yu-Chan, casting a massive shadow over him. Countless energy waves exploded beneath the giant finger. Tun-Yu-Chan's face was one of panic, feeling as if breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. He howled to the heavens, channeling all his blood essence, spewing forth a thick blood-colored breath, as sturdy as a pillar of heaven, expansive and overwhelming. Yet the blood-colored giant finger descended like an enraged deity, suppressing all. The blood-colored giant finger instantly crushed Tun-Yu-Chan's full-strength blood breath. In the gaze of Tun-Yu-Chan, filled with indescribable fear, the blood-colored giant finger crashed down, exploding the countless golden bumps on his body. Tun-Yu-Chan's massive body was slammed down into the ground by a single finger. A gigantic pit with a diameter of 3 kilometers appeared on the battlefield. The flesh mountain-like Tun-Yu-Chan was flattened by the finger, breaking most of his bones. Had it not been for his flesh mountain-like body weakening the impact, that finger would have crushed him to death. His blood-red eyes gazed at Bai Feng in the sky, filled with fear, rage, and unwillingness. He had never seen such a terrifying king before. Neither the 10 fiends of the beast god sect, nor the 4 calamities above him, nor even the holy sons and holy maidens. In the martial king realm, there was no such fierce combat power. How could the dragon kingdom give birth to such a monstrosity? And he just happened to encounter him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tun-Yu-Chan shrank in size, transforming into a figure clad in black armor, fleeing deep into the forest. If even an ant seeks to survive, how much more so for a martial emperor with a bright future? Run, can you escape? Bai Feng's eyes turned cold as his figure transformed into a white meteor, suddenly pursuing. The kingly overlord fist unleashed tenfold power, smashing down. In an instant, a black dragon surged forth with the might to destroy everything, rampaging towards Tun-Yu-Chan. No. Tun-Yu-Chan, already heavily injured, could only let out a scream before the black dragon caught up and turned him into a cloud of blood mist. The earth was left with a trench extending 3 kilometers. Bai Feng retracted his fist stance, his blood essence illuminating the surrounding kilometers, radiating an invincible aura. Countless blood dragon soldiers erupted in deafening cheers. The martial kings of the Blood Dragon army were utterly shocked. They had witnessed this white-clad king explode a golden body martial emperor with his fists. Let alone a martial emperor battling against a realm above the grandmaster level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet this king had shattered that convention before their very eyes. Such divine might was simply awe-inspiring. More than 10 minutes later, the reinforcement contingent from Leitang Wuguan arrived at the northern front. As far as the eye could see, the ground was scarred with enormous craters and blackened scorch marks. There was not a single living ferocious beast to be found, only countless severed limbs. Only a weary Shuilong army soldier sat on the ground, catching his breath. What is going on? Wasn't the northern line in urgent need of reinforcements? Asked a martial king from Leitang Wuguan, frowning. A martial king of the Shuilong army cast a reverent glance at Bai Feng in the distance, and smiling explained everything. Moments later, the Leitang Wuguan contingent fell into stunned silence. Faces full of disbelief, the assembled warriors inhaled sharply one after another. You mean Bai Feng slew 10 beast kings and single-handedly suppressed the beast tide? Even the beast god sect's martial emperor Tun Yuchan was killed by him. Leitang Wuguan's martial king, Su Haiping, swallowed hard, feeling as if he were trapped in a dream. A martial king killed an emperor. Had the world gone mad? How dare you utter an emperor's name like that? Are you courting death? Snarled an irritable Shuilong army martial king, glaring at Su Haiping. Like him, many Shuilong army martial kings wore hostile expressions. Not long ago, their army had nearly been overwhelmed by the beast tide. It was that white-robed emperor who had saved them all. They could not tolerate anyone showing disrespect to the emperor. No, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding, Su Haiping stammered. Su Haiping of Leitang Wuguan hurried to explain. Under the intense scrutiny of so many martial kings, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, everyone from Leitang Wuguan turned to the distant white-clad figure with awe. To have single-handedly quelled the beast tide and slain a fearsome enemy like Tun Yuchan was beyond anything they had imagined. But Bai Feng had done it. He seemed like a living immortal. Amid their fervent adulation, Bai Feng advanced slowly, his voice edged with cold. These ferocious beasts have caused over 100,000 casualties among our Longwa compatriots. Today, come with me. We will strike into the beast's lairs and make them pay tenfold, even 100-fold. At his words, countless Shuilong soldiers' eyes reddened and their blood surged. Into the beast's heartlands. Avenge our comrades. Kill, kill, kill. Tens of thousands of Shuilong soldiers raised their blades and roared in unison, hatred swelling like a tide. Seeing their fervor, Bai Feng nodded in satisfaction. Beasts had always assailed the imperial capital, but today he would make them pay in blood. He had waited until now because the warriors, exhausted from a great battle, needed a brief rest. Moreover, the martial kings and garrison commanders of Leitang Wuguan had not yet arrived, whose elite strength was insufficient. Now was the time. At Bai Feng's command, the vast Shuilong army and Leitang Wuguan champions plunged into the mountain depths. A blood-red spearhead of tens of thousands of warriors drove in, slaughtering the ferocious beasts that infested each peak. The northern mountains reeked of iron and gore. Under the combined, surging warblood of the fighters, even 6th-rank beasts tucked their tails and fled. This little fellow is truly ruthless. If they keep butchering like this, the old creatures in the mountains will not sit still, mused a young man in blooded armor, hovering high above in the clouds, watching Bai Feng below with a light smile. As a transcendent powerhouse of the Shuilong army, he had only recently arrived to steady the situation and prevent mass casualties. He had not expected to arrive and find Bai Feng single-handedly resolving the beast tide and slaying a martial emperor of the beast god sect. Such exaggerated triple-tiered martial strength made him think of a great figure from the transcendent realm. The Yi family's Yi Tianzi Longwo's greatest prodigy in nearly a century, a martial god who inspired awe across the 4 seas. The younger generation is truly remarkable, the blood-armored, transcendent side. He then turned his gaze toward the mountain interior. Since Bai Feng intended to use the beast's blood to memorialize the fallen Shuilong soldiers, he would not return to Shuilong headquarters for now, choosing instead to remain and watch the transcendent beasts within the deep peaks lest they run rampant. The allied martial host continued to press forward. Whether Shuilong soldiers or Leitang Wuguan warriors all fought with eyes aflame. This beast tide had cost the Shuilong forces of the imperial capital 3 major defensive lines, over 100,000 casualties. These creatures must be hunted until they tremble, so they dare not sortie from the mountains again. Entire army halt march. Bai Feng's voice descended from the heights, and tens of thousands stopped in disciplined unison. Bai Feng did not explain, he simply fixed his sight on a nearby ridge. In his perception there lingered 2 dreadfully potent torrents of battle aura, each at least a 7th-rank ferocious beast. There were also many 6th-rank beasts. Sending ordinary Shuilong soldiers up would only add senseless casualties. Leave 2 martial kings of the Shuilong army to garrison here. All ranks below martial king remain on standby. The other martial kings follow me. Wipe out the beasts on this mountain. At Bai Feng's command, 13 martial kings surged from the ranks, 7 of them from Leitang Wuguan. Bai Feng's figure streaked through the sky like a white meteor. The 13 martial kings darted among the mountain woods with blinding footwork. Humans, get out of Monxiong Mountain. Bai Feng's unrestrained blood pressure provoked the mountain's masters, 2 7th-rank earth rampage bears. 2 mountain-sized earth rampage bears roared angrily at Bai Feng in the sky. As high-rank beasts, they perceived his vast, formidable battle aura and knew he would be hard to subdue. Even if they combined their might, taking Bai Feng would exact a heavy toll. In this loft-the-jungle range, wounds meant weakness and death. They were loath to clash with him. 2 7th-rank Earth Rampage bears 2 portions of 7th-rank Precious Blood. Double the joy. Bai Feng chuckled, then dove from the sky at tremendous speed. He drew back his fist. When it fell, it struck like a galaxy collapsing. Instantly the air was compressed, and the atmosphere groaned as a terrifying wind slammed down from above. Human, do you think we fear you? Charge and devour him. Seeing Bai Feng strike, the 2 bears' eyes reddened. Their mountain-sized bodies leapt one to the left and one to the right, aiming to overwhelm him. The dread aura of 7th-rank beasts heated the air for kilometers, waves of scorched wind rolling out. Bai Feng's fist descended as the black bear swung a massive paw. They collided with titanic force. At the instant of impact, concentric shockwaves detonated. Man and beast were hurled through the air for kilometers. The 7th-rank Earth Rampage bear stared in disbelief. It could rip mountains with its fury, with strength ranked among the apex of 7th-rank beasts, yet this human could match it blow for blow. As Bai Feng steadied, the brown Earth Rampage bear suddenly appeared behind him, jaws gaping to bite. One chomp would have torn him to pieces. If you come in close, your precious blood will be mine, the bear bellowed. Bai Feng's expression turned ice cold. He twisted and unleashed an overlord fist with ruthless force. The fierce punch wrapped in gale smashed into the brown bear's skull. Muscle and sinew exploded, as if a colossal watermelon had been split. The mountain-sized brown beast's carcass crashed to the earth with a thunderous impact, sending dust and shattered stone flying. No, he'll kill you, he'll kill you. The black Earth Rampage bear gave a blood-curdling roar upon seeing its companion slain, the cry rattling the sky. Its pupils filled with bloodshot veins, its body swelled as it lunged at Bai Feng, its mountain-like bulk bearing down with terrible force. When that paw descended, the air was compressed to its utmost. Before the paw landed, a colossal air shockwave thundered toward Bai Feng, ripping through cloud banks. Overlord Fist, tenfold combat power engaged. Bai Feng ignited his precious blood, weaving black dragon chi around his arms as white steam billowed meters from his frame. He resembled a god in the clouds, his body drawn like a mighty bow. The punch, laden with boundless force, shattered the oncoming shockwave and slammed into the bear's crushing paw. Man and bear matched in strength, rocketing apart only to strike each other again. 2 monstrous bodies engaged in savage, relentless combat. Their fight raged from the heavens down into the forest, clouds shredded and ridgelines pulverized. What unnerved the black bear most was that this diminutive human fought like a tyrannosaur after hundreds of exchanges, remaining unscathed. By contrast, the bear's bones had been broken by the human's fists. If the struggle continued, the bear feared it might be exhausted to death by this mortal. Ignite blood, the black bear roared. Its precious blood flared, and its mountain-sized form surged with renewed might. The bear's body burned with crimson flame as it stamped the void, charging like an avalanche that could shatter peaks. A blood-red avenue split the sky. The blood giant's full-force charge could demolish a range of 1,000-meter summits. Who gave you the right to waste my precious blood? It bellowed. Die. Bai Feng's eyes reddened as though he could see the precious blood draining away. He had long regarded this bear's blood as his own spoils. He could not abide its burning. He poured the bulk of his chi and war blood into his fist like a sluice. The punch, charged with annihilating intent, blasted forth. Gale force winds tore the atmosphere apart. A vacuum corridor half a kilometer wide opened in the sky. The blood-flaming bear's half-body was blown apart by the blow, its mangled carcass slamming into the earth. Bai Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a breath. Close call. The precious blood is safe. Smiling, he dove down to collect the gratifying spoils, the 2 7th-rank bear's precious blood. At this moment, high in the sky, a member of the Blood Dragon army in blood armor witnessed the entire battle between Bai Feng and the earth-shattering bear, his eyes twitching involuntarily. It took less than 10 minutes to kill 2 7th-tier beasts. What a monster. If only this prodigy were one of our Blood Dragon army members. How about I personally go to recruit him? The blood-armored Transcendent's gaze was burning with intensity. Suddenly, he recalled the domineering Transcendent from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and immediately abandoned this thought. Whether it was the Hall Master or the Transcendent controlling natural disasters, being targeted by them was quite troublesome. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall came to support the Blood Dragon army, and yet he considered poaching talent from them. That felt rather unethical. Meanwhile, Bai Feng remained unaware of the Transcendent observing him, as the life level between them was vastly different. He clenched his fist like a knife, slicing open the hearts of the 2 earth-shattering bears, extracting their most precious blood and storing it in a jade vial. 2 portions of 7th-tier beast blood. Drinking this will significantly enhance my vitality and strength. Bai Feng smiled as he stored the jade vial in his Qingjiao ring. At that moment, a bloodied martial king emerged from the mountains. Everyone was filled with excitement, their gazes fervently fixed on Bai Feng. Commander Bai, we have wiped out all the ferocious beasts on the mountain. Should we continue forward? More than 10 martial kings had made considerable gains, each holding at least one portion of 6th-tier beast blood. Naturally, they were eager to venture deeper into the mountains to slay more ferocious beasts. It's time to retreat. This time we've killed at least 300,000 ferocious beasts, enough to instill fear in the ferocious beasts of the northern mountains. If we continue forward with more 7th-tier ferocious beasts, it will be difficult for me to protect you all, Bai Feng said calmly. He could clearly sense that deep within the mountains there were at least 100 terrifying auras comparable to the earth-shattering bear. With him, as the only martial emperor among the entire army, charging deeper would be tantamount to seeking death. Hearing Bai Feng's words, the martial king's expressions dimmed momentarily before they quickly understood everything. Under Bai Feng's lead, everyone began to walk towards the mountain's exit. Soon a blood-colored dragon, made up of tens of thousands of warriors, began to withdraw from the mountains. I've never felt this exhilarating before. This is my first time charging into the mountains, and our casualties among the ferocious beasts are dozens of times ours. With the Emperor leading us, I feel like I wield my blade with much more strength. The Emperor truly is the backbone of our dragon kingdom. That white ghost ape had peak 6th-tier strength, yet the Emperor smashed it into a meat patty with a single palm. Countless warriors chattered excitedly, and the entire team was enveloped in a relaxed atmosphere. Bai Feng hovered in the air, always keeping himself at the back of the team to protect the entire group. Suddenly Bai Feng's hair stood on end. A shadow that blotted out the sun approached at an alarming speed. It was a black tiger with wings as massive as a mountain, radiating an overwhelming ferocity. The moment it appeared, it felt as if the light in the world was swallowed by darkness. The oppressive weight nearly left Bai Feng gasping for air. Countless warriors below turned pale at the sight of the winged black tiger, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. This is a ferocious beast of the transcendent realm. Bai Feng's heart raced in fear, and he quickly urged the entire team to accelerate their march. He suppressed his fear, unleashing a torrent of vitality and strength that soared thousands of meters high, standing between the thousands of warriors and the winged black tiger. It was he who led this team into the depths of the mountains, and he certainly would not allow the entire group to perish before him. Humans, you have killed millions of my ferocious beasts. Today I will have you all remain. The winged black tiger's eyes were cold, and it opened its massive jaws, inhaling sharply. In an instant, a gust of wind formed, uprooting countless giant trees. The winged black tiger's eyes were filled with cruelty. It intended to swallow all the warriors whole. Black Tiger Emperor, do you wish to die? Thunder rumbled through the heavens as a blood-armored figure dove down from the sky. With a slash of his blade, the sound of the blade resonated through the heavens and earth. A blood-colored blade, aura 100 feet long, split through the sky, piercing through the sun and moon. It was as if the sky had been cleaved into two halves. The winged black tiger's massive pupils were filled with fear and panic upon seeing the newcomer. Heaven Blade Martial Saint. The winged black tiger was horrified and turned to flee, burning its precious blood in its haste. How could this be? How could there be a martial saint following this team? The Heaven Blade Martial Saint was the pinnacle of strength in the Dragon Kingdom. The winged black tiger frantically flapped its wings, moving at the speed of light. But the blood-colored blade aura was faster. A sharp sound echoed as the blade tore through flesh and bone. The enormous body of the winged black tiger was suddenly sliced in two, its head crashing heavily to the ground. A rain of blood fell from the heavens. Countless people stared in shock at this single strike, rendered speechless. When a transcendent expert takes action, it is as if they are a god or demon. That strike seemed capable of cleaving the sky asunder, leaving people terrified beyond measure. Bai Feng hovered in the air, his pupils suddenly narrowing. Is this what transcendent means? How powerful? Bai Feng was deeply shocked. Witnessing a transcendent in action for the first time made him feel the vast gap in strength. The blood-armored transcendent and the winged black tiger could easily obliterate him. He must become a transcendent himself, possessing the strength to traverse the seas. Bai Feng, you are impressive. You dared to stand up against a ferocious beast of the transcendent realm. I hereby grant you the special rank of Major General in the Blood Dragon Army. With this Golden Dragon token, you can summon up to 100,000 Blood Dragon Army soldiers at any time to aid you in quelling any turmoil. The Heaven Blade Martial Saint flew before Bai Feng, solemnly handing him a Golden Dragon token. This token is only granted to Dragon Kingdom warriors who have made significant contributions to the Blood Dragon Army. Since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom, there have been no more than 10 warriors who possess the Golden Dragon token. Countless martial emperors covet this. It represents the highest honor of the Blood Dragon Army. A warrior with the Golden Dragon token is regarded as half one of their own by this vast force. In times of danger, the activation of the Golden Dragon token will summon the Blood Dragon Army's transcendence for immediate support. The value of the Golden Dragon token is enough to entice even transcendent experts. The Golden Dragon token is awarded to the Emperor, and I fully agree. The Emperor led our Blood Dragon army to slay 300,000 ferocious beasts, suppressing the beast tide, and faced the transcendent ferocious beasts to protect us. This golden token is well-deserved. Tens of thousands of Blood Dragon army soldiers simultaneously saluted, their expressions solemn. Even the martial kings from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall looked on with envy, deeply shocked. Bai Feng, the martial king, was like a god or demon in the flesh. He was the first to receive a Golden Dragon token at the martial king level. Thank you, Martial Saint. I will definitely not let down this Golden Dragon token. Bai Feng received the Golden Dragon token with a serious expression. He understood what this token represented, both honor and responsibility. Train hard. Within 10 years I hope to see you at the Transcendent Holy Temple. The Heavenblade Martial Saint looked at Bai Feng with appreciation and encouraged him. Bai Feng not only possessed great potential, but also had commendable character. Such a prodigy is the key to the Dragon Kingdom's continuation for millennia. 10 years is too long for the Transcendent Holy Temple. I only strive for the present. Bai Feng silently vowed. Within a month at most, with 4 chances to instantly kill, pouring in 400 years of cultivation, he would surely become transcendent. Blood Dragon Army, have you not yet met your Special Major General? The Heavenblade Martial Saint's voice carried the force of thunder. We have met the Special Major General. We have met the Special Major General. Tens of thousands of Blood Dragon Army soldiers, including the Martial Kings, shouted in thunderous unison. The gazes of the crowd towards Bai Feng were filled with admiration and fervor. The Martial Kings from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall were also filled with passionate blood at this moment. To live like Bai Feng, even if it were just for a day, they would be willing. Hearing the greetings from tens of thousands of people, Bai Feng felt a surge of emotion. He raised the Golden Dragon token in his hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. I, Bai Feng, will not fail the sacred mission of the Special Major General. As long as I am alive, any force that dares to harm even one person from the Dragon Kingdom, I will kill them. Bai Feng's words were somewhat impulsive, but they resonated with countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers. The Heavenblade Martial Saint's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. The martial arts have no borders, but warriors do. Half an hour later, Bai Feng bid farewell to the Heavenly Blade Martial Saint and returned to the northern defense line with the Blood Dragon Army. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of Blood Dragon soldiers, he led the Thunderbolt Martial Hall's team back to the imperial capital. At this time, under the joint suppression of the Blood Dragon Army and various major forces, the 3 beast defense lines had been subdued. In particular, the northern defense line from where Bai Feng had come achieved the most astonishing results. One person suppressed the beast tide, slaying the moon-eating toad of the beast god sect, and leading the army to annihilate 3 million ferocious beasts in the deep mountains. Bai Feng's remarkable achievements swept across the entire imperial capital like a raging storm. Countless people knew of a king named Bai Feng who was invincible and heroic. Even Bai Feng's parents felt immense pride upon hearing all of this. Their son was a king with combat power that inspired admiration from countless people. Bai Feng's sister Bai Ling was beyond excited. She knew her older brother was formidable, but she never expected him to be a king. Even their high school principal expressed admiration when mentioning her brother. With such a powerful older brother, why bother working hard in the second half of her life? She could just relax. In the Thunderbolt Martial Hall in the Master's office, Master Qin Lai gazed at Bai Feng with a complicated expression. You really surprised me this time. The Gold Dragon token of the Blood Dragon Army was conferred to you in person. This is the first time I've heard of it. Qin Lai felt unsettled. Bai Feng's strength was changing at an astonishing rate. Just last week he had only possessed king-level combat power, and this week he had directly killed a king and annihilated 2 7th-tier ferocious beasts. Such a speed of breakthrough was truly breathtaking. Once the task is done, the token naturally follows. Bai Feng took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai smiled wryly and continued, the extraordinary figures above the Martial Hall are very pleased with you, believing that you have brought fame to the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. They have specially rewarded you with a 7th-tier precious herb and a ground-level martial art. You may go to the Martial Hall's treasury to choose freely. Bai Feng's eyes lit up. The Martial Hall was being quite generous this time. A 7th-tier precious herb and a ground-level martial art. If he were to undertake a mission to earn contribution points, he wouldn't know when he would get them. This time he needed to carefully select a ground-level martial art to enhance his offensive capabilities. After chatting with Master Qin Lai for a while, Bai Feng took the token for exchanging the precious herb and martial art and headed straight for the underground treasury of the Martial Hall. After careful selection, he chose a 7th-tier dragon saliva fruit. The dragon saliva fruit is said to grow near the lairs of dragon-type ferocious beasts and possesses extremely potent medicinal properties. Consuming a dragon saliva fruit brings benefits equivalent to a normal martial king practicing hard for over 10 years. Now my physical body is armed with the kingly dominance fist. For suppressing enemies, I have the blood calamity finger, this ground-level martial art. However, I still lack a long-range killing martial art, and this is a perfect opportunity to fill that gap. Bai Feng silently contemplated. The opportunity to select a ground-level martial art was extremely precious, and he had to choose one that would comprehensively enhance his strength. Step of Heaven, a ground-level martial art. With each step taken, it possesses the might to crush a giant peak. Taking 9 consecutive steps is enough to shatter mountains and suppress 1,000-meter tsunamis. Upon seeing this martial art, Bai Feng admitted he was tempted. However, this martial art, like the blood calamity finger, was also focused on suppressing enemies. The martial arts served a similar purpose, so it wasn't worth exchanging for the time being. He could come back and exchange it later when the opportunity arose. Shadow of the Wind, a ground-level movement technique, can create thousands of afterimages while moving with unparalleled speed, making it impossible for enemies to discern his form, leaving them only able to passively receive blows. Passing through the movement technique section, Bai Feng shook his head. Movement techniques would not significantly enhance his strength at this stage, so he set them aside. After carefully selecting for over half an hour, 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique, condensing the power of chi and blood into weapons such as swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. When these divine weapons are unleashed, they penetrate and suppress all enemies. Bai Feng stopped in his tracks, looking at the introduction of this martial art, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. The transformation of chi and blood into divine weapons can both shoot down enemies at a distance and control multiple divine weapons, creating a torrent of divine weapons to suppress everything. This martial art suited his appetite perfectly. This is the one. Carrying the golden martial imprint inscribed with the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique and the 7th-tier dragon saliva fruit, Bai Feng left the underground treasury and headed straight for the back mountain of the martial hall. Now let's inherit the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique. Bai Feng found a clear area in the back mountain and immediately pressed the golden martial imprint against his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of complex information surged into his mind. The various details of the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique became clear to him. Even though the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique was a ground-level martial art before Bai Feng, who possessed 100-fold comprehension, it held not the slightest secret. Martial Arts, Kingly Dominance, Fist, Perfect, Blood Calamity, Finger, Perfect, 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique, Perfect, Dragon, Elephant, Fist, Perfect, 5 Animals, Stance, Perfect. Bai Feng glanced at the panel, a slight smile curving his lips. Other martial kings and kings would take at least several decades to comprehend a ground-level martial art to perfection. Furthermore, to break through perfection in ground-level martial arts. Out of 100 golden body martial emperors, at most one could achieve it. But for him, instantaneous perfection with 100-fold comprehension was simply that domineering. Now let's test the power of the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique. Bai Feng stood up, his eyes fixed on the towering stone mountains before him. 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique. Bai Feng shouted lowly, his chi and blood bursting forth like a flood. In an instant, thousands of blood-colored divine weapons hovered in the sky behind him. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, various divine weapons exuded an aura capable of penetrating everything. Bai Feng lightly tapped his fingertip forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of blood-colored divine weapons whistled as they shot out, merging into a torrent of blood that crashed into the stone mountains before him. Bang, bang, bang. One stone mountain after another was penetrated like tofu crumbling into rubble. If I use this 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique, that 7th-tier earth-bursting bear could be shot down in a single encounter. Bai Feng retracted his chi and blood, thoroughly satisfied with the power of his new martial art. The 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique allowed for long-range shooting, while the Kingly Dominance Fist was for close combat, and the Blood Calamity Finger suppressed larger enemies. With 3 perfect-level ground martial arts at his disposal, even he felt a bit inflated. However, Bai Feng quickly cast aside distractions. The extraordinary was his ultimate goal. Now I still have a 7th-tier dragon saliva fruit and 2 portions of 7th-tier earth-bursting bear's precious blood. I will consume these precious herbs and blood over this period, diligently train and strive for a breakthrough. Bai Feng silently planned, then left the Thunderbolt Martial Hall and returned home to Tianfu Garden. His sister Bai Ling had called him several times, saying there was something important at home. As soon as he entered the door, Bai Feng saw a grandmaster sitting on his sofa. His parents were chatting with this grandmaster, and his sister Bai Ling was behaving properly in front of him. Brother, you're back. Let me introduce you. This is the admissions officer from the Imperial Capital Martial University. He is here to specially recruit me. Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly. The Imperial Capital Martial University was the top martial arts school in Longhua. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ling would be lucky to enter an ordinary martial university, The imperial capital Martial University was something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. But now everything was different. With an exceptionally talented brother, even the proud imperial capital Martial University had to bow their heads. Hello, I'm Han Song, the admissions officer from the imperial capital Martial University. I apologize for imposing on your family. Please forgive me. The middle-aged Grandmaster Han Song hurriedly stood up and respectfully greeted the teacher from the imperial capital Martial University, whom even the town generals had to treat with respect, looked at Bai Feng with eyes full of awe. Bai Feng chuckled and nodded. Please take a seat. He was somewhat surprised that his sister could attend the imperial capital Martial University. However, upon reconsideration, given his current status and strength, he was in the top tier beneath the extraordinary. The imperial capital Martial University proactively sought to befriend him, specially recruiting Bai Ling to enter the university, which was nothing short of excellent. Strong individuals in this world inherently enjoyed various privileges. I won't interrupt you any further. For the various procedures of school registration, please notify me when the time comes. I will accompany your sister to handle them. Grandmaster Han Song felt a bit nervous in front of a king-level powerhouse. Seeing that his mission was accomplished, he quickly spoke. The pressure Bai Feng exerted on him was too strong. At 26 years old, a king-level combatant, holder of the Gold Dragon token of the Blood Dragon Army, and the first talent of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall. Such strength was enough to repeatedly beat the geniuses of the imperial capital Martial University. If it weren't for the dean giving him a strict task, he wouldn't have dared to face such a king directly. A king's wrath could vaporize a grandmaster like him merely by unleashing their chi and blood. Watching Grandmaster Han Song leave the atmosphere at home became much more relaxed. I'm a student of the imperial capital Martial University. Now I no longer have to attend that boring high school. Once I enter university, the first thing you'll do is date. Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly after the guests had left, imagining her university life. Bai Mingyuan, Su Ro, and Bai Feng all had stern expressions upon hearing this. Bai Mingyuan and Su Ro had intended to lecture her, but Bai Feng spoke first. Dating in university is fine, but your boyfriend must meet me first. They'll vet him for you. You're too young and could easily be deceived by scumbags. A dangerous glint flickered in Bai Feng's eyes. He hoped his sister's future boyfriend wouldn't be a scumbag. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to step in and give them a lesson. After the beast tide passed, the imperial capital fell into tranquility once again. Bai Feng spent his days either with family or in cultivation. Occasionally, he visited the Imperial Martial University to check on his sister Bai Ling, causing quite a stir there. The battle prowess of a 26-year-old monarch left the talented individuals from across the nation in awe. Among them, the most gifted could barely reach the master level by their 4th year. To them, the monarch was the embodiment of their dreams. Seeing Bai Ling accepted as a disciple by a martial king dean at the Imperial Martial University brought Bai Feng a sense of relief. Although the martial king seemed a bit weak in his eyes, he was more than capable of teaching first-tier warriors. At the Thunder Martial Arts Academy in the back mountains, Bai Feng finished a set of 5 animals stance and couldn't help but frown. This stance was too low in grade, providing minimal effects on his currently robust vitality. After just 1 month, he had advanced from a first-tier warrior, breaking through 5 major realms to reach the 3rd level of Martial King. With 100 years of cultivation infused within him, he instinctively overlooked the stance. It was time to find a more suitable stance. Bai Feng arrived at the martial arts building of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. As a being of monarch-level battle prowess, he held a high authority within the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Below the Earth rank, he could borrow all martial arts techniques for free. After flipping through hundreds of stances, Bai Feng was not particularly satisfied. Thus, he decisively chose to develop a stance suitable for himself. This stance was to be based on the balanced and harmonious 5-animal stance, integrating the strengths of various stances. He committed hundreds of stances to memory. Picking up paper and pen, his inspiration flowed like a spring. He classified various stances according to their characteristics and began to experiment with their fusion. In no time, hundreds of ideas for stances appeared in his mind. The giant whale stance involved standing firm under the great pressure of the deep sea. When combined with the 5 styles fist to stir the seawater, it could thoroughly temper the body, making the vitality as mighty and profound as that of a giant whale. The dragon python stance mimicked the ferocity of dragon and python beasts, showcasing incredible flexibility and explosive power. It could effectively refine the entire body's fascia and strengthen the vitality. However, during cultivation, one needed to apply the precious blood of dragon or python beasts, which consumed enormous resources. One stance after another was created and then discarded by Bai Feng. After half a day, he finally invented a stance that satisfied him the most. The 5 animals divine demon stance, based on the 5 animal stance combined with 365 moves that were difficult for ordinary people to perform. It could thoroughly refine the body's bones and flesh, allowing the marrow to burst forth with pure vitality. Only Bai Feng could execute this stance, as some of the moves required an exceptionally strong physique and flexibility. Furthermore, performing the 5 animals divine demon stance would cause his precious blood to boil and rapidly heat the surrounding environment. Each time he practiced, he needed to find an uninhabited place to prevent any accidental harm to others from the released high temperatures. Bai Feng left the room soaring into the sky and arriving at the outskirts of the wilderness to the north of the imperial capital. Bai Feng exhaled and immediately performed the 5 animals divine demon stance. The 365 movements flowed seamlessly from him. As his fists and feet moved, the air was stirred like flowing water. At times he lunged like a fierce tiger, at times he stepped like a mountain deer, presenting offerings like a monkey, charging like a giant bear, and soaring like a phoenix. After completing a full set of the 5 animals divine demon stance, Bai Feng's precious blood began to boil within him. His muscles and bones started to burn, and scalding steam erupted from his skin's pores. In an instant, the area within a few kilometers was enveloped in scorching white steam, resembling a celestial paradise. However, with each execution of the 5 animals divine demon stance by Bai Feng, on the open ground around him, white steam transformed into fierce tigers, wild deer, spiritual monkeys, giant bears, and phoenixes. Various illusory forms of the 5 animals circled around Bai Feng, becoming increasingly solid and exuding pressure comparable to real ferocious beasts. After finishing a set of stances, Bai Feng's vitality had surprisingly surged, leaving him overjoyed. One must know that in terms of total vitality, he was not inferior to even the strongest of martial emperors. In terms of purity of vitality, even martial emperors fell short of him. All of this came from his 400 years of arduous cultivation. To enhance his vitality without using precious blood or elixirs and solely relying on stances was simply a fantasy for a being of monarch-level battle prowess. But the 5 animals divine demon stance he created could achieve that. According to Bai Feng's judgment, this 5 animals divine demon stance was sufficient to be classified as an earth-tier technique. The deficiencies in the stance had been compensated for. Next, it was time to cultivate diligently. He took out a portion of precious blood from the 7th-tier earth violent bear and drank it down. The surging medicinal power in the precious blood immediately surged through his organs. Bai Feng hastily performed the 5 animals divine demon stance to heat his body and quickly absorbed the medicinal power. Under his relentless cultivation, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days he remained in the wilderness, practicing the stance, occasionally entering the mountains to battle ferocious beasts. By selling the materials from the slain 6th-tier ferocious beasts to the Martial Arts Academy, he instantly increased his bank balance by over 300 million. However, money was merely a number to him now, as many resources could not be purchased with money. To enhance his strength, he consumed 2 portions of 7th-tier earth violent bear's precious blood and a 7th-tier dragon saliva fruit. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the wilderness, after performing a complete set of the 5 animals divine demon stance, Bai Feng's vitality surged dramatically. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds, and his golden glass-like bones became even more formidable. Every muscle moved like steel cables, ready to unleash a tremendous force far beyond his Host Bai Feng Martial Arts Level 7th Level Martial King Technique 5 Animals Divine Demon Stance Perfect Martial Arts Kingly Overbearing Fist Perfect Blood Calamity Finger Perfect 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique Perfect Talent 100-fold Comprehension SSS Level Titanium Battle Body S-Level Corpse Explosion S-Level System Space Non-Current Fixed Item 100 Years of Cultivation One-Yuan Instant Kill System will refresh in 4 days, refreshing 3 items each time. The system looks forward to meeting you again. Finally, I have broken through to the 7th level of Martial King. Bai Feng exhaled lightly, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. In just 3 days, relying on precious blood and elixirs along with the honing of his body through the 5 animals divine demon stance, he had finally broken through from the 3rd level of Martial King to the 7th level. This feeling did not come from a cheat, but rather from the tangible sense of progress he felt at every moment. Clenching his fist tightly, the immense power surged through his body and into his fist as Bai Feng struck forward. Instantly, a transparent fist strike the size of a small mountain shot out. Countless trees in the forest were instantly reduced to dust, and the tremendous noise startled many ferocious beasts, which hurriedly fled deep into the mountains. A massive trench several kilometers long appeared in the forest, looking incredibly alarming. With 4 days until the next instant kill, it was time to head home for a visit. Bai Feng was quite satisfied with the power of this punch, soaring into the sky and quickly returning home. At home, he enjoyed a meal prepared by his mother Su Ro and comfortably leaned back on the sofa. The family still lived in the 3-bedroom apartment gifted by the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. After Bai Feng gained monarch-level battle prowess, the academy gifted him a manor. However, his parents felt the manor was too large and preferred the community's lively atmosphere where they could play mahjong and chess with neighbors. Thus, Bai Feng's family did not move into the manor. As Bai Feng let his mind wander, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was the academy head Qin Lai, who sounded very excited. This was all because the underwater secret realm in the East Sea had opened. In the eastern seas of the Dragon Kingdom, monstrous waves surged across the ocean. The sea surface split open, creating a massive trench that stretched for dozens of kilometers. The seawater collapsed from the center as if it had been cleaved open by a blade. Below the surface, the shadows of gigantic beasts occasionally swam by. Bai Feng and the three martial emperors from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall hovered above the water, surprised by this spectacle. Every time the secret realm opens, it makes me feel utterly insignificant. To keep the seas separated for so long, it must take extraordinary power, said the burly Fu Jiao Martial Emperor with a sigh. Extraordinary power feels so distant from us. We should focus on collecting more precious herbs and blood. By the way, among us, Bai Feng is most likely to break through to the extraordinary level. Don't joke with me. I am merely a martial king, far from a monarch, Bai Feng said, modestly exchanging pleasure. Every monarch is an exceptional talent. Their friendly attitude towards him made him feel comfortable. Let's go. The most senior Fu Jiao Martial Emperor spoke with a smile. The four of them immediately dove from the sky into the depths of the sea, their figures resembling great dragons as they swiftly navigated through the underwater currents. Finally, in the pitch-black, deep sea, they spotted a gigantic spatial rift spewing forth water. This was the entrance to the underwater secret realm, which opened once every 10 years. The four of them rushed into the spatial rift, and an intense light instantly enveloped them. Bai Feng focused his gaze, noticing that the underwater secret realm was filled with corals and endless underwater mountain ranges. At the end of his line of sight, he even saw an erupting underwater volcano. Countless torrents of water enveloped them. The water here was powerful enough to crush even a town-level expert into blood mist. However, what made Bai Feng narrow his eyes was that upon entering the secret realm's entrance, they were surrounded by 9 black-clad martial emperors, their expressions cold. Esteemed guests, my master is currently in seclusion. Entry to this secret realm is prohibited for anyone at this time. You may leave. The leading black-clad martial emperor placed a hand on his sword, speaking in an unquestionable tone. A chilling aura of menace emanated from him, firmly locking onto Bai Feng and his companions. Behind him, the other 8 martial emperors glared icily at Bai Feng and his group, ready to strike at any moment. People from the Sakura Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. Even a child knew that the East Sea was part of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. A group of martial emperors from the Sakura Kingdom actually wanted to seize this place and demanded they leave. It was akin to a bunch of bandits occupying someone's house, refusing to pay rent and forcing the owner to leave. Were these people so audacious? He had already killed more than one monarch. Besides, he wasn't even sure how powerful the Wanbing Jinsha technique he had just learned was. Today would be the perfect opportunity to test the power of the Wanbing Jinsha technique on these Sakura Kingdom trash. Sakura Kingdom martial emperors, you have overstepped your boundaries. At that moment, the expressions of Fu Jiao Martial Emperor and the others turned ashen, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They wished they could have a battle with these Sakura Kingdom trash. However, the opposing side had 9 martial emperors, while they only had 4, including Bai Feng. Moreover, Bai Feng had yet to solidify his blood-chi golden body, making his defenses the weakest among them. If a fight broke out, the conspicuous martial king at the 7th level would most likely be the first target of the Sakura Kingdom. He might even face a disastrous fate. The underwater secret realm had just opened, and martial emperors from other forces in the Dragon Kingdom should be arriving soon. At that time, they could join forces with others to wipe out the Sakura Kingdom trash. I will remember your arrogance, Sakura Kingdom. Let's leave. Fu Jiao Martial Emperor suppressed his anger and coldly snorted, preparing to lead. However, what made him anxious was that Bai Feng remained motionless, a terrifying surge of blood-chi erupting from him, forcing the surrounding seawater aside. The murderous intent in his eyes was unabashed. What audacity! A mere martial king dares to challenge a monarch. How interesting. I was just lamenting the lack of an excuse to kill you, so I guess I'll wipe out this group of Dragon Kingdom people. Are the people from the Dragon Kingdom really this brainless? They actively seek death in front of 9 of our martial emperors. The martial emperors from the Sakura Kingdom were not surprised, but rather pleased, chuckling as they drew their swords. A series of sharp and massive slashes descended upon Bai Feng, the seawater being cleaved apart, creating a grand spectacle. Bai Feng Yu, Fu Jiao Martial Emperor, the One-Armed Martial Emperor, and Mo Qingyu all changed their expressions drastically. They had overlooked one crucial detail. Bai Feng was different from them. He was in his 20s, a period of youthful fervor. Moreover, not long ago, he had single-handedly suppressed a beast tide, defeating the moon-eating toad of the beast god sect. How could such a prodigy tolerate this insult? Bai Feng, you are too impulsive. There are 9 martial emperors here, not someone like the moon-eating toad. We will hold them off for you. You quickly leave the secret realm. Fu Jiao, martial emperor, and the others gritted their teeth, stepping forward to shield Bai Feng, unleashing their most powerful moves to counter the massive slashes from the Sakura Kingdom martial emperors. Bai Feng said nothing, his eyes gleaming with cold light. One-Yuan Instant technique. Instantly, thousands of blood-colored divine weapons materialized behind him. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds, axes, and hooks. Various divine weapons glinted with a cold light, exuding an aura that could tear through everything. Bai Feng lightly pointed forward with his fingertip. Whooshed! Thousands of blood-colored divine weapons whistled as they shot out, converging into a torrent of blood rushing towards the Sakura Kingdom martial emperors. The massive slashes from the Sakura Kingdom were easily pierced by the blood-colored divine weapons like bubbles. The thousands of blood-colored divine weapons carrying unparalleled kinetic energy surged towards the heads of the Sakura Kingdom martial emperors. At that moment, the 9 martial emperors from the Sakura Kingdom changed their expressions drastically, their hairs standing on end. They felt an overwhelming sense of death from the sheer number of blood-colored divine weapons. What kind of prodigy is this? How could a martial king at the 7th level unleash such a terrifying attack? Even the extraordinary powerhouses like the Ghost Warriors had not displayed such outrageous combat strength in their youth. A great terror surged within the hearts of the martial emperors from the Sakura Kingdom. They hastily summoned their blood-chi golden bodies, transforming into towering golden giants over 10 meters tall, capable of demolishing mountains. Kill! The 9 golden giants roared, unleashing their strongest attacks. 8 giant serpents formed from condensed blood-chi, massive black mountains, and crescent-shaped slashes. The combined might of the 9 golden martial emperors was enough to severely injure a high-level martial emperor. The seawater was instantly vaporized by the high temperature of this combined attack. Finally, the thousands of blood-colored divine weapons violently clashed with the attacks of the Sakura Kingdom martial emperors. The 8 giant serpents were instantly turned into a sieve by the blood-colored divine weapons, while the massive black mountains exploded. The blood-colored divine weapons easily shattered the combined attack of the martial emperors descending upon them. No, we must leave. We must leave. Spare us. We are from the Ghost Warriors. You cannot kill us. Spare me. We are willing to share this secret realm. Please don't kill me. As the thousands of blood-colored divine weapons rained down, the 9 golden giants were pierced through, crashing down amidst their screams and pleas for mercy. Some had their heads smashed by the blood-colored divine weapons, while others had large parts of their bodies turned into blood mist. The golden blood stained the entire sea. Together, the 9 of them could not even find a complete corpse. Using a group of Sakura Kingdom trash is just right to test the One-Yuan Instant technique. Unfortunately, they were too weak to even withstand my second wave of divine weapon attacks. Bai Feng lamented as he retracted his blood-chi, causing the thousands of blood-colored divine weapons hovering behind him to dissipate. He estimated that with his current blood-chi reserves, executing the One-Yuan Instant technique 40 or 50 times would not be a problem. The golden body defense of martial emperors was strong, but it could not withstand 50 waves of divine weapon attacks from him. At this moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Fu Jiao, martial emperor, the one-armed martial emperor, and Mo Qingyu stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. 9 golden martial emperors, just like that. Dead. The golden body is nothing but paper in front of these divine weapons. How is this possible? The golden body is the strongest means of a martial emperor. What kind of martial art is this? Each divine weapon possesses the ability to injure an ordinary martial emperor, and there are thousands of them. No wonder Bai Feng was unwilling to leave. These Sakura Kingdom trash are utterly insignificant in his presence. The 3 martial emperors from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall were profoundly shocked, their breathing becoming rapid. Unconsciously, a hint of reverence crept into their gazes towards Bai Feng. This individual standing before them was far from an ordinary monarch. Bai Feng's singular display of divine weapons was enough to instill fear and trepidation in all monarchs. Moreover, he appeared so calm, as if he had not even exerted his full strength. Unfathomable. Only these 4 words could describe Bai Feng's strength. Everyone, the trash that blocked our way has been eliminated. Next, let's explore the secret realms separately. Then we will follow your lead. Fu Jiao, martial emperor, replied with a smile. Exploring the secret realm separately was in fact a good thing for them. Bai Feng was too strong, being with him made them hesitant to seize any precious herbs. The one-armed martial emperor and Mo Qingyu had no objections either. Thus the 4 of them separated at the entrance of the secret realm, each choosing a direction to delve deeper. Underwater secret realm. Bai Feng moved like a great dragon, freely weaving through the sea. After about 10 minutes, he spotted a glowing purple coral. Purple crystal coral, a fifth-tier precious herb, quite a stroke of luck. Bai Feng's eyes brightened as he harvested the purple crystal coral and stored it in his Qingjiao ring. Ground into powder, purple crystal coral possesses beautifying and rejuvenating effects, making it highly sought after by female warriors. A single piece can fetch astronomical prices in the market. This purple crystal coral will surely make my mother very happy when I bring it back. Bai Feng chuckled to himself as he continued his search for more precious herbs. During this time, he had diligently studied the knowledge of precious herbs. He would no longer experience the awkwardness of being unable to distinguish between precious herbs and wildflowers like when he first entered the secret realm. Continuing to dart through the sea at high speed, Bai Feng violently parted the water, creating a vacuum channel. In the dead silence of the ocean floor, the feeling of loneliness was enough to shatter the will of an ordinary warrior. However, Bai Feng remained unfazed, continuously sensing the sounds and energies emanating from the water. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath his feet. Thousands of meters away, a red pillar of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sea in a crimson glow. The intense energy fluctuations made Bai Feng elated. This indicates that a precious herb has matured, and it must be at least a sixth-tier herb. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feng unleashed the blood energy within him and sped towards the red light. Soon he found a volcano erupting, dark red lava spilling out in all directions. Not far from the volcano's mouth, a piece of ambered stone radiated an incredibly intense heat. This is lava jade, and such a large piece at that. What luck! Bai Feng recognized the ambered stone. Lava jade is a crystallization formed by lava over thousands of years. It contains a type of red liquid that when consumed can significantly enhance the blood energy of even a seventh-tier martial emperor. Moreover, it also has the effect of tempering the body. A single drop of lava jade could incite fierce competition among martial emperors, and this crystal contained at least dozens of drops of it. Bai Feng could hardly imagine how powerful he would become after consuming this lava jade. Who allowed you to enter the secret realm? Put down the lava jade. Just as Bai Feng picked up the lava jade crystal and prepared to store it in his space ring, a furious voice echoed from nearby. He saw a small team of 3 swiftly approaching. All were martial emperors in golden armor. The leader, a man in gold battle attire, glared at Bai Feng with a face full of anger. It was he who had just spoken. Behind him were 2 martial emperors, one tall and one short, both exuding an aura of the 5th tier, extremely formidable. I can enter the Dragon Kingdom's secret realm whenever I want. What right do you have to speak to me like that, huh? Bai Feng's expression darkened instantly. He deduced from their poor command of the dragon language that they were likely from the Sakura nation who had entered the secret realm. To demand he put down the lava jade was simply outrageous. Without warning, blood-colored divine weapons emitted a synchronized sound of killing intent, hurtling towards the man in gold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-colored divine weapons moved with the speed of lightning, reaching the 3 men in an instant. The 3 were filled with terror, unable to react in time, and were pierced through the abdomen by the blood-colored divine weapons, their bodies flying backward over 1,000 meters. In just one encounter, the 3 martial emperors were severely injured, their auras weakening. But this was just the beginning. A swarm of blood-colored divine weapons descended from the sky, targeting the group. A suffocating and trembling aura of death enveloped them. The man in gold attire turned pale, his eyes filled with fear and shock. Watching the blood-colored divine weapons magnifying in his vision, he hurriedly spoke up. Sir, I was wrong earlier. It was my fault. I am willing to leave now. Oh, I beg for your mercy, spare my life. My father is an extraordinary figure in the Sakura Nation's Ghost Guard. Please don't kill me. Taro Matsushita, the man in gold, trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined encountering such a terrifying martial king. His 2 bodyguards, both 5th-tier martial emperors, had shown no resistance when the opponent struck. This was nothing short of a monster. Even the captains of the Ghost Guard must have been less fearsome in their youth. No, even they couldn't possess such terrifying combat power. What does it matter that your father is extraordinary? Now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. Bai Feng showed no mercy, commanding the divine weapons to rain down. Long spears pierced chests, short blades penetrated abdomens, and sharp swords stabbed into throats. The bodies of the 3 men in gold were riddled with bloody holes before they collapsed to the ground. Yet the divine weapons continued to rain down. Under the relentless assault, the ocean floor erupted into massive craters, scattering countless underwater silt. When the silt finally settled, all that remained were fragments of bones and torn battle garments. You think you can seal the secret realm and steal my lava jade? You don't deserve it. Bai Feng's killing intent surged as he stored the lava jade in his space ring. He sensed that the vast energy within this lava jade would surely allow him to easily break through to martial emperor. Having come to the secret realm, this single piece of lava jade had already earned him a significant profit. The time the secret realm is open is limited. I must gather as many precious herbs and beast blood as possible during this time. Once I have enough resources, I'll prepare to break through to Martial Emperor. Bai Feng silently planned, then, for the next 3 days, he tirelessly searched for precious herbs. Just from 6th-tier herbs, he had already acquired 13 pieces. He even had 8 jade bottles of 7th-tier sea beast blood. 3 days later, at the entrance of an underwater cave, a massive white dragon with a thick tail charged at Bai Feng. The white dragon opened its gaping maw and lunged at Bai Feng's sharp teeth, glinting ominously. Bai Feng's eyes shone with golden light as he unleashed the full power of his king's dominance fist, propelling himself forward several dozen meters. His explosive punch landed heavily on the white dragon's head. As a ruler among 7th-tier sea beasts, the white dragon was sent flying, its sharp teeth shattering and its muscles tearing apart. Chunks of white scales mixed with blood flew everywhere. The 500-meter-long white dragon was sent flying several thousand meters, crashing through the underwater mountains. At this moment, fear filled the massive vertical pupils of the white dragon, and pain shot through its broken teeth. Didn't they say that humans had weak bodies by nature? A punch nearly shattered his skull. Is this what they call a weak body? Who is this human? In all his time ruling these waters, he had never encountered such a powerful 6th-tier human. With no time to think further, Bai Feng broke through the water, charging fiercely, his immense strength bringing another punch crashing down. Without hesitation, the white dragon swung its tail and turned to flee into the deep sea. But Bai Feng was faster. His blood energy erupted, propelling his body over 1,000 meters. His fist, enveloped in terrifying power, struck towards the dragon's head once more. The white dragon's head exploded like a giant watermelon, and its enormous headless body sank into the sea. Bai Feng retracted his fist, deftly tore open the heart, and collected the dragon's blood into a jade bottle. That's the 9th drop of 7th-tier blood. This secret realm's high-tier beasts are nearly all taken care of. It's time to break through to Martial Emperor. Bai Feng stored the jade bottle in his space ring, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just as he was about to find an underwater cave to break through, a familiar prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, the One-Yuan Instant Kill System products are starting to refresh. Please, host, seize the opportunities in time. I can delightfully enhance my strength again. Bai Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the refreshed product list. With S-level teleportation, in the blink of an eye, I can appear 1,000 meters away. How can other martial artists compete with such speed? With the teleportation talent, there's no need to learn close combat movement techniques. No matter how fast your movements are, can they compare to my teleportation? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Bai Feng's eyes, and his heart raced. His luck this time was simply astounding. In addition to the teleportation talent, there was also the longevity pill that could extend life by 100 years. He knew that as a martial king, his lifespan was only 300 years at most. Even if he became a martial emperor, his lifespan would only reach 500 years. A single pill that extended life by 100 years would certainly attract the interest of many martial emperor experts. Products from the system are indeed top-notch. After calming himself down, Bai Feng quickly began the purchase. System, let me buy everything. Ding, 3 yuan deducted. Congratulations to the host for successful purchases. 100 years of cultivation teleportation talent and 1 longevity pill have been issued to the system space. Please remember to collect them. Current balance in the bank card, 37,915. 5,392 yuan. System space, 100 years of cultivation, not integrated teleportation, not integrated 1 longevity pill. The system is truly considerate. I still have 370 million in my account, and these good items only cost me 3 yuan. What a deal. Bai Feng chuckled softly and took out the longevity pill from the system space. Upon opening the bottle, a strong herbal scent wafted into his nostrils, instantly invigorating him. No wonder it's such a good item. Ooh, just smelling it makes me feel refreshed. This bottle contains 5 longevity pills. He'll take 1. My parents and younger sister can each have 1, and he'll keep the last one. Bai Feng imagined his parents rejuvenating after taking the longevity pills, and a hint of anticipation filled his eyes. As for longevity, no one would ever complain about living longer, and neither would he. First, he'll integrate the teleportation talent, then he'll start integrating the 100 years of cultivation. Ding, starting to integrate S-level teleportation talent. Teleportation talent integration successful. You are the master of space. Crossing 1,000 meters in an instant is merely a commonplace occurrence. When you use the teleportation talent, a battle will come to an immediate end. A prompt tone sounded, and Bai Feng felt a cool sensation in his mind. He suddenly sensed the peculiar fluctuations of the surrounding space. The omnipresent power of space felt particularly congenial to him now. With just a thought, he could reach any position within 1,000 meters. Bai Feng's gaze was intense, eager to try out his new talent. Teleportation. With a single thought, he vanished from his original spot and appeared 1,000 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bai Feng was exhilarated, and for a moment his surroundings were filled with his blurry afterimages. There was no sound of wind, no sign at all. One moment, he was beside a coral. The next moment, he found himself atop an underwater mountain range. My current maximum teleportation distance should be around 1,300 meters. As long as I break through in strength, this teleportation distance will continue to increase. Bai Feng thought, his eyes shimmering with golden light. A teleportation distance of 1,300 meters means he has dominion over everything within that range. With this teleportation talent, he could freely trample his enemies. Teleporting several dozen kilometers in an instant, Bai Feng found a place in the underwater mountain range where fierce beasts were rare. After using his fist to carve out a cave large enough for one person to cultivate, he sealed the entrance and began his training. One by one, he took out jade bottles from the Qing Jiao ring and placed them in front of him. Among them, 9 bottles were filled with the precious blood of 7th-tier ferocious beasts. The 10th jade bottle contained 52 precious 7th-tier medicinal herbs, lava jade essence. These items were the fruits of his hard work after entering the secret realm. It's time to convert them into his power. With the support of 100 years of cultivation, the medicinal effects in these herbs and blood will be thoroughly extracted, not wasting a single bit. Bai Feng tilted his head back and drank a bottle of 7th-tier ferocious beast blood, and the surging energy surged within him. System, let me integrate 100 years of cultivation. Ding, starting to integrate 100 years of cultivation. In the first year of practice, with the help of the 5 animals' divine magic stance aided by the 7th-tier ferocious beast blood, your cultivation bottleneck was kicked open with a single flying kick. Congratulations on breaking through to the 8th level of Martial King. In the second year of practice, you successfully reached the 9th level of Martial King. Your vital energy vast as the ocean, and your glimmering bones are incredibly hard. Even if a 7th level Martial Emperor faced you heat in, their bones would surely shatter. In the third year of practice, the medicinal power of the 7th-tier blood was completely absorbed, and your cultivation speed began to slow down. The prompt tones kept ringing as Bai Feng's vital energy soared rapidly. His cells continuously divided, and each muscle fiber became more robust and powerful. The sound of his heartbeat echoed like a drummer beating a large drum, resonating through the surrounding 1,000 meters. 1 bottle of 7th-tier blood isn't enough, he'll keep drinking. Bai Feng downed 2 more bottles of 7th-tier blood, and an explosive force of medicinal power surged within him. In the 4th year of practice, with an ample supply of blood, a massive amount of new vital energy surged within you. You directed this energy to continuously temper every part of your glimmering bones. Finally, your glimmering bones reached perfection. When you throw a punch, even a Martial Emperor at the 8th level would be split in 2. Congratulations on breaking through to the peak of Martial King. In the 10th year of practice, continuously drinking 7th-tier blood, you exclaimed how powerful this blood is. Your cells crazily absorbed the blood, and the first golden immortal cell was born in your body. With the support of the immortal cell, your endurance and explosive power greatly increased. As long as all your cells transform into immortal cells, your life level will undergo a transformation, condensing your vital energy into an immortal body and stepping into Martial Emperor. In the 15th year of practice, you patiently refined the ferocious beast blood and diligently practiced stance skills and boxing techniques. The cells in your limbs transformed into immortal cells, and each punch and kick could trigger minor earthquakes. In the 20th year of practice, you entered the interior of a volcano that could erupt at any moment, diligently practicing stance skills, using the high temperature here to temper your body. Under the continuous tempering of the 5 animals' divine magic stance, your trunk cells began to slowly transform, and golden immortal cells sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. In the 25th year of practice, you literally punched to death the indigenous inhabitants of the volcano, dozens of 7th-tier, 2-headed fire pythons. Your punch caused the ground to shake. Your combat power would be considered invincible even among martial emperors. In the 30th year of practice, after enduring great hardship, all your cells transformed into golden immortal cells. Congratulations on breaking through to the martial emperor realm. With just a thought, all your immortal cells will vibrate together, releasing the limitations on your muscles, causing them to grow wildly, revealing your true form. A 20-meter-tall golden giant. Humbly speaking, your vital energy golden body can be regarded as the strongest in history, embodying both ferocity and might. Any martial emperor at the peak who dares to face you in a clash will need to prepare themselves a good grave site. I finally broke through to martial emperor. This feeling is quite nice. The moment the prompt sounded, 2 golden rays of light burst forth from Bai Feng's eyes. A fierce and powerful force continuously surged from within him. Every muscle fiber in his body coiled like steel cables, and his joints emitted crisp cracking sounds. A torrent of vital energy thousands of meters high erupted from his body, directly overturning the entire underwater mountain range. His body involuntarily emitted astonishing heat, causing the surrounding seawater temperature to rise rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, the surrounding underwater mountain range melted away at a visible speed and quickly disappeared. Within a 10-kilometer radius, all the seawater was instantly evaporated by this terrifying high temperature. At this moment, Bai Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, his whole body shining brightly, and even the seawater dared not approach him. He faced the most terrifying martial emperor in history. The ferocious beasts hidden in the deep sea were all filled with fear, fleeing towards the farthest distance. There was a great terror here, a terror powerful enough to instantly engulf even 7th-tier ferocious beasts. In the 31st year of cultivation, you have completely absorbed the medicinal power of the blood of the 70-year ferocious beast. Your golden immortal cells have once again divided, and your vitality surged forth like a fountain. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 2nd level of Martial Emperor. As the prompt tone sounded, feeling the surge of physical power, Bai Feng couldn't help but smile. The precious blood has been used up. It's time to consume the lava jade essence. Bai Feng took out the jade bottle containing the lava jade essence and tilted his head back to drink a small sip. The amber-colored liquid entered his stomach. His entire body turned crimson as if he had jumped into molten lava. In the 32nd year of cultivation, you consumed the lava jade essence, significantly increasing your cultivation speed. You refined and absorbed the scorching energy within the essence, and your vitality and golden body grew to 30 meters tall. Congratulations, you have broken through to the 3rd level of Martial Emperor. In the 39th year of cultivation, a thought stirred in your heart. Your level talent titanium battle body activated for 24 hours, allowing your physical prowess to rival the hardest titanium. Wasn't this also a unique form of Martial Emperor's golden body? The titanium battle body enhances physical defense and strength, while the Martial Emperor's golden body liberates muscle. If the two could be combined, the strength of the golden body would rise once more. You actively urged your vitality to destroy the aging immortal cells in your skin and muscles. Your entire skin erupted in a mist of blood, but you understood that only by discarding the hindering immortal cells could your golden body become even stronger. You activated the titanium battle body, causing all your immortal cells to vibrate wildly at different frequencies, akin to wielding a massive hammer against steel, repeatedly tempering your immortal cells until the weak ones were crushed. Under the relentless hammering of the titanium battle body, these immortal cells grew stronger, greedily absorbing the lava jade essence, transforming into a dark golden hue, and your golden bodice strength surged several times. Just as you were filled with joy, the lava jade essence within your cells released a terrifying heat, causing your bones and muscles to begin melting. Fear gripped your heart, and you hurriedly mobilized your vitality to suppress the lava jade essence, but it had already destroyed more than half of your immortal cells, causing your body to start shrinking and hunching over. Just as you steeled your resolve to expel the precious lava jade essence through your skin's pores, you discovered that the immortal cells ravaged by the essence had become even stronger, as if red-hot magma flowed within them. You no longer rejected the destruction caused by the lava jade essence, but instead used the titanium battle body as a hammer, the lava jade essence as fire, and the immortal cells as iron, continuously hammering at your own immortal cells. Finally, all your immortal cells rejuvenated with dark golden cells, displaying red patterns swirling upon their surfaces. All your immortal cells vibrated. Congratulations, your level talent titanium battle body and Martial Emperor's golden body have successfully fused, transforming into the indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body level talent, your golden bodice defense is 100 times that of an ordinary golden body. Your immense power is overwhelming and fierce, and the spiritual attacks from extraordinary beings will be reduced by half. As the prompt tone faded, Bai Feng's heart raced like a drum, his skin emanating a dark golden glow. Red patterns spread from the corners of his eyes across his body, looking extremely sinister and domineering. An aura reminiscent of an ancient demon awakening wreaked havoc for over 10 kilometers around him. A surging force erupted from his body, forming a massive circular wave of energy that swept through the area, causing the seabed sediment to explode. The indestructible golden body possesses 100 times the defense of an ordinary golden body. Moreover, it can also reduce spiritual attacks by half. Now I can enjoy trampling my enemies even more. Bai Feng's eyes shone with golden light like a fountain, and a smile involuntarily crested his lips. Feeling the raw and fierce power within him, he even believed he could crush the peak Martial Emperor's golden body with a single slap. Continue cultivating. System, let me see your limits. Bai Feng downed the entire lava jade essence from the jade bottle, his heart letting out a soft roar. The wild energy within the lava jade essence instantly wreaked havoc throughout his body. But he only snorted coldly, directly suppressing it with his terrifying physique. With the indestructible golden bodice support, his body became an unbreakable prison, with the lava jade essence only being refined. In the 40th year of cultivation, the immortal cells within you continue to divide, with 300 trillion immortal cells acting as burning furnaces ready to unleash powerful energy at any moment, granting you the strength to explode a 1,000-meter mountain. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the 4th level of Martial Emperor. Your golden body has now reached 50 meters tall. In the 50th year of cultivation, relying on the medicinal power of the lava jade essence, you advanced bravely and broke through to the 5th level of Martial Emperor. In the 62nd year of cultivation, your immortal cells were tempered to perfection. Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th level of Martial Emperor. In the 70th year of cultivation, seeking a breakthrough in your physical limits, you liberated your body, transforming into a 100-meter-tall dark golden giant, charging deep into the forest, where you punched through the chest of a 70-year peak ferocious beast, causing it to perish on the spot. You delved deeper into the forest, battling more extraordinary ferocious beasts, and after slaying 11 of them, successfully broke through to the 7th level of Martial Emperor with your golden body, reaching 130 meters tall. In the 80th year of cultivation, you broke through to the 8th level of Martial Emperor, and your battle strength was enough to tear apart an extraordinary being at the 4th level of Martial Venerable. In the 93rd year of cultivation, you stepped into the 9th level of Martial Emperor, capable of reducing buildings across kilometers to ruins with a single strike, and your physical body could traverse the seas and nations. In the 100th year of cultivation, at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean, you endured the pressure of the deep sea to train hard. Congratulations on breaking through to the peak of Martial Emperor. With a single thought, you can transform into a 200-meter-tall dark golden giant, viewing martial venerable beings below the 7th level as mere ants. Even under the bombardment of a small nuclear bomb, you could walk out unscathed, your physical body having long since entered the extraordinary realm unmatched in power. You are the most formidable peak Martial Emperor in the history of martial arts, an invincible ruler that millions revere. In an instant, unparalleled power surged into Bai Feng's body. A torrent of vitality rising to 10,000 meters erupted from him, soaring into the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently. His body continuously emitted sounds of fibers snapping. These were the muscle fibers breaking, but in the blink of an eye they were repaired, becoming even more resilient. His internal organs radiated a dark golden light, becoming strong and powerful. Bai Feng opened his eyes, and a sharp divine light flashed from them. Indestructible golden body. Bai Feng whispered to himself. Instantly his dark golden body burst into a sudden brilliance, inexplicably expanding by a circle. Next, muscles erupted from within him, quickly tearing his clothes apart. His physique expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a dark golden giant appeared between heaven and earth. The dark golden giant stood 200 meters tall, with explosive power in every muscle. Covered in bizarre red patterns, it emanated an extremely violent aura. Bai Feng stood upon the earth as if he were an ancient demon emerging from myth, fierce and overbearing. He raised his right leg to his head, bringing down a terrifying sonic boom, striking down like a battle axe. Instantly the ground beneath him was split in two, creating a chasm about 900 meters wide and extending over 20 kilometers. Bai Feng hovered in the air, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was the true Martial Emperor's golden body. He didn't yet know how strong he had become. Those Martial Emperor golden bodies were only about 10 meters tall. In his presence, they seemed like dwarfs easily crushed underfoot. Now I'm just a step away from breaking through to the 8th tier Martial Venerable. All I need is to open my sea of consciousness and project my spiritual energy outward. When I return to the martial arts school, I must find a method to break through to Martial Venerable with a technique that opens the sea of consciousness. With his golden body retracted, Bai Feng returned to his normal size, but he wore not a single shred of clothing. He retrieved a set of white clothing from his Qingjiao ring and changed without changing his expression, feeling somewhat gloomy. This golden body, though useful, was a bit hard on clothes. To maintain his appearance while restoring his size, he needed to cover his body with a layer of vitality armor, but this was not a long-term solution. He vividly recalled the time he defeated the moon-eating toad from the beast god sect. The battle attire on the moon-eating toad could expand with its size to cover its entire body. The Martial Emperor of the Thunderbolt Martial School surely knows where to find such attire. He must get a set for himself. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Bai Feng flew toward the exit of the underwater secret realm. He had already harvested all the high-tier precious medicines within the secret realm, and the blood of 70-year ferocious beasts was of little use to him. It was time to leave the secret realm. This trip had yielded great rewards. Just this peak Martial Emperor level was enough for him to firmly establish himself in the imperial capital. Now facing ordinary extraordinary beings, he dared to challenge them. A 200-meter-tall golden giant, how fierce could a full-powered punch be? Even he wasn't sure. In the eastern seas of the Dragon Kingdom, above the underwater secret realm, a spherical prison of blood and chi hovered in the air. The Fuxiao Martial Emperor and others were trapped inside, looking weak and covered in injuries. There were a total of 15 Martial Emperors. Apart from the 3 from the Thunder Martial Hall, the others were Martial Emperors of the Dragon Kingdom who had come to the underwater secret realm in search of rare medicinal herbs. Not far above, a cold-faced, middle-aged man in black clothing coldly gazed at the group of Dragon Kingdom Martial Emperors. Who killed my son Songxiataro? Hand him over, and I can grant you a quick death. The evil blade martial sovereign Songxia Jintai had bloodshot eyes. He looked like a beast about to go mad at any moment. 3 days ago, while he was cultivating, he discovered that his only son's soul plate had shattered. The shattering of the soul plate indicated only one possibility: his son was dead. He had been blessed with a child in his old age and had devoted all resources to pamper Songxiataro since childhood. Initially, he refused to believe it and rushed from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom in a hurry, tracking down the source to this place. Over the past few days, he had been frantically searching the entire underwater secret realm with his spiritual power. However, within the secret realm, he saw fragments of his son's battle attire. In that moment, he felt like he was on the verge of collapse. Now he had only one thought. That was to capture the murderer of his son, kill the entire family of that person, and then torture him to death. I killed your son, or if you have the guts, kill me. Our Thunder Martial Hall's Transcendent will definitely hunt you down until your death. Fuxiao Martial Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at the evil blade martial sovereign with disdain. Since death was inevitable, he did not fear this lofty transcendent. The transcendent of the Thunder Martial Hall had always been aggressive. His death would surely prompt others to avenge him, as this concerned the honor of the Thunder Martial Hall. As for betraying Bai Feng before dying, he could not bring himself to do such a thing. If you want to die, then I will grant you your wish. The evil blade martial sovereign's eyes surged with murderous intent as his right hand tightened. The blood and chi prison, holding Fuxiao Martial Emperor, and the others suddenly began to shrink, and their expressions instantly changed. 30 meters in diameter, 10 meters, 5 meters. As the blood and chi prison continuously shrank, terrifying compressive force came from all directions. The bodies of Fuxiao Martial Emperor and the others were nearly crushed, and they could clearly hear the sound of bones snapping. Old dog, our Dragon Kingdom's transcendent will not let you go. This has nothing to do with me. Spare me, spare me. In their death throes, some of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Emperors in the blood and chi prison could not help but wail. Looking at this pitiful group, the evil blade martial sovereign's eyes were as calm as a still pond. He knew very well that with the strength of these weaklings, even if they teamed up to attack, his son had 11 martial emperors protecting him, and it was impossible for them to have even a chance to escape. Just as Fuxiao Martial Emperor and the others were about to be crushed into meat paste, the sea surface beneath their feet erupted with huge waves. Suddenly, Bai Feng broke through the water, soaring into the sky, radiating an astonishing oppressive aura. A blood-colored spear abruptly formed from the void, roaring with a piercing sound as it smashed through the blood and chi prison. Fuxiao Martial Emperor and the others gasped for breath, finally escaping their confinement. But when Fuxiao Martial Emperor saw that the newcomer was Bai Feng, his heart sank in shock. He knew very well that the person the evil blade martial sovereign was looking for was Bai Feng. If Bai Feng fell into the hands of the evil blade martial sovereign, his fate would be unimaginable. Bai Feng, run. This is an 8th-tier martial sovereign. Fuxiao Martial Emperor immediately shouted a warning. However, what made him anxious was that Bai Feng appeared completely calm. Just after emerging from the underwater secret realm, Bai Feng had seen Fuxiao Martial Emperor and the others trapped. Moreover, the face of this unfamiliar martial sovereign looked very similar to that of the martial emperor from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, whom he had previously eliminated. The warriors of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were inherently evil. It was better to kill them. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feng activated the indestructible golden body. Boom! A golden torrent of blood and chi thousands of meters high rushed towards the sky, tearing through countless clouds. A giant dark golden figure standing tall against the heavens suddenly appeared. This giant was at least 200 meters tall, covered in blood-colored armor. From the corner of its eyes downwards were 2 hideous blood-red markings that stretched down to its neck. The violent and ferocious aura recklessly swept across the surroundings. The terrifying pressure caused the entire sea surface to sink by over 10 meters. What? What is this? A blood and chi golden body. Are you kidding? A blood and chi golden body can only reach a maximum of 20 meters. How could it possibly be this exaggerated? The Dragon Kingdom martial emperors all had their pupils constrict in shock. They had seen many blood and chi golden bodies of martial emperors, but none could match the enormous size of the one before them. Compared to Bai Feng's golden body, theirs were nothing more than beggars' versions. This scene was indeed somewhat shocking to their worldview. So it was you who killed my son. The evil blade martial sovereign was first taken aback upon seeing this massive golden body, but then quickly reacted. It must be this person who killed his son, it had to be. Only such an unprecedentedly terrifying golden body could handle the 11 martial emperors surrounding his son. With that thought in mind, the evil blade martial sovereign's eyes turned blood red, and he drew his battle blade, instantly shooting out hundreds of meters, slashing down fiercely towards Bai Feng. The battle blade tore through the air with a piercing sound, splitting the air in half, which could not heal for a long time. I killed him, what can you do about it? All together surround and kill him. There are 12 of us left, and only one of him. Kill him. The beast god cultists surged forward, hurling themselves at Bai Feng from all directions. Tsunamis roared with thunderous sound, directly collapsing. The mountain's dark golden fist collided with the evil blade martial sovereign's battle blade. The evil blade martial sovereign, along with his blade, was sent flying thousands of meters away, a mouthful of fresh blood spraying from his mouth. He urgently stepped in the air, quickly stabilizing his form, looking at Bai Feng with horror. As a 5th-tier martial sovereign, his previous strike was enough to sever a 1,000-meter giant peak. Yet in terms of power, he, a martial sovereign, was actually inferior to a mere pinnacle martial emperor. This fellow's golden body was too monstrous, completely beyond the strength expected of a pinnacle martial emperor. Facing such a monster, he had to go all out. As the evil blade martial sovereign's blood and chi roared within him, just as he was about to charge at Bai Feng with his blade, Bai Feng suddenly vanished. S-class talent, instantaneous movement. In the next second, Bai Feng appeared above the evil blade martial sovereign without any warning. In the terrified gaze of the evil blade martial sovereign, the 200-meter-tall dark golden giant raised its muscular right arm, and the fist came crashing down. Boom. The evil blade martial sovereign couldn't even react as his body was smashed into the sea like a cannonball. The massive fist, carrying terrifying wind pressure, slammed down. The sea surface instantly sank by dozens of meters, forming a massive pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The seawater surged frantically around, with layers of huge waves rising on the surface and countless sea beast corpses floating to the surface. In the distance, in the air, Fu Xiao, martial emperor, and the others stood frozen in place, gasping in shock. 2 punches. It only took 2 punches for an 8th-tier martial sovereign to be treated like a punching bag. Using fists to smash a martial sovereign into the seabed this level of royal is something I can't possibly have not heard of. I couldn't even see the movement. This royal speed is terrifyingly fast. And with such a large body, how can it move so quickly? One by one, the Dragon Kingdom martial emperors spoke in shock. Before this dark golden giant, they felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance. With such an exaggerated size combined with astonishing speed, the distance of several thousand meters could be crossed in an instant. Being enemies with such a monster was undoubtedly a nightmare. Unlike others, the 3 from the Thunder Martial Hall, Fu Xiao martial emperor, and others were filled with confusion. If he remembered correctly, Bai Feng was only a 7th-tier martial king 3 days ago. How could he have broken through to martial emperor in such a short time? Moreover, the golden body he formed was so exaggerated, with an aura that was perfectly stable. This was not at all the appearance of someone who had just entered the martial emperor realm. It looked more like an established powerhouse who had entered the martial emperor realm for many years. They could not understand it at all. Meanwhile, in the underwater mud, the evil blade martial sovereign had over half of his bones broken. His clothing had become tattered under the impact of the fist. He struggled to rise, gazing at the dark golden giant above the sea surface, his eyes revealing a rare trace of fear. The strength and speed completely crushed him, an 8th-tier martial sovereign. This was definitely a top-tier prodigy, secretly cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom. Only by unleashing all his blood and chi could he hope to severely injure this peak martial emperor and avenge his son. With that thought, the evil blade martial sovereign's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. He stomped heavily, and his figure shot out from the seabed. A blade intent that could tear everything surged from him, as if it could slash through the sky. The evil blade martial sovereign burst forth from the surface of the sea, enveloped in an astonishing blade intent. He gripped his battle knife tightly, and blood energy surged wildly into it. Fire Dragon Slash. In an instant, 300-meter-long blood energy giant dragons engulfed in flames roared as they charged towards Bai Feng. The temperature around them soared sharply, and waves of heat rippled through the air. Each blood energy giant dragon possessed enough power to obliterate a small island. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Feng's eyes. Blood Calamity Finger. In that moment, a massive blood-colored giant finger exuding the momentum to crush everything descended upon the 3 blood energy giant dragons. The 300-meter-long blood energy giant dragons appeared as small as 3 earthworms before the blood-colored giant finger. A massive shadow loomed over the giant dragons in the sky. As the blood-colored giant finger crashed down, the 3 blood energy giant dragons were instantly crushed. The sea exploded into a massive pit beneath that finger. Witnessing the might of this move, the martial sovereigns of the Dragon Kingdom were horrified to the extreme. Whether it was the blood energy giant dragons or the terrifying blood-colored giant finger, both were capable of instantly killing them. Anticipating the setback from a single strike, the evil blade martial sovereign hovered in the air, raising his battle knife high above his head. Blood energy surged madly into the knife, causing it to radiate a blood-colored brilliance, emanating an extremely dangerous aura. Iron Horse Heavenly River Slash. With a furious shout, the evil blade martial sovereign swung his knife. In an instant, a blood-colored avenue several kilometers long was cleaved into the sky. Thousands of blood energy cavalry armed with blood-colored spears thundered down the blood-colored avenue. The tips of the spears pointed directly at Bai Feng, and the terrifying killing intent made the air feel solid. The thousands of cavalry surged like a massive blood-colored tide, ready to engulf Bai Feng at any moment. They charged down the blood-colored avenue with ferocity. The martial sovereigns of the Dragon Kingdom were drenched in cold sweat as immense fear threatened to drown them. With a single strike, he gathered thousands of blood energy cavalry. He has been pushed to the brink by the Bai Feng Emperor. The might of these thousands of cavalry charging forward would shred us to pieces in a single clash. Do I wonder if the Bai Feng Emperor can withstand it? He must hold on. If he falls, we are done for. Each martial sovereign dared not even breathe, their gazes fixed intensely on the 2 figures in the sky. If Bai Feng could win, they would live. But if he fell, they would all be annihilated by this Sakura national martial sovereign. Thousands of blood energy cavalry charged down the blood-colored avenue, their dense killing intent locking firmly onto Bai Feng. The sound of hooves pounding the void echoed. Bai Feng hovered in the air, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting, he can also gather blood energy cavalry. Finally encountered a worthy opponent. Bai Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he immediately unleashed the 10,000 weapons suppression technique. An ocean of blood energy roared forth from his body. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood energy weapons manifested behind him, dense and overwhelming. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hammers, hooks, and forks. The various divine weapons glimmered coldly, exuding an aura that could tear through anything. Each one could slay an ordinary martial sovereign. The combined might of tens of thousands of blood energy weapons formed a singular force, and the terrifying killing intent made all beings within a few kilometers tremble. Bai Feng pointed forward with his fingertip. Divine weapons shoot him down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of blood energy weapons bearing unstoppable might crashed into the thousands of blood cavalry. A swath of blood cavalry was pierced through by the blood energy weapons, and the blood-colored steeds screamed as they were pierced and torn down. In a single clash, all the thousands of blood cavalry were shot dead, exploding into a sky full of blood-colored light. However, the remaining tens of thousands of blood energy weapons continued their assault, aiming directly at the evil blade sovereign. Their purpose was to annihilate all enemies. What kind of martial art is this? As the sky filled with blood energy weapons surged toward him, the evil blade sovereign's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with extreme anger and horror. He never expected that his strongest move would be easily dealt with by Bai Feng. The might of these myriad divine weapons was something he had never felt, even against some seasoned martial sovereigns. Before this multitude of divine weapons, he felt as insignificant as an ant. In the next moment, the evil blade sovereign gritted his teeth, eyes flashing with madness. Burn the blood essence. Burn the spiritual energy. In an instant, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from the evil blade sovereign. Martial sovereign 6th level. Martial sovereign 7th level. Without a moment's hesitation, he sacrificed his martial arts foundation to seize the chance to kill his enemy. He gathered all his vitality and energy and slashed out fiercely. Extinction Evil Blade. Instantly, a massive black blade aura appeared in the heavens and earth, emanating a sharp aura that could cut through anything. The black blade aura sliced through the air as if it could cleave the world in two, extinguishing all life. The might of this strike left the martial sovereigns several kilometers away in fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Everyone involuntarily pondered a question: can the Bai Feng Emperor win? But the dark golden giant loomed like a true ancient god or demon, his gaze indifferent. Amidst the shock of the crowd, the tens of thousands of blood energy weapons clashed violently with the black giant blade. Boom! In the moment of collision, a thunderous explosion erupted. A massive shockwave arced outward, tearing apart the thick clouds within a 10-kilometer radius. The bodies of the martial sovereigns were sent flying several kilometers away like cannonballs. As the black giant blade descended, the blood energy weapons broke in half and large swathes of them were shattered. However, under the concentrated fire of the tens of thousands of blood energy weapons, the black giant blade revealed a spiderweb-like crack and ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. The tens of thousands of blood energy weapons bathed in the fragments of the black giant blade howled as they engulfed the terrified evil blade sovereign. No, don't kill me. Under the fear of death, the evil blade sovereign instinctively relinquished his hatred, golden light shimmering on his surface as he attempted to activate his blood energy golden body. Yet the sky full of blood energy weapons mercilessly pierced through him, and his head was shattered by a blood-colored spear. A body full of holes crashed into the sea, splashing up a great wave. Witnessing this scene, Bai Feng retracted his golden body, returning to his normal form. His body was covered by a layer of blood energy armor. I've helped reunite a father with his son and done a good deed. Bai Feng smiled, feeling quite pleased. In the next moment, an immense amount of blood energy surged forth, gathering into a closed black-red sphere around him. Indeed, after activating his blood energy golden body, his clothes were torn apart again, so he needed to change into another outfit. This blood energy armor, after all, did not feel solid enough. At this moment, several kilometers away in the void, many martial sovereigns were spitting blood from their mouths, completely stunned. One martial sovereign had slain a lofty, extraordinary martial sovereign in just 2 minutes. There was no suspense, it was a complete one-sided crushing. An 8th-level martial sovereign is a true big shot in any nation on Blue Star, a belief held by countless martial artists. In a fit of rage, millions would suffer. But the Bai Feng Emperor had shown them that martial sovereigns are also human and they can kill. That 200-meter-tall blood energy golden body, along with the terrifying divine weapon martial arts, was simply the strongest martial sovereign they had ever seen. This emperor was destined to be a figure of significance in the history of martial arts. The Bai Feng Emperor is simply a monster. The Fuzhou martial sovereign sighed, and the others nodded in agreement. Everyone looked at the black-red sphere, their eyes filled with awe. They were all martial sovereigns alongside Bai Feng. However, the gap was too vast. They felt no envy, only genuine reverence and admiration. Before long, as the martial sovereigns watched the black-red sphere dissipated, Bai Feng, dressed in white, stepped out. "Thank you, Emperor, for saving our lives." The martial sovereigns expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Bai Feng nodded slightly, not overly polite. He turned his gaze toward the sea, extending his hand. Blood energy surged from his palm, transforming into a blood-colored giant hand that retrieved the corpse of the evil blade sovereign. After taking off the evil blade sovereign's spatial ring, Bai Feng immediately tossed the body into the sea. Killing and looting corpses is a good habit. Entering the spatial ring, Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh. The internal space of this ring was only 50 cubic meters, roughly the size of a medium-sized truck's cargo area. It was filled with various odds and ends, including the evil blade sovereign's insights into blade techniques. The only item of use to him was a 7th-tier treasure herb, the ghost lily. This spatial ring pales in comparison to my Onethicent cubic meter Qingjiao ring. I'll disinfect it and give it to my family when I return. The ghost lily is somewhat beneficial for my cultivation, I suppose it's better than nothing. Bai Feng put away the spatial ring, called out to the people of the Thunder Martial Hall, and flew towards the imperial capital. At the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Bai Feng walked into the academy, surrounded by the 3 martial emperors of the Fuzhou clan. This time we owe it all to Martial Emperor Bai Feng's intervention, otherwise we would never have returned. If you ever need help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. The 3 of us still have some connections here in the imperial capital. Martial Emperor Fuzhou said with a smile. The one-armed Martial Emperor and Mo Qingyu nodded in agreement beside him. Bai Feng responded with a smile. Each of these martial emperors has their own network of connections, serving as the core of various small circles. In the future, there are indeed matters that can be entrusted to them. Now that he has reached the peak of Martial Emperor, he cannot handle everything by himself. Bai Feng, how was your harvest from the underwater secret realm? Just as Bai Feng was chatting with the 3 martial emperors, a hearty laugh rang out. The academy head Qin Lai approached with large strides. The harvest was quite satisfactory, Bai Feng replied, revealing a satisfied smile. Qin Lai nodded with a smile, but when he saw the pale faces of the 3 martial emperors looking severely injured, his brow furrowed. Did you encounter a large-scale sea beast? How did it get to this point? Qin Lai inquired. Thus the 3 martial emperors recounted everything that transpired in the secret realm. Each of the 3 spoke excitedly, their eyes occasionally glancing at Bai Feng with awe. Once they finished speaking, Academy head Qin Lai was speechless for a long time, his expression frozen. Are you saying that Bai Feng single-handedly killed 11 martial emperors, and also slayed an 8th-tier martial venerable of the Sakura Kingdom? So Bai Feng, you have already broken through to Martial Emperor. Huh. Qin Lai exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his emotions. Just reached the peak of Martial Emperor. Academy Head, I want to inquire about how to obtain the guidance technique for breaking through to the extraordinary. The guidance technique is a method for opening the sea of consciousness generally treasured by major factions. He must demonstrate sufficient talent to have any chance of obtaining it from the Academy. What did you say? Peak Martial Emperor. Academy Head Xin Lai's voice suddenly rose an octave as he looked at Bai Feng in disbelief. Upon sensing Bai Feng's terrifying aura of vitality, he felt his mind go blank. Just 3 days ago, Bai Feng had only been at the 7th level of Martial King. In just 3 days, he broke through from the 7th level of Martial King to the peak of Martial Emperor. That is a total of 13 minor realms. After entering the Martial Emperor realm, it typically takes at least 3 to 5 years to break through each minor realm. Bai Feng, however, broke through at a speed akin to riding a rocket. This is so unfair. He had worked diligently for decades to reach the peak of Martial Emperor, and in the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, he was considered quite an outstanding genius. At just 26 years old, Bai Feng already possessed strength surpassing his own. If he had such talent, he would have long ago reached the extraordinary at this age. Not to mention being the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy in the Imperial Capital, he could even qualify for the positions of inspector or patrol officer. Thinking of this, Xin Lai felt a pang in his heart. He looked at Bai Feng with a complex expression and said, "I will help you apply for the guidance technique for breaking through to Martial Venerable. You just need to wait a couple of days. The review from above will take some time." Bai Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. The guidance technique is the key method for breaking through to the extraordinary. The Academy's extraordinary members will certainly conduct a thorough review. This is to prevent the guidance technique from being leaked by those with questionable backgrounds. The martial arts techniques are the foundation upon which each faction relies for survival. After some pleasantries, Bai Feng received a golden Zijingwa badge representing his identity as a martial emperor. After bidding farewell to the Academy head, he returned home. "Mom, this is the purple crystal coral I brought for you, ground into powder and applied to your face. It can beautify and nourish your skin." "Dad, this is a dragon horn coral. It can invigorate vitality and nourish your body. Grind it into powder and use it for medicinal baths." Bai Feng took out the treasures he had obtained from the underwater secret realm and distributed them to his parents. His father, Bai Mingyuan, and mother Su Ro both wore expressions of gratitude and happiness. Last time, the heavenly materials and earth treasures their son provided hadn't been used up, and now they had more supplies. "Brother, you haven't forgotten about me, right?" His younger sister Bai Ling sat beside Bai Feng, shaking his arm and acting cute. "This space ring is for you. Oh, and this badge is for you. Carry it with you for protection." Bai Feng handed over the Martial Emperor badge and the space ring he obtained from the Evil Blade Martial Venerable. "A space ring for me. Brother, you are too good to me." Bai Ling took the black space ring, looking enamored. She continuously tried to take things out of the space ring and put them back in, enjoying herself. After the novelty wore off, she carefully examined the golden Zijingwa badge Bai Feng had given her. "Brother, what is this badge? I've never seen this style before." "It's the Martial Emperor badge. If you encounter someone who doesn't know better, just show it. As long as they have a bit of sense, they won't dare to act against you." Bai Feng replied calmly. He understood his sister's fearless personality. Giving her his Martial Emperor badge would provide an extra layer of protection. For him, there was no need for any badge to prove his identity. His strength was enough. "Martial Emperor badge, brother, you broke through to Martial Emperor." Bai Ling exclaimed in shock, her voice suddenly sharp, causing Bai Feng a bit of a headache. "It's just the result of hard work. Focus on your training." After having a meal with his family, Bai Feng also gave his parents and sister each a longevity pill. He watched as his parents consumed the longevity pill. In less than 10 minutes, the wrinkles on their faces disappeared and their gray hair vanished. The two 50-year-olds looked as youthful as if they were in their 30s, rejuvenated significantly. Bai Feng was very pleased with this. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy building, the extraordinary members saw the report and application submitted by Xin Lai. Bai Feng, 26 years old, peak Martial Emperor. Personal experience: killed 9 Martial Emperors of the Sakura Kingdom as a Martial King. After having a fortuitous encounter in the underwater secret realm, he broke through to peak Martial Emperor in 3 days. In his first battle against the Martial Venerable of the Sakura Kingdom, he killed the opponent in just 2 minutes. The Academy's evaluation: SS grade genius. This report quickly caused a stir among the extraordinary practitioners. One extraordinary practitioner after another was left in shock. A peak Martial Emperor at 26 years old, who can even slay a Martial Venerable beyond his realm. This is undoubtedly a genius that has not appeared in the Dragon Kingdom for nearly a century. They had struck gold at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. In recent years, the most terrifying talent was that Yi family's Night Sun. However, even Night Sun broke through to peak Martial Emperor at the age of 30. This means Bai Feng's talent far exceeds that of Night Sun. He is a prodigy among prodigies. As for the procedures for applying for the guidance technique, it typically takes others at least 3 to 5 days for approval. Bai Feng's application was approved in less than 10 minutes. After all, geniuses are entitled to some privileges. In an ancient ruin of the Dragon Kingdom, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thick purple lightning struck down violently. A young man wearing a black trench coat exposing his strong chest sat cross-legged on the ground, allowing the lightning to strike him. The young man was lean with spiky purple short hair, exuding an aura of superiority. This method of body refinement is too slow. The young man opened his eyes, a flash of golden lightning flickering within, causing the space around him to distort. Just by taking a deep breath, the winds of heaven and earth began to rage. The heavy thunderclouds in the sky transformed into streams of qi, which he swiftly inhaled into his mouth. With the thunderclouds entering his body, a satisfied glimmer flashed in the young man's eyes. He was Wei Ting, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. I wonder when I will break through to become a starry sky martial god, traveling the cosmos with my physical body. There are too few good quality thunderclouds. Wei Ting sighed. Just then his specially made tactical watch received a message. A prodigy emerged from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, able to slay the martial venerable of the Sakura Kingdom at the age of 26. This immediately piqued his interest. Bai Feng, this talent is quite rare. Since the Academy has such a talent, I cannot be stingy. I will give him a set of flowing cloud armor. The position of inspector in the imperial capital has also been vacant for a long time. His talent and strength qualify him for the role. Wei Ting casually sent out a message, and the extraordinary members of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy began to take action. Then Wei Ting transformed into a beam of golden light, leaving the ancient ruin and swiftly flying towards the Sakura Kingdom. The extraordinary members of the Sakura Kingdom actually dared to step into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and almost harmed the people of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. If Bai Feng had not been strong enough, such a genius would have perished at the hands of the Sakura Kingdom's people. This group must be taught a lesson. He, being kind-hearted, decided to kill 3 of their martial saints as a small warning. Early the next morning, a major event shocked the entire Blue Star. The Thunder God Wei Ting arrived in Sakura Country last night and eliminated 3 9th-stage martial saints from Sakura Country. A demigod from Sakura Country was furious and questioned Wei Ting. Unexpectedly, this angered Wei Ting, who instantly reduced the demigod to ashes with golden lightning. The reason for all this was that a martial sovereign from Sakura Country had intruded into the secret realm of the Dragon Kingdom without permission. After Wei Ting left, the entire Sakura Country mourned the fall of the demigod. The extraordinary circles were in an uproar. The Thunder God Wei Ting is still as domineering as ever. It has been many years since a demigod has fallen. Strength allows one to act as they wish, and there are few in the extraordinary realm who can stop him. The Dragon Kingdom poses a significant threat. There is not just one monster like Wei Ting, but also the Azure Emperor, who has guarded the Dragon Kingdom for 1,000 years. As long as the Dragon Kingdom exists, ordinary extraordinary beings like us will never have a chance to rise. You are from the Platinum Federation, right? You always say the Dragon Kingdom is a threat, but Wei Ting's actions are always justified. You Platinum Federation and the Dragon Kingdom are fighting gods. We won't get involved. Extraordinary experts in the forum were discussing fervently. It had been a long time since Wei Ting had made a move, and many had forgotten his dominance and strength. He was the man who once hunted down the sun god of the Platinum Federation across half of Blue Star. If it weren't for the deep roots of the Platinum Federation, that sun god would have likely fallen. In the imperial capital at the Thunder Martial Arts School. Today the atmosphere in the entire martial arts school was lively. Countless members of the school wore smiles on their faces. The headmaster is too powerful. He directly killed their demigod in Sakura Country, and the other demigods from Sakura Country didn't dare to make a sound. They dare. When the headmaster gets angry, the entire Sakura Country would sink to the bottom of the sea. The name of the Thunder God is not a joke. It was earned through blood. In every corner of the martial arts school, discussions among the crowd were continuous. Bai Feng was somewhat shocked to hear about this. A single person suppressing an entire nation was the kind of strength he aspired to. Yesterday, while chatting with Qin Lai, he learned about the divisions of realms in the extraordinary field. There are 6 realms in the extraordinary field: Martial Sovereign Martial, Saint Martial Emperor, Demigod Earth Martial God, and Star Martial God. Simply being an ordinary martial sovereign grants a lifespan of 1,000 years. Above martial saints, each one is a creature that commands natural disasters. Once the application for the guiding technique at the martial arts school is approved, I will be able to step into the martial sovereign realm. Bai Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Just as he was about to head to the headmaster's office to inquire about a channel for battle attire that could adapt to body size changes, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the martial arts school. Sun Luo Martial Saint is here. The crowd parted to form a path as countless eyes watched a middle-aged man with awe. Sun Luo martial saint appeared to be in his 40s with a rugged face and a strong build, giving off an expression of seriousness. Many in the martial arts school had heard of Sun Luo martial saint's achievements. There had once been a large beast tied along the coastal defense line, with countless sea beasts rushing out of the waters, resulting in many casualties among the Blood Dragon Army soldiers. Sun Luo martial saint arrived just in time, and in an instant raised a vine wall to block the multitude of sea beasts. Furthermore, under the siege of 5 beast emperors of the same rank, he fought for a day and night, slaying 3 beast emperors and saving millions. After this battle, Sun Luo martial saint's reputation soared. However, the price he paid was losing an arm to a ferocious beast with his golden blood nearly running dry. Fortunately, the extraordinary beings of the martial arts school acted quickly to retrieve his severed arm. With all his terrifying achievements, Sun Luo martial saint was an absolute legend in the Thunder Martial Arts School. However, he was rarely seen. For the sake of saving ordinary citizens, he nearly lost an arm. Such a person deserves respect. At this moment, what surprised countless people was Sun Luo martial saint walked directly towards Bai Feng, a rare smile appearing on his face. "You are Bai Feng, right? Slaying a martial sovereign at the martial emperor realm, truly impressive." Bai Feng humbly replied, "Senior, you flatter me. I am only slightly stronger than that martial sovereign from Sakura country. I have come to deliver the guiding technique to you. At just 26 years old, you are already at the peak of the martial emperor realm. That martial sovereign from Sakura country is unfortunate to have encountered you." Sun Luo martial saint smiled as he handed over a golden martial seal. This golden martial seal contained the complete guiding technique. Only with the guiding technique could Bai Feng open his sea of consciousness, expand his spiritual power, and break through to the martial sovereign realm. Bai Feng took the golden martial seal, feeling a surge of excitement. He never expected that the guiding technique would arrive in his hands so quickly. "What's going on?" "Sun Luo martial saint is here to deliver something to Bai Feng. Wasn't he just a martial king? How did he become a peak martial emperor?" "You can tell you are out of the loop. He had a fortunate encounter in the secret realm recently and directly broke through to the peak of the martial emperor realm. No wonder he is Bai Feng. Even Sun Luo martial saint personally delivers things to him. That's impressive." The onlookers were in shock, whispering among themselves. Bai Feng, after being personally appointed by the headmaster, is hereby appointed as the Imperial Capital Inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts School. You have the authority to oversee everyone from Headmaster Qin Lai down to ordinary instructors. Here is your golden flame badge and appointment letter." Sun Luo martial saint suddenly became serious, solemnly handing over a box and a document. As he spoke, countless people were left dumbfounded. Moments later, the crowd erupted. "The position of Imperial Capital Inspector has been vacant for many years. Even the headmaster can be dismissed. This is a position of real power. With authority over resource allocation and personnel appointments, the inspector has the power to oversee it all. Bai Feng has truly risen to the higher echelons of the martial arts school. He will need to change his name. He should be called Inspector by now." Pairs of eyes turned towards Bai Feng, filled with admiration, jealousy, and awe. The position of Imperial Capital Inspector had been vacant for many years and was the result of a power struggle within the martial arts school. As the headquarters of the Thunder Martial Arts School, the authority of the Imperial Capital Inspector is even greater than that of some provincial inspectors with more benefits. Many were desperate to take on the position of Imperial Capital Inspector, including some extraordinary beings. Once someone got close to the position, others would join forces to suppress them. Unexpectedly, in the end, through various negotiations, Bai Feng directly dropped into the position of Inspector, plucking the biggest fruit. Bai Feng, with a serious expression, accepted the golden flame badge and appointment letter, feeling a surge of excitement. To his knowledge, the treatment for inspectors at the martial arts school is excellent enough to steadily increase the strength of any extraordinary being. Now that the formalities are done, you can see your treatment in the appointment letter. This is a set of flowing cloud armor, a special reward from the headmaster for you. The flowing cloud armor can change shape according to your will and can reduce damage by 50%, enough for you to use until you break through to the martial emperor realm. Sun Luo martial saint took out a silver seed adorned with swirling cloud patterns and handed it to Bai Feng. Looking at this silver seed, Sun Luo martial saint's eyes were momentarily lost in thought. Back then, when he broke through to the extraordinary realm, he exerted a great deal of effort completing various tasks for the martial arts school. It was then that he exchanged contribution points for a set of flowing cloud armor. And Bai Feng didn't have to do anything. The headmaster rewarded him with a set. It would be false to say he wasn't envious. "Thank you for your recognition, headmaster." Bai Feng, filled with excitement, took the silver seed. Under the explanation of Sun Luo martial saint, he pricked his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the silver seed. In an instant, the silver seed transformed into a mass of silver liquid that merged into Bai Feng's skin. As Bai Feng concentrated, a silver battle attire enveloped his body. This silver battle attire was made of a soft material comfortable to wear yet remarkably resilient. It featured cloud patterns that flowed along with the movements of his body. Bai Feng activated his qi and blood, extending a blood-colored spike from his fingertip towards the flowing cloud armor, stabbing it fiercely. When the blood-colored spike struck the armor, it was instantly deflected. The force transmitted through the blood-colored spike dissipated like a pebble dropped into a lake, soon vanishing. After his first attempt, Bai Feng was very satisfied with the flowing cloud armor. Not only could it reduce half of the damage, but it could also change shape. Even if his body transformed into a 200-meter dark golden giant, this battle attire would perfectly adapt to his size. This battle attire was simply perfect for him. Bai Feng concentrated again, and the flowing cloud armor transformed into silver liquid burrowing into his skin. Now that you have tried the flowing cloud armor, there will be a press conference at the martial arts school this afternoon to announce your appointment as inspector. You must attend, and there will also be a special dinner prepared for you. Sun Luo Martial Saint said slowly. Bai Feng responded, indicating no problem. Afterwards, Bai Feng and Sun Luo Martial Saint walked into the headmaster's office together. When Xinlai learned of Bai Feng's appointment as inspector, he was greatly surprised. Just yesterday, he was Bai Feng's superior. Today, Bai Feng had become his leader. The world changes too rapidly. However, Xinlai did not dwell on it. He had a good relationship with Bai Feng. Bai Feng becoming the inspector was also beneficial for him. Afterwards, Bai Feng discussed matters related to martial arts with Xinlai and Sun Luo Martial Saint. Under Sun Luo Martial Saint's introduction, Bai Feng gained a deeper understanding of cultivation in the extraordinary realm. Meanwhile, the news of Bai Feng becoming the Imperial Capital Inspector swept through the Thunder Martial Arts School like a whirlwind. Many staff members became busy preparing for the afternoon press conference and the evening banquet. Under the arrangement of Xinlai, Bai Feng now has his own independent office not far from Xinlai's office. Bai Feng sat in his office attentively reading the contents of the inspector's appointment letter. In summary, it is to maintain the interests of the Thunder Martial Arts School. He has the authority to command all martial artists of the Thunder Martial Arts School in the Imperial Capital except for the extraordinary powerhouses. Moreover, the treatment of the inspector is extremely generous. Every 3 months, he can receive an 8th-grade precious medicine with an annual salary of 500 million. Although 500 million is merely a number to someone at the peak of the martial emperor realm. However, receiving 4 8th-grade precious medicines in a year is quite a substantial benefit. 8th-grade precious medicines are greatly beneficial even for martial sovereigns in their cultivation. If he wishes, he can apply for an 8th-grade precious medicine right now. Additionally, he can borrow any martial arts techniques below the heaven rank from the school at will. What once required a large number of contribution points to exchange for earth rank martial arts techniques is now fully open. Is this the privilege that comes with strength? It's simply amazing. Bai Feng leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. Seeing that it was still early before the afternoon press conference, Bai Feng took out the golden martial seal, pressed it to his forehead, and began to inherit this guiding technique. White tiger killing technique, heaven rank guiding technique. He visualized a 2-winged white tiger in his mind. The white tiger emitted a roar that shattered the chaotic region in the sea of consciousness, thus opening up the sea of consciousness and allowing his spiritual power to extend outward. Moreover, the white tiger visualized in the sea of consciousness can sit at the center of the sea, defending against all spiritual attacks. The heaven rank guiding technique is actually a heaven rank martial art. The martial school is truly sincere. After completing the inheritance of the martial seal, Bai Feng's heart raced. The higher the quality of the guiding technique, the larger the area of the sea of consciousness opened up, and the stronger the spiritual power of someone who has just stepped into the martial sovereign realm will be. The heaven rank guiding technique will definitely allow him to open up the highest quality sea of consciousness. Focusing his mind and calming his spirit, Bai Feng immediately began visualizing the details of the white tiger killing technique. 1 minute later, in the misty gray sea of consciousness, accompanied by a majestic tiger roar, a white tiger took shape. This white tiger has a black king pattern on its forehead, golden pupils, and snow-white wings that spread over 10 jong. An ancient and vast aura emanates from its body. They say visualizing a guiding technique is very difficult, but this difficulty feels average. Bai Feng chuckled inwardly. However, upon further reflection, he understood everything. With his 100-fold comprehension, any martial art or technique holds no secrets in his eyes. The heaven rank guiding technique is no exception. White tiger, open up the sea of consciousness for me. As Bai Feng focused his mind, the 2-winged white tiger in the sea of consciousness let out a thunderous roar akin to a muffled thunder. Roar. The tiger's roar transformed into rolling circular sound waves that swept around. Centered on the white tiger, the surrounding gray mist was instantly shattered by the sound waves, revealing large expanses of land. The white tiger let out 9 consecutive roars, each roar louder than the last. The size of the two-winged white tiger also grew larger, reaching an astonishing length of 50 meters. After 10 roars, all the gray mist in the sea of consciousness dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of land. Threads of formless spiritual power floated in the air, resembling transparent little snakes dancing. Finally, the sea of consciousness was successfully opened. Bai Feng smoothly stepped into the 8th grade martial sovereign realm, becoming a powerhouse in the extraordinary domain. He closed his eyes tightly, and his spiritual power surged out from his sea of consciousness, probing straight ahead. 30 meters, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Bai Feng's spiritual power extended an astonishing distance of 5 kilometers in a straight line. He opened his eyes and looked at the office desk in the room. Instantly, the entire desk floated up, hovering in midair. For the first time, Bai Feng controlled his spiritual power, causing everything in the office to float. The table, chairs, computer, and sofa all floated in the air. Once the novelty wore off, Bai Feng used his spiritual power to gently return the furniture to its original place. Host Bai Feng. Martial Arts Level Martial Sovereign First Layer. Techniques: 5 Animals God Demon Posture Perfect, White Tiger Killing Technique Perfect. Martial Arts King Path Tyrant Fist Perfect, Blood Calamity Finger Perfect, 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique Perfect. Talent: 100-fold Comprehension SSS Rank Indestructible Golden Body SS Rank Instantaneous Movement SS Rank Corpse Explosion S Rank. System: Space None. Current fixed item: 100 Years of Cultivation. The One-Yuan Instant Kill System will refresh in 6 days, providing 3 types of items each time, and the system looks forward to meeting you again. The true function of spiritual power, besides expanding to perceive the slightest movements around me. I can also manipulate objects to attack, such as flying knives and other hidden weapons. But for me, I can cover spiritual power over the divine weapons formed by blood energy. In this way, the divine weapons condensed by the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique can chase down enemies at my command. Bai Feng's eyes lit up, unable to resist trying the 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique. Above his head, blood energy coalesced into a short sword floating in midair. The spiritual power covered the blood-colored short sword, and under Bai Feng's control, the sword traced arcs in the air. The blood-colored short sword moved with incredible speed, and under the propulsion of spiritual power, its lethality became even more terrifying. Spiritual power accelerates the divine weapon formed by blood energy, enhancing its lethality. Moreover, I can control the divine weapon to chase down enemies. This spiritual power is truly boundless in its applications. Bai Feng's lips curled into a smile as he inwardly chuckled. Now his 10,000 Soldiers Suppression Technique, combined with spiritual power, equated to a new round of upgrades. In the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, in the hall of the Thunder Martial Arts School. At this time, a dense crowd of martial artists gathered in the hall. A red carpet was laid out, and at the end of the carpet stood a podium. Martial emperors, martial kings, and town generals were present, standing on either side of the red carpet. Media reporters from all over the Dragon Kingdom hoisted cameras, pointing their lenses at the entrance of the martial school. All members of the Thunder Martial Arts School welcome Inspector Bai. The voice of the schoolmaster Qin Lai rang out loudly. Welcome, Inspector Bai. Countless martial artists shouted in unison, their voices resounding. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Bai Feng entered through the main door dressed in a flowing cloud outfit. With each step, he took his aura surged higher. The aura of the martial sovereign realm surged out from within him. The earth trembled, and the air in the void quivered. Martial emperors felt a great shock in their hearts, their hairs standing on end. Many martial artists below the martial emperor realm trembled all over. The media reporters could not help but swallow nervously, with the weaker ones even collapsing to the ground. This is our Thunder Martial Arts School's new inspector. He is simply too strong. Is he really just at the peak of the martial emperor realm? This aura is enough to terrify me. Brother, don't say that, I just. Countless people exclaimed, gazing at Bai Feng's figure with awe. The press conference can begin. Bai Feng spoke lightly, yet his voice boomed like thunder throughout the venue. Only then did everyone, including Schoolmaster Qin Lai, awaken and begin the press conference proceedings. The press conference was rather dull, merely showcasing the martial strength of the Thunder Martial Arts School and how Bai Feng intended to fulfill his role as inspector. Bai Feng went through the process of the press conference and dinner. In his view, the press conference and dinner were more exhausting than fighting. Just as he was preparing to go home and rest, Schoolmaster Qin Lai cautiously inquired, Inspector Bai, there's something I need to trouble you with. Bai Feng furrowed his brows, slightly feeling a bit displeased. He was already somewhat exhausted from the boring press conference and dinner, and now just wanted to rest for a while. However, considering their previous relationship, he still patiently looked at Qin Lai and said, Go ahead. Qin Lai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Inspector Bai had not changed much and did not adopt a superior attitude due to his elevated position. He truly did not misjudge Inspector Bai's character. Then Qin Lai explained everything. This year's National Genius Battle was sponsored by the Thunder Martial Arts School and would be held in the imperial capital. The Thunder Martial Arts School would also select some outstanding talents from among those who performed well and invite them to join the school. Tomorrow is the finals of the Genius Battle. Everything was initially progressing smoothly. However, according to information from the Thunder Martial Arts School, there are members of the Beast God cult infiltrating the imperial capital, targeting the outstanding contestants of this Genius Battle. This group from the Beast God cult is quite aggressive, including extraordinary individuals. They plan to cut off the future of the Dragon Kingdom by capturing these young geniuses. Therefore, the Thunder Martial Arts School needs Inspector Bai to be present to prevent these geniuses from being eliminated by the Beast God cult. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng suddenly understood. As the inspector, ensuring the safety of these young geniuses is also one of his responsibilities. The treatment of 4 8th-grade precious medicines annually and the authority over various martial school training resources left him no choice but to accept. When specifically, tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the finals of the Genius Battle will be held at the Imperial Capital Sports Arena. Alright. After a brief conversation with Qin Lai, Bai Feng left the Thunder Martial Arts School and fell into a deep sleep at home. On the second day, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the Imperial Capital Stadium, the audience was filled to capacity, their voices a tumultuous roar of cheers and shouts. Yi Changkong will surely win. Go brother Shinqing, you are the best. The spectators' eyes were all focused on the two figures beneath one of them, a silver-haired youth with deep-set eyes, wore a long sword at his waist, his aura as cold as 10,000 years of ice. He was Yi Changkong from the prestigious Yi family. The other finalist, Shinqing, had an ordinary appearance, an average build, the kind you wouldn't even notice in a crowd. Yet Shinqing's eyes sparkled with brightness and a confident smile played at the corners of his mouth. As Yi Changkong and Shinqing exchanged glances, the air thickened with a palpable tension. Both were grandmasters of the second realm, and both were under 20 years old, representing the pinnacle of their younger generation. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the outcome of this genius battle. At this moment on the podium stood Qin Lai, the master of the Thunder Martial Arts School, Wang Man, the master of the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, and Wei Bianhe, a general of the Blood Dragon Army. The three men watched with keen interest as Yi Changkong and Shinqing stood below. Who do you think will take first place today? I believe Yi Changkong has the upper hand. The Yi family is the oldest family in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Changkong has grown up immersed in medicinal baths, and his swordsmanship talent is exceptionally high. Shinqing comes from an ordinary background, and his martial foundation is far inferior to Yi Changkong. Wang Man, the master of the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, chuckled lightly. I don't see it that way. Everyone who has fought their way up from the bottom is an extraordinary genius. Have you forgotten about Inspector Bai? Shinqing's parents are just ordinary workers, and his rapid rise is strikingly similar to Inspector Bai's trajectory. Wei Bianhe of the Blood Dragon Army stated quietly, being a grandmaster at 19 is impressive, but Shinqing is still far from Inspector Bai. For him to break through to Martial King at 26 would be considered a good talent. Inspector Bai, however, reached the peak of Martial Emperor at 26, a record unmatched nationwide. It won't be long before Inspector Bai likely breaks through to the extraordinary. Qin Lai of the Thunder Martial Arts School snorted coldly. In his mind, Bai Feng was the most remarkable genius without exception. Even the lofty Night King of the Yi family, who suppressed the seas and nations, did not break through as swiftly as Inspector Bai. I'm just using it as an example with no intention to offend Inspector Bai. Old Qin, don't take it to heart if for someone like Inspector Bai, Shinqing is just a child in his eyes. Wei Bianhe hastily laughed and explained, I remember 3 weeks ago Inspector Bai was still only a first-level town commander. At that time he represented your Thunder Martial Arts School and fought against the town commanders of the Platinum Federation, single-handedly defeating 10 of them. In just over 3 weeks he reached the peak of Martial Emperor. His speed of breakthrough is simply astonishing. Wang Man, the master of the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, remarked with a look of amazement. You have not seen a true genius. Inspector Bai is one I discovered. From our first meeting, I could tell he wasn't an ordinary talent. Now it proves that my judgment was indeed correct. Qin Lai of the Thunder Martial Arts School smiled proudly. Wang Man and Wei Bianhe remained impassive, rolling their eyes inwardly. Inspector Bai's rise was solely due to his innate talent, yet Qin Lai was patting himself on the back. Inspector Bai has arrived. Suddenly Qin Lai's pupils contracted, and he exclaimed. A piercing sound of sonic booms echoed through the sky. A figure clad in white appeared above the stadium. The newcomer was tall and handsome, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was Bai Feng. Bai Feng stepped on the air as if treading on invisible steps, walking towards the podium. We welcome Inspector Bai. Qin Lai was the first to rise, calling out loudly. Wang Man and Wei Bianhe on the podium quickly stood up. We welcome Inspector Bai. The Thunder Martial Arts personnel maintaining order and the audience of 100,000 all rose from their seats, their voices shaking the heavens. Many looked at Bai Feng with eyes full of awe and fervor. Without him, this was a man who once suppressed a million beast tide rising like a comet. In the entire imperial capital, speaking of the legendary Inspector Bai Feng, almost no one was unaware. Among the younger generation, countless talents viewed Bai Feng as their idol. Who wouldn't want to dominate all their peers at a young age? To even become an inspector of a superpower like the Thunder Martial Arts School and enjoy endless prestige. At this moment beneath the arena, Yi Changkong looked up at Bai Feng, who seemed like a deity, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He finally saw Instructor Bai, and it was during the National Genius Battle Finals. Since the Thunder Martial Arts training camp was reprimanded by Instructor Bai, he had awakened and no longer acted arrogantly. Before Instructor Bai, his talent was utterly inconsequential. His greatest goal in this life was to catch up to Instructor Bai, even though the hope for that was quite small. Is that Bai Feng? What a figure! The other finalist, Shin Qing, wore a respectful expression, but inwardly he sneered. What a figure. One glance, and he could vaporize you. That's an 8th-tier martial sovereign. Shin Qing, you are too arrogant. Don't forget that your strength comes from our beast god church. The voice in Shin Qing's mind sneered. Martial sovereign, how is that possible? Didn't the intel say he was only at the peak of martial emperor? Shin Qing felt a sense of panic rising in his heart. Calm down, don't show any flaws in front of Bai Feng, or I will kill you. Our beast god church has sent out 5 martial sovereigns this time, all to take down Bai Feng. With our preparations, the success rate is 100%. The voice in Shin Qing's mind said coldly. Shin Qing nodded dumbly, looking at Bai Feng on the podium, his eyes involuntarily filled with a hint of fear. This was a monster, a true monster. A 26-year-old martial sovereign. No one in the entire history of martial arts in Blue Star has ever achieved that. Let the match begin. Bai Feng took his seat on the podium and spoke lightly. As his words fell, the 100,000 spectators sat back down in unison. Under the referee's loud introduction, Yi Changkong and Shin Qing climbed onto the arena as finalists. In the audience, those talented individuals eliminated by the two of them had complex expressions. Yi Changkong stood on the final stage looking at Bai Feng's figure with a flash of determination in his eyes. Today he must win the championship of the Genius Battle to prove himself to Instructor Bai. I hereby declare the match to begin. The referee announced. Yi Changkong transformed into a white streak rushing out, and his long sword slashed fiercely. Instantly, a massive sword chi shot out, enveloped in an extreme sword intent, slicing towards Shin Qing. Shin Qing's face remained cold as he drew his blade and slashed horizontally. A crescent-shaped strike collided with the massive sword chi, both dissipating. Yi Changkong and Shin Qing exchanged glances, and in an instant they charged in front of each other, their blades and swords clashing violently, sparking countless sparks. The gap in strength between the two was minimal, resulting in an incredibly fierce confrontation. For a time, both their blurred figures filled the arena, shattering it. The fierce sword chi and domineering blade light crashed against each other on the arena, captivating the eyes of countless spectators. Yi Changkong has made significant progress. At the 2nd realm of Grandmaster, his battle prowess can rival that of a 5th realm Grandmaster. Bai Feng nodded in approval. He had a deep impression of Yi Changkong. At the Thunder Martial Arts Genius Training Camp, although Yi Changkong loved to show off his strength, was dramatically superior to others. Moreover, he possessed the strength, talent, fearless sword heart, and had an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. Under his rigorous training, Yi Changkong had tempered much of his sharpness and arrogance. His swordsmanship had become even more fierce than when he left the training camp. There's something strange about Shin Qing. How can he have 2 types of spiritual fluctuations? A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Feng's eyes as he looked at Shin Qing. His spiritual power surged from his brow, covering the entire final stage, closely examining the situation. Something was off. Shin Qing seemed to possess another soul within him. Since he broke through to martial sovereign, his spiritual power had reached the stage of external projection. He could clearly perceive the uniqueness of each individual's spiritual fluctuations. But it seemed that there was a powerful soul within Shin Qing's body. Bai Feng remained outwardly calm, yet his invisible spiritual power spread out, encompassing the entire stadium, constantly monitoring Shin Qing's every move. On the arena, Yi Changkong and Shin Qing had been fiercely battling for a long time. Both were drenched in sweat, their arms slightly numb. Heavenly Lotus sword wheel. Yi Changkong's gaze sharpened as he poured all his surging blood energy into his long sword, striking out with a lightning-fast slash. Instantly, countless scarlet sword energies converged into a blood-red lotus, howling and spinning as it charged towards Shin Qing. The blood-red lotus resembled a work of art, yet each petal was condensed sword energy, exuding an incredibly sharp aura. Shin Qing showed no fear, unleashing a monstrous aura of ferocity as he swiftly slashed down with his long knife. A massive black blade of light stirred up countless pieces of earth, crashing into the blood-red lotus with a thunderous roar. The tremendous impact shattered the black blade of light. The blood-red lotus bore down on Xinqing with terrifying force. At that moment, a great fear surfaced in Xinqing's eyes as he realized he had underestimated Yi Changkong. "My lord, save me!" Xinqing exclaimed in panic, causing numerous spectators to feel a strange chill. As he spoke, a grotesque blood hole suddenly opened in his chest, and a bloodied hand reached out. Then Xinqing's body exploded with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments. A short, middle-aged man crawled out. He had a pair of vertical pupils occasionally flicking out a long snake-like tongue. He was none other than the Chanshan Python, one of the 10 fiends of the beast god cult, an extraordinary being at the 7th level of martial lord. The Chanshan Python was drenched in blood, and his vertical pupils were filled with cruelty, completely disregarding Xinqing, whose body he had just burst out of. Xinqing was merely a vessel for him to infiltrate this place. He turned his gaze towards Yi Changkong, not far away, transforming into a streak of black light that swiftly approached Yi Changkong. First, he would eliminate this genius of the Dragon Kingdom, then deal with Bai Feng. As he saw the Chanshan Python charging, a chilling and ruthless aura surged into Yi Changkong's consciousness, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the long sword and slashed out a blood-red lotus sword wheel towards the Chanshan Python. The Chanshan Python's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. How dare a grandmaster swing a sword at him? It was simply foolish. What kind of monster is this? Not good. Yi Changkong is in danger. The situation on the arena changed in an instant, sending shockwaves of fear through the countless spectators. On the podium, Qin Lai and the others all turned pale. This aura was not that of an ordinary extraordinary being, but that of a high-tier martial lord, a powerful presence above the 7th level of martial lord. With a high-tier martial lord intervening, even Bai Jiancha's speed might not be fast enough to save Yi Changkong. After all, Yi Changkong was a direct descendant of the Yi family, the top genius of this generation. If he were to die on the arena, the Thunderbolt Martial Hall would find it difficult to explain to the Yi family. Die, genius of the Yi family. The Chanshan Python grinned savagely as he reached Yi Changkong, slamming a heavy palm towards Yi Changkong's head. His eyes were filled with cruel and bloodthirsty light, as if he could already see Yi Changkong's head being smashed to pieces under his palm. However, a terrifying pressure of wind suddenly swept through the sky. A dark, golden giant 200 meters tall descended from the heavens, bringing down a ferocious foot that crashed towards him. The air exploded with a massive wave, creating a suffocating feeling, as if a gigantic mountain was descending instantly, enveloping the Chanshan Python. What the hell is this? A martial emperor's golden body. The intense wind pressure struck his face, making the Chanshan Python's hair stand on end, his entire body frozen in shock. An overwhelmingly domineering aura locked onto him. With no time to think, the Chanshan Python quickly activated his blood energy golden body defense, causing his body to swell and grow taller. But Bai Feng, transformed into a golden body, was even faster, his massive golden foot crashing down. The Chanshan Python, who had not fully transformed into a golden body, was directly stomped into a pulp by that foot, becoming a pile of meat paste from head to toe. In his last moments, he could not comprehend why anyone would possess such a massive blood energy golden body. Had he known he would face such a monster, he would have never come here, even if it meant death. Boom! Bai Feng's foot landed on the arena, producing a deafening sound, as the arena could not withstand the burden. In an instant, a massive crack appeared, causing it to collapse into two halves. At that moment, a deathly silence fell over the entire stadium. Countless spectators gazed at the dark golden giant on the arena, their faces filled with shock as gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. Yi Changkong stood dazed in place, nearly buried under the collapsing arena. Fortunately, he was caught by the dark golden giant's hand and lifted up. On the podium, Wei Bianhe, Qin Lai, and Wang Man, 3 martial emperor experts, all widened their eyes, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. How can a 200-meter-tall blood energy golden body even exist? Am I seeing things? Qin Lai, the master of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, gulped in terror. What unfolded before him truly shattered his understanding. The maximum height for a blood energy golden body was only 20 meters, yet Bai Jiancha's golden body was an exaggerated 200 meters. This was no longer just frightening, but horrifying. Even a high-tier martial lord was crushed by a single step from Bai Jiancha, not even having a chance to retaliate. This dark golden blood energy golden body possesses at least 10 times the strength and speed of a normal golden body. General Wei Bianhe of the Blood Dragon Army's pupils trembled, his voice quaking. Looking at his own 10-meter-tall blood energy golden body, then comparing it to Bai Jiancha's golden body. The massive disparity made him question whether he and Bai Jiancha practiced the same martial arts. Is this really Bai Jiansha? How can he be so big and so powerful? Is he even human? You ignorant fool, this is a blood energy golden body, something a martial emperor can possess. You should read more. A single step crushing the entire arena. Even that monster was turned into minced meat. Bai Jiansha is too strong. Bai Jiansha is amazing. Countless spectators, after a moment of shock, erupted into a frenzy. The roar was like rolling thunder, deafening to the ears. Many looked at Bai Feng with eyes full of awe and admiration, as if gazing at a golden deity. At this moment, Bai Feng's towering figure stood amidst the ruins of the arena. Yi Changkong stood on Bai Feng's enormous golden palm, taking several deep breaths to gradually calm his excited heart. This unique blood energy golden body was simply breathtaking. He wanted one too. Instructor Bai was the first genius in his heart. Even that knight sovereign of the Yi family who suppressed all nations could not compare to Instructor Bai. Instructor Bai, could you please put me down? Although he felt a sense of security being held by a dark golden giant, Yi Changkong still felt somewhat embarrassed. Bai Feng set Yi Changkong down, his voice rumbling like thunder as he said lightly, "You did well to reach the top of the genius battle." This praise from Bai Feng instantly made the proud Yi family genius face flush with excitement. Not only had Instructor Bai saved his life, but he had also received Instructor Bai's recognition. This was far more exhilarating and thrilling than any praise from his martial emperor father. Instructor Bai's talent was the only thing that made him feel inferior. "Thank you for saving me, Instructor Bai. If you ever need anything, my Yi family will definitely do our utmost to assist you," Yi Changkong said earnestly. He spoke with confidence as his father was the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 top noble clans. Bai Feng merely smiled lightly at his words, saying nothing further. Saving Yi Changkong was merely a matter of raising a hand. Though this kid was proud and arrogant, his talent was indeed exceptionally high. Now that he had become the imperial capital's inspector of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall with the strength of a martial lord, he naturally had the desire to take care of the younger generation. Clap, clap, clap. Instructor Bai's golden body truly opened my eyes as an old man. Unfortunately, today you shall die here. At this moment, a black-clad elder walked in from the entrance of the stadium, clapping his hands nonchalantly. The black-clad elder's clothes were stained with traces of blood, and a cold smile was on his face. It was evident that the martial artists of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall outside the stadium had been slaughtered by him. Simultaneously, 3 more black-clad figures rushed into the stadium from the other entrances. "Old Wang, stop the nonsense. Let's attack together and kill Bai Feng." A burly man with a red face spoke in a deep voice, wielding a composite metal long stick as he charged towards Bai Feng. A man and a woman, both with cold expressions, rushed towards Bai Feng in a flash. Young people are just so impatient, not caring for the elderly at all. The black-clad elder sighed, taking out a black dye and flicking it with his finger. The black dye was instantly sent into the air, releasing billowing black mist in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a massive black barrier enveloped the entire stadium, resembling an inverted giant bowl. The void-locking barrier was capable of trapping martial artists below the martial saint level while withstanding a full-force strike from a martial saint. This was precisely the treasure they had requested from the Beast God cult's headquarters to hunt Bai Feng. After the black-clad elder activated the void-locking barrier, his steps appeared slow, but were surprisingly fast as he charged towards Bai Feng. Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, 4 streams of scorching blood energy surged from the 4 members of the Beast God cult, shooting into the sky. 4 high-tier martial lords converged to surround and kill Bai Feng. Seeing this scene, Yi Changkong's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly crushed the jade token on his chest. As long as he shattered this jade token, the extraordinary experts of the Yi family in the imperial capital would surely come to save him, the young master. As long as Instructor Bai could hold on for a while, the Yi family's extraordinary members would definitely wipe out all these attackers. Bai Feng casually waved his hand, and a gentle breeze lifted Yi Changkong, sending him 1,000 meters away. Looking at the 4 Beast God cult martial lords charging towards him, Bai Feng grinned, his eyes filled with excitement. Finally, new toys to play with. The 4 Beast God sect martial masters stirred up a fierce wind as they surrounded Bai Feng. With each step they took, the ground beneath them shattered in an instant, creating an astonishing momentum. Countless spectators in the stands turned pale at this sight, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The aura emanating from each Beast God sect martial master was as terrifying as that of ancient behemoths. Such might fill the entire stadium with a chilling pressure. Could Bai Jiansha still hold his ground against these 4 monsters? Countless spectators fixed their gazes on Bai Feng, hoping from the depths of their hearts that he could create a miracle. Currently, the entire stadium was sealed off by a black barrier, but with such a commotion, many people in the imperial capital would surely notice. If Bai Jiansha could hold on a little longer until other powerful figures from the capital arrived, they might be able to escape alive. Otherwise, once these people were free to act, none of them would survive. Out of selfishness, they all hoped Bai Jiansha would not die here. Yi Changkong, who had been sent far away by Bai Feng, gripped his sword tightly, worry etched in his eyes. It would take some time for the extraordinary members of the Yi family to arrive. The terrifying aura of these four made it uncertain whether Bai Jiansha could withstand them. Follow me to assist Bai Jiansha. We must at least stop one martial master to relieve some pressure for Bai Jiansha. On the podium, Qin Lai, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, said grimly to Wang Man and Wei Bian. After speaking, Qin Lai took out a spear, his blood surging, and prepared to rush forward to save him. Wang Man and Wei Bian did not hesitate at all, smashing through the podium's table and charging out. The three peak martial emperors charged forward together, blocking a short and stout martial master. The stout martial master did not take the three of them seriously, swinging his large blade with a swift horizontal slash. The massive blood-red blade aura, accompanied by a tiger's roar, sent Qin Lai and the others flying. All three spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies crashed heavily against the wall, their faces like paper, their auras weakened to the extreme. A gaping, gruesome wound appeared on their chests, revealing their pulsing hearts. At that moment, despair filled the hearts of Qin Lai and the others, their eyes filled with fear. With just one strike, they were heavily injured by the martial master. No matter how strong Bai Jiansha was, facing such four monsters, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on either. Seeing Qin Lai and the others heavily injured, Bai Feng's previously calm face instantly darkened. He had initially intended to toy with these Beast God sect members. Now he had only one thought: to kill them all in the most cruel way possible. With a single step, his dark golden figure, towering 200 meters, surged forward several hundred meters, appearing directly in front of the red-faced muscular man. He pulled back his fist, his right arm's muscles bulging, the veins like steel cables rubbing against each other, and he punched forward with a mighty blow. The dark golden fist, accompanied by suffocating wind pressure, suddenly struck. The red-faced muscular man at the 8th level of martial mastery immediately changed his expression, his arms rapidly swelling, crossing to block in front of him. He had not expected Bai Feng to be this fast. This ferocious momentum made him feel as if he were facing a 9th-tier beast emperor. With no time to think, the mountain-sized dark golden fist smashed down towards him. As the violent wind rampaged, the red-faced muscular man didn't even have time to scream before his body was crushed into a mist of blood. Looking at the ground, a massive trench stretching 1,000 meters had formed. At this moment, including Yi Changkong, countless people first wore expressions of disbelief, then erupted in cheers. The red-faced muscular man, with blood and chi like an ocean, could not withstand a single punch from Bai Jiansha. Bai Jiansha's power exceeded their imaginations. Is this the true strength of Bai Jiansha? Coming to rescue, it seems we were overly sentimental. Leaning against the wall, a weak Qin Lai said with a bitter smile. Nearby, Wang Man and Wei Bian nodded in agreement, wincing from the pain of their injuries. Had they known Bai Jiansha was this strong, they would not have come to face the martial masters of the Beast God sect. Did the earth-shaking elephant die? Seeing this, the three Beast God sect members, led by the old man in black, had their pupils shrink suddenly, their expressions turning serious. The four of them were all among the 10 elites of the Beast God sect, exceptional martial masters. Moreover, their bodies had been enhanced by the blood of high-tier ferocious beasts, making their physiques comparable to those of ferocious beasts at the same level. The earth-shaking elephant at the 8th level of martial mastery was the most defensively formidable among the 10 elites. Even he had been reduced to a mist of blood by a single punch from Bai Feng. Bai Feng's exaggerated golden body likely possessed a strength comparable to that of a martial saint. No wonder the headquarters sent 5 martial masters to eliminate Bai Feng. If Bai Feng were to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly be a tremendous threat to the Beast God sect. Use all our strength and spare no cost to eliminate Bai Feng. With that, the old man in black, known as the river-crossing dragon, commanded, immediately channeling the ferocious beast's blood within him. His eyes transformed into dragon-like vertical pupils, and black scales emerged from his body. In an instant, accompanied by a substantial cloud of white steam enveloping the area, a 300-meter-long black flood dragon appeared, its manifested dragon might pouring out, causing the air to explode with waves. At the same time, the stout martial master transformed, becoming a mighty tiger the size of a mountain, exuding fierce power. The cold woman from the Beast God sect also transformed into a celestial crane with a wingspan of over 100 meters, its claws and beak glimmering with cold light. The black flood dragon, colorful tiger, and white crane attacked simultaneously from different directions, surrounding Bai Feng. Bai Feng's eyes were cold as he activated his innate teleportation. Without any warning, he suddenly appeared in front of the black flood dragon, his fist carrying immense power, crashing down towards its head. Seeking death. The black flood dragon's eyes glinted with cruelty as it opened its mouth, unleashing an incredibly violent black flame breath engulfing Bai Feng entirely. This flame breath was powerful enough to obliterate a mountain instantly. However, the black flood dragon was filled with terror as its black flame breath collided with Bai Feng's fist, leaving no scorch marks whatsoever. The dark golden fist forcefully split the searing black flames, crashing directly into the black flood dragon's head. Under the fierce impact, the dragon's head instantly burst apart, its sharp teeth flying away. Accompanied by the horrifying sound of bones cracking, the black flood dragon's head exploded like a watermelon under the fist. The headless dragon's body fell limply to the ground. At that moment, the colorful tiger lunged at Bai Feng from the side. Its massive paw fiercely clawed at Bai Feng's chest, intending to rip him open. The sharp beak of the white crane aimed for the back of Bai Feng's head, piercing like a sword. Together, the two beasts formed a seemingly fatal situation in their eyes. Despite the loss of their companion, as long as they killed Bai Feng, it would all be worth it. However, they underestimated the defensive power of Bai Feng's golden body. The immortal-breaking golden Bodis defense was 100 times that of an ordinary golden body. With a loud clang, the colorful tiger's massive paw descended towards Bai Feng's chest, only to create a shower of sparks. The sharp beak of the white crane, imbued with great force, struck the back of Bai Feng's head, causing the tip of the beak to crack. Bai Feng looked at the two massive beasts closing in on him, a hint of cruelty rising in his eyes. His right hand shot out like lightning, directly seizing the white crane's beak and tearing it off, causing blood to spray. Amid the white crane's painful wails, Bai Feng wielded the sharp beak as a weapon, stabbing it into the colorful tiger's jaw, penetrating through to the top of its head. The colorful tiger was pierced through the head by the sharp beak, its divine light rapidly dissipating. Its entire body crashed down before Bai Feng, kicking up a cloud of dust. Flee, we must flee. This Bai Feng is a monster, only a martial saint can kill him. As the white crane, now beakless, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, its form turning into a white streak of light, fleeing into the distance, its eyes filled with terror. However, it did not notice a blood-red spear tearing through the air, accompanied by a tremendous sonic boom pursuing it. Golden blood rained down from the sky, piercing through the white crane's chest, its massive corpse crashing down to the ground. Bai Feng, the 200-meter-tall dark golden giant, stood firm, resembling a true ancient deity. The murderous intent and brutality within his golden eyes slowly receded, and his form returned to normal. Yet the overwhelming sense of oppression that surged forth felt like a colossal wave sweeping over the world, leaving countless spectators gasping for breath. Many stared at the figure in white, their eyes filled with shock and fervor. Bai Jiansha faced 4 opponents, and still dominated throughout. This is simply too powerful. In less than a minute, the 4 monsters were utterly slaughtered by Bai Jiansha, who seemed not to have exerted his full strength at all. Thanks to Bai Jiansha, we survived. The audience's cheers converged, deafening. Meanwhile, not far away on the open ground, Qin Lai Wang Man and Wei Bian's hearts raced as they wore expressions of disbelief. Reflecting on the earlier scenes, their minds went blank. The high-tier martial master who could heavily injure all 3 of them effortlessly was overwhelmed in an instant by Bai Jiansha, who annihilated all 4 martial masters in a matter of moments. None of the bodies of the 4 high-tier martial masters were intact. How terrifying was this power? They could hardly imagine just how strong Bai Jiansha's true strength was. Just as the 3 of them were in shock, Bai Feng approached them. Bai Jiansha. They hurried to rise, but a violent cough erupted due to their gruesome chest wounds. Seeing their injuries, Bai Feng's mind stirred, and he forced out a drop of golden blood from his fingertips. Under his mental control, this drop of golden blood split into 3 streams, flying into the mouths of Qin Lai Wang Man and Wei Bian. With the support of the immortal-breaking golden body, Bai Feng's physique was comparable to a martial saint, making him like a top-tier healing elixir. The 3 of them absorbed Bai Feng's blood. Their faces instantly turned from pale to rosy, and the gruesome wounds on their chests began to sprout flesh, healing at a visible speed. Thank you, Bai Jiansha. Qin Lai and the others expressed their gratitude. Bai Jiansha's action seemed like a miracle in their eyes. The healing effect of the blood was terrifying. Bai Jiansha was practically a reincarnation of a martial god. Bai Feng, hearing this, did not pay much attention. After all, these 3 were injured while trying to save him, so he would naturally not hesitate to give a drop of blood. To him, that vast amount of blood was merely a drop in the ocean. Once he saw that the 3's injuries were stabilized, Bai Feng turned his gaze to the black dice hovering in the sky. The black dice continuously emitted black mist, solidifying the barrier above the stadium. Bai Feng's mental power surged forth from his brow, wrapping around the black dice and bringing it before him. He left a mark on the black dice with his mental power, instantly mastering the function of this treasure. This black dice, known as the locking space barrier, could release black mist to form a barrier trapping enemies. Though it wasn't particularly useful to him, it was still a decent trophy. As the new master of the black dice, Bai Feng willed it, and the black barrier above the stadium disappeared, allowing sunlight to pour in. Countless spectators immediately sighed in relief. Next, under Bai Feng's command, the national genius battle continued. Yi Chongkong defeated Qing to claim the championship. Bai Feng personally awarded the prize to Yi Chongkong, bringing the genius battle to an end. Just as Bai Feng was about to leave, several piercing sonic booms echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up in astonishment, seeing powerful figures with terrifying auras flying in rapidly. Hurry, hurry, burn my precious blood to speed up. We must save Chongkong. A few minutes ago, several kilometers away from the imperial capital stadium, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor showed an anxious expression, transforming into a white streak of light as he flew towards the stadium. He was none other than Yi Chongkong's fifth uncle, the Blade Saint. Behind him, dozens of Yi family's martial experts bore murderous intent. This was the imperial capital. How dare anyone attack the young master of the Yi family? It was simply courting death. It would be acceptable if the young master was unharmed. However, should he suffer even a scratch, the entire Yi family's ancestors would likely mobilize. The young master was the most talented genius of the Yi family in this generation, deeply favored by the ancestors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leading the extraordinary members of the Yi family, the Blade Saint shattered the heavy clouds and thundered above the stadium. When they saw Yi Chongkong safe and sound, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the young master is unharmed. However, when everyone glanced at the devastated ground and the three corpses lying on it, their pupils suddenly contracted. Such a terrifying aura, even in death. These were three high-level martial experts. One of them was even a peak martial expert. It was unimaginable that three martial experts had surrounded and killed the young master. This was a provocation against the entire Yi family and demanded bloodshed. The refined, middle-aged Blade Saint descended from the sky, looking at Yi Chongkong with a hint of concern in his eyes. Chongkong, are you hurt? The Blade Saint spoke. Seeing his fifth uncle arrive, Yi Chongkong smiled and shook his head. I owe my life to instructor by this time, otherwise I would have died here. Yi Chongkong looked at Bai Feng not far away, expressing his gratitude. He then explained everything that had happened here. Moments later, the Blade Saint Yi Lu Yun's eyes flashed with shock and his expression grew serious. If he wasn't mistaken, Bai Feng was only a first-level martial expert. Yet he had single-handedly slaughtered 5 high-level martial experts of the Beast God sect, one of whom was a peak martial expert. Moreover, judging by the vigor of his blood, Bai Feng appeared young, not exceeding 30 years of age. With such terrifying combat power, even among the many extraordinary members of the Yi family, only that Night Prince could compare. Given time, Bai Feng might well suppress countless extraordinary beings and become a top powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom. This was a prodigy that the entire Yi family needed to take seriously. Mr. Bai Feng, on behalf of the entire Yi family, I thank you for saving my nephew's life. From now on, as long as you make a request, the Yi family will do our utmost to repay your kindness, the Blade Saint Yi Lu Yun said solemnly. As a peak martial saint, he was a level above Bai Feng. Yet he had already regarded Bai Feng as a peer level. My nephew is lucky to have such a prodigious student. Once our Yi family finishes cleansing the Beast God sect, I will personally invite you to our home. We currently have several 9th-level flood dragons. They are quite delicious. Please be sure to join us for a flood dragon feast. The Blade Saint Yi Lu Yun invited with a smile. The flood dragon feast of the Yi family is the highest form of hospitality they offer to guests. The main ingredient is the 9th-level flood dragon, accompanied by various precious medicinal herbs, which offer significant benefits even to martial saints. Good. Bai Feng replied with a light smile, as he was indeed very interested in the Yi family's flood dragon feast. The Yi family was the oldest among the 3 top families of the Dragon Kingdom. No one knew how many ancient monsters lay hidden in the Yi family's secret realm, which made almost no one dare to provoke them. Moreover, during large beast tides, the Yi family was always at the forefront among the 3 top families, enjoying a great reputation in the Dragon Kingdom. He was also quite willing to establish connections with such a top family. Goodbye, instructor Bai, you must come to my house as a guest next time. Yi Chongkong shouted as he was whisked into the sky by the Blade Saint. Bai Feng nodded, watching the figures of the Yi family fade into the horizon. A martial saint, dozens of martial experts, all just to save Yi Chongkong. This was indeed quite a spectacle. The depth of a top family is truly terrifying. The Lightning Martial Hall, however, is different from such families. The extraordinary members of the Lightning Martial Hall are rarely present in the hall. Instead, they typically cultivate in various secret realms and ancient ruins, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. They only intervene when the interests of the hall are significantly threatened. Families rely on bloodlines as their foundation, and this cohesion is something the Lightning Martial Hall cannot compare to. After leaving the stadium, Bai Feng returned to the office of the Lightning Martial Hall and began selecting medicinal herbs. Opening his communication watch, a holographic projection appeared before him, displaying detailed information on various 8th-level medicinal herbs. This communication watch is a contact tool exclusive to the inspectors. It contains numerous medicinal herbs and treasures from the Lightning Martial Hall, as well as various martial arts and techniques. All goods require contribution points for exchange, and they are personally delivered by the extraordinary members of the hall. The hall's valuable resources are said to be located in a certain secret realm accessible only to true high-ranking members. Bai Feng scrolled through the holographic projection screen and finally found a satisfactory medicinal herb. He dialed the exclusive operator for inspectors. "I would like to request an 8th-level medicinal herb, the purple gold snake fruit." "Please hold on, Inspector Bai. The purple gold snake fruit will be delivered to the Lightning Martial Hall within 5 hours, the communication watch responded with a sweet female voice. After confirming that the purple gold snake fruit was in stock, Bai Feng hung up the phone. As an inspector, he could request one 8th-level medicinal herb every 3 months. The only downside was that he could not request it in advance. While Bai Feng waited over 3 hours later, a martial expert dressed in Lightning Martial Hall work attire delivered a liquid nitrogen cold box to him. He opened the box to find a bright red fruit inside, its skin adorned with multiple purple gold stripes. After completing the handover process with the delivering martial expert, Bai Feng found a cultivation room, consumed the purple gold snake fruit, and began his cultivation. The martial expert realm is also known as the transformation dragon realm. At this level, the human body has reached its limit, requiring spiritual energy to break through the spinal column, like a great dragon releasing the life essence within. This life essence allows the spiritual energy and mental strength to grow in sync. The medicinal power of the purple gold snake fruit transformed into a surge of energy violently rushing through Bai Feng's body. He snorted coldly, mobilizing the torrent of spiritual energy within him to gradually absorb the medicinal power. Gradually, the torrent of spiritual energy within him grew ever more formidable. "Break for me." Bai Feng summoned the torrent of spiritual energy, crashing towards the tail vertebra at the end of his spine. Under this vast and fierce torrent of spiritual energy, the first spinal vertebra was opened, releasing a massive amount of life essence. The life essence spread throughout his body, with every cell of Bai Feng frantically absorbing it, causing his spiritual energy to continuously surge. His entire being emitted a crackling sound, his muscles and bones becoming strong and powerful. At the same time, the life essence drilled into his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness expanded continuously, and his mental strength grew even more formidable. Without losing momentum, Bai Feng summoned the torrent of spiritual energy, once more breaking through 2 more spinal vertebrae. The great dragon of the spine continuously released life essence, and Bai Feng's aura grew increasingly terrifying. Half an hour later, the medicinal power of the purple gold snake fruit was depleted. Bai Feng had successfully opened 3 spinal vertebrae, breaking through to the 3rd level of martial expertise. With a thought, his mental strength spread out in a straight line, extending an astonishing 9 kilometers. Compared to the 5 kilometers he had reached when he first broke through, he could now detect enemies within 9 kilometers. "Let's see how my current mental strength fares." Bai Feng glanced at the weapon rack in the corner, and a surge of mental strength poured out. His mental strength enveloped the entire weapon rack and then violently compressed. The person-high alloy weapon rack suddenly twisted and deformed, directly compressed into a fist-sized solid metal ball. Under his mental control, the speed of this metal ball could accelerate to a terrifying 10 times the speed of sound. With the metal ball flying at that speed, it could instantly crush the body of a peak martial expert. The purple gold snake fruit has excellent cultivation effects, but it's too scarce. I can only request a second 8th-level medicinal herb after 3 months. Bai Feng thought helplessly. As he exited the cultivation room, he was preparing to go home to rest when he bumped into Qin Lai at the door. Having absorbed his precious blood, Qin Lai's injuries had improved significantly, though he still looked quite weak. "Inspector Bai, I have something to report to you." Qin Lai began. "Go ahead, what matter is worth you an injured person coming to find me?" Bai Feng asked curiously. "It's like this. I investigated the ambush against you at the stadium. I discovered that there is a spy from the Beast God sect within our martial hall. This spy informed the Beast God sect of your itinerary in advance. The person has already been captured by me. What do you think should be done?" Qin Lai said cautiously. "Did you uncover any useful information?" "This spy confessed everything as soon as I applied some pressure. He said the high-ranking members of the Beast God sect issued a death order to eliminate you at all costs. Moreover, I interrogated him and obtained the location of the Beast God sect stronghold, which is in the mountains north of the imperial capital." Qin Lai's words instantly brightened Bai Feng's eyes. Eliminating the Beast God sect stronghold is one of the most rewarding internal tasks for the Lightning Martial Hall. He had been worried about not having enough cultivation resources. This beast god sect stronghold happens to provide an opportunity to replenish his contribution points. You can just kill the spy. Oh, I will lead a team to take down this stronghold tonight. Bai Feng decided immediately. There were only 2 martial experts there. The rest were martial kings and martial emperors. Such a stronghold was in his eyes simply a walking contribution point. Without any hesitation, Bai Feng quickly gathered the martial hall's personnel. 7 martial emperors, 13 martial kings, 50 elite masters below the great master level. Leading the entire team, they headed towards the location of the beast god sect stronghold. In fact, he alone was sufficient to eliminate the entire stronghold. He took the elite members of the martial hall to prevent any fish that escaped the net. Under the moonlight in the northern mountains of the imperial capital, within a hollowed-out mountain, a towering black-red altar stood in the center. Surrounding it were pools of blood soaked with numerous human corpses presenting a horrifying sight. Hundreds of beast blood sect followers were seated in the blood pools, absorbing vast amounts of vital energy. Occasionally someone would break through to a minor realm, their vital energy surging with white steam erupting from their skin's pores. At that moment, a figure as massive as a raging bear entered and sat down upon a gray throne. This man stood 2 meters tall, and his closed eyes exuded a fierce aura. His arms were muscular like granite, and even his neck was incredibly thick. He was one of the 4 most powerful cardinals of the beast blood sect, known as the Calamity of Rock. Why hasn't the one sent to assassinate Bai Feng returned yet? The Calamity of Rock furrowed his brow, his deep voice rumbling like thunder, causing countless stones to fall from the walls. Some weaker followers were instantly shaken to the point of blacking out, blood oozing from their mouths and noses. We dispatched 5 high-ranking martial masters, and among them was a peak martial master. Eliminating Bai Feng should be no problem. But if they want to escape from the imperial capital, it might take some effort. The Thunder Martial Hall and Blood Dragon Army are probably hunting them down now. A cold young man stepped forward, chuckling with confidence. He was the one who initiated the plan to ambush. Even if Bai Feng's strength were extraordinary at the age of 26, he could at most defeat an ordinary martial master. 5 high-ranking martial masters working together would ensure his defeat. Not to mention, even the likes of the Thunder God and Night Prince in their youth would fall. I don't care if they live or die, I just want to know if Bai Feng is really dead. This is a mission personally issued by the Holy Emperor, and any mistakes are unacceptable. The Calamity of Rock spoke coldly. A hint of fervor flickered in his eyes at the mention of the Holy Emperor. If the Holy Emperor hadn't discovered him, he might still be a small-time thug. But the Holy Emperor granted him divine blood, transforming the level of his existence entirely. Now with the strength of a martial saint, he owed the Holy Emperor a great debt of gratitude. Rest assured, Calamity of Rock, even if the assassination fails, I have a backup plan. If needed, I can personally take action disguising myself as Bai Feng's relative and stab him in the back a few times. I am quite looking forward to Bai Feng's expression before he dies. The cold young man known as Ghostface Fox said with a proud laugh. With his martial talent, Thousand Change Ghostface, he could transform into anyone. Even martial saints would be unable to see through his disguise. Upon hearing this, the Calamity of Rock ceased to speak and silently contemplated the ancient sacred monkey scripture. Assassination was not his forte. He excelled at smashing enemies to a pulp with his fists. He would leave professional tasks to professionals, needing only to enjoy the results of the mission. Meanwhile, outside the Beast Blood Sect stronghold, Bai Feng led the forces of the Thunder Martial Hall to encircle the area. Inspector Bai, we have stationed personnel at all exits of the mountain. Please give your orders. The Martial Emperor of the Serpent bowed respectfully to Bai Feng. Like him, the powerful figures of the Thunder Martial Hall had drawn their battle blades, emanating an astonishing aura of murder. Each person looked at Bai Feng with eyes filled with fervor and reverence. As an inspector, Bai Feng's legendary status in the Thunder Martial Hall was second only to the Hall Master Thunder God. At 26 years old, a martial master with such battle prowess was something they dared not even dream of. Very well, remain on standby. You do not let a single one escape. Bai Feng nodded with satisfaction, his flowing cloud armor billowing in the wind. Hearing this, the Martial Emperor of the Serpent and the others were momentarily stunned, their expressions filled with confusion. Remain on standby. Hadn't they come here to eliminate the main forces of the Beast Blood Sect? Bai Feng did not explain, but instead turned his gaze toward the large mountain not far away. He had previously probed with his spiritual sense and detected hundreds of spiritual fluctuations within the mountain. There were also blood pools made from piled corpses. Confirming his findings, this was indeed the stronghold of the Beast Blood Sect and could be bombarded with firepower. Bai Feng exhaled deeply, the vital energy within him bursting forth like a flood. 10,000 soldiers killing technique. In an instant, tens of thousands of blood-colored divine weapons coalesced from the vital energy, suddenly rising and hovering in the sky. Densely packed, and seemingly endless. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Various divine weapons glimmered with a cold light, exuding a momentum that could tear through anything, each one capable of slaying an ordinary martial emperor at their peak. The momentum of the tens of thousands of blood-colored divine weapons condensed into a single force, causing the air to tremble beneath their sharpness. Bai Feng lightly tapped his fingertip forward, propelling the thousands of blood-colored divine weapons to accelerate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sky echoed with a continuous series of sonic booms. Countless blood-colored streaks of light, leaving long trails of crimson, pierced the night sky and slammed fiercely into the nearby mountain. Boom! The surface of the 300-meter-high mountain was instantly torn apart by the divine weapons, revealing the members of the Beast Blood sect inside. What? What is this? Ah, save me. Calamity of rocks, save me. Quick, find cover, ah. Amidst the horrified gazes of the Beast Blood sect followers, the sky was filled with blood-colored divine weapons raining down, and everyone frantically sought to escape. Some were instantly blasted with their heads exploded, while others were torn in half by the divine weapons. In an instant, the stronghold of the Beast Blood sect was filled with wails, and blood stained the earth red. The cold young man, Ghostface Fox, was unable to escape in time. A blood-colored spear fell from the sky, pinning his body to the ground. Under the relentless assault of the divine weapons, Ghostface Fox was shot into a sieve in despair. The towering black-red altar was directly blown to countless fragments. Soon the entire mountain collapsed under the bombardment of the divine weapons, debris flying and raising massive dust clouds. All that remained at the site of the mountain were shattered stones, dust, and severed limbs. At this time, the sky was filled with densely packed blood-colored divine weapons hovering above, seemingly not yet satisfied. After breaking through to martial master with spiritual power, accelerating the divine weapons, the power of the 10,000 soldiers killing technique has increased again. Seeing the favorable results, Bai Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly. Behind him, the martial emperor of the serpent and others all stared wide-eyed, their minds blank. They had initially thought this operation would be a bloody battle between the Thunder Martial Hall and the Beast Blood sect. After all, this stronghold was home to 2 martial masters and many martial emperors and kings. Unexpectedly, Inspector Bai didn't play by the rules at all, starting with a bombardment of divine weapons. Each divine weapon in the sky instilled deep fear in them, and their numbers seemed truly infinite. As the divine weapons continued to rain down, in less than 3 minutes the entire mountain vanished. Not a single Beast Blood sect follower was left breathing. They all became corpses buried under the rubble. Inspector Bai merely moved his finger to accomplish a feat they couldn't even dream of. This level of power was more terrifying than any inspector they had ever seen. The martial emperor of the serpent and others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. No wonder Inspector Bai had them remain on standby. Even if they all attacked together, they were no match for Inspector Bai's single round of divine weapon assault. It turned out their role was merely to hunt down any that escaped. At this moment, Bai Feng was unaware of the feelings of the others. His spiritual power surged from his brow, covering the distant ruins in search of any potential survivors. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. A powerful aura was traversing from deep within the earth, stealthily creeping toward his direction. Earth escape, quite a remarkable talent, but you've chosen the wrong opponent. A cold glint flashed in Bai Feng's eyes. Instantly, the blood-colored divine weapons in the sky turned direction under his spiritual control. Countless blood-colored divine weapons, accompanied by piercing sonic booms, shot straight down toward the ground with an overwhelming force. Boom! As the dense divine weapons rained down, the ground instantaneously erupted into massive craters, the earth being explosively upheaved. At the bottom of a huge pit, a robust man covered in hard stone armor, the Calamity of Rock, revealed himself, his face somewhat disheveled. An ambush seemed to have been discovered. His talent, Earth Sneak, had always been infallible. He didn't expect that a mere martial master at the 3rd level could detect him. But that was fine, as since Bai Feng dared to appear before him, he could just kill this person and complete the task given by the Holy Emperor. As for the Beast Blood sect followers who were just killed by Bai Feng's divine weapons, he didn't care at all. A group of worthless individuals, their deaths were merely a result of their inadequate strength. This world has no need for the weak. With a push of his legs, the Calamity of Rock's massive body shot upwards. He twisted his body like a great dragon, pulling back his fists in midair and hurled a punch at the densely shooting divine weapons above. Crack! Crack! The punch, enveloped in a torrent of immense force, stirred up powerful winds, shattering large numbers of divine weapons. The previously dense cluster of divine weapons in the sky suddenly formed a vast vacuum. Bai Feng, I want your head. The Calamity of Rock dived rapidly from the air, arms spread wide, exuding overwhelming ferocity. The fist covered in a thick stone armor rumbled with thunder as it smashed toward Bai Feng's head. Before the fist arrived, cracks began to appear in the ground beneath Bai Feng's feet. You want my head, oi? You want my head, oi? Facing the terrifying punch of Yin Zai crashing down from the sky, Bai Feng remained calm, with a surge of battle intent in his eyes. Perfect level kingly dominance fist. He stepped forward, his 5 fingers coming together, the blue veins on his fists connecting throughout his body. In the next moment, black dragon energy coiled around his right arm, and his elbow expelled a long stream of white steam. Boom. The fist peak, carrying a tremendous force like a mountain collapse, and tsunami violently collided with the descending fist of Yin Zai. As their fists clashed, a massive ring-shaped shockwave erupted, lifting the ground in layers. The warriors of the Thunderbolt Martial Hall were violently thrown back thousands of meters by the surging airwaves, unable to suppress the blood spilling from their mouths, their faces filled with terror. They looked on in shock at the confrontation between Bai Feng and Yin Zai. Both men, after their initial exchange, showed excitement in their eyes, neither able to gain the upper hand. They grinned, and without any warning their fists violently struck out almost simultaneously. As their fists collided, they were thrown back several kilometers, yet quickly stabilized their forms and charged at each other again. Bang, bang, bang. Their punches became increasingly swift, creating a flurry of fist shadows that erupted in the air with loud thuds. The ground beneath them cracked in large sections, and the shockwaves from their fist collisions instantly shattered countless towering trees. The two exuded an imposing aura akin to mountains, radiating an invincible presence. After exchanging powerful punches, Bai Feng and Yin Zai both retreated hundreds of meters, their eyes filled with rising battle intent. Bai Feng, I'm somewhat impressed that you haven't turned into mush under my fist yet. You're a worthy opponent. Ooh, I'll make your death quick. Rock burial. Yin Zai's aura surged as he spoke, slamming his hands together, his feet stomping heavily on the ground. In an instant, the ground beneath Bai Feng surged and numerous gigantic stones erupted from the earth. These stones quickly coalesced into a massive gray stone coffin, encasing Bai Feng entirely, within emanating a weighty aura that suppressed all. Meanwhile, above the massive stone coffin, boom, a gigantic meteorite trailing a long tail of flames plummeted rapidly, crashing down towards the coffin. Under the impact of a meteorite over 500 meters in diameter, even a martial saint would be reduced to pulp. Seeing the battlefield situation change in an instant, the likes of Fu Jiao and the martial emperor were filled with horror, their eyes bloodshot. Just moments ago they had been evenly matched. How could Bai Jiansha be instantly trapped? The coffin restrained the enemy, and the meteorite struck. Under such a lethal combination, Bai Jiansha had no time to counter and could only be crushed to death. Even if they intervened, it would be too late to save Bai Jiansha. That enormous meteorite was a true natural disaster, capable of crushing them all. In an instant, overwhelming terror inundated Fu Jiao and the others like a tidal wave. A sense of despair permeated the atmosphere among the crowd. Bai Feng, you should be at peace on your journey. Yin Zai looked calm as he watched the meteorite suddenly plunge the stone coffin deep into the ground. With his full-powered strike at the 5th level of Martial Saint, even an enemy at the 7th level of Martial Saint would die if trapped by this move. Martial Saints wield natural disasters, and he controlled the ultimate power of the earth. With unmatched close combat strength, defenses bolstered by the rock armor, and the ability to conjure meteorites, Bai Feng at the 3rd level of martial respect could be considered impressive for holding him off for 10 minutes. Just as Yin Zai thought this, a surge of blood energy erupted from the massive pit created by the meteorite. A dark gold giant basking in the torrent of blood energy soared into the sky. It was Bai Feng channeling his blood energy golden body. Bai Feng emerged unscathed, his eyes cold as he unleashed a ferocious punch towards Yin Zai. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? Yin Zai's pupils contracted sharply, swallowing. A meteorite capable of crushing a 7th level martial saint had not harmed a martial respect. What a joke. That was his ultimate move. Moreover, facing the 200 turtle blood energy golden body, he couldn't help but doubt if he was dreaming. From this dark gold giant, he felt a long-lost sense of danger, as if being targeted by a primordial beast. Clearly he was a whole realm higher than Bai Feng, yet his battle instincts told him otherwise. At this point, facing such a monster, he could only fight with all his might. With no time to think, the massive dark gold fist came crashing down. Yin Zai activated the rock armor berserker bloodline, and silver needle-like hairs erupted all over his body. His form continuously expanded, instantly transforming into a silver berserker. This silver berserker had blood-red eyes and a muscular physique, its body covered in a thick layer of rock armor. His size was comparable to that of the dark gold giant, exuding a terrifying aura. The silver berserker let out a thunderous roar, its fist carrying the force to shatter mountains, striking towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng's eyes were cold. The dark gold fist, infused with terrifying force, struck heavily against the silver berserker's fist. The silver berserker felt an unshakable massive force surge towards him. His entire body was uncontrollably sent flying crashing through multiple mountains. He was sent retreating several kilometers, leaving deep furrows in the earth from his legs. The silver berserker's chest deeply caved in, and he coughed out blood mixed with internal organs. In pain, the silver berserker's eyes glowed with ferocity as he stepped forward hundreds of meters, charging at Bai Feng again. He could not believe it. He had activated the Rock Armor Berserker bloodline. The Rock Armor Berserker was a naturally powerful beast king. How could he lose in strength to a martial respect? It must be that he hadn't adapted to this berserker body just yet. It must be. The silver berserker with all fours on the ground smashed the earth to pieces, rumbling towards Bai Feng. The dark gold giant showed no fear, his eyes filled with unparalleled battle intent. He had only one thought: either he would kill this silver berserker, or the silver berserker would kill him. The dark gold giant stomped through the earth, once again clashing with the silver berserker in a fierce battle. Each punch from the dark gold giant brought forth rolling thunder, causing the silver berserker to spit out blood. But the silver berserker, undaunted, wildly smashed its fists, each punch a desperate attack. The storm-like onslaught forced the dark gold giant to involuntarily retreat a few hundred steps. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists and feet colliding echoed like muffled thunder throughout the land. The interconnected giant trees and mountains were annihilated by Bai Feng and Yin Zai, and the ground was gouged into deep chasms. But this situation did not last long. The silver berserker became battered and bruised. Under the terrifying defense of the indestructible golden body, Bai Feng's aura remained overwhelmingly powerful. In contrast, the silver berserker's right chest was brutally pierced by Bai Feng's fist, creating a massive blood hole and shattering its organs. Moreover, its muscles exploded in multiple places, revealing stark, white bones. Yet the silver berserker showed no signs of retreat, its raging battle intent shaking the heavens. Kill. Realizing it had little time left, the silver berserker unleashed its final punch, with all its might, roaring with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the silver fist, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, violently smashed towards Bai Feng's head. You're dying soon. To hold me off for nearly 15 minutes, you did quite well. Watching the fearless silver berserker charging in, Bai Feng spoke calmly, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This silver berserker had truly entertained him. The blood energy within Bai Feng surged like a flood, pouring entirely into his arm. The fist, infused with unparalleled kinetic energy, delivered the most powerful kingly dominance fist. In an instant, a black giant dragon burst forth from the fist, soaring to 500 meters in size. Boom! The black dragon let out a furious roar, charging with a mountain-crushing force towards the silver berserker on the ground. The next moment, the black dragon crashed into the silver berserker's body, showering the air with golden blood. A massive ape head smashed down, slowly transforming into Yin Zai's original form, a trace of unwillingness remaining in its eyes. The forest was blasted open, creating a massive trench dozens of kilometers long. The earth upheaved and shattered. Yin Zai, one of the 4 disasters of the beast god cult, had fallen. At this moment, Bai Feng dissipated his blood energy golden body, returning to his white-clothed appearance, a glint of pleasure flashing in his eyes. Finally, this was no longer a battle of merely blowing up fish and bullying the weak. This fight had truly exhilarated him. Though he did not know the identity of his opponent, the person he had just killed must have been a significant figure in the beast god cult. At this moment, the entire forest fell silent. Even the beasts several kilometers away dared not make a sound. The clash between the dark gold giant and the silver berserker had instilled fear in beasts within dozens of kilometers. Some timid beasts even died on the spot. Countless others were annihilated by the aftermath of the battle. Fu Jiao and the others kept their distance from the center of the battlefield, all of them stunned. Facing a martial saint capable of instantly conjuring meteorites, Bai Jianxia had actually slain him despite a significant gap in realms. This was nothing short of a miracle. The gap between martial respect and martial saint was like a chasm. Even the weakest first-level martial saint, when angered, could instantly annihilate dozens of peak martial respect. That was a gap in life levels that could not be crossed. Yet all conventional logic seemed ineffective against someone as monstrous as Bai Jianxia. Bai Jianxia had directly exploded a martial saint akin to a true deity. Suppressing their shock, Fu Jiao and the others quickly rushed to Bai Feng's side, awaiting his next command. In light of you letting me enjoy myself, I won't let you die and become a snack for the beasts. Bai Feng said nothing, but walked to the remaining head of Yin Zai. He lightly stepped, and the earth suddenly erupted into a massive pit, sinking Yin Zai's head into it. Under Bai Feng's mental control, the surrounding soil was lifted, forming giant earthen dragons that filled the pit, leveling the ground. After burying Yin Zai's head, the mission to exterminate the beast god cult's stronghold was complete. Bai Feng, along with the others from the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, began their return to the imperial capital. As for the evidence of mission completion, Fu Jiao and the others had already collected the scattered limbs and identity tokens of the beast god cult. Finding these among the ruins took them quite some time, but serving Bai Jianxia was worth it. In the future, as long as Bai Jianxia made a request, they could expect some allocation of resources from the martial hall. Bai Feng and his companions returned to the martial arts hall, and it was already deep into the night. The next morning at the task settlement office of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Fujiao Martial Emperor took out a pile of identity tokens from the Beast God sect from his spatial ring. Each token bore the identity of its owner. A total of 2 martial venerates, over 10 martial kings, and dozens of town generals were all taken down at once. Such a multitude of identity tokens instantly alarmed the supervisor at the task settlement office. Fujiao Martial Emperor, who led this mission. Is it that martial saint? Supervisor Su inquired curiously. It was Bai Jianxia, sure. By the way, a martial saint from the Beast God sect was also killed by Bai Jianxia, sure. His identity token was smashed to pieces by Bai Jianxia, sure, but I took a photo of his head. You can check his identity from that. These are all contribution points from Bai Jianxia, sure. Make sure they are not counted short. Fujiao Martial Emperor spoke softly. Bai Jianxia sure killed a martial saint. Am I dreaming? Supervisor Su couldn't help but gasp. Under the urging of Fujiao Martial Emperor, he checked the identity of Yan Zai in the database. Yan Zai, one of the 4 fierce beasts of the Beast God sect, holds a position only second to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter within the sect. Personal achievements: 10 years ago he escaped from the encirclement of 3 martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom, and even killed one while severely injuring another. 2 years ago in the Platinum Federation he killed 2 martial saints of the 7th level and successfully escaped the pursuit of the Platinum Federation. Evaluation: extremely vicious. Upon learning Yan Zai's true identity, Fujiao Martial Emperor was taken aback. A fierce individual capable of killing a 7th-level martial saint was slain by Bai Jianxia Shi, and notably Bai Jianxia Shi remained unscathed. The strength of Bai Jianxia Shi is simply unfathomable. This task totals 491 million contribution points. Ill credit Bai Jianxia Shi with 5 million contribution points, which have been transferred to his account. Fujiao Martial Emperor, please mention my name in front of Bai Jianxia Shi. That's about all the small privileges I have. Next time you submit a task, I'll ensure it's marked as perfectly completed, and you won't miss out on your contribution points. Supervisor Su said with a smile. That's a good deal. Fujiao Martial Emperor replied, and then left the task settlement office heading to the rest area. At this moment Bai Feng was in the rest area sipping tea while waiting. Bai Jianxia Shi, the task handover is complete. Fujiao Martial Emperor said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. You can take 2 more 7th-level precious medicines this quarter. You can go collect them now. I've already notified the supervisor at the resource department. Bai Feng's words instantly filled Fujiao Martial Emperor's eyes with excitement. 7th-level precious medicines are the core resources of the martial arts hall, and even he as a martial emperor cannot exchange them with contribution points. Yet Bai Jianxia Shi's single word could grant him 2 7th-level precious medicines for this quarter, and it would be delivered immediately. He had indeed allied himself with the right person. Thank you, Bai Jianxia Shi. If you need anything from me in the future, just give a shout. I have plenty of time. Fujiao Martial Emperor hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng nodded lightly, and then began browsing the shopping interface on his communication watch. After spending over 2 million contribution points. At noon, the martial venerates from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall delivered 3 8th-level precious medicines. Purple Flame Flower, Cold Heart, Grass, Nirvana Fruit. They're all excellent items for enhancing vitality and helping me open the Great Dragon of the Spine. With these 3 8th-level precious medicines I can continue to break through. Bai Feng, carrying the precious medicines, found a training room. One by one the precious medicines were consumed, transforming into his own surging vitality. Under his manipulation the torrent of vigorous vitality surged within him, impacting his spinal bones. 2 hours later Bai Feng broke through to the 4th level of Martial Venerate. 5 hours later he reached the 5th level of Martial Venerate. 9 hours later he reached the 6th level of Martial Venerate. In that moment Bai Feng's eyes shone brightly, golden light bursting forth like a gushing spring. The Great Dragon of the Spine felt as if it had come to life, unleashing a terrifying explosive power. As he slightly moved his body, the Great Dragon of the Spine emitted resounding dragon roars that shook the soul. Bai Feng released his spiritual power, forming a vast spiritual net. Every movement within a 10-kilometer radius was captured in his sight. His spiritual power had become his second pair of eyes. He could even clearly see the feather patterns on the ferocious beasts flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and even the flickering sparks of electricity within the thick clouds. Indeed, resources are indispensable for martial arts cultivation. Recently, there haven't been any lucrative tasks like the encirclement of the Beast God sect, so I can only patiently cultivate and wait for the next system to take down. Bai Feng concluded his training feeling quite satisfied with the results. Although he didn't merge with a century's worth of cultivation to break through quickly, as long as he had resources, he could continue to grow stronger. Suddenly, he couldn't help but begin to think divergently. Even though martial venerates have a lifespan of 1,000 years, many martial venerates spend their entire lives unable to break through to martial saint. His innate talent was merely ordinary. The centuries worth of cultivation that the system would take down next time, even if merged, would likely yield minimal improvement in strength. If this continued, his cultivation speed would surely slow down, something he absolutely could not accept. After all, having been accustomed to high speed, it would be difficult for him to adapt to a slow lane. System: the items taken down won't lag behind my speed of strength enhancement, right? Detected the host's doubts about the instant kill system's functionality. This system solemnly informs the host that a mature system will continuously upgrade alongside the host, with the primary task being to serve the host. The next items will upgrade upon the host stepping into the extraordinary realm, catering to the host's needs. Please rest assured in using this system. A mechanical prompt echoed in his mind, suddenly tinged with a hint of anger, causing Bai Feng to brighten. This system is quite intelligent. It even knows to upgrade items based on its own strength. Indeed, it is a qualified system. In the Dragon Kingdom, the Extraordinary Sanctuary. At the round table, over a dozen figures with unfathomable auras were discussing the current topic. They were all semi-divine beings with decision-making power over major affairs in the Dragon Kingdom. Each semi-divine being was a strategic force that could intimidate the various nations of the seas. An elderly man with white hair glanced at the report from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. A third-level martial venerate can kill a martial saint, particularly Yin Zai of the Beast God sect. Bai Feng's strength and talent qualify him to join the Extraordinary Sanctuary. What do you all think? As soon as the white-haired elder finished speaking, a bronze-skinned, brawny man displayed his dissatisfaction. This is against the rules. One cannot join the Extraordinary Sanctuary without the strength of a martial saint, as decreed by Lord Qing Di. Even Yi Tianzi was only invited after breaking through to martial saint. Bai Feng is not yet deserving of our exception. This statement quickly garnered the agreement of many. Indeed, the resources of the Extraordinary Sanctuary are limited. If we make an exception for Bai Feng, what will others think? Bai Feng is still young. It would be better for him to break through to martial saint before coming to the Extraordinary Sanctuary for cultivation. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder frowned. Every member of the Extraordinary Sanctuary is tied to the interests and power struggles of various factions. Among the attendees aside from him from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, many came from prestigious families. Just as the white-haired elder was about to open his mouth to argue, a grand and solemn voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the Extraordinary Sanctuary. Bai Feng may join the Extraordinary Sanctuary. This statement struck like a divine word, causing everyone's hearts to tremble and prevent any thought of defiance. Upon hearing this long-lost voice, each semi-divine counselor quickly stood up in panic, hurriedly responding. Lord Qing Di, hasn't he always been in seclusion? How could he know about Bai Feng's matters? How many incarnations does Lord Qing Di have? We have no idea. He may not necessarily be in seclusion with his true self. Under normal circumstances, Lord Qing Di never shows himself, who only those with hopes of breaking through to the astral martial god attract his attention. The current three speakers were all discovered by him. Could it be that Lord Qing Di believes Bai Feng has the potential to become an astral martial god? Let the Sun Luo martial saint go and invite Bai Feng to join the Extraordinary Sanctuary. We can also see if he is worthy of Lord Qing Di's exception. The semi-divine beings reached a consensus, their figures slowly dissipating from the spot. Meanwhile, the Sun Luo martial saint, who was in the midst of training, received the order and flew swiftly toward the imperial capital. At this time, the Sun Luo martial saint, flying at high speed, felt somewhat bewildered. The last time he saw Bai Feng was just 3 days ago, when he personally delivered Bai Feng the appointment letter as an inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. How did it happen that in the blink of an eye Bai Feng could even kill a martial saint? This speed of strength enhancement is quite terrifying. In the eastern sea of the Dragon Kingdom, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Sun Luo martial saint and Bai Feng hovered in the air. We have arrived. This is the entrance to the Extraordinary Sanctuary. Sun Luo martial saint explained with a smile, then extended the dragon pattern token in his hand forward. Boom. The clouds in the sky churned, instantly forming a massive vortex of cloud. Peering through the vortex entrance, a secret realm was revealed. Bai Feng gazed at this scene in astonishment. Using the sea of clouds as a cover is indeed a grand maneuver. He estimated that even demigods would find it difficult to achieve this. Remembering not long ago when he was brought here by Sun Luo martial saint in a daze, who invited him to join the Extraordinary Sanctuary. He had never heard of it before. It was only after Sun Luo Martial Saint's introduction that he learned this was the official force established by the first extraordinary powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom, the Azure Emperor. The extraordinary sanctuary is located in a secret realm, and only martial saints are qualified to be invited to join. Martial saints have already transcended the level of life, their physical bodies reaching the limits of humanity. Martial saints cultivate not through blood and chi, but by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and converting it into true essence within their bodies, wielding the power to command natural disasters. What drives these martial saints mad is that the concentration of spiritual energy in the secret realm of the extraordinary sanctuary is 10 times that of the outside world. Moreover, they can gather together to exchange martial arts and cultivation insights, share intelligence, and trade resources. Of course, the most important thing is, when the Dragon Kingdom faces a threat, everyone must obey orders, unconditionally resist ferocious beasts at the first moment, and prevent foreign invasion of the borders. It can be said that the extraordinary sanctuary gathers the top extraordinary powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. Following Sun Luo Martial Saint, Bai Feng stepped into the cloud vortex, and a different world suddenly appeared before him. This world has no land, only floating islands surrounded by mist. At the center of hundreds of floating islands is a gigantic island that blocks out the sky, casting a vast shadow. On this gigantic island, one can see clusters of ancient-style buildings at a glance. This main island is the true location of the extraordinary sanctuary. It looks stunning, right? I was shocked when I first came here too. The area of this main island is roughly the size of a province in the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the interest in Bai Feng's eyes, Sun Luo Martial Saint introduced, "It is indeed shocking. It's incredible that such a large island can float in the air and maintain its position for such a long time. The Azure Emperor's power is simply unfathomable," Bai Feng exclaimed sincerely. While chatting with Sun Luo Martial Saint, the two flew to the main island. The main island is vast, with a black tower at its center called the Martial God Tower. Countless ancient-style buildings have been constructed around the Martial God Tower. Bai Feng, make sure to keep your identity token safe. You'll need it to enter and exit the secret realm. If you lose the token, it will be quite troublesome, Sun Luo Martial Saint reminded. Bai Feng nodded in understanding. Afterwards, Sun Luo Martial Saint took him to familiarize himself with the entire main island. The core building of the main island, the Martial God Tower, consists of a total of 14 floors. All extraordinary individuals will enter the Martial God Tower to enhance their combat abilities. The Martial God Tower serves as a top-tier treasure. Any martial artist who enters will have the Martial God Tower simulate opponents based on their own strength, engaging in combat with the entering martial artist. With each ascending floor, the strength of the opponents projected by the Martial God Tower increases. It is said that on the highest 49th floor, the projection is of an invincible martial god of the starry skies. Many strong individuals often enter the Martial God Tower for training. In the treasure vault of the extraordinary sanctuary, there are numerous celestial-level martial arts and various weapons and treasures. There are even quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures above the 9th level. However, everything requires merit points for exchange. As for the source of merit points, Sun Luo Martial Saint took Bai Feng to the task hall. The highest ranked task is to eliminate the beast god of the beast god sect, a 13th level ferocious beast. The second ranked task is to slay the god of light of the Platinum Federation, a starry sky martial god standing at the pinnacle of martial artists on Blue Star. The third ranked task is significantly easier compared to the first two. It only requires eliminating the military lord of the ghost soldiers of the Sakura Nation, a peak earth martial god. For all published tasks, completing them will earn merit points, which can be exchanged for any needed resources. There is no rush to take on tasks for now. First, patiently break through to the next level. After all, the weakest here are martial saints. And the time until the next instant kill is approaching fast. Bai Feng arrived at his assigned residence, an independent manor. Nearby, many martial saints from the Thunder Martial Hall were living. In the following days, apart from practicing the 5 animals divine demon stance to strengthen his blood vitality and gradually opening his spine, he also exchanged martial arts and cultivation experiences with various martial saints from the Thunder Martial Hall. What surprised many martial saints was that although Bai Feng was only at the 6th level of martial lord, he understood a bit about every martial art. Originally, they thought of guiding Bai Feng, but in the end they were instead awed by his vast martial arts knowledge. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 4 days had passed. Bai Feng was in the courtyard practicing the 5 animals divine demon stance, with his muscles slightly warming up. Powerful blood vitality surged slowly from his marrow, steadily enhancing his strength. Ding, the One-Yuan Instant Kill System products are beginning to refresh. Please make sure to instant kill the products in time. As the prompt tone faded, Bai Feng's expression brightened. Finally, he could enjoy a thrilling boost again. He wondered what good items would be available this time. Putting away his stance, Bai Feng opened the system mall. Item 1. 200 years of cultivation description. The results of 200 years of cultivation without eating or drinking can be perfectly fused. Price, 1 yuan. Item 2. Perfect level knowledge demon eye description, a martial art of mental attack heavenly level. It can instantly create a massive influx of garbage information through eye contact, forcibly stuffing it into the enemy's brain, causing the target to suffer a barrage of information leading to bleeding from the 7 orifices and their heads exploding. Price, 1 yuan. Item 3. 9 soul-breaking knives description, flying knives with piercing properties controllable through mental power, capable of silently slaying enemies. Price, 1 yuan. Note, this system refreshes every 7 days with 3 items each time. All items are limited to 1 minute for instant kill and will not wait. As expected of you, system. The items have indeed been upgraded. Only 200 years of cultivation can keep pace with my steps. Now I can finally break through to Martial Saint. Bai Feng's heart could not help but raise a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. This time the system was quite generous, not only offering 200 years of cultivation, but also a heavenly level mental attack martial art. The knowledge demon eye, if he understood correctly, was essentially about directly bombarding the target's brain with massive knowledge, causing whoever he gazed at to perish. Furthermore, these 9 soul-breaking knives would greatly enrich his means of combat. Against some enemies with robust defenses, ordinary bloodkey, divine weapons find it hard to break through. When that time comes, the soul-breaking knives will come in handy. System, give me all the instant kills. Bai Feng silently commanded. Ding, deducting 3 yuan. Congratulations to the host for a successful instant kill. 200 years of cultivation, perfect level knowledge demon eye, and 9 soul-breaking knives have been distributed to the system space. Please remember to collect them. Current bank card balance 36,829. 0013 yuan. System space, 200 years of cultivation, not fused perfect level knowledge demon eye, not fused 9 soul-breaking knives. Seeing the products were successfully instant killed, Bai Feng immediately took out the soul-breaking knives from the system space. The soul-breaking knife is only 10 centimeters long, the blade as thin as a cicada's wing, entirely blood red. With a thought, Bai Feng wrapped his mental power around the 9 soul-breaking knives and shot them out in an instant. The soul-breaking knives moved at incredible speed, silently cutting through the air. In the sky, only blurred lines of blood could be seen swirling and dancing. This is indeed a good stealth assassination method, although I prefer close combat. It might come in handy at times. After putting away the soul-breaking knives, Bai Feng began to fuse the knowledge demon eye. Ding, currently fusing the perfect level knowledge demon eye. Perfect level knowledge demon eye fusion successful. From today onwards, when encountering unruly enemies, you only need to glance at them, and their heads will explode, reincarnating on the spot. As the prompt tone faded, a vast amount of cultivation insights surged into Bai Feng's mind. Regarding the knowledge demon eye, a heavenly level mental attack martial art, it felt as if he had practiced it tens of thousands of times. His consciousness was pulled into an illusion where he transformed into a young man in white, venturing into deep mountains to search for high-level treasure medicines. Along the way, whether it was a 9th-level dragon in the pond or a gigantic demon ape with 8 arms, all he needed was to activate the knowledge demon eye. His scare would completely vanish and his eyes would turn pitch black. As the golden runes flowed in his eyes, any ferocious beast meeting his gaze would have their heads explode like watermelons, with blood and brains splattering, their headless corpses crashing to the ground. As his consciousness returned, having fully fused the perfect level knowledge demon eye, Bai Feng was quite satisfied. In the future, when encountering the blind, he could simply kill them with a single glance, saving quite a bit of effort. Continue. System, fuse the 200 years of cultivation for me. Beginning the fusion of 200 years of cultivation. In the first year of training, the chi and blood within your body surged like the sea, breaking through the 7th vertebra with unstoppable momentum, releasing a massive amount of life energy, and you broke through to the 7th level of martial sovereign. In the 3rd year of training, you diligently practiced the 5 animals divine demon stance, your entire body transformed with glazed golden bones, becoming even more formidable. The marrow deep within your bones erupted with a vast amount of new life energy, and you shattered the bottleneck before you with a kick, advancing to the 8th level of martial sovereign. In the 10th year of training, you unleashed your chi and blood to their fullest, generating a heat so intense it could instantly evaporate a vast lake. Your mental power surged recklessly outward, capable of causing the brains of all living beings within 15 kilometers to cease functioning. You mobilized all your chi and blood infused with a spirit determined to break all limits, and opened up the 9th level of vertebrae, breaking through to the 9th level of martial sovereign. In the 20th year of training, you practiced the stance for 18 hours a day, enduring through 10 years of persistence and effort, overcoming wind and snow, and finally reached the peak of martial sovereign. With your current strength, your physical body can withstand a full-force blow that would cause even ordinary peak martial saints to kneel and call you grandpa. No need for any extravagant martial arts. Your body is the best weapon in the world. A nuclear bomb explosion is no different from a sauna to you. The alert sound rang continuously, and dazzling golden light erupted from your entire spine. A vast amount of life energy spread throughout your body, pouring into your sea of consciousness. Your limbs and bones were radiating heat, and the surging tide of qi and blood flowed wildly within you. Under the torrent of qi and blood, your muscle fibers broke apart. Yet in an instant they were repaired, becoming even tougher. Your organs became powerful and robust. The veins beneath your skin resembled fierce dragons ready to unleash crushing might at any moment. At the same time, your sea of consciousness expanded wildly, growing at least tenfold, with vast mental energy flowing like a silver dragon. A gigantic, dual-winged white tiger stood majestically in the center of your sea of consciousness, constantly defending against mental attacks. Is this the feeling of reaching the peak of martial sovereign? I feel like I could kill the previous rock disaster with a single punch. Bai Feng gently clenched his fist, feeling the immense strength within him. He was confident that if he confronted the rock disaster at the 5th level of Martial Saint Hedon, he wouldn't need to activate the Qi Golden Body. This ordinary punch would be enough to shatter the rock disaster's body and send him back to reincarnation. In the 21st year of training, you began to explore the mysteries of the Martial Saint realm, where martial saints wield the power of natural disasters, borrowing the strength of heaven and earth. To step into the Martial Saint realm, one needs to use breathing techniques to open up the sea of qi, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to transform it into true essence, which can then be externalized to unleash terrifying elemental attacks. You had no intention of relying on any breathing techniques. With 100-fold comprehension, you decided to find the path that suits you best through practice and create your own breathing method. In the 25th year of training, you observed wildfires and volcanic eruptions, lamenting that the fire attribute was too volatile and unsuitable for your temperament. You dove deep into the ocean, battling with sea dragons, experiencing tsunami after tsunami, witnessing countless tides, and ultimately found the water attribute too gentle. What you sought was elemental power capable of destroying everything. In the 27th year of training, you casually dispersed hurricanes, felt earthquakes underground, and witnessed droughts and avalanches. Finally, on a stormy night filled with dark clouds, you observed an unprecedented thunderstorm that spread for thousands of miles. Thousands of bolts of lightning crashed down, erasing mountaintops and turning giant trees into charcoal, while fierce beasts exploded into pieces and the earth became scorched. You gradually understood that only this overwhelming lightning, capable of shattering all darkness and annihilating all life, was T. In the 29th year of training, you conceived a breathing method named the Thunder, ancient scripture condensing lightning seeds to let them take root and sprout in your dantian, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, eventually transforming into a towering ancient tree that supported the sea of qi and the heavens, giving birth to a force of domineering thunder that was uniquely yours. In the 30th year of training, you repeatedly entered the thunderstorm, bathing in countless chaotic lightning flows, your body becoming riddled with wounds. Finally, you combined the residual lightning within your body with your precious blood, successfully condensing it into a golden lightning seed. With the golden lightning seed, your sensitivity to the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became increasingly clear. With every breath, the spiritual energy within 1,000 meters surged into your body, absorbed by the golden lightning seed. After absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy, the golden lightning seed rapidly took root and sprouted, growing into a towering golden ancient tree, expanding a vast space in your dantian. After fulfilling its mission of creation, the golden ancient tree shattered, transforming into countless golden lightning fluids, forming a vast ocean of golden lightning. Congratulations, you have successfully opened your sea of qi, breaking through to the 1st level of Martial Saint. With a mere thought, you can mobilize the true essence within your body, condensing thick golden lightning as powerful as the pillars of heaven, completely annihilating your enemies. Wherever you step, it becomes a realm of thunder. Those who enter will suffer the torment of 10,000 thunders, piercing their hearts, turning into ashes amidst the pain. As Bai Feng breathed, the sounds of wind and thunder filled the world. Countless spiritual energies surged towards him, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy, like an inverted funnel. Bai Feng opened his eyes, a blinding golden lightning flickering within them. With a thought, countless golden lightning bolts erupted from the pores of his skin, surrounding him with a realm of golden lightning. As the golden lightning flickered, countless flowers and grass immediately turned to ash and vanished. Layers of soil and gravel were instantly vaporized by the high temperatures of the golden currents. Is this the might controlled by a martial saint? It's almost excessively powerful. Bai Feng with a smirk formed a golden lightning sphere in the palm of his hand. This golden lightning sphere was only the size of a fist, yet it contained terrifying energy. Once thrown, it could instantly obliterate a giant peak of 1,000 meters. Even an ordinary martial saint would be killed. If the first level of martial saint is this strong, then I still have 170 years of cultivation that hasn't been fused. System, show me your limits. Bai Feng dissipated the surrounding thunder, shouting in his heart. In the 31st year of training, sensing the extremely high concentration of spiritual energy around you, your training speed increased by 300. With the perfect operation of your thunder, ancient scripture, you continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, your aura skyrocketing. The golden lightning ocean within you expanded wildly, stirring up waves of stormy seas. In the 40th year of training, you broke through to the second level of martial saint, easily condensing thunderclouds to summon lightning to strike down enemies. In the 52nd year of training, you activated your golden body, transforming into a 200-meter dark golden giant, entering the depths of the thunderclouds. With a single breath, the thunderclouds, spreading for miles, turned into currents, all swallowed into your stomach, and fully refined, breaking through to the third level of martial saint. In the 80th year of training, your whispers became thunderous sounds, and just by opening your mouth, you could release incredibly powerful thunder breath. Against an ordinary peak martial saint, you could kill him 60 times in a minute. Under the full-speed operation of the thunder, ancient scripture, you broke through to the fourth level of martials. In the 110th year of training, you drained all the spiritual energy within a 10-kilometer radius, refining it entirely into the domineering lightning true essence within your body. The ocean of golden lightning within you surged, raising the sea level by several meters, and you broke through to the sixth level of martial saint. In the 140th year of training, under the nourishment of true essence, your physical body became comparable to a pure-blooded dragon of the same rank, and your mental power could cover a radius of 30 kilometers, breaking through to the seventh level of martial saint. In the 170 year of training, with your terrifying martial foundation aiding you, you drained the spiritual energy within a 30-kilometer radius, even pulling in the heavy dark clouds as air currents to refine. You broke through 2 realms consecutively, reaching the 9th level of martial saint. In the 200th year of training, seeking a breakthrough, you dived into the deep sea, where 3 sea beasts comparable to martial emperors discovered you, the human-shaped treasure greedily surrounding you to attack. You were even more excited by this. Your 200-meter-tall dark golden body was instantly enveloped in lightning. You punched into the bloodthirsty maw of the black demon shark, shattering its innards, and unleashed a golden lightning shockwave that obliterated half of the 8-headed dragon python's body. The one-horned dragon whale was so intimidated by your ferocity that it attempted to flee, only to be shot dead by your 300-meter-long lightning spear. You absorbed the blood of the 3 10-tier sea beasts, advancing with great momentum, breaking through the peak of martial saint. Looking around, Blue Star, no martial saint at the peak could compare to your terrifying physique. Your thunderous attacks could instill fear even in martial emperor-level experts. As the alert sound rang, the overwhelming power of hundreds of dragons surged towards Bai Feng's entire being. The ocean of chi within you stirred up a colossal storm. A torrent of golden lightning surged into the skies from Bai Feng, tearing through the endless clouds. The thunderous sound that shook the heavens reverberated within 100 miles. Martial saints turned their gazes towards the sound, their pupils constricting suddenly. They were astonished to see a golden torrent of lightning soaring towards the heavens, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of reality. The entire world was filled with a terrifying pressure, sending shivers down one's spine. Has someone broken through to martial emperor? One martial saint questioned, bewildered. Impossible. The commotion of breaking through to martial emperor is nowhere near this great. That is a torrent of lightning thousands of meters high. Let's go see which expert has broken through. Martial saints rose into the sky, flying towards the place where Bai Feng was located. When they saw the source of the golden lightning torrent, they were all stunned, their expressions filled with shock. Bai Feng, how could it be Bai Feng? Hadn't he just entered the secret realm 4 days ago? He was clearly only at the 6th level of martial sovereign at that time. Yet now the terrifying aura emanating from Bai Feng was no less than that of a martial emperor. If this could be achieved in just 4 days, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Bai Feng must have hidden his realm upon entering the secret realm. It had to be. Without the fluctuation of opening a divine mansion, Bai Feng is now at the peak of martial saint. One of the martial saints, Sun Luo, couldn't help but gasp, his heart churning with waves of shock. 4 days ago, he personally brought Bai Feng to the extraordinary sanctuary. In the blink of an eye, Bai Feng had stepped into the peak of martial saint. Oh, what kind of joke was this? He had spent over 300 years of hard training in the martial saint realm to finally break through to the peak and gain this power. After all that hard work, to see Bai Feng reach his level in just 4 days was a heavy blow to the fragile psyche of an elder nearing 1,000 years old. In an instant, Sun Luo's complexion shifted between green and red, and his emotions remained tumultuous. Hard training was for nothing compared to Bai Feng's 4 days of cultivation. Damn it, starting today, I'm going to slack off for a week. As the martial saints were stunned, the towering torrent of lightning slowly dissipated. Bai Feng opened his eyes, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped everyone's hearts. He gently clenched his fist, and the golden true essence surged through his veins like a mighty river. With just a thought, the true essence would burst forth, transforming into golden lightning to shatter his enemies. I've reached the peak of martial saint, and it feels like I'm cheating. Bai Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, his spirits lifted. With his current power, it was time to visit the martial god tower and sharpen his practical combat skills. While it's enjoyable to crush opponents easily, the path of martial cultivation is inherently competitive for resources, and he might encounter those ancient monsters who have trained for over 1,000 years. To avoid being trampled by these ancient monsters, he had no choice but to use the projections in the martial god tower to improve his combat skills. When he meets those ancient monsters, he intends to make them his subordinates. After breaking through the peak of the martial saint realm, Bai Feng left his residence, preparing to head toward the martial god tower. At that moment, a group of martial saints, led by Sun Luo martial saint, descended from the sky. Everyone looked at Bai Feng with eyes filled with astonishment, as the thunderous torrent he had just unleashed was undeniably terrifying. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Sun Luo martial saint smiled and looked at Bai Feng. Congratulations, Inspector Bai, on breaking through to the peak of the martial saint realm. Truly you are a prodigy, reaching the peak of martial saint at just 26 years old. It's quite enviable. As Sun Luo martial saint spoke, other martial saints continuously offered their congratulations. I've long heard of Inspector Bai from the Thunder Martial Academy, and seeing you today, you truly are a dragon among men. Congratulations, Inspector Bai. You are all too kind. Facing the smiling faces of the crowd, Bai Feng responded politely. The group of martial saints intended to chat with Bai Feng for a while. Upon learning that Bai Feng planned to challenge the martial god tower, their expressions brightened. It had been a long time since a newcomer had challenged the martial god tower, and they were all quite curious about Bai Feng's results. The group of martial saints soared into the sky. Shortly after, they gathered around Bai Feng and arrived at the foot of the martial god tower. The towering black edifice appeared extremely majestic, its pinnacle piercing the clouds. The entrance resembled a giant beast with its mouth wide open, occasionally emitting a howl of wind. The martial god tower has an independent space inside, and the opponents you face each time are adjusted based on your strength. If you succeed in clearing a level, you can rest for half an hour. If you are defeated by the projected opponent, the martial god tower will teleport you out immediately. Sun Luo martial saint explained to Bai Feng, who understood everything. Then, under the gaze of the group of martial saints, he stepped into the entrance of the martial god tower. The entrance was equipped with a spatial teleportation device. As silver light flickered beneath his feet, Bai Feng arrived at a vast plain. Number 7199, Strength Peak Martial Saint. Please enter your name to leave your title among the challengers of the martial god tower. A mechanical voice echoed around. Bai Feng. Now matching you with an opponent based on your strength, the first level challenge officially begins. With the mechanical announcement, a rainbow light column descended from the sky. A cold-breathing swordsman in black stepped out from the rainbow light column. His aura was on par with Bai Feng's, both being peak martial saints. A peak martial saint is nothing to be concerned about. As the opponent drew his long sword, Bai Feng maintained an indifferent expression and pointed forward. Instantly, a golden, thunderous giant finger like a mountain appeared above the black-clad swordsman, then came crashing down. The black-clad swordsman was instantly smashed deep into the earth, shattering into countless fragments. At that moment, a large charred pit appeared on the ground. This move was precisely the earth-level martial art Blood Calamity finger he had activated using the power of thunder. Congratulations, challenger Bai Feng, you have cleared the first level. Would you like to enter the second level? The mechanical voice sounded, and without hesitation Bai Feng stepped into the falling rainbow light column, arriving at the second level. At this moment, 3 peak martial saints wielding swords and blades charged forward, unleashing a torrential storm of attacks. The blade light slashed toward his throat, the long sword stabbed directly at his heart, and the crescent blade aimed to cleave Bai Feng in half. 3 fierce attacks from different directions surged toward Bai Feng with overwhelming momentum. Too weak, too weak. A hint of impatience flashed in Bai Feng's eyes as he struck forward with a powerful palm. A stout golden thunder pillar shot out from his palm, engulfing the sword-wielding martial saint, whose body instantly burst apart like glass. In the next moment, Bai Feng utilized his teleportation ability, his figure vanishing from its original spot, suddenly appearing behind the sword-wielding martial saint, and delivering a crushing palm strike. The opponent's head exploded instantly with red and white matter splattering everywhere. The final peak martial saint's expression changed drastically. Just as he prepared to defend, Bai Feng suddenly appeared before him and punched through his chest. 3rd level, 4th level, 8th level. Bai Feng spent no more than 15 seconds on each level. The opponents projected by the martial god tower were swiftly obliterated by him as he rapidly surged to the 9th level. Meanwhile, outside the martial god tower, Sunluo martial saint and others watched the tall stone tablet beside the martial god tower, on which Bai Feng's results were rapidly refreshing. 1st level time, taken 1 second. 2nd level, 2.5 seconds. 8th level time, taken 13 seconds. The total time for the first 8 levels did not exceed 2 minutes. Goodness, has he really reached the 9th level already? How did Bai Feng achieve this in less than 2 minutes? Seeing such astonishing results, all the martial saints gulped hard, their faces filled with disbelief. Although Bai Feng had just broken through to the peak of the martial saint realm, demonstrating immense strength, the opponents matched by the martial god tower were always based on the challenger's abilities. Spending only a second on the 1st level meant that the peak martial saints of the same tier could not withstand even a single move from Bai Feng. He had just broken through and had not yet stabilized his realm. How could he be so ferocious? In that moment, the hearts of the several hundred-year-old martial saints sank as they felt an immense pressure from the younger generation. Among them, the best record from their first challenge barely reached the 4th level. It should be noted that on the 4th level, they faced at least 8 opponents of the same tier. As for what the higher 9th level was like, they had only heard of it through rumors. The martial saints all tried to calm their emotions as they gazed at the towering martial god tower. Inside, there was an unparalleled prodigy destined to suppress all nations. Even the renowned Thunder God and Night Sovereign, who were giants among the extraordinary, did not possess such exaggerated strength as Bai Feng did back in the day. Do you think Bai Feng can clear the 9th level? The guardian of the 9th level is a projection of the extreme Tao martial saint. It's hard to say, both are prodigies among prodigies, and they are both peak martial saints. The extreme Tao martial saint is known as the first martial saint, and back in the day, he was as dazzling as Bai Feng, but unfortunately, he fell too early. Damn the Platinum Federation. Back then, 10 martial emperors besieged the extreme Tao martial saint alone, and he killed 7 of them, severely injuring 3 before his death. If the extreme Tao martial saint had not fallen, he would at least be at the level of Thunder God and others. No one below the 7th level of martial emperor has ever cleared the 9th level. It all depends on whether Bai Feng can create a miracle. Sunluo martial saint and the others fixed their eyes on the tall stone tablet, which recorded Bai Feng's latest challenge results. If Bai Feng could clear the 9th level, it would mean the first martial saint of the old era would have to step aside. This news would surely cause a sensation throughout the extraordinary Holy Temple. After all, the significance of the extreme Tao martial saint was tremendous, towering like a colossal peak that all martial saints struggled to surpass. In the martial god tower at the 9th level, a pillar of rainbow light descended, and from within stepped out a young man in black, exuding a sharp aura. Though his face was ordinary, his build was as robust as a bear, and he wielded a battle knife as black as ink. As soon as he emerged from the rainbow light, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged towards Bai Feng, as if the entire world was pressing down upon him. Bai Feng stood still, his expression calm, yet his body trembled slightly as he shook off the pressure descending from above. A hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes, and golden currents of lightning surged through his meridians, elevating his aura to its peak. The young man in black was formidable, stirring a strong sense of unease within him. If he did not give his all, he might truly face defeat. At this moment, the extreme Tao martial saint's eyes were filled with boiling battle intent, and the purple patterns on his battle knife gleamed. He took a step forward and suddenly stomped down, causing a deafening roar of thunder to resonate through the heavens. A purple afterimage swiftly crossed hundreds of meters, striking down at Bai Feng with a fierce slash of the knife. Bai Feng's battle intent erupted, and golden arcs of lightning flickered around him as he retaliated with a powerful punch. The punch did not evade, but instead, enveloped in violent golden thunder, collided fiercely with the descending black battle knife. 2 terrifying forces clashed furiously, and sparks flew as their contact ignited. The ground beneath the two suddenly caved in several meters, and a massive shockwave swept through the surroundings. Their eyes were ablaze, and a spine-tingling sensation coursed through their bodies. Sensing the balance of power, they instantly retreated to create distance. In the next moment, a terrifying pillar of golden lightning shot up into the sky from Bai Feng's body. Dark clouds rapidly gathered above, suffusing the air with a violent aura. Lightning falls. Bai Feng spoke in a deep voice, and torrents of golden lightning roared down from the storm clouds. Thick bolts of lightning as robust as pythons descended from the sky, instantly engulfing the extreme Tao martial saint. Each bolt of golden lightning was capable of reducing a peak martial saint to dust in an instant. However, even as the golden lightning rained down upon him, the extreme Dao martial saint remained unmoved, with only the purple glow beneath his skin swirling. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he flipped his wrist and swung his knife. Heaven-severing knife intent. In an instant, a colossal slash infused with purple thunder and a force to tear everything asunder shot towards the storm clouds above. The sky was filled with golden lightning falling like a torrential downpour, unable to impede the roaring purple thunder slash, which obliterated everything in its path. Suppress it for me. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled as his thoughts stirred. The storm clouds above suddenly contracted, transforming into a gigantic black hand that blocked the sky and came crashing down towards the purple thunder slash. In an instant, the entire world was shrouded by the shadow of the black hand, and the ground abruptly caved in under the terrifying pressure of the wind. The purple thunder slash surged with unstoppable momentum as if it could sever the heavens. But the black hand descended like the wrath of the heavens, smashing down with explosive waves of air. The moment the purple thunder slash brushed against the edge of the black hand, it shattered inch by inch, and countless purple arcs flickered before extinguishing. The extreme Dao martial saint slashed wildly towards the sky, but each of his knife lights was directly smashed into the depths of the earth by the black hand. The moment the black hand struck the ground, a massive handprint pit was forcefully blasted into the earth, with dust and debris flying everywhere. At the bottom of the pit, the extreme Dao martial saint's eyes shone brightly, his chest caved in, and his entire body had become a bloody figure. He suddenly soared into the sky, emerging from the pit indifferent to his injuries, and instead, he looked at Bai Feng with great interest. The thundercloud transformation palm, a commendable technique. You are the first to injure me in 300 years. The tone of the extreme Dao martial saint was filled with satisfaction. As a projection, he retained only fragments of his memories from his past life. He understood that he was already dead. In the long stretches of time, only battle could bring him a semblance of joy in this body. Bai Feng looked at the increasingly powerful extreme Dao martial saint in the sky, and calmly said, "Withstanding my palm, and not dying, you are quite something." Hearing this, the extreme Dao martial saint did not get angry. Based on the power of that palm, Bai Feng had not been exaggerating. At the moment that palm struck down, his body had been on the brink of collapse. He understood that ordinary techniques could not harm this young man at all. Only the forbidden move that had led to the downfall of the 7 martial emperors of the Platinum Federation could defeat this young man. At that moment, an overwhelming intent of the blade erupted from the extreme Dao martial saint, and countless small knife lights surrounded him like an emperor of blades. The battle knife in his hand flashed with black lightning, releasing an extremely dangerous wave. Destruction Knife River. With that, the extreme Dao martial saint slashed down. In an instant, countless small lightning knife lights converged into a black river of knives. This black river of knives, infused with a momentum to annihilate everything, roared down from the horizon, seeking to engulf and crush Bai Feng. If I don't use my golden body for this strike, I will truly die. Bai Feng's gaze grew serious as he felt a deep chill run down his spine. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a 1200-metal dark golden giant. Standing upon the earth, his aura was frenzied and brutal. The moment the dark golden giant appeared, the extreme Dao martial saint's expression changed dramatically and his pupils constricted. What the hell is this? Can the blood and chi golden body be this large? Has the martial path developed to such an extent after my death? A 200-meter tall blood and chi golden body was simply too outrageous. Under the astonished gaze of the extreme Dao martial saint, the dark golden giant stomped heavily on the ground, launching into the air like an intercontinental missile. The punching fist, enveloped in the most brilliant golden thunder, slammed down towards the raging black knife river. Clang! The black river of knives, meant to annihilate everything, first produced a sound of metal clashing with knife energy. Then the dark golden fist, wielding an overwhelming force, brutally smashed the black knife river into dust. Across the heavens and earth, the knife river transformed into countless black dots that fell like rain. A hint of desolation flashed across the extreme Dao martial saint's face. He knew he had lost. His meticulously honed knife techniques could not contend with this young prodigy of the new generation. His era had long since ended. At this moment, his skin began to crack all over, a side effect of unleashing the Destruction Knife River. Once the Destruction Knife River was unleashed, he too would perish. With a look of admiration, he gazed at Bai Feng, who floated not far away in the air. The immense dark golden body seemed almost unreal to him. Young man, you have won, and I accept my defeat with sincerity. According to the rules of the Martial God Tower, your projection will take my place in suppressing the 9th level. Before I disappear, I would like to know how the Dragon Kingdom is faring now. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the extreme Dao martial saint's eyes. Having just arrived at the extraordinary holy hall, Bai Feng was not aware of the identity of the man before him, but still spoke truthfully about everything he knew. Lord Blue Emperor suppresses the nations of the Four Seas, and six-peak Earth martial gods patrol Blue Star. Only by uniting over 50 nations of the Platinum Federation can they compare with my Dragon Kingdom. The hard work of Lord Blue Emperor has not gone in vain. During my time, the Dragon Kingdom only had 2 peak Earth martial gods. The extreme Dao martial saint's face was filled with contentment, as he couldn't help but smile. The current strength of the Dragon Kingdom far surpassed the past. No wonder a prodigy like this had emerged before him. Young man, your talent ranks among the top 10 in the entire history of martial arts. Be wary of the Platinum Federation. They have always sought to eliminate the talents of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving no survivors. The extreme Dao martial saint's body gradually began to crumble, yet he still calmly reminded Bai Feng. Rest assured, anyone who wishes to kill me will find their heads twisted off. May you have a smooth journey, senior. Bai Feng spoke calmly, silently watching as the extreme Dao martial saint transformed into black light and dissipated. Before the projection of the extreme Dao martial saint completely vanished, he gazed at Bai Feng's figure, unable to suppress a smile. Facing such a terrifying physical body that also commanded golden thunder, it would be the Platinum Federation that should be worried. They fantasized about crushing the Dragon Kingdom's talents, leaving the Blue Emperor to fight alone and becoming the sole overlord on Blue Star. But this prodigy before him was not a delicate flower that feared battle. The inherent violence and madness within him would undoubtedly shred the elders of the Platinum Federation to pieces. What a pity he had long since died, otherwise he could have witnessed how the elders of the Platinum Federation met their end. As he watched the figure of the extreme Dao martial saint completely dissipate, Bai Feng retracted his golden body, returning to his normal form. The flowing cloud armor transformed into silver metal that emerged from his skin, enveloping his body and transforming him into white robes. He did not enter the entrance to the 10th level, but chose to leave the martial god tower. The battle with the extreme Dao martial saint, though appearing easy, had actually consumed most of his true essence due to the torrential storm clouds. Continuing to the higher levels would not greatly enhance his practical combat experience. Moreover, from the extreme Dao martial saint's knife river, he had gained some new insights into the application of thunderous power. The kingly dominance fist, blood tribulation finger, and 10,000 soldier suppression technique, though all powered by blood and chi, could potentially reach a new level of lethality if infused with thunderous power. Now possessing the cultivation of a peak martial saint, the kingly dominance fist and blood tribulation finger did not significantly enhance his strength. However, the earth-level techniques were low in consumption and were sufficient for his needs, supported by his robust martial foundation. As for the 10,000 soldier suppression technique, he had a premonition that if combined with the thunderous power and propelled by spiritual energy to accelerate the thunder divine weapons, its destructive capability would likely rival those of the celestial level martial arts. Outside the martial god tower, the various martial saints dared not draw a breath, gazing at the impressive stone tablet displaying Bai Feng's challenge results. When the inscriptions on the tablet refreshed, an additional line appeared next to Bai Feng's name: 9th layer, time taken 5 minutes. The martial saints couldn't help but gasp, their hearts racing. He won. Martial Saint Bai Feng really won. In 300 years, he is the first to defeat the extreme martial saint. With martial saint cultivation, someone has truly achieved this. Back then, both the Thunder God and Night Prince ended up in a stalemate after exhausting their true essence against the extreme martial saint, while martial saint Bai Feng took only 5 minutes. This achievement is terrifying. From today onward, Bai Feng is the new #1 martial saint. The expressions of the martial saints were filled with excitement, their hearts unable to contain the surging waves of exhilaration. They had witnessed the birth of a new legend. The extreme martial saint, an insurmountable peak for them, had been effortlessly surpassed by martial saint Bai Feng right before their eyes. The talent and strength of martial saint Bai Feng were simply beyond description. Tap, tap, tap. As the various martial saints struggled to calm their hearts, Bai Feng emerged from the martial god tower, his aura terrifyingly calm. He appeared nothing like someone who had just experienced a fierce battle. Seeing this scene, the martial saints couldn't help but harbor a terrible suspicion in their hearts. Could it be that martial saint Bai Feng had defeated the extreme martial saint without using his full strength? Congratulations to martial saint Bai Feng for passing the 9th layer. From now on, the title of #1 martial saint belongs to you. Amidst the chatter of the martial saints, Bai Feng finally learned of the deeds of the extreme martial saint he had defeated. Even he couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary the extreme martial saint was. With the peak cultivation of a martial saint, he had fought valiantly to slay 7 martial emperors and severely injured 3 others, deserving the title of #1 martial saint. Unfortunately, he had fallen too early. Thinking of the extreme martial saint's words, Bai Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The Dragon Kingdom and the Platinum Federation had been secretly fighting for years, each viewing the other as a thorn in their side. The Platinum Federation had targeted and killed many geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. In the future, he would inevitably encounter powerful foes from the Platinum Federation, and at that time, he would leave no survivors. Not long after Bai Feng left the Martial God Tower, news of his victory over the extreme martial saint and passing the 9th layer spread like wildfire throughout the extraordinary sanctuary, carried by the words of the various martial saints. Each martial saint was utterly shocked. With peak martial saint strength defeating the extreme martial saint in 5 minutes, this is simply monstrous. His cultivation breakthrough is rapid and his strength is so terrifying. His talent is comparable to that of the Azure Emperor back in the day. If Bai Feng does not perish prematurely, the Dragon Kingdom may soon welcome a new pinnacle of the Earth Martial God. On the main island of the extraordinary sanctuary, everyone was filled with continuous awe. Those invited to cultivate in the secret realm of the extraordinary sanctuary were each regarded as prodigies by most warriors. Yet in front of Bai Feng, they felt a sense of helplessness akin to an ant gazing up at an elephant. Meanwhile, deep within the extraordinary sanctuary in a towering structure, half-god counselors gathered around a round table, their expressions particularly vivid. 4 days ago, Bai Feng had been invited to join the extraordinary sanctuary, still a mere martial honor. Now he could already defeat the extreme martial saint, a prodigy capable of threatening martial emperors. Such an exaggerated rate of growth was simply unheard of. This Bai Feng is even more extraordinary than the extreme martial saint and the thunder god. It is a blessing for our Dragon Kingdom. A white-haired half-god spoke with a smile. Indeed, within 50 years our Dragon Kingdom is expected to give birth to a new pinnacle Earth Martial God. At that time, the pressure of suppressing high-level fierce beasts will be greatly alleviated. However, the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are completely unaware. The number of high-level fierce beasts in the deep mountains and along the coast of the Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. The combined strength of all half-gods among humans is less than 1/10 of the half-god level fierce beasts in the sea. If it weren't for the Azure Emperor, a starry sky martial god stationed there, the Dragon Kingdom would likely have been devoured by the sea beasts, leaving no bones behind. Bai Feng's rapid breakthroughs seem suspicious. I suggest I investigate personally. A burly half-god with bronze skin coldly snorted. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. With such a rapid breakthrough, Bai Feng definitely held a secret. If he could seize the secret of Bai Feng's rapid growth, he might step into the coveted Earth Martial God realm and even stand alongside the Thunder God and Night Prince in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room fell silent. Barbarian Dragon Half-God, what do you mean by that? Investigating Bai Feng, your idea is far too dangerous. A half-god slammed the table, coldly gazing at the bronze-skinned, burly half-god. Indeed, every genius has their own opportunities. There is no one here without secrets. If it were like you, we would have been devoured by the older generation of powerhouses long ago, leaving no bones behind. Barbarian Dragon, half-god, you should reflect on yourself. The half-gods spoke with fervor, their gazes towards the Barbarian Dragon, half-god, filled with disdain and loathing. Though the Barbarian Dragon half-god was strong, he was far too selfish. The Barbarian Dragon half-god snorted coldly, intending to retort a few words. At this moment, a majestic and heavy aura suddenly emerged in the conference room, causing the space to twist abruptly. Amidst the shocked gazes of the half-gods, an elderly man in a green robe appeared out of nowhere. The elder had graying hair but styled it impeccably, and his right pinky finger was missing a small piece. His eyes seemed to contain flowing galaxies, and every gesture radiated immense power. He stood there like the very center of the cosmos. At this moment, the elder in the green robe coldly looked at the Barbarian Dragon half-god. The Barbarian Dragon half-god felt a chill run down his spine, every cell in his body trembling in alarm. The Azure Emperor had actually emerged from seclusion. He understood that the Azure Emperor was truly angry and harbored thoughts of killing him. Realizing this, the Barbarian Dragon half-god immediately stood up and knelt on the ground with a thud, hurriedly pleading for mercy. Azure Emperor, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I was just being reckless earlier. I am willing to go to the most dangerous front lines to suppress the beast tide. The burly Barbarian Dragon half-god trembled uncontrollably. In front of a starry sky martial god who had protected the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years, he felt weaker than an ant. The Azure Emperor's gaze was indifferent as he spoke with thunderous authority. Barbarian Dragon, as a half-god, you harbor filthy thoughts and deserve severe punishment. Seal your half-god cultivation and spend 50 years in the Qingming prison for reflection. As soon as he finished speaking, the Barbarian Dragon half-god's face turned pale with fear, and the half-gods present were all shocked. The Qingming prison was a top-grade spatial treasure of the Azure Emperor. Once entered, even an earth martial god would lose their cultivation, their body deteriorating to the level of an ordinary person. Moreover, the prison was shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to perceive the passage of time. Azure Emperor, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Give me a chance. Amidst the terrified pleas of the barbarian dragon half-god, a slit opened between the Azure Emperor's eyebrows and the sky blue eye suddenly opened, exuding a terrifying pulling force. The barbarian dragon half-god's body twisted and shrank, continuously being directly sucked into the Azure Eye. As the Azure Eye closed, the Azure Emperor took his seat. The numerous half-gods stood in place, not daring to breathe. The second extreme martial saint has emerged. I do not wish to see him perish. An example like the barbarian dragon should be the last. The Azure Emperor said indifferently, and the half-gods responded in unison. This Azure Emperor command contains my full power. It is enough to protect Bai Feng as he breaks through to the Earth Martial God. Silver-haired, you will deliver it to him. As the Azure Emperor finished speaking, an ancient Azure token floated before a handsome silver-haired half-god. At that moment, upon seeing the Azure Emperor command, greed instinctively surged in the eyes of all half-gods, but it was quickly suppressed. The Azure Emperor command was a top-grade treasure crafted with great effort by the Azure Emperor. Once activated, the power released would be enough to instantly annihilate anyone below the Starry Sky Martial God. Furthermore, once the Azure Emperor command was activated, the Azure Emperor would sense it, and his true body would arrive in an instant. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the top protective talisman on Blue Star. This Azure Emperor command had only been given out once back then, and that was to the Night Prince of the Yi family. Rest assured, Azure Emperor, I will definitely deliver the Azure Emperor command to Bai Feng. The silver-haired half-god trembled as he respectfully received the Azure command flying towards him. After making an intimidating appearance before the half-gods, the Azure Emperor silently vanished without a trace. Ripping through space, he returned to his secluded place. The self-proclaimed god of light from the Platinum Federation. The ancient dragon deep in the ocean nursing its wounds wished nothing more than to kill him. He must dedicate all his time to training, breaking through to a higher realm as soon as possible, so he could keep those two old rivals in check. If the Dragon Kingdom's Earth Martial God Pinnacle had someone capable of breaking through to the Starry Sky Martial God, his burdens would be greatly alleviated. However, time waits for no one. He had used his spiritual sense to probe, and that ancient dragon at the bottom of the sea was about to recover. Back then, he had heavily wounded that Starry Sky ancient dragon at a tremendous cost. Given the terrifying growth rate of the Starry Sky ancient dragon clan, whether he could inflict serious injury on it again remained uncertain. This child named Bai Feng has the potential to become the new pinnacle Earth Martial God, representing the Dragon Kingdom, to patrol and intimidate the nations of the Four Seas. He had not intended to interfere in the trivial matters of the extraordinary sanctuary. However, since someone had developed greedy thoughts about the secrets surrounding Bai Feng, he had to step in and give a warning. The extreme martial saint of that year had perished from an ambush by the Platinum Federation, which was orchestrated by traitors from within the extraordinary sanctuary. With a faint sigh, the Azure Emperor resumed his seclusion. Leaving the Martial God Tower, Bai Feng returned to his residence, beginning to reflect on the battle he had just fought. The confrontation with the Extreme Path Martial Saint made him realize that his mastery over the power of thunder was still rather shallow. Gathering thunder clouds, summoning lightning, and transforming thunder clouds into palms. These techniques consumed a considerable amount of true essence. In contrast, the Kingly Domineering Fist, Blood Calamity Finger, and 10,000 Soldier Suppression Technique had much lower consumption. These three Earth-level martial arts consumed little and were very suitable as his regular killing methods. Let me try using the power of thunder to activate these three blood-based martial arts now. Arriving in the courtyard, Bai Feng's heart stirred as he began to execute the 10,000 Soldier Suppression Technique. In an instant, a torrent of golden thunder erupted from his body, and the air was filled with crackling sounds. In the sky, golden thunder weapons suddenly took shape, exuding an incredibly violent aura. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks. Each golden thunder weapon was enough to seriously injure an ordinary martial saint. Their lethality was on an entirely different level compared to blood-based techniques. Dismissing the thunder weapons, Bai Feng smiled. The 10,000 Soldier Suppression Technique consumed very little of his terrifying True Essence Foundation. Even if the enemy could withstand his first wave of weapon strikes, what about 10 or 20 waves? Next, Bai Feng continued to use the power of thunder to activate the Kingly Domineering Fist and Blood Calamity Finger, facing no difficulties at all. As the Kingly Domineering Fist was unleashed, golden thunder dragons coiled around his arms, and the force of his punches became significantly more powerful. The Blood Calamity Finger consumed even less of the power of thunder. With a single finger thrust, a colossal thunder finger slammed down, capable of instantly flattening everything within a 5-kilometer radius. System replaced the fixed item with 200 years of cultivation. Replacement successful. The fixed item has been upgraded from 100 years of cultivation to 200 years. That's more like it. 100 years of cultivation was too little. After the prompt, Bai Feng felt much more at ease. 200 years of cultivation as a fixed item. With the refresh of the discounted items in 7 days after integrating the 200 years of cultivation, his strength would experience another surge. As for the item of 100 years of cultivation, it had long been unable to keep up with the speed of his strength enhancement. There are 7 days left until the discount. I am already at the peak of Martial Saint, just one step away from breaking through to Martial Emperor. It's time to find a cultivation method for breaking through. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled. According to his understanding, building a true essence mansion, also known as the divine mansion within the Dantian, would further enhance the quality of his true essence. This is the fundamental reason why martial emperors are stronger than martial saints. Although he could deduce the divine mansion method during his next integration of cultivation, it would still require the consumption of several decades of cultivation, which is not cost-effective. The divine mansion method is available in the treasury of the extraordinary holy temple, but it requires merit points for exchange. First, let's check the task hall to see if there are any suitable tasks to earn some merit points. With my peak martial saint cultivation, earning merit points shouldn't be too difficult. While Bai Feng pondered, he prepared to leave his residence. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged in his heart, making all the hairs on his body stand on end. Not far away in an open space, a silver-haired man appeared out of thin air. The man had flowing silver hair, his features more exquisite than a woman's, and an unfathomable aura. He simply stood there without releasing any pressure, yet it sent alarm signals through every cell in Bai Feng's body. That was the suppression brought about by a vast difference in life levels. Bai Feng, I am commanded by the Azure Emperor to deliver this Azure Emperor token to you. The Azure Emperor token seals the full power of the Azure Emperor's strike and can kill any enemy beneath the starry sky martial god. By using true essence to activate it, the Azure Emperor will instantly descend. Be sure to make good use of this Azure Emperor token and do not let down the Azure Emperor's regard for you. The silver-haired demigod said indifferently as a blue token floated before Bai Feng. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was initially taken aback, but then his eyes shone with excitement. The Starry Sky Martial God is the pinnacle of combat power in Blue Star. The only known Starry Sky Martial Gods on the human side are the Azure Emperor and the leader of the Platinum Federation, the God of Light. With the Azure Emperor token as a super life-saving charm, as long as he didn't act recklessly relying on the discount system, he would definitely be able to step into the realm of the Starry Sky Martial God. Taking the ancient-looking Azure Emperor token, Bai Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Azure Emperor, for your appreciation. Oh, I will not let down this Azure Emperor token. The silver-haired demigod nodded coldly, then vanished from sight. With the Azure Emperor token, it's time to take on tasks to earn merit points. After examining the token, Bai Feng sensed the chilling energy fluctuations within it. He stored the Azure Emperor token in his spatial ring, calming his excited heart before heading to the task hall. Capture or kill the defected Martial Emperor of the Platinum Federation for a reward of 4,000 merit points. Guard the East Sea Beast defense line for 10 years for a reward of 5,000 merit points. Gather Star Yao stones at Ancient Relic No. 9, rewarding 100 merit points for each stone with no limit on quantity. After requesting a task list from the staff, Bai Feng looked from top to bottom and couldn't help but brighten up. Killing a Martial Emperor only earned 4,000 merit points. However, 1 Star Yao stone could earn 100 merit points, which was an incredibly generous reward for the task. He had heard of Star Yao stones. It was said that for martial saints at the peak of their cultivation in the metal attribute breathing technique, absorbing Star Yao stones could increase their chances of successfully condensing the divine mansion to break through to Martial Emperor. Notably, the success rate for peak martial saints condensing the divine mansion is less than 10%. Unless one had an exceptionally solid martial arts foundation, no one would dare to guarantee they could successfully condense the divine mansion in one go. This task of collecting Star Yao stones is the one. A divine mansion method requires at least 100,000 merit points. As long as I can collect more Star Yao stones, I can exchange for the divine mansion method sooner. Bai Feng approached the staff and successfully accepted this task. Soon the staff sent the relevant task information to his tactical watch. Among the information were the locations of Ancient Relic No. 9 and the specific details on Star Yao stones. Bai Feng, you just broke through. Shouldn't you stabilize your realm before taking on tasks? The Sun Luo Martial Saint entered the task hall and greeted Bai Feng with a smile. Behind him, 3 high-level martial saints looked at Bai Feng with curiosity. This man was a well-known figure in the extraordinary holy temple, having just defeated the extreme path martial saint, though they had never met before. Seeing him today, the invisible pressure radiating from his body sent shivers down their spines. Seeing a familiar face, Bai Feng chuckled and said, "In the extraordinary holy temple, without merit points one can hardly move an inch. Which task did you take? Perhaps I could recommend a few for you, all of which involve little work for a lot of merit points." The Sun Luo martial saint inquired, clearly wanting to look out for Bai Feng. "In collecting star Yao stones at ancient relic No. 9. Upon hearing Bai Feng's words, Sun Luo martial saint and the three others were overjoyed. "We were just worried about not having teammates to go with us to ancient relic No. 9. Shall we go together then? That way we can help each other. The killing god puppet at ancient relic No. 9 is quite tricky. Going solo is too dangerous." Sun Luo martial saint asked eagerly. "Killing god puppet?" Seeing Bai Feng's confusion, Sun Luo martial saint explained. "The killing god puppet guards ancient relic No. 9 and usually sleeps underground. As soon as any living being intrudes, the killing god puppet will emerge from the ground, sometimes in numbers that rival a beast tide. Without the strength of a 7th level martial saint or higher, one cannot escape from ancient relic No. 9. If a high-level killing god puppet is shattered, there may be star Yao stones produced in its heart location." Upon hearing this, Bai Feng immediately understood everything. "Then let's go together. Let's set off now." "All right." Bai Feng and Sun Luo martial saint quickly agreed. They immediately exited the secret realm where the extraordinary holy temple was located and flew rapidly towards the location of ancient relic No. 9. Not long after they left, in the task hall, the staff member responsible for Bai Feng's task registration had a flicker in his eyes. He greeted a nearby colleague, then found a discreet spot, took out a communication token, and sent a message. Bai Feng, along with 3 high-level martial saints and 1 peak martial saint, is en route to ancient relic No. 9. The success rate for assassination is extremely high. Not long after the message was sent, the high-ranking members of the Sakura country were overjoyed. Bai Feng, instead of steadily cultivating in the Dragon country, had to venture to the nearby ancient relic No. 9. This prodigy, capable of defeating the extreme path martial saint, must be eliminated before he grows further, otherwise he would pose a significant threat to the Sakura country. "Commander, I am willing to take people to eliminate Bai Feng." A martial emperor from Sakura country stepped forward, respectfully looking at the middle-aged man in a black robe seated on the throne. The black-robed middle-aged man, the commander, had a hoarse voice and exuded an incredibly cold aura. "Inform the Platinum Federation of this news. If we can successfully eliminate Bai Feng, even if the Azure Emperor of the Dragon country is furious, the Platinum Federation will bear the brunt of it. At least we won't be completely held accountable by the Dragon country." The commander spoke slowly. "This plan is brilliant. It not only eliminates this prodigy Bai Feng, but also shifts the blame. Let the Platinum Federation and the Dragon country engage in a life-and-death struggle." The martial emperor of Sakura country flattered him with a sycophantic expression. The commander ignored him and quickly disappeared from the Great Hall. After conveying the message to the Platinum Federation, the high-ranking officials of the Platinum Federation quickly summoned the martial saints above the level of martial emperor near ancient relic No. 9. These martial emperors and martial saints of the Platinum Federation received a death order to eliminate Bai Feng at all costs, even at the cost of their lives. The Dragon country now had 6 peak earth martial gods, all of whom were invincible monsters of the same tier. If another monster like Night Sun or Thunder God appeared, it would pose too great a threat to the Platinum Federation. In an instant, dozens of streaks of light flew towards the small island where ancient relic No. 9 was located with a resolute momentum. Above the surface of the sea, Bai Feng and a team of 5, led by the Sun Luo martial saint, raced forward, finally arriving at their destination. A solitary black island dotted with exceptionally hard stone mountains. Surprisingly, there was not a single living creature on the entire island. The root of all this lay in a massive sinkhole at the center of the island. From this sinkhole, a chilling wave of spiritual fluctuations continuously emanated, sufficient to instantly obliterate the consciousness of any being below the extraordinary level. The ancient relic No. 9 is beneath this sinkhole. The deeper we go, the stronger the mental attacks become. Bai Feng, do not be careless, the Sun Luo martial saint advised Bai Feng. Bai Feng nodded, and the group instantly dove down like shooting stars towards the bottom of the massive sinkhole. 500 meters, 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. They flew down for a full 5 kilometers before finally reaching the bottom of the sinkhole. During the descent, continuous mental attacks manifested as invisible ripples coming from the surrounding rock walls. However, the white tiger guarding Bai Feng's sea of consciousness trembled slightly, shattering all mental attacks instantly. The rocky walls at the bottom of the sinkhole were pockmarked with only one pitch-black large hole. This hole was the entrance to the ancient relic. Entering the hole and proceeding along the passage, they were surprised to find that the end of the passage was a red mirror. The Sun Luo martial saint and his companions clearly had been here before stepping into the mirror in one motion. As ripples spread across the surface of the red mirror, their figures were instantly engulfed by it. Is there an independent space inside this mirror? Seeing this scene, Bai Feng revealed a contemplative expression. Following closely behind, he stepped into the mirror and found himself in a vast open space. Inside the mirror, the space was an endless, desolate, ancient battlefield. On the ground lay human skeletons scattered in disarray, many of which had begun to weather. The ground beneath their feet displayed an eerie dark red hue. In the distant sky, a golden palace hovered, emanating an imposing and majestic aura. What is this golden palace? This was Bai Feng's first visit to the relic, and he couldn't help but ask. To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the faces of Sun Luo martial saint and the others changed drastically, recalling some terrifying rumors. This golden palace is said to be a treasure. Once approached, the killing god puppets from below will attack frantically, their numbers seemingly endless. In the past, a demigod attempted to seize this golden palace, and 5 demigod-level puppets erupted from the ground, resulting in the immediate demise of that demigod. We will operate within 10 kilometers of this entrance, and see if we can strike lucky and find a few spirit stones, the Sun Luo martial saint said with lingering fear. Bai Feng remained silent for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. If even a demigod could fall, it seemed gathering enough spirit stones would not be easy. Under the lead of the Sun Luo martial saint, the group chose the opposite direction of the golden palace and began to advance. Suddenly a rumble echoed. As Bai Feng and the others advanced less than a kilometer, the ground shook violently. The earth instantly split open with numerous cracks, and human-shaped bronze puppets emerged from the ground. Accompanied by the sound of neighing war horses, a cavalry formation riding bronze steeds surged from the earth. In an instant, hundreds of bronze puppets emitted a blood-red glow from their eyes, stepping forward en masse, charging towards Bai Feng and his companions. Leading the charge were over 50 bronze cavalrymen wielding spear. With the cavalry in front and infantry behind, the terrifying killing intent of the entire formation loomed over Bai Feng and his companions. Under the combined assault of hundreds of bronze puppets, even an ordinary martial emperor would be besieged to death. Damn it, how can there be so many? Seeing this scene, the 3 high-level martial saints behind Bai Feng felt a chill in their hearts. Usually they encountered only about 10 bronze puppets at most. This was their first time witnessing hundreds of bronze puppets charging at full force. Bai Feng, let's work together. The Sun Luo martial saint said, gravely addressing Bai Feng beside him. The bronze puppets were made of an unknown material, their bodies extremely hard. Even as a peak martial saint, he felt uncertain facing these hundreds of bronze puppets. Bai Feng said nothing but stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, a flicker of fiery determination in his eyes. He aimed to destroy these bronze puppets and claim the spirit stones within them. Golden lightning surged from his body, an overwhelming momentum rising to the heavens. Royal path, dominating fist. With his 5 fingers clenched tightly, the golden lightning surged through his meridians and concentrated into his fist. The fist, infused with unparalleled kinetic energy, slammed forward. In an instant, a golden lightning dragon burst forth from the fist, swelling to 1,000 meters in size. Roar! The golden lightning dragon let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with a force that could sweep mountains, colliding with the hundreds of bronze puppets. At the moment the gigantic golden dragon's head collided with the bronze puppets, a series of explosive crashes erupted. The bronze cavalry and their steeds were utterly crushed from head to tail. The golden lightning dragon, enveloped in a violent shockwave, drowned all the bronze puppets in a blinding golden light. A deafening explosion followed. A massive chasm stretching over 10 kilometers appeared on the ground, with yellow mud and stones uprooted. Looking at both sides of the chasm, countless bronze fragments lay scattered on the ground. Among the dirt, a black crystal the size of a fingernail glimmered with a ghostly light. At this moment, the 4 companions of the Sun Luo martial saint widened their eyes in shock, swallowing nervously. Although Bai Feng had just become the first martial saint, how could the power of this punch be so terrifying? After all, there were hundreds of bronze puppets. Even an ordinary martial emperor facing such an enemy would have to exhaust all means and deplete most of their true essence. Yet Bai Feng's breath remained steady, appearing as if he had merely warmed up. Was this the gap between a prodigy and ordinary geniuses? It was utterly despairing. The 4 companions of the Sun Luo martial saint felt a storm of emotions rising within, casting complex glances at Bai Feng. Bai Feng's spiritual power surged from his brow, lifting the black crystal from the shattered earth and bringing it before him. He squeezed the fingernail-sized black crystal in his hand, surprisingly, leaving no cracks. It was known that even without activating his blood and chi golden body, his strength was not inferior to most martial emperor strongholds. The hardness of this spirit stone in his hand could be imagined. The first spirit stone, 1,000 merit points secured. Once I gather 10, I can return to the extraordinary holy temple to exchange for the breakthrough method of the divine mansion. Bai Feng's eyes flashed with joy. Although only one spirit stone was found among these hundreds of bronze puppets, there were many bronze puppets here, so he believed he wouldn't be disappointed. Continue forward. As Bai Feng spoke, his figure transformed into a white line rushing across the ravaged ground before him. The four companions of the Sun Luo martial saint trembled at his words, snapping back to reality and hurriedly following. However, they failed to notice that the golden palace in the sky began to emit a faint glow. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from the golden palace, silently locking onto Bai Feng. Identified as Starry Sky Martial God-level Prodigy, the first round of the seed-level assessment officially begins. On the ancient battlefield, Bai Feng and his group pressed forward searching for the Xingyao stone. However, Bai Feng, leading the group, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, sensing that a ferocious beast had its gaze fixed upon him. He swept his spiritual sense around, but found nothing unusual. At that moment, a booming sound echoed through the air, and the ground began to tremble violently, cracking open with enormous fissures, dust swirling into the sky. Bai Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked around, his pupils narrowing in shock. Countless bronze puppets erupted from the ground, surrounding them from all directions. These bronze puppets exuded a terrifying aura of an invincible army standing ominously before. A dense formation of bronze archers held their great bows, and there were also several bronze crossbows aimed directly at Bai Feng. On either side, there were over 10,000 bronze warriors armed with sharp swords and shields. As the sound of swords clashing against shields resonated, the sky was instantly engulfed in dark clouds, a terrifying sense of pressure surging forth. Behind Bai Feng, 5,000 elite bronze cavalrymen wielded spears, their cold eyes locked onto him. Witnessing this scene, the four members of the Sun Luo martial saint turned pale, sinking into deep despair. Damn it, how can there be so many puppets? Our luck is terrible. It's over, completely over. With over 10,000 puppets charging at us, we won't even leave behind corpses. I don't want to die. Bai Feng martial saint, you are the strongest. Please help us think of a way. The Sun Luo martial saint's expression was extremely grim. The three high-ranking martial saints behind him were so frightened that they couldn't hold their weapons, terror gripping their hearts as they looked at Bai Feng. Just 100 puppets attacking would be enough to tear such high-ranking martial saints to shreds. But now they were surrounded by over 20,000 bronze puppets. Merely standing in the encirclement made them feel suffocated. Fire. At the forefront, the formation of bronze archers under the command of a majestic bronze general unleashed a volley. A dense barrage of bronze arrows and crossbow bolts rained down upon Bai Feng and his companions. Damn it, let's fight back. At this moment, the four members of the Sun Luo martial saint were pale with fear, their expressions gradually turning frantic as they prepared to fight with all their might. Seeing the rain of arrows coming their way, Bai Feng's expression grew serious. He activated his golden body, and the bronze arrows proved incapable of breaking through his defenses. However, the four Sun Luo martial saints behind him would be turned into Swiss cheese. At this point, he had no choice but to use all his spiritual energy to give it a try. Bai Feng concentrated, unleashing his spiritual power like a tidal wave from his sea of consciousness, forming an invisible barrier that blocked the incoming bronze arrows. In an instant, the mass of arrows was under Bai Feng's control. His eyes turned cold as he lightly flicked his fingers forward, redirecting the bronze arrows in midair. With his spiritual energy propelling countless bronze arrows forward, they shot back, with even greater force, toward the bronze archers. The bronze arrows, echoing with the sound of thunder, violently tore through the entire archers' formation. The bronze archers were instantly pierced in the chest, their heads exploding as they fell to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the formation of 3,000 bronze archers was completely shattered, leaving behind craters in the ground. The bottom of the craters was scattered with bronze fragments and parts of the puppets. Seeing the situation reverse in an instant, the four members of the Sun Luo martial saint stood frozen, their eyes filled with shock. This blocked it, and it was done with just spiritual energy. My heavens, controlling over 10,000 arrows with spiritual energy in an instant. This is something even a martial emperor at the 7th level could not achieve. 3,000 puppets gone in a single encounter. Bai Feng martial saint is too powerful. The voices of the Sun Luo martial saints trembled as they looked at Bai Feng with awe. They had thought they would be pierced by a rain of arrows today. They never imagined that Bai Feng, relying solely on his spiritual energy, not only blocked the incoming storm of arrows, but also obliterated the archers' formation. Their hearts' despair vanished in an instant. This was not merely the first martial saint. This was clearly the combat power of a 7th-level martial emperor. Charge! Seeing that the archers' formation had been dealt with, the bronze generals from the remaining 3 formations issued the command to advance. 5,000 elite bronze cavalrymen armed with great spears thundered forward from behind Bai Feng. The 5,000 cavalrymen surged like a giant wave ready to engulf Bai Feng and his group. On either side of Bai Feng there were over 10,000 bronze warriors charging forward with swords and shields. "Protect yourselves, I will deal with them," Bai Feng called to the people behind him. Then his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a dark golden giant that towered over the earth. In the astonished gazes of the Sunluo martial saints, this dark golden giant was enveloped in golden thunder, emitting a sound akin to wind and thunder with each breath. 10,000 soldiers suppression technique. Bai Feng's voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the entire ancient battlefield. In an instant, tens of thousands of golden thunder weapons appeared in the sky, tearing apart the dark clouds above. With a thought, Bai Feng sent the thousands of golden thunder weapons crashing down, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers barreling toward the oncoming cavalry and infantry. Bang! 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 Under the impact of the thunder weapons, the bronze cavalrymen and their steeds were sent tumbling, some being directly pulverized by the ferocious thunder weapons. The infantry formations on either side were the main targets of the golden thunder weapons. Bronze puppets wielding arrows and shields shouted in anger, attempting to block with their shields. Yet as the golden thunder weapons rained down, their shields shattered like glass in an instant. The bronze puppets were explosively destroyed by the thunder weapons. After a round of bombardment, half of the bronze puppets were annihilated. However, the remaining bronze cavalry and infantry showed no fear, roaring with battle cries as they continued to charge at Bai Feng. With their synchronized footsteps, the ground shook violently. At this moment, the Sunluo martial saints stared at the towering dark golden giant, swallowing nervously. So this is the true strength of Bai Feng martial saint, utterly indescribable. This 1,200 metal dark golden giant surrounded by thunder exuded a fierce and domineering aura. "Let's see how my newly honed abilities fare against you." Bai Feng opened his massive hand, gathering golden thunder into a 1,000-meter-long thunder pillar. Grabbing one end of the thunder pillar, Bai Feng's arms bulged with muscle, the veins like steel cables as they strained. The thunder pillar swept horizontally toward the charging bronze cavalry formation. Under the terrifying pressure of wind, the thunder pillar slammed into the bronze cavalrymen, instantly crushing them and their steeds to powder, scattering bronze fragments everywhere. A fan-shaped vacuum zone appeared in the air. With just one blow, over 2,000 bronze cavalrymen vanished. Indeed, the golden body and the thunder pillar are a perfect match. The dark golden giant, Bai Feng grinned. He unleashed his strength, swinging the golden thunder pillar once more with great force. The bronze puppets wielding shields and swords were obliterated as if they were made of paper. Boom, boom, boom. The dark golden giant, Bai Feng, ruthlessly ravaged the bronze puppets. Before long, the ground was littered with countless bronze fragments alongside the towering dark golden giant. At this moment, the Sunluo martial saints were left dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. One sweep eliminated 3,000 bronze puppets, something many martial emperors could not achieve. Yet Bai Feng was still at the peak of the martial saint realm. The terrifying power of the thunder pillar left them utterly shocked. They had no doubt that if a peak martial emperor were to take a direct hit from a thunder pillar, they would likely be turned into mush. Bai Feng martial saint's strength continuously shattered their understanding. If he were to break through to martial emperor, he could likely contend with demigods. At this moment, Bai Feng retracted his golden body, returning to his normal size. He spread out his spiritual energy, enveloping the land before him, joy blooming in his eyes. Oh, there are quite a few Xingyao stones this time. Black crystals floated out from the soil, hovering before Bai Feng under his control. As his spiritual energy swept through, he clearly counted the number of Xingyao stones. A smile broke on Bai Feng's face, 127 ordinary Xingyao stones, and one enormous one. Before him, many of the Xingyao stones were the size of a fingernail, but one was roughly the size of his fist. If this fist-sized Xingyao stone were returned to the extraordinary sanctuary, it could likely fetch millions of merit points. The ordinary Xingyao stones, combined with the ones he obtained from defeating the bronze puppets for the first time, totaled 128. All the Xingyao stones together were worth at least 2 million merit points. In the extraordinary sanctuary, he could easily pick and choose the divine artifacts he desired. Just as Bai Feng was filled with excitement in the distant golden palace in the sky. In a round mirror, the scene of Bai Feng, the dark golden giant sweeping through the puppet army, was displayed. The silver humanoid metal life form resembling an elder before the mirror suddenly revealed a look of ecstatic joy. The first round of the seed level assessment has been perfectly passed, for the first time in over 10,000 years. At the peak of the martial saint realm, his vigor rivals that of a martial emperor with an unprecedentedly massive golden body. The master's inheritance finally has a chance to see the light of day. It's time to initiate the second round of assessment. The elder-like silver metal life form was so excited that his voice trembled. He controlled the golden palace, instantly projecting a golden beam of light down toward Bai Feng. On the ground, Bai Feng contentedly stored all the star stones into his spatial ring. At that moment, the 4 members of the Sunluo martial sage approached with fervent expressions, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. As fellow martial sages, they felt as if they were practicing a downgraded version of martial arts, while Bai Feng was the one on the true path. They had no doubt that if Bai Feng were to strike them, he could easily crush them with a single hand. The gap in strength was simply too vast, so immense that it left them with no choice but to look up in reverence. Bai Feng, martial sage, this time we have been a burden to you. I feel a bit embarrassed, one of the Sunluo martial sages said. Indeed, we couldn't help it. All the other 3 from the Dragon Kingdom also looked ashamed. Faced with the bronze puppet army, their power was as insignificant as that of ants. If it weren't for Bai Feng sharing the burden, they would have already been turned into a pile of minced meat under the onslaught of the puppet army. It's just a minor issue, no need to take it to heart. Bai Feng smiled lightly, not putting on any airs. Although the Sunluo martial sages were a bit weaker, each of them had sacrificed a lot to defend against the beast tide. In the past, the Sunluo martial sages had suffered greatly to protect millions of citizens, with one even having an arm torn off by a fierce beast barely managing to survive. These individuals deserved his respect. Bai Feng, martial sage, should we continue forward or head back? The 9 ruins have been unusually strange today. I have never heard of a situation where tens of thousands of puppets appeared simultaneously. The Sunluo martial sage inquired. Just as Bai Feng was about to speak, a suffocatingly heavy pressure suddenly descended from the sky. A golden beam of light came crashing down, instantly enveloping Bai Feng. The golden beam unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, directly sending the 4 Sunluo martial sages flying several thousand meters away. What is happening? Break it for me. Trapped within the golden beam, Bai Feng felt an ominous premonition and slammed his fist against the golden barrier surrounding him. Bang! 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 Each punch was more powerful than the last, yet the golden barrier remained completely unyielding. Bai Feng's expression darkened. The golden beam was like a prison, impossible to break. He had a feeling that even if he activated his blood-chi golden body, the outcome wouldn't be much better. The only thing he could rely on to save himself was the Qingdi order in his spatial ring. By activating the Qingdi order, the strike of the starry sky martial god would surely shatter this golden beam and allow him to escape. Just as Bai Feng was about to retrieve the Qingdi order and prepare to shatter the golden beam, the beam wrapped around him and shot him straight into the clouds, arriving before a golden palace. The massive doors of the golden palace swung open with a bang, unleashing an overwhelming suction force that pulled Bai Feng inside. In the next moment, the doors of the golden palace slammed shut. As Bai Feng steadied himself, he scanned the surroundings. The hall was as large as a plaza, supported by dozens of golden columns that held up the dome. Atop the steps, a golden dragon throne stood out prominently. Tester, you have successfully passed the first trial with a perfect score. Welcome to the second trial of the seed. As long as you pass the comprehension assessment of the second trial, you can become the new master of this imperial palace and inherit the legacy of the felling heaven ancient emperor. While Bai Feng was still in a daze, a silver humanoid metal being approached with a smile. Assessment: felling heaven ancient emperor. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was initially taken aback, then his pupils suddenly constricted. The felling heaven ancient emperor, if he remembered correctly, was the supreme powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom during ancient times, suppressing countless starry sky martial gods. Yet for some unknown reason, he had suddenly vanished. He never expected to encounter the legacy of the felling heaven ancient emperor today in this ancient ruin. This figure was an invincible starry sky martial god. If he could obtain this legacy, he would not have to worry about breakthroughs in martial arts in the future. Bai Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The silver metal being Tsang smiled and began to explain everything. Bai Feng then learned that the attack from the tens of thousands of bronze puppets was orchestrated by the silver being before him, Tsang. The rules for the second round of assessment are quite simple. As long as you can comprehend the felling heaven ancient emperor's fist technique to a minor level within 10 days, you will pass the assessment. All martial arts and techniques of the entire imperial palace, along with this spatial treasure, will belong to you. If you fail the assessment, I will send you away from this ruin. As Tsang finished speaking, a golden martial seal flew towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng took the golden martial seal, a slight smile playing on his lips. Achieving minor success in 10 days was simply too easy. With a 100-fold comprehension ability, even if it was heavenlier martial arts, he could master it in a second. He was determined to obtain the legacy of the felling heaven ancient emperor. Pressing the golden martial seal against his forehead, a massive torrent of information surged into his mind. He began to inherit this fist technique. The Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist, a heaven-tier martial art. Gathering the Emperor's aura within a single punch unleashed the power of 9 colossal dragons, immense in strength. A pinnacle blow from a martial god of the earth could instantly destroy a continent. Martial Art Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist Perfect. Just after receiving the legacy, a line of information appeared on the system panel in his mind. With the SS-level talent of 100-fold comprehension, the Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist held no secrets before Bai Feng. The power of 9 colossal dragons. This Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist seems to follow a path of aggression and dominance very suitable for me. Bai Feng accepted the inheritance of this fist technique, joy gleaming in his eyes. The Kingly Dominance Fist as an Earth-tier martial art now provided too little enhancement to his strength. He wondered just how much the Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist would elevate his power. Is there a place to test my strength? After Bai Feng finished receiving the martial arts inheritance, this sudden question left Song momentarily dumbfounded, not understanding Bai Feng's intentions. There is a place to test combat power. I will first find you a training room, calm down, and comprehend this fist technique. There's no rush to test combat power. Don't forget you only have 10 days to comprehend this heaven-tier fist technique. Song spoke. I have already comprehended it successfully. Bai Feng, the master's fist techniques are all top-notch among heaven-tier martial arts. If you are so arrogant and do not take the master's legacy martial arts seriously, I won't hesitate to erase all your memories of the assessment and send you away from here. A flicker of anger crossed Song's face as a mountain-like aura erupted from his body. Overwhelming pressure surged toward Bai Feng. Song, the Felling Heaven Ancient Emperor, was the greatest existence in the world. He would not allow anyone to insult the hard work of the Felling Heaven Ancient Emperor just because of their talent. Every martial art was the result of the Felling Heaven Ancient Emperor's painstaking deductions. Then please enlighten me. Seeing Song slightly angered, Bai Feng did not explain, and his true essence began to surge. In the next second, he suddenly threw a punch. The phantom of 9 colossal dragons appeared behind him, exuding an aura of unrestrained dominance. Accompanied by 9 thunderous dragon roars where his fist passed, the very space began to warp. An unimaginable terrifying force surged from Bai Feng's fist, crashing down toward Song's chest. At that moment, Song's face was filled with disbelief, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles. The phantom of 9 dragons. This was the mark of mastering the Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist. My heavens, was he seeing things? The Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist as a top-tier heaven martial art, even those prodigies would take months to achieve minor success. The Felling Heaven Ancient Emperor set the 10-day rule for comprehending the martial arts to filter out the true prodigies. Yet Bai Feng had only taken a short time to acquire this martial art, and the inheritance had not even lasted a minute. In just 1 minute he completed a heaven-tier martial art. Was this a prodigy that could exist in Blue Star? Song had no time to ponder further as the golden fist infused with the power of 9 colossal dragons ruthlessly struck his chest. He crossed his arms to shield his chest, yet his body was still blasted back hundreds of meters, crashing directly into the pillar of the hall. This punch is undoubtedly a genuine perfect-level martial art. The Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist. Bai Feng truly mastered it. The master's legacy can finally see the light of day. Looking at the dent in his arm, Song trembled with excitement. Although this metal body had no sense of pain, its defensive power could rival that of a demigod. Bai Feng's punch was enough to leave a dent in him. That punch could threaten an ordinary demigod. For thousands of years, his greatest mission had been to find a successor for the master's legacy. But no one had ever met the master's requirements. Either they were wiped out by the puppet army or failed to comprehend the master's martial arts to minor success within 10 days. Yet Bai Feng had flawlessly passed both rounds of assessment. His talents and strength were truly astonishing. Such a prodigy was qualified to become Song's new master. Song's figure flickered, appearing before Bai Feng respectfully, saying, "I greet my master." Bai Feng was still savoring the power of that punch from earlier, feeling quite satisfied. The Emperor's Extreme Shock Fist was indeed a heaven-tier martial art, greatly enhancing his strength. He hadn't even used his full power earlier, otherwise he might have directly pierced through the chest of this metallic elder. "Song, please introduce me to this imperial palace." Song introduced this human emperor palace to me. Bai Feng looked at the metallic life form elder before him. The human emperor palace is a top-tier treasure forged by the war emperor who defied the heavens. It can shrink to the size of a speck of dust and vanish into the void, undetectable even by starry sky martial gods. You only need to imprint your spiritual power on the dragon throne to gain full control of the human emperor palace. Song introduced respectfully, vanishing into the void, undetectable even by starry sky martial gods. Hearing Song's words, Bai Feng's heart raced uncontrollably, a gleam of delighted surprise shining in his eyes. To vanish into the void. This ability of the human emperor palace was simply heaven-defying. Whether for a sneak attack or concealment, it was a top-tier treasure. This time he had struck gold. Bai Feng strode directly up the steps, imprinting his spiritual power on the golden dragon throne. Instantly, a three-dimensional projection map of the human emperor palace materialized in his mind. There were zones for techniques, martial arts, cultivation, and living quarters. Within the palace, there was even a specialized pool for raising dragons, a small hobby of the ancient war emperor. Now with a single thought, he could appear anywhere within the human emperor palace. This vast golden edifice could also change shape according to his will, transforming into forms like a ring. Master, I have a small request. Would you be willing to hear it? A flicker of hesitation crossed Song's face. Bai Feng sat on the dragon throne and said calmly, tell me what it is. I hope that if you can one day leave Blue Star and ascend to a higher realm, you will help me revive my former master. That was the only task he entrusted to me before his death. A trace of sorrow glinted in Song's eyes. Through Song's narration, Bai Feng learned how the ancient war emperor had fallen. In the ancient era, the war emperor burst onto the scene, suppressing countless starry sky martial gods on Blue Star and earning the title of the supreme powerhouse. His strength had already reached the pinnacle of the starry sky martial god realm, and he even began traversing the stars, making contact with martial civilizations beyond Blue Star. However, alien powerhouses from beyond Blue Star secretly followed the war emperor, discovering the life-bearing planet. A life planet with backward martial arts meant immense wealth and slave resources. The ancient war emperor led his army to counterattack, slaying 7 starry sky martial gods and burying 1 million alien troops outside Blue Star. But under the combined assault of 7 alien starry sky martial gods, he suffered severe injuries and tragically fell. According to the information the war emperor had gathered before leaving Blue Star, there exist saints who can communicate with the realm of the dead and resurrect the deceased with a single thought. Thus, before his death, the war emperor left all his heritage and martial insights within the human emperor palace. He also established 2 trials, one for combat power and one for comprehension. Only a prodigy who passed both trials would be deemed worthy to step into the legendary saint domain and resurrect him. So civilizations do exist beyond Blue Star. Saints who can communicate with the realm of the dead and resurrect the dead. Those are far beyond me. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm is a closer goal. Bai Feng's eyes burned with determination as he sighed inwardly. He looked at Song, who awaited his answer, and made a promise. Rest assured, since I have accepted the war emperor's legacy, once my strength is sufficient, I will naturally help you revive him. Bai Feng did not know how powerful a saint truly was, but he firmly believed that with his persistence and effort, along with a trivial boost from the system, he would one day reach the saint domain. Thank you, Master, Song said with deep gratitude. He had feared that Bai Feng might be the type to take the legacy and turn his back. But in 10,000 years only Bai Feng had passed the trials set by his master. He could only gamble on Bai Feng's character. Fortunately, this new master did not disappoint him. Bai Feng, unaware of Song's thoughts, willed himself and instantly appeared in the technique zone of the human emperor palace. This was his prerogative as the master of the human emperor palace, to appear anywhere. The palace was a spatial treasure with an immense interior roughly equivalent to 100 football fields in size. His spiritual power swept over the bookshelves filled with techniques. From methods to break through to the martial emperor realm to those for becoming a starry sky martial god, everything was available. There were over 200 heaven-grade techniques. Among them, there were over a dozen divine palace techniques that Bai Feng needed to break through to the martial emperor realm. He perused them carefully, searching for one that suited him. The thunder sound divine palace technique, using thunderous power to condense a precious hall where only the omnipresent sound of thunder exists, refining the true essence within the chi si to enhance its quality. The purple firmament divine palace technique, using thunderous power to condense a purple gold palace above the chi si with a thunder seal rotating continuously at the top, elevating the quality of the true essence within. After reading the descriptions of a dozen divine palace techniques and making careful selections, Bai Feng picked up the golden martial seal corresponding to the purple firmament divine palace technique. This technique produced a divine palace of the highest quality among the dozen, and a higher quality palace would further refine the true essence. Entering a cultivation chamber, Bai Feng received the inheritance of the purple firmament divine palace technique. He silently recalled its details and began to condense the divine palace. Above the boundless golden chi si within him, golden arcs of lightning occasionally leaped from the surface like giant pythons. Bai Feng focused his mind. Streams of golden thunderous power rose from the chi si, coalescing into a vast expanse of black thunderclouds above. Within the dark clouds, violent golden currents flickered wildly. Under Bai Feng's compression, the thunderclouds converged and shrank, forming a massive golden foundation. Then more thunderous power surged from the chi si, pouring into the foundation. 4 purple gold dragon-patterned thunder pillars rose from the golden foundation. Golden lightning climbed along the pillars, spreading outward to form 4 walls. Crossbeams were set, and a golden dome slowly closed, shaping a majestic purple gold palace. At the top of the palace, a lightning-shaped golden seal rotated continuously. With each rotation of the golden seal, the entire chi sea churned with towering waves. Every drop of lightning attributed true essence became purer and more condensed, elevating the quality of Bai Feng's true essence several-fold. At that moment, waves of warmth surged through his body. Bai Feng's muscles and meridians repeatedly tore and repaired, growing tougher. True essence surged like a great river within him, ceaselessly tempering his organs and bones. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly, the air resonating with the sound of wind and thunder. Finally, I've broken through to the martial emperor realm. Feeling the surging power within, Bai Feng smiled slightly. He clenched his fist. The muscles in his body writhed like specially forged cables on an aircraft carrier, granting him explosive speed and strength. With his true essence quality enhanced several-fold, his martial arts would be far more formidable. The greatest value of the human emperor palace lies in these heaven-grade techniques and the cultivation insights left by the ancient war emperor. He'll stay here for a while, cultivate a few heaven-grade martial arts, and enrich my combat repertoire. Bai Feng's eyes blazed with resolve as he rose and left the cultivation chamber. He went to the martial arts zone and selected 2 heaven-grade techniques, one offensive, one defensive. 10,000 dragons descend, a thundercloud forms in the sky, and golden thunder dragons rain down, reducing enemies to dust. The Great Wall Vigil, a defensive technique that constructs an indestructible wall from elemental forces. With his 100-fold comprehension, a single glance at these techniques sufficed for him to grasp every detail of their execution, instantly reaching the perfection stage. His overall strength had elevated to a new level. Host Bai Feng. Martial level, Martial Emperor, first layer. Techniques: 5 beasts, divine demon stance perfection, white tiger, roar, kill perfection, thunder, ancient scripture perfection, purple firmament, divine palace technique perfection. Martial arts: kingly, overlord, fist perfection, blood calamity, finger perfection, 10,000 weapons, annihilation perfection, knowledge magic, eye perfection, imperial extreme, sky shaking fist perfection, great wall vigil perfection, 10,000 dragons, descend perfection. Talents: 100-fold comprehension, SS grade, indestructible golden body, S grade, teleportation, S grade, corpse explosion grade. Systems: space, 9 soul-breaking blades. Current fixed item: 200 years of cultivation. Glancing at his now more impressive status panel, Bai Feng smiled. With the 4 perfection level heaven-grade martial arts, knowledge magic, eye, imperial extreme, sky-shaking fist, great wall vigil, and 10,000 dragons descend, and his formidable Kiblood golden body, his current strength was enough to contend with a demigod. I want Rush to leave the human emperor palace for now. The ancient war emperor's cultivation insights fill several bookshelves. The insights of a starry sky martial god can save me many detours. In the following days, Bai Feng diligently absorbed the war emperor's cultivation insights. He gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation realms beyond the martial emperor, elevating his comprehension of martial arts to a higher level. He had a premonition that if he fused the 200 years of cultivation again, his current understanding of martial arts would allow his power to skyrocket even faster than before. The efficiency of having a master guide was vastly different from groping in the dark alone. Meanwhile, in the ancient ruins upon the endless earth, Sun Luo and the other martial saints wore grim expressions, their eyes fixed on the golden palace in the sky. What do we do? Bai Feng was sucked into that palace. If not for Bai Feng protecting us, would have been slaughtered by the bronze puppets. We must save him. How? We can't even get close to that palace. The bronze puppets sleeping underground would tear us apart. The group's faces flushed with frustration. Earlier they had been blasted away by golden light pillars and witnessed Bai Feng being sucked into the golden palace. But with their strength, saving him was impossible. Let's leave the ruins first and contact the transcendent holy temple as soon as we're out. Given Bai Feng's monstrous talent, the temple's high echelons will surely send someone to rescue him. As a seasoned martial saint, Sun Luo's words always carried weight. Following his suggestion, everyone nodded and flew toward the exit of the ruins. Within the grand hall of the human emperor's palace, Bai Feng was engrossed in the cultivation insights of the ancient emperor of heaven's destruction, captivated by the wisdom contained within. In his fervent absorption of these insights, 3 days swiftly passed. During his 3 days of cultivation, the Sun Luo martial saint, accompanied by a silver-haired demigod, entered the ancient ruins. No. 9. Lord with silver hair, the martial saint Bai Feng was devoured by that golden hall. The Sun Luo martial saint gazed at the golden hall in the sky, his face filled with trepidation. The silver-haired demigod's expression was cold and silent, flying toward the golden hall on his own. After the Sun Luo martial saint returned to the extraordinary sacred hall seeking help, he rushed over immediately. Lord Qing Di was currently in seclusion. Now all he could do was try his best to see if he could rescue Bai Feng from this golden hall. The silver-haired demigod transformed into a streak of flowing light, getting closer to the golden hall. At that moment, the silver metallic life form within the human emperor's palace detected the incoming intruder. He recognized the Sun Luo martial saint standing behind the silver-haired demigod at a glance. He vaguely guessed that the two might be powerful beings from the Dragon Kingdom here to rescue Bai Feng. The master is in cultivation and cannot be disturbed. Considering they are here to rescue the master, let's draw. The metallic life form murmured softly, then with a thought the grand doors of the human emperor's palace opened with a resounding crash and 3 bronze puppets at the demigod level flew out to directly block the silver-haired demigod. The 3 bronze puppets, each wielding a 3-foot-long sword, locked their imposing aura onto the silver-haired demigod. Human, leave this place, or die. Under the control of the metallic life form, one of the demigod puppets spoke coldly. Hand over Bai Feng, and I will naturally leave. The silver-haired demigod did not yield an inch, wielding a large spear as his aura surged. Unreasonable. At the command of the metallic life form, the 3 demigod puppets surrounded the silver-haired demigod. Although the silver-haired demigod was not without combat power, he was ultimately forced to retreat after an hour due to the overwhelming numbers. As he returned to the extraordinary sacred hall, the news of Bai Feng's uncertain fate within the ancient ruins spread like a storm throughout the extraordinary sacred hall. Being uncertain of life or death in the ancient ruins basically announced a death sentence. The martial saints were all deeply shocked. Some felt remorse for Bai Feng, while others quietly rejoiced. 3 days later, Bai Feng finished reading all the cultivation insights of the ancient Emperor of Heaven's destruction, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. In the martial emperor's spirit realm, his true essence surged like a vast ocean. The demigod cultivates a martial infant, and when the martial infant emerges from the spirit realm and merges with the physical body, it can significantly enhance one's combat power. The earth martial god stands firm upon the ground, invulnerable in defense, able to manipulate the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. The starry sky martial god absorbs the power of the stars. With a single strike, he can obliterate a continent, making him a formidable being of taboo. He was thoroughly familiar with these martial principles, including various taboos and details necessary for breakthroughs. Just as Bai Feng stepped out of the training room, the metallic life form approached, reporting on the intrusion of the silver-haired demigod into the human emperor's palace and how he had expelled him with puppets. At that moment, Bai Feng understood everything. He had not expected the typically aloof silver-haired demigod to come to the human emperor's palace to rescue him. Fortunately, the metallic life form's puppets only drove the intruder away and did not harm the silver-haired demigod. It's time to return to the extraordinary sacred hall. Now that I have the breakthrough method, the 200 spirit stones in my possession are just right for exchanging for merit points to purchase precious medicines. With enough precious medicines to support me, I can gallop down the path of martial cultivation. Bai Feng stepped out, leaving the human emperor's palace. The golden hall suspended in the sky instantly shrank, transforming into a golden ring that adorned his left index finger. Bai Feng transformed into a streak of flowing light, racing toward the entrance of the ancient ruins. He stepped into the red mirror emerging from within and soared upward through the underground pit, finally seeing the sky. At that moment, a sudden flurry of rushing wind sounds erupted. More than 20 streaks of flowing light shot out from behind the stone mountain, forming a surrounding circle. The murderous intent of the crowd locked onto Bai Feng. Leading them was a golden-haired, blue-eyed knight in golden armor. Beside him stood a short martial emperor from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent as he looked at Bai Feng. Bai Feng hovered in the air, calmly gazing at the newcomers, his eyes like a still well. 2 peak martial emperors, 4 martial emperors above the 7th level, and 20 high-level martial saints. Most were white men and women, likely the so-called elite of the Platinum Federation. However, this level of arrangement to encircle and kill him seemed to underestimate him. Mr. Bai Feng, you are about to follow in the footsteps of your Dragon Kingdom's extreme martial saint and enter hell with him. May I ask what you think? The handsome knight from the Platinum Federation, the Seraph Adams, smiled playfully. As he spoke, the strong beings from the Platinum Federation and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom revealed mocking smiles. They had hoped to see some panic or even fear on Bai Feng's face. However, there was only calmness on Bai Feng's face, as if he were looking at corpses. This demeanor instantly ignited fury within Adams and the others, causing their expressions to darken. What do you think? I only want to kill you. Bai Feng's lips curled up into a mocking arc, and he suddenly erupted with a pillar of golden lightning that shot skyward. In an instant, vast black clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A gigantic shadow enveloped the entire island. Heaven-tier martial arts, the 10,000 dragons descend. Boom. Massive golden lightning dragons surged down from the clouds, carrying the overwhelming ferocity of destruction as they charged straight toward Adams and the others. What the hell is this? The demigod level thunderous energy, how is this possible? How can Bai Feng be a demigod? Damn it, who the hell said Bai Feng was at the peak of martial saints? The expressions of the martial emperors and martial saints turned pale as a strong sense of danger surged within them. Every hair on their bodies stood on end, and every pore was frantically warning them. Everyone scrambled to escape desperately into the distance. It was ludicrous to clash with a force of such a level of natural disaster. Even a fool knew it was a dead end. Roar! The golden lightning dragon furious and ferocious chased after the fleeing crowd. Accompanied by the blinding golden lightning explosion, the fleeing crowd was shattered into bloody mist by the golden lightning dragon. The entire island was also shattered by the golden lightning dragon, creating massive pits. With just one strike, all 20 high-level martial saints were annihilated. At this moment, at the bottom of the pit, a martial emperor from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom lay in the pit, his body already turned to charcoal. 3 high-level martial emperors from the Platinum Federation spat blood, their bones broken in many places, and their clothing completely torn apart. At that moment, they gazed at Bai Feng, who was radiating the aura of a dragon in the sky, filled with terror and despair. They were wearing high-level defensive treasures capable of withstanding a peak martial emperor's full-strength strike. Yet that defensive treasure crumbled into pieces in less than a second. With just one move, they almost faced total annihilation. What kind of monster is this? A 26-year-old with the battle power of a demigod is simply unheard of. How much shit did the Federation's higher-ups eat to send them to attack such a monster? He is only at the first level of martial emperors. Why can he unleash a demigod-level ultimate move? He must only have the power of a single strike. He must. Bai Feng, you can't fool me. At this moment, Adam's hair stood on end, and his body was covered in burn marks as he angrily roared at the sky. Then his body suddenly shot out of the pit, swinging his golden heavy sword, fiercely slashing toward Bai Feng. Under this strike, the sky was cleaved open, creating a massive wave of air, an impressive spectacle. However, Bai Feng stood proudly under the endless black clouds, resembling a deity, his entire body enveloped in golden lightning. Lightning dragon, annihilate him. Bai Feng lightly pointed with his fingertip, and the massive shadow in the black clouds surged. One after another, golden thunder dragons roared out of the thunderclouds, violently crashing through the enormous strike and rumbling toward Adam's. Angel's judgment. Adam's eyes were bloodshot as he exerted all his strength to swing his sword in a slash. Before him appeared an extremely holy 6-winged angel wielding a light sword and radiating the divinity to judge all things, charging toward the golden thunder dragon. However, faced with the immense size difference, the thunder dragon swatted out a paw, instantly shattering the 6-winged angel into golden fragments. No! In Adam's horrified gaze, dozens of fierce golden thunder dragons rapidly engulfed him, and his body instantly exploded into golden blood mist. His body, now a mass of golden blood mist, was instantly evaporated by the high temperature generated by the thunder dragons. Bai Feng's expression remained calm as more thunder dragons descended. At the bottom of the pit, the few martial emperors from the Platinum Federation struggling to survive were instantly killed by the thunder dragons amidst endless despair. Having completed all this, Bai Feng stood proudly beneath the endless black clouds, calmly gazing at a massive pit below. Trash, stop hiding. As Bai Feng's voice fell, a torrent of chilling air erupted from the bottom of the pit. Amidst the pervasive chill, a short, middle-aged man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom soared upward, the surrounding air instantly crystallizing. A terrifying aura belonging to a demigod surged toward Bai Feng. And Dao Hong hovered in the air, looking at Bai Feng from afar, with eyes full of cold, killing intent and intense jealousy. Even now, he found it hard to believe that the figure before him was merely a first-level martial emperor. Just now, Bai Feng's thunder dragons had almost obliterated him, who had stepped into the peak of martial emperors for many years. Fortunately, the master had left him a way out. After consuming the explosive body pill, his strength had broken through to the coveted demigod realm. The roaring ice attribute, true essence within him, made him feel extraordinarily powerful. Although after 3 hours the side effects of the explosive body pill would cause his body to explode, he was willing to die to eliminate Bai Feng, the increasingly growing threat to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Bai Feng, you have merely grazed the threshold of demigodhood. In the presence of true demigods, you should learn to show reverence. And Dao Hong declared, arrogantly activating the heaven-tier martial art. Ice Ghost descends. As he spoke, a torrent of cold air erupted from him, enveloping his entire being and transforming him into a massive ice crystal heart. Soon after, the ice crystal heart sprouted tendrils of ice, forming an ice crystal skeleton and limbs. In an instant, an ice crystal giant roared to the heavens, the terrifying cold air ravaging the surroundings. And Dao Hong, now an ice crystal giant, charged toward Bai Feng with a ferocity akin to a missile. Wherever he passed, a gigantic ice crystal passage suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! The frost giant and Daohong swept in with a bone-chilling wind, arriving near Bai Feng in an instant. The massive ice crystal fist came crashing down towards Bai Feng's head. Seeing this, a glimmer of interest sparked in Bai Feng's eyes. Although this demigod from the Sakura Kingdom had broken through with the aid of drugs, his true essence was quite tenuous. However, the posture of this frost giant ignited a desire within him to ravage. Then let's play a bit. Bai Feng's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a dark golden giant towering at 200 meters, striding across the land. He clenched his 5 fingers tightly and unleashed a devastating punch, the Imperial Heaven's Shockwave Fist. Accompanied by the roar of 9 thunderous dragon cries, 9 dragon phantoms emerged in succession behind him. The dark golden fist, infused with the power of the 9 dragons, thundered down towards Daohong's ice crystal fist. At this sight, a cruel glint flashed in Daohong's eyes. A mere martial emperor, yet he dared to exchange blows with a demigod. This punch of his was likely capable of piercing Bai Feng's golden body and emerging from his back. With a resounding bang, their fists collided heavily. And Daohong's ice crystal giant's complexion changed drastically, feeling an unimaginable force surge upon him. Then his body was sent flying thousands of meters, his entire arm exploding into countless ice crystal fragments. And Daohong hurriedly stabilized himself in midair, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He was a demigod. Even one who had consumed drugs to break through was not something a martial emperor could compare with. Yet when their fists collided, he felt as if his fist had struck a millennia-old iceberg, utterly immovable. Crossing 2 major realms and still being able to suppress him in strength, who exactly is this demigod? Suppressing the unease in his heart, the frost giant and Daohong's severed arm began to radiate cold air, instantly reforming into a new ice crystal arm. Since close combat was not Bai Feng's forte, he decided to create distance and use martial arts to suppress Bai Feng. A cold glint flashed in Daohong's eyes. Heavenly Stage Martial Arts Ice Crystal Storm. A torrent of cold air surged forth from his body, sweeping up the water droplets in the air. Instantly, a colossal ice crystal tornado formed in the world. The ice crystal tornado spun wildly, carrying the power to shred and obliterate everything rushing towards Bai Feng with a thunderous roar. Bai Feng did not evade at all. The dark golden body opened up a stance and his fist struck forward like a torrential storm. The edges of the massive ice crystal tornado unleashed a fierce cutting force, sparking off a shower of sparks on Bai Feng's dark golden fist. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous golden fist continuously hammered down on the ice crystal tornado, accompanied by the angry roars of dragons. Before long, cracks suddenly appeared at the edges of the ice crystal tornado. As Bai Feng's final punch fell, the ice crystal tornado erupted from the fracture, transforming into countless whirlwinds and tiny ice crystals. He bathed in the falling fragments of ice crystals. Bai Feng instantly teleported in front of Daohong's ice crystal giant and ruthlessly punched toward his chest. Watching the dark golden fist shadow enlarge in his pupils, Daohong's heart sank to the depths of horror. Even the ice crystal tornado couldn't halt Bai Feng's assault. What level of physical body is this? He now regretted consuming the explosion body pill, knowing he was doomed. A flash of ferocity crossed Daohong's eyes as he fiercely ignited his entire chi to unleash the forbidden technique, 10,000 miles of ice lock. Just as Bai Feng's dark golden fist was about to smash into Daohong's chest, a torrent of cold air resembling a 1,000-foot tsunami surged madly from within, and Daohong crashing down towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng's dark golden giant form remained poised in a forward punch. Beginning from the fist, ice rapidly crystallized, freezing into a massive ice sculpture midair, crashing down toward the sea below. At that moment, after igniting his chi, Daohong's ice crystal giant could no longer sustain itself and shattered. A small bloodied figure emerged from the ice crystals. Die for me. And Daohong's body shot forth like a cannonball, swinging an ice crystal giant hammer down upon the enormous ice sculpture, plummeting from the sky. The forbidden technique, 10,000 miles of ice lock, once activated, could freeze a person at the cellular level. At this moment, Bai Feng inside the ice sculpture was at his most vulnerable. As long as the ice crystal giant hammer fell, Bai Feng's body would shatter into pieces, and even if he died, the task would be successfully completed. Crack, crack. Just as the ice crystal giant hammer was about to strike, the ice sculpture, cracks appeared on the surface of the massive ice sculpture, and then it exploded. A dark golden giant striding across the land revealed its form, stepping forward in the void and delivering a powerful punch. The ice crystal giant hammer was instantly shattered. The enormous dark golden fist came crashing down upon Daohong's diminutive figure. Daohong's body instantly crumbled, turning into a mist of golden blood under the impact of the dark golden fist. In his final moments, Daohong's heart was filled with unwillingness. He could not comprehend why Bai Feng could escape so quickly. That last move could freeze even a demigod for at least 10 seconds. Yet this beast Bai Feng took less than 2 seconds to escape. Such a pity. If the War Master and the higher-ups of the Platinum Federation had known Bai Feng's true strength, they would have dispatched several demigods to encircle and kill him. But now it was too late. On the sea surface, Bai Feng released his golden body, returning to his normal size. He exhaled a breath, instantly transforming into ice crystals in the cold, permeated air. Demigods are indeed not to be underestimated. They can buy me nearly a minute with their lives. I must train hard when I return and break through to demigod status as soon as possible. Thinking back to the sudden onslaught of cold that froze him, Bai Feng couldn't help but reflect. With the Imperial Heaven's Shockwave Fist boosting his power, he was now on par with a demigod, yet his elemental attacks still lagged behind. After all, he was still just a martial emperor. Shaking his head slightly, he cast aside the distractions, and Bai Feng transformed into a stream of white light, flying towards the Dragon Country. This trip to the 9 ancient ruins could be said to be immensely rewarding. Not only did he obtain the top-tier spatial treasure from the Human Emperor's palace, he also acquired the complete martial arts and techniques necessary to break through to the stellar martial god in the future. Upon returning to the extraordinary sanctuary, he could exchange the more than 200 star shining stones for some precious herbs and begin arduous training, waiting for the next refresh of items. Not long after Bai Feng left this sea area, several powerful figures from the Sakura Kingdom and the Platinum Federation arrived, discovering the shattered island. At the bottoms of the charred giant pits, they found the remains and belongings of their companions, their faces instantly changing. A total of 2 peak martial emperors, 4 high-level martial emperors, and 20 high-level martial saints had been completely annihilated. In that moment, the martial emperors and martial saints from the Sakura Kingdom couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had arrived late, otherwise they would have fallen victim to Bai Feng's ruthless hand. Suppressing their shock, everyone transmitted the news back to the higher-ups of the Sakura Kingdom and the Platinum Federation. The higher-ups of both the Sakura Kingdom and the Platinum Federation fell silent instantly. They thought they had overestimated Bai Feng. Unexpectedly, this guy's monstrous qualities far exceeded their imagination. The Seraph Adamus and the Ice Demon and Daohong, both renowned peak martial emperors, had been killed by a martial saint. Moreover, Daohong had been carrying an explosion body pill capable of breaking through to demigod status at any moment. If Bai Feng had not been saved by a demigod from the Dragon Country, relying solely on himself to defeat Adamus and Daohong, Bai Feng's danger level would likely need to be raised several tiers. In the Dragon Kingdom, the colossal floating island where the extraordinary sanctuary is located, Bai Feng soared across the sky like a meteor, steadily landing on the ground. At this moment, each martial saint who saw Bai Feng's figure wore an expression of disbelief. Bai Feng, the martial saint, isn't he supposed to be lost in the 9 ancient ruins? This news was brought back by the silver-haired demigod. Fortunately, his family wasn't informed about Bai Feng's disappearance, otherwise it would have been a mess. Have you noticed? Bai Feng's aura seems even stronger now. Hiss, indeed, I can't even discern his realm at the peak of martial saint. He wouldn't have broken through, would he? The martial saints couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Bai Feng was just about to head to the task hall to receive the mission of collecting the star shards. As he looked up, he saw a silver-haired figure transforming into a streak of light, rapidly flying towards him. I've seen the silver-haired demigod. The martial saints hurriedly greeted. Bai Feng, you actually made it back unharmed. A rare emotional fluctuation appeared on the cold face of the silver-haired demigod. Just a moment ago, he was at his residence when he heard a commotion on the island. Upon hearing that Bai Feng had returned, he rushed over immediately. To his surprise, Bai Feng truly emerged from that golden palace. Suddenly, when he sensed the aura emanating from Bai Feng, a hint of barely perceptible shock flashed in his eyes. The first level of martial emperor, and it has only been 3 days. Bai Feng has broken through again. That golden palace absorbed Bai Feng, yet now his strength has increased. It seems he has encountered a fortuitous event. Thinking of this, the silver-haired demigod instinctively wanted to ask Bai Feng about the situation inside the golden palace in the ruins. However, he forcefully suppressed that thought. It's best not to probe into someone else's fortuitous encounters. Offending Bai Feng, a future demigod, who is also highly regarded by the Azure Emperor, is not worth it. It's good that you're fine. You still need to be cautious when going to ancient ruins in the future. In high-ranking ancient ruins, even the earth martial gods could fall. The silver-haired demigod kindly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior." The silver-haired demigod, who was already reticent, nodded and immediately left. Congratulations on escaping Martial Saint Bai Feng. Congratulations, the Martial Saint said with smiles. Bai Feng nodded, slightly casually chatting with familiar Martial Saints before walking straight into the task hall. Arriving at the task settlement window when he took out a pile of star shards from his spatial ring, the beautiful staff member was left completely stunned. Others come here to hand over star shards usually with just 1 or 2 pieces. But when it came to Marshal Saint Bai Feng, it was as if he was wholesale directly pulling out a whole pile. Please wait a moment, I'll count these star shards. Seeing that the service window was too small, the beautiful staff member stepped out of the office area to meticulously count the star shards on the ground. Not long after, the beautiful staff member swallowed hard and announced a number that shocked even her. This 128 ordinary star shards, each worth 10,000 totals, 1,280,000 merit points. This fist-sized star shard I weighted, and based on its weight it is worth 1,250,000 merit points. The total value of your batch of star shards is 2,530,000 merit points. If you are satisfied with this price, I can transfer the merit points to your identity token now. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng nodded in agreement to the transaction. He had thought that this fist-sized star shard was only worth around 1 million merit points. Unexpectedly, it sold for 1,250,000 merit points. This 2,530,000 merit points should be enough for him to purchase several precious herbs. Soon Bai Feng's identity token had an additional 2,530,000 merit points. With his identity token, he headed to the National Treasure Vault of the Sanctuary, ready to indulge in some spending. He spent a total of 2,300,000 merit points on 5 blue gold ginseng and 7 thunder pattern orchids. These precious herbs are extremely effective for enhancing the true essence of a martial emperor, and he spent the merit points without any hesitation. Carrying 12 precious herbs, Bai Feng returned to his residence and quietly began his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 4 days passed. As he consumed each precious herb under the refinement of the thunder ancient scripture, his strength surged, advancing from the 1st to the 4th level of martial emperor. On the morning 4 days later, just as Bai Feng finished the last thunder pattern orchid, his true essence grew stronger. Once again, a pleasant notification sounded in his ear. Ding, the One-Yuan Killing System products are starting to refresh. Please host, seize the opportunity to kill the products promptly. With the sound of the notification, a smile crept across Bai Feng's lips. Finally, the joyous moment of seizing products had arrived. Now he had absorbed all the insights from the cultivation of the celestial martial emperor, only waiting to unleash his power during the integration. Calming his emotions, Bai Feng immersed his attention in the system mall in his mind. Product 1, fixed product, 200 years of cultivation. Introduction. The results of the host's 200 years of cultivation without eating or drinking can be perfectly integrated. Price, 1 yuan. Product 2. Clear minds. Introduction. S-level martial arts talent, able to see through disguises, recognize others' goodwill and malice, can avoid misfortune and seek good fortune, assisting your martial arts journey. Price, 1 yuan. Product 3. Dragon domination. Introduction. SS-level talent can forcibly establish a master-servant contract with dragon and python-type beasts. With a touch of the hand, the contracted party will be absolutely loyal, and their strength and potential will increase by 30%. Price, 1 yuan. Note, this system refreshes once every 7 days each time, with 3 products. All products are available for a limited time of 1 minute. If the time expires, they will no longer be available. 2 types of talents above S level. This time my luck is simply off the charts. System, kill them all for me. In this moment, Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with ecstasy, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Ding, deducting 3 yuan. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 200 years of cultivation. Clear minds. Dragon domination. Please remember to collect them. Current balance in bank card 367165992. 7 yuan. System space. 200 years of cultivation. Not integrated. Clear minds. Not integrated. Dragon domination. Not integrated. Looking at the 3 balls of golden light in the system space, Bai Feng's eyes sparkled. Able to see through all disguises and recognize others' goodwill and malice. This clear mind's eye is simply a bug-like existence. From what he understood, some special techniques can alter a person's body structure and appearance, making it very suitable for assassination. In the future, when facing those who like to disguise their identities and wish to scheme against him, the clear mind's eye will allow him to eliminate dangers in advance and know who around him harbors ill intentions. Moreover, the dragon domination talent is even more monstrous. With just a touch of his hand, he can forcibly establish a contract with dragon-type and python-type beasts, and they will be absolutely loyal. This means that as long as he wishes, he can establish a fierce beast army composed of dragon-type beasts at any time. Additionally, the strength and potential of the contracted dragon-type beasts can increase by 30%, making their combat power unimaginable. System, this time you have been overly generous. First, I'll integrate the 2 talents, then I'll integrate the 200 years of cultivation. Beginning the fusion of the mind's eye. SS level talent mind's eye fusion successful. From this day forth you shall be the nightmare of all old wolves. The kindness and malice of others will be laid bare before your eyes. As the prompt sound faded, a cool sensation flickered in Bai Feng's eyes. The life-filled energy subtly enhanced his vision. In his eyes it seemed as though mountains, rivers, and the essence of life were continuously flashing. Gradually each eye transformed into profound dual pupils. These rare dual pupils naturally exuded an imposing aura. Bai Feng quickly adapted to the mind's eye, understanding its functions. In simple terms, as long as he activated the mind's eye, his eyes would change into dual pupils. Before these eyes, those who treated him differently would emit distinct auras. Red signifies malice, blood red represents murderous intent. Gray is neutral, while white signifies goodwill. Though the mind's eye does little to enhance my strength, it allows me to avoid many dangers. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bai Feng's rare dual pupils. At this moment he had no time to verify the effects of the mind's eye and continued to fuse the next item. He retracted the mind's eye, causing the dual pupils in his eyes to vanish, and his gaze returned to normal, beginning the fusion of Dragon Domination. SS level talent Dragon Domination fusion successful. With your palms touch, any dragon or serpent-like beast will completely submit, becoming your most loyal servant. Before the divine hand that makes anyone foolish, the noble and powerful dragon beast's eyes will become utterly clear. Even if you command them to self-destruct, they will unleash their dragon breath upon themselves, proclaiming that their master's command is absolute. The light orb representing Dragon Domination integrated into his body. A terrifying aura akin to that of an ancient dragon god awakening surged from Bai Feng, sweeping across thousands of feet around him. Superb martial saints in the Transcendent Hall felt their scalps tingle under this pressure, nearly losing their balance. Everyone raised their heads in unison, looking towards Bai Feng's residence, swallowing hard in fear. What martial art is the esteemed Bai Feng practicing? This aura is simply comparable to the descent of a demigod beast. Even from thousands of feet away, it filled them with unparalleled dread. They dared not imagine how immense the pressure was on the enemies of Bai Feng at that moment. Meanwhile, Bai Feng's eyes burned with intensity, with a thin layer of golden light shimmering on his palms. This golden light emitted an overwhelming dragon might. When Bai Feng's palm landed on a dragon beast's body, they would undergo a drastic transformation, becoming Bai Feng's loyal servants. If any rebellious thoughts arose in their minds, Bai Feng would know a mere thought could make them wish they were dead. Moreover, no matter how far apart, he could obliterate their souls. This dominance is the unique status of the SS level talent. With Dragon Domination, any dragon beast that encounters me will suffer greatly. Bai Feng couldn't help but smile, thinking of the previous moment when dragon beasts were calling for his blood. In the next moment, they would bow their noble heads, calling him master. He admitted he was a bit excited. Continue the fusion of my cultivation. System, grant me the fusion of 200 years of cultivation. In the first year of cultivation, you diligently practiced the thunder ancient scripture, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing your golden Qi Si to expand continuously. The Zixiao divine palace, suppressing the Qi Si, continued to rise, resembling a palace where deities dwell. Your combat power surged, breaking through to the 5th level of martial emperor. In the 5th year of cultivation, leveraging the vast knowledge of martial arts, you utilized the insights of the ancient emperor of heaven to the fullest, effortlessly breaking a bottleneck that would take an ordinary martial emperor 100 years to overcome. You broke through to the 6th level of martial emperor. In the 20th year of cultivation, you broke through to the 7th level of martial emperor, with torrents of thunder surging into the sky, shaking the earth and seas. In the 37th year of cultivation, after diligently practicing for 17 years, you stood proudly above the clouds, looking down upon the earth, unaware of what it means to have a rival in the martial emperor realm. Even a demigod would find it easy for you to snap their neck. You couldn't help but sigh, realizing that being at the pinnacle is lonely and desolate. This pain is something only you can understand. With a broadened mindset, you broke through to the 8th level of martial emperor, unleashing endless golden tsunamis in the Qi Si, the terrifying pressure making even demigods change their expressions, bewildered by the emergence of such a monster pretending to be young. In the 50th year of cultivation, you knew not what a bottleneck was, stepping into the 9th level of martial emperor. In the 60th year of cultivation, you inhaled and swallowed the thunderclouds for miles, blowing it out in one breath, creating a massive whirlwind that made the sky and earth tremble. In the 70th year of cultivation, after another 20 years of accumulation, your Qi Si suddenly expanded, transforming into an endless golden ocean. You broke through the pinnacle of martial emperor, becoming the most formidable prodigy in the history of martial arts, your immense power forcing even 5-level demigods to avoid your edge. You stood atop heaven and earth, overlooking all beings. Countless people revered you as a god. With a single thought you could summon thunder delivering divine punishment, annihilating enemies beneath endless thunder dragons. Wherever your fist strikes, all rules and authorities must retreat. Your strength is not far from the peak of combat power in Blue Star. Bai Feng only felt a tremendous roar resonating in his mind. In his Dantian Qi, a devastating true essence storm surged, bestowing upon him unparalleled might. Above the Qi, the Zixiao divine palace shone with resplendent purple gold light. At this moment it seemed like the celestial palace of myth, home to true deities ready to descend upon the world. Feeling the golden lightning surging within him like a tsunami, Bai Feng couldn't help but smile. This is the power at the pinnacle of martial emperor, so overwhelming it borders on the absurd. He felt that now simply releasing his true essence pressure would be enough to grind all buildings within 100 miles to powder. However, that martial emperor pinnacle, which countless geniuses yearn for, was still not his limit. There are still 130 years of cultivation not yet fused. It is time to break through to demigod. As he knows, the so-called demigod is one who absorbs different energy sources using special techniques to cultivate a martial infant within the divine palace. Some condense the martial infant with murderous intent, some with meteorite essence, while others absorb elemental powers. Bai Feng had long prepared the technique for the breakthrough, instructing the system to pause the fusion of cultivation, waiting for his next command. He took out a golden martial seal from his spatial ring. Heaven-tier martial infant condensation method Yuan-Lei Sutra is one of the many inherited techniques from the ancient emperor of heaven. The true essence of the thunder attribute condenses into a skeletal body with mental power, serving as the soul, absorbing the true essence of the entire Qi, allowing a Yuan-Lei martial infant to be born within the divine palace. The Yuan-Lei martial infant successfully condensed, the power of his thunder attacks will greatly increase. He affixed the golden martial seal corresponding to the Yuan-Lei Sutra to his forehead. In the 71st year of cultivation, you diligently practiced the Yuan-Lei Sutra and began to condense the martial infant. Under your control, the Zixiao divine palace above the sea of Qi erupted with astonishing devouring power, and countless thunder dragons surged from the sea of Qi, merging into the Zixiao divine palace, transforming into the purest thunder essence. You once again drew half of your spiritual power bursting forth from your mind's sea to enter the sea of Qi you had never stepped into before, ultimately entering the Zixiao divine palace. Your golden sea of Qi rolled back, and a large portion of the true essence of thunder liquid condensed into thunder dragons that surged into the divine palace, merging with the thunder essence and spiritual power as a terrifying aura began to awaken within the Zixiao divine palace. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, endless thunderclouds gathered above your divine palace where numerous divine beings bowed in reverence, and a supremely noble golden martial infant emerged from the divine palace, exuding a majestic presence as if a primordial deity had appeared. Congratulations on breaking through to the first level of demigod. At this moment, a terrifying thunderous sound emanated from Bai Feng's body. Boom! A torrent of golden thunder surged from Bai Feng, reaching the heavens and colliding with the canopy of this secret realm. In an instant, the entire secret realm where the extraordinary sanctuary was located began to tremble violently, producing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The imposing pressure of the demigod descended upon the land like towering peaks. The small unmanned floating islands in the sky were instantly shattered under this terrifying pressure, with debris flying everywhere. Many martial emperors turned pale, their bodies uncontrollably collapsing to the ground, unable to even lift a finger. An elderly martial emperor nearly fell into the ground under the descending demigod pressure. They gazed in horror at the torrent of thunder, their teeth chattering. Is there a new demigod born? How could a newly ascended demigod possess such which peak martial emperor has broken through? There is not a single one in the entire extraordinary sanctuary who meets the criteria to control the power of thunder. Only one prodigy in the entire extraordinary sanctuary possesses such tyrannical golden thunder. In an instant, the expressions of the martial emperors were filled with shock, and a terrifying guess surged in their hearts. Could it be that the one who broke through to demigod is Bai Feng? But Bai Feng had just returned from the ancient ruins 4 days ago, and was only a first-level martial emperor. Impossible, it cannot be Bai Feng. From first-level martial emperor to breaking through to demigod in just 4 days, there can't be such an extraordinary monster on Blue Star. The martial emperors roared in their hearts. An arrogant martial emperor attempted to challenge the pressure of the demigod, gritting their teeth to force themselves up. The result was a pulled muscle collapsing back to the ground, their face darkened, and they understood what it meant to be in awe. At the same time, numerous demigods who were in seclusion stepped out of their abodes, their faces filled with solemnity. To have such a shocking might right after breaking through. The martial foundation of this newly ascended demigod was so overwhelmingly strong that their just brokenthrough demigod pressure was still insufficient compared to this new demigod's one-tenth. In an instant, all the demigods extended their spiritual senses, wanting to see the identity of this newly ascended demigod. The next moment, the ancient demigods' minds felt like they were struck by lightning, becoming blank. The source of the torrent of golden thunder was unmistakably Bai Feng's figure. This is Bai Feng. How can this be? At this moment, each demigod was breaking down, their facial muscles twitching. The newly ascended demigod is actually Bai Feng. This is simply outrageous. In the past, how much effort did they exert to break through to demigod, competing for resources and scheming against each other? After countless life and death battles, they took over 1,000 years to break through to demigod. But now a child who is younger than a fraction of their age has stepped into the demigod realm. What about their thousands of years of hard work? Is it really possible that having talent allows one to stride effortlessly in martial arts? At this moment, each demigod felt a sense of loss, beginning to question their lives. Even the usually calm silver-haired demigod could not help but laugh bitterly. It turns out that there are indeed prodigies in this world, beings that cannot be measured by common sense. The bottleneck of demigod that had tormented them for countless days and nights was but a thin layer of paper before this individual easily broken. Is this the demigod realm? At this moment, Bai Feng felt his mind becoming clearer and his spiritual power spread out, encompassing dozens of kilometers around him. With a single thought, the torrent of thunder connected with heaven and earth, and the heavy dark clouds in the sky instantly spread out for hundreds of miles. Golden thunder dragons awaited his command to plunge down and annihilate all life. Moreover, Bai Feng had a peculiar feeling that once the golden martial infant emerged from the divine palace and merged with his body, the overwhelming power he possessed could likely turn other demigods into punching bags. But at this moment, the fusion of cultivation was still ongoing. In the 72nd year of cultivation, you wielded the calamity power of the demigod with ease, able to summon clouds and rain down divine punishment with a thought. With a casual punch, even a 7th-level demigod's body would begin to shatter 3 days later, walking into the grave yourself. In the 90th year of cultivation, you broke through to the 2nd level of demigod, and the aura of the golden martial infant within the divine palace grew even stronger. In the 115th year of cultivation, you broke through to the 3rd level of demigod. In the 137th year of cultivation, the insights from the ancient Emperor of Heaven allowed you to effortlessly push through the numerous barriers faced by demigods, advancing to the 4th level of demigod. Now, every punch and kick of yours could cause the earth to quake. Even peak demigods had to avoid your brilliance. In the 160th year of cultivation, you broke through to the 4th level of demigod. In the 174th year of cultivation, you broke through again, advancing to the 5th level of demigod. In the 198th year of cultivation, you feasted upon thunderclouds, ruthlessly draining the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of miles, while culminating in a breakthrough to the 6th level of demigod. In the 200th year of cultivation, you grew fond of the technique of converting thunderclouds into massive hands, able to easily condense 100 miles of thunderclouds into giant thunderous hands that fell, shattering the boundless land and annihilating millions of beings, challenging the heavenly might. You activated your blood and gold body, merging your physical form with the martial infant. That 200-meter-tall dark golden body possessed a power capable of moving even the earth gods. When you encountered ordinary earth gods, it would only take one punch to send them flying. Their so-called invincible defenses were nothing but a joke. The overwhelming power you possessed when gazed upon across the entire blue star was undoubtedly a strategic force. As the fusion of cultivation concluded, Bai Feng, clothed in white, stood still as the wind naturally blew. The surging energy swept the surroundings, turning large structures into dust. He opened his eyes, and with a single step he appeared thousands of meters in the sky, standing proudly amidst the sea of clouds. His fingers clenched into a fist, each sinew twisting and coiling like dragons, as Bai Feng delivered a straightforward punch. In an instant, the winds of heaven and earth surged violently. A fist-sized transparent shockwave the size of a mountain shattered the floating islands and tore through countless layers of clouds. In the sky, a highway of clouds extending for dozens of kilometers appeared. The excessively heavy demigod pressure poured down from him, causing martial artists beneath the demigod level to kneel in droves. The faces of the demigods changed dramatically, their pupils filled with shock. They swallowed, nervously, unable to believe the reality before them. This prodigy, having just broken through to demigod, had already reached the 6th level. What does this mean for them, the ordinary demigods? Wasn't it said that upon entering the demigod realm, everyone would experience slow growth and cultivation? In the high sky, Bai Feng, clad in white, moved his garments as though caught in a breeze, creating a rustling sound. The power of the 6th level of demigod is indeed formidable. He withdrew his fist stance, feeling the more immense power flowing within him, a smile spreading across his face. Now he could even contend with the Earth Martial God. Ordinary demigods could hardly shake him at all. This terrifying foundation was all born from his persistence and effort. In the future, on the path of martial arts, he only needed to advance boldly. The Earth Martial God and the Starry Sky Martial God were not far off. Suppressing his aura, Bai Feng transformed into a shooting star, diving down towards the floating main island. Boom! As Bai Feng's figure descended from the sky, a terrifying sense of oppression surged forward. The martial emperors and martial saints all displayed expressions of reverence, their hearts unable to calm for a long time. Until now, they had never seen anyone break through as swiftly as Bai Feng. Each of them had reached their current prowess through immense talent. Yet before Bai Feng, they felt the vast difference in innate talent. We have seen the demigod Bai Feng. The martial emperors and martial saints greeted respectfully. A demigod was the stabilizing force of a nation, a towering pillar deserving of everyone's respect. Bai Feng nodded slightly, then prepared to return to his residence. With the 6th level of demigod realm achieved, it was time to familiarize himself with this power. He could take advantage of the martial god tower here to hone his combat experience. In the future, when encountering those seasoned battle veterans, he did not want to engage in so-called fierce fights. He aimed for absolute dominance. Just as Bai Feng was about to leave, a series of 9 bell tolls echoed from a distance. At that moment, everyone's expression changed drastically as they looked up. The national bell has rung. It should be noted that the national bell is only struck during super large beast tides. The last time it was struck was a full 57 years ago. The last super large beast tide had directly destroyed a city with a population of several million, resulting in over 10 million casualties. Even demigod martial emperors had suffered numerous losses back then. Bai Feng naturally understood what the tolling of the national bell represented. His expression instantly turned grave. With the 9 tolls of the national bell, all extraordinary beings must cease all tasks and gather at the square within 1 minute. A majestic and authoritative voice resounded throughout the extraordinary sanctuary. Bai Feng and the others transformed into streaks of light, swiftly arriving at the square. At this time in the square, extraordinary beings were fully armed and arriving in succession. The demigods all wore solemn expressions, exuding a remarkable aura. Leading them was the formidable demigod of heavy prison, an elderly man of great stature with extensive experience. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing nearly everyone had arrived, and spoke with full vitality. According to intelligence from various regions, all beast defense lines within the Dragon Kingdom have begun a full counterattack as of today, suspected to be directed by a beast god. 17 extraordinary defenders have unfortunately perished, and over 1 million martial artists below extraordinary rank have suffered casualties. Lord Qingdi has issued an order to suppress the beast tide at all costs. As the heavy prison demigod finished speaking, the expressions of all extraordinary beings turned serious. All beast defense lines were beginning to counterattack. Were these high-level beasts insane? Were they truly preparing to wage war against the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom had 6 peak Earth martial gods, which was a genuine strategic power. These high-level beasts were usually cautious of their lives. Why were they suddenly so bold? Sun Luo Martial Saint, Yin Huang Martial Saint, U12 form a group and immediately head to the Tsangmu defense line to suppress the beast tide. Nu Tao Martial Saint, Han Di Martial Saint, you all head to the Snow Mountain defense line. With each command given by the heavy prison demigod, each extraordinary being transformed into streaks of light heading towards their assigned defense lines. Soon only the demigods remained in the square. Demigod Bai Feng Yu and the silver-haired demigod will head to the East Sea defense line. If you encounter high-level beasts, kill them on the spot and minimize casualties on the battlefield. Any questions? The heavy prison demigod looked at Bai Feng, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. This monster had just broken through to demigod and was charging straight to the 6th level of demigod. To be honest, he felt a bit envious deep down. But Bai Feng had just broken through to demigod, facing a complex and unpredictable battlefield alone. It was inevitable he could fall into danger due to his youth and inexperience. Thus he assigned the seasoned silver-haired demigod to team up with Bai Feng. Upon hearing the task assigned by the heavy prison demigod, the silver-haired demigod nodded. Bai Feng had no objections either. The beast was humanity's greatest enemy. If it weren't for Lord Qingdi and the 6 peak Earth martial gods constantly keeping them in check, these high-level beasts would have rushed out from the mountains and seas long ago. Humans used the blood of beasts as a breakthrough elixir, while beasts regarded humans as food. Bai Feng, let's go. The silver-haired demigod glanced at Bai Feng, who nodded faintly. Then the two activated the true essence within their bodies, transforming into 2 divine rainbows that swiftly tore through the sky towards the East Sea defense line. At the East Sea defense line, a dark mass of sea beasts surged out of the ocean. Each sea beast towered as tall as a 6-story building. Sea demons, 2-headed king pythons, steel-armored crabs. Countless gigantic sea beasts, their eyes bloodshot, thundered towards the defense line. In the enormous fortresses, every cannon was madly spewing firepower, exploding into bloody blossoms amidst the sea beast swarm. In the sky, fighter jets continuously circled, crazily firing shells into the sea beast horde, shattering large numbers of sea beasts into pieces. Yet the number of sea beasts was endless. They quickly toppled and smashed fortresses, engaging in direct confrontations with the Blood Dragon Army soldiers. A master had just cleaved a sea python in two. A massive sea turtle lunged forward like lightning, biting his body in two and swallowing him whole. Every moment, beasts and Dragon Kingdom martial artists were being killed. As time passed, the commander of the Blood Dragon Army, Martial Emperor Huawei's expression grew increasingly grim. The shocking casualty numbers weighed heavily on his already numbed heart. From his assessment, the million Blood Dragon Army stationed at the East Sea defense line could at most hold the line for 1 hour. There were simply too many sea beasts, including some enormous monsters at the extraordinary level. Yet even if all million Blood Dragon Army soldiers perished, they probably couldn't stop the sea beasts from invading the mainland. Behind this East Sea defense line were more than a dozen large cities with populations in the millions. Once the sea beasts broke into the mainland, ordinary people would hardly have time to evacuate, and the casualty figures would be unimaginable. With this thought, Martial Emperor Huawei hovered in midair, his complexion growing darker. At that moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw enormous creatures burst from the sea, charging towards the Blood Dragon Army with an overwhelming ferocity. These colossal beings were a horde of black demon sharks, each over 500 meters long, their eyes blood red with sharp teeth that instilled fear. Their eyes filled with cruelty, their tails whipped through the void, crashing towards the soldiers of the Blood Dragon Army. Under the terrifying pressure of the Beast Emperor, countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers could hardly move a finger and could only wait for death in silence. Beasts, you seek death. Seeing this, Martial Emperor Huawei's eyes turned red in an instant, transforming into a black streak of light and rushing towards the black demon sharks. However, he was far too slow. He could only watch helplessly as the black demon sharks crashed into the crowd. Just as countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers felt despair, the sky suddenly turned utterly dark. Thick black clouds had spread for hundreds of miles without anyone noticing. Within the thunderclouds, gigantic shadows swirled, and a world-destroying might suddenly descended upon the entire East Sea defense line. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of Martial Emperor Huawei, golden thunder dragons plunged down from the thunderclouds, violently crashing into the dark tide of beasts. Under this apocalyptic terror, the black demon sharks were filled with sheer horror, fleeing in panic. Countless sea beasts trembled in fear, losing control of their bowels. The rage and murderous intent in their eyes vanished, replaced only by endless fear and despair. Roar! A pack of golden thunder dragons, furious and monstrous, crashed into the fleeing black demon sharks. All the black demon sharks were shattered into clouds of blood mist before they could even let out a wail. Thousands of golden thunder dragons plunged down, crashing into the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Massive golden mushroom clouds rose above the sea beast horde. Countless sea beasts were instantly turned to charcoal by the raging golden lightning, and then turned to ashes under the enormous shockwave. Looking out, not a single beast remained on the land, only countless deep black craters. Numerous charred sea beast corpses floated on the sea. Hundreds of miles from the coastline, enormous creatures looked on in terror, not daring to move. At this moment, the world fell into a deadly silence. Beneath the darkened thunderclouds, a figure in white stood, surrounded by golden thunder, exuding an aura like a god or a devil. With his every breath, the sound of rolling wind and thunder resonated through the heavens. Those black eyes carried endless pressure and dominance. At this moment, Martial Emperor Huawei's eyes widened in disbelief. Countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers were frozen in place, not daring to even breathe. Moments later, they erupted into cheers. Extraordinary! Our Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary has arrived. With a single strike to annihilate 100 miles of beast tide, this is extraordinary, an invincible being commanding natural disasters. Our East Sea defense line is saved. Countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers' morale surged, cries of astonishment erupted, and the despair in their hearts vanished in an instant. With the white-clad extraordinary in the sky, they were sure they could drive these sea beasts away. Controlling hundreds of miles of thunderclouds, a single strike annihilating 3 million beasts. This is a demigod. When did our Dragon Kingdom produce such an invincible demigod? I have no recollection of it. Martial Emperor Huawei's face was filled with excitement, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. A demigod was the invincible force of the Dragon Kingdom, each one a walking deity, their every move a natural disaster. With this white-clad demigod present, the East Sea defense line would surely hold. We have seen the demigod. Martial Emperor Horwegwa bowed in midair, sincerely expressing his respect. We have seen the demigod. 1,000,000 Blood Dragon Army soldiers roared, gazing at the figure in white in the sky with fervor and admiration. They never expected this to be a demigod. The demigods that appeared only in news, they were witnessing one with their own eyes. Such invincible power truly deserved the name of demigod. At this moment, Bai Feng stood in the sky, gazing towards the distant sea with no sign of relaxation in his heart. Under his mental perception, tens of millions of sea beasts lurked in the ocean, ready to surge forth and destroy the entire defense line. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away beneath the sea, a demigod-level aura was steadily rising. With such a vast disparity in power, it was no wonder the extraordinary sanctuary had mobilized all its forces this time. Ordinary soldiers could not fend off these enormous sea beasts. A desolate roar echoed from the depths of the boundless ocean. Instantly, countless sea beasts' bloodshot eyes surged with madness, losing all sense of reason. A dark mass of sea beasts surged from the depths, howling as they rushed inland. This wave of sea beasts was even more numerous, with thousands of extraordinary creatures among them. The intense smell of the sea and the murderous intent struck the hearts of countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers. Kill. Under the leadership of Martial Emperor Horwegwa, countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers tightly gripped their battle blades, stepping forward in unison, resembling a massive crimson wave charging towards the beast tide formed by the endless sea beasts. With a demigod stationed, their hope of holding the line increased significantly. Just a bunch of seafood from the sea, what is there to fear? Once this beast tide passes, they would surely savor the taste of these sea creatures. 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The distance between the Blood Dragon Army soldiers and the Sea Beast Army continued to shorten. Bai Feng hovered in the air, watching the fearless Blood Dragon Army soldiers with a hint of admiration in his eyes. The Blood Dragon Army that suppressed the fierce beast's defenses was indeed the elite among elites. Facing a number of beasts more than 10 times their own, they dared to charge, proving themselves to be the sharpest blade of the Dragon Kingdom. As a demigod of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Feng would naturally not stand by and watch these soldiers die in vain. Golden lightning flickered around him, and a deafening thunderclap instantly echoed through the sky. Great Wall of Vigilance. As Bai Feng's voice fell, a torrent of golden lightning descended from the sky. Between the Blood Dragon Army and the beast tide, a massive golden lightning great wall suddenly rose from the ground. This golden lightning great wall stood 500 zhang tall and stretched over 20 kilometers. The raging lightning continuously flickered, emanating 2 completely different auras of heavy and violent from this towering golden lightning great wall. One by one, the sea beasts trampled the ground, crashing violently against this golden lightning great wall. But it was merely a fleeting encounter. Terrifying golden currents roared out from the lightning great wall. Countless sea beasts were instantly turned to char, turning to ashes in the sea breeze. Despite the sea beasts' reckless courage before the golden lightning great wall, they resembled moths to a flame, each marching towards their doom. At this moment, countless Blood Dragon Army soldiers looked in shock at the magnificent golden lightning great wall before them. A great wall towering 500 zhang, this is a miracle. It was hard to believe that this demigod in white could manifest such a miracle, just like the mere humans. With this towering golden lightning great wall blocking the way, no matter how many beasts there were, they would find it difficult to shake this lightning wall. In an instant, countless soldiers gazed up at the sky, their eyes filled with genuine fervor as they looked at the demigod in white. They were warriors, yet none were fearless in the face of death. Blocking the beast tide was their mission, so they dared to charge at the ferocious beasts that outnumbered them. But this demigod in white, in order to protect them, expended great effort to summon such a lightning great wall. Such an act truly exemplified the strategic power of the Dragon Kingdom. Who on earth is this demigod? Such a vast area of effect, yet after casting he remains unruffled. Even among demigods, he is an absolute powerhouse. The commander of the Blood Dragon Army, Martial Emperor Horwegwa, gasped in shock, his heart unable to calm for a long time. He had seen demigods in action before. Their might was indeed earth-shattering, but it paled in comparison to the might displayed by this demigod in white. Countless golden lightning dragons descended from the sky, capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. This golden lightning great wall was even more indestructible, blocking the beast tide like a colossal golden dragon. This demigod in white had unleashed 2 powerful moves consecutively, all while appearing completely unfazed. This was simply monstrous. Bai Feng, just how many more tricks do you have hidden up your sleeve? In the sky several miles away, a silver-haired demigod looked on in shock, unable to suppress a sigh. Previously, he had been ordered to accompany Bai Feng to reinforce the Eastern Sea defense. However, to his dismay, Bai Feng had left him far behind in terms of speed. Bai Feng arrived at the Eastern Sea defense line before him. From several kilometers away, he witnessed the Golden Great Wall rising from the ground. To execute a martial art of such vast range, Bai Feng's total true essence was simply astonishing. The issue was he was still a newly ascended demigod. This was strange, simply strange. On the coastline, the Golden Lightning Great Wall, standing 500 zhang tall and over 20 kilometers long, flickered with electric light. This lightning Great Wall firmly blocked countless massive beasts trying to surge from the sea. One by one, the sea beasts crashed against the lightning Great Wall, their bodies turning to char. A heavy, towering, and unshakable aura emanated from the Golden Lightning Great Wall, causing despair to rise in the hearts of the high-level sea beasts. They attempted to fly over the Lightning Great Wall. What awaited them were massive golden lightning dragons diving down from the dark clouds. The sky and earth were all locked down by Bai Feng alone. Bai Feng stood in the sky, his white robes fluttering in the wind, golden lightning flickering around him, gazing down at the boundless ocean. He resembled an ancient deity wielding the power of divine punishment. Roar! The defeat of the beast tide thoroughly enraged the massive creatures in the sea. Suddenly the sea surface churned violently as sea beasts were violently flung away by the waves, being sent flying thousands of meters away. The sea first rose into a deep blue peak. Then the entire ocean was split in two. 8 thick tentacles as sturdy as pillars supporting the sky simultaneously broke through the sea surface. At that moment, a colossal squid obscuring the sky and sun revealed its form. This gigantic squid was sea blue with its skin covered in eerie black-blue patterns. A pair of huge purple eyes gazed at Bai Feng, filled with anger and killing intent. He followed the orders of the beast god, leading the sea beast army to destroy the eastern sea defense. Little did he expect to be stopped by this unfamiliar demigod of the Dragon Kingdom. He understood that only by eliminating this unfamiliar demigod could he complete the beast god's orders and receive the beast god's reward of dragon blood. He, the 8-legged beast emperor, had not seen any increase in strength for a full millennium. This time he had to seize the opportunity. The killing intent surged in the eyes of the 8-legged beast emperor, and his 8 massive tentacles slammed into the ocean, stirring up a tsunami. His gigantic body surged towards Bai Feng like a mountain 1,000 zhang tall.